Chapter 38:51. After going back and forth for half a day, the situation came to a stalemate. Whenever Yang Kai released his grip, General Sichin would pounce towards the fruit tree and peck at the fruits, causing Yang Kai to be extremely annoyed. Furthermore, this guy knew how to stall for time. Every time Yang Kai grabbed his neck and negotiated with him, he would always agree, but in the blink of an eye, he would go back on his word. He had no credibility at all. But then again, what was the point of talking about credibility with a chicken? Yang Kai also felt a little sad. Anger surging in his heart. Yang Kai thought that if it weren't for so many people seeing this stupid chicken fall into his territory, he would have thrown him into the sealed world bead to destroy his corpse. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. This time, this king admits defeat. You better tell me what you want to do to resolve this matter peacefully. Let me warn you first, don't go too far. If worse comes to worst, both jade and stone will be destroyed. If this king doesn't have a good time, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. General Sichin's eyes darted around as he nodded, obviously understanding what Yang Kai was saying. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak, so he couldn't communicate with Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before slowly releasing his grip on his neck. This time, General Sichin didn't fly towards the fruit tree. Instead, he stood in place and used his beak to comb his feathers. He spread his wings and shook them a little. Then, he tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, circling around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes followed him closely, a look of vigilance on his face. After circling around a few times, General Sichin shook his wings and jumped up. Yang Kai almost thought that he was going to go back on his word, but in the next moment, his head sank and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. This stupid chicken actually used my head as a chicken coop and sat on my head. How can I tolerate this? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Get down here. General Sichin was caught in the act, but his two claws held onto Yang Kai's hair tightly, refusing to let go. Yang Kai tangled with it for a while, but he couldn't get it off. Instead, his hair was disheveled and his scalp hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. General Sichin was extremely pleased with himself as he wriggled his fat buttocks, finding a comfortable position as he climbed on top of Yang Kai's head. Not only that, he even used his beak to comb Yang Kai's messy hair. You win. Yang Kai was infuriated, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he wouldn't lose anything by doing this. It just looked a little unsightly. After all, no one would look good with a chicken on their head, so he simply let it be. As long as he could turn today's matter into a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one. At this point, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to bicker with it. Thinking about how he had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with a stupid chicken, he felt that it was quite funny. He walked over and picked up the feathers that General Sichin had dropped. These feathers were all evidence of his crime. If Zhou Zheng came over and saw this, who knew what he would do to him? You can just lie there, but don't touch my fruits. Otherwise, I will fight it out with you. Yang Kai leaned against a fruit tree and said worriedly. General Sichin ignored him. One man and one chicken, temporarily calmed down. However, not long after, General Sichin let out a few soft cries. As he cried, he used more strength in his claws. What are you doing? Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and asked impatiently. General Sichin flapped his wings and grabbed onto Yang Kai's hair, not letting go, pulling him in a certain direction. Yang Kai frowned. He guessed that General Sichin wanted him to go in that direction. He stood up and walked in the direction that General Sichin was pointing, stopping in front of a fruit tree. Only then did General Sichin let go of his claws. Soon after, General Sichin began to peck at a hole in the tree trunk. The sound of pecking could be heard continuously, as if it was a woodpecker. Yang Kai was delighted. Are you trying to eat something? You can't eat it, you can't eat it. Although there are still some jade flame silkworms on my fruit tree, Old Fong said that they have to be left behind. General Sichin was unhappy and cried out even louder. He guessed that General Sichin was a little hungry after the intense exercise with Yang Kai. I said that you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. No matter how much you cry out, it's useless. Yang Kai was unmoved. Letting General Sichin lie on his head was already very generous. If General Sichin continued to eat his own insects, then there was no way he could accept it. General Sichin was silent for a few breaths of time. Then, it flapped its wings and dragged Yang Kai in another direction. Don't grab me, I'll walk on my own. Damn it, if you don't grab me, you don't know pain, right? Yang Kai cursed and followed the direction that General Sichin was leading him in. He wanted to see what General Sichin wanted to do. After walking for a while, they arrived at the orchard next door. The orchard here wasn't strictly divided, but everyone knew which fruit trees to take care of, so there wasn't any chaos. Just as they arrived, a youth came up to them and cupped his hands. Brother Yang. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Brother Hong. He had been here for a month, so he didn't only know Old Fong. As long as the neighbors weren't too far away, he would greet them. It was just that he was most familiar with Old Fong. This youth with the surname Hong was one of his neighbors. However, when he saw a chicken using his own head as a nest, he felt a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, why are you here? The youth with the surname Hong asked. As he spoke, he glanced guiltily at General Sichin. He was part of the crowd that surrounded General Sichin just now. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. But before he could say anything, General Sichin called out a few times and led Yang Kai to the side. When they arrived in front of a fruit tree, General Sichin used his beak to gently peck Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at the hole in the fruit tree and immediately understood what General Sichin was up to. He cursed in his heart. This stupid chicken was using him as a laborer. But since things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. He turned to look at the youth with the surname Hong and said, Brother Hong, General Sichin is tired and is a little hungry. You know the situation at my place. There are only a few fruit trees and I can't find anything to eat. So he came here to ask for some food. The youth with the surname Hong looked troubled. To be honest, Brother Yang, I just caught some insects last month. I have to wait for at least 10 days before I can catch more. I really don't have any extra insects to give to General Sichin. Why don't you bring General Sichin to another place to look? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank. Brother Hong, the reason Great General is hungry is because he fell down from the sky just now. I don't know if he suffered any serious injuries, but he did lose a lot of his feathers. Look, these feathers are so beautiful, it's a pity to lose them. If the Venerable learns that Great General was patrolling the orchard and suffered a great loss here, unable to even satisfy his hunger, I don't know if the Venerable will be angry. When that time comes, how are we supposed to deal with him? How can we handle that? The youth with the surname Hong's face turned pale. He didn't dare to look at the golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, mainly because he had a guilty conscience. After a while he gritted his teeth and said, Yang Kai is right. General Sichin has worked hard to inspect the orchard, so we should cooperate. Brother Yang, please go ahead. Just treat it as a show of respect to General Sichin. Whoa. Yang Kai grinned and pointed above his head. General Sichin thinks highly of you. The youth with the surname Hong squeezed out a smile and gestured for Yang Kai to go ahead. Then there was no need to be polite. He took out the 100 refined incense and lit it up. He held the incense and gently swayed it back and forth in front of the hole. His movements were very familiar. After all, it wasn't his first time doing this. Not long after, a bright red body emerged from the hole. General Sichin stretched his neck and directly pecked out the blue flame silkworm. He raised his neck and swallowed it. General Sichin didn't need to urge him anymore. Yang Kai directly led him to another fire spirit fruit tree with a wormhole. He did the same thing and lured out another blue flame silkworm. The youth with the surname Hong's heart was bleeding. Losing 2 blue flame silkworms wasn't a big deal, but it might affect the growth of the fruit tree. However, the problem wasn't too big. The most important thing was that if he was the one who caught the blue flame silkworms and brought them back to General Sichin, there was a chance that he could obtain the heaven-opening pill. Now there was no hope for the heaven-opening pill. He would be thankful if General Sichin didn't hold a grudge against him. After finding 3 blue flame silkworms in the fruit tree, Yang Kai saw that this guy's face was a little green. He grinned and said, All right, it's about time. Brother Hong, go ahead. We'll take our leave first. Just as he finished speaking, there was a strange sound above his head. Then, a ball of golden light floated in front of him. This golden light looked familiar. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After the golden light dissipated, there were 3 rolling spirit pills in his hand. Yang Kai blinked and was a little confused. The youth with the surname Hong stared, and was also a little confused. However, in an instant, Yang Kai flipped his hand and kept the 3 heaven-opening pills. The youth with the surname Hong was anxious. Brother Yang, those 3 heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai looked at him with a dark face. What 3 heaven-opening pills? What heaven-opening pills? The youth with the surname Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. Just now, General C rewarded us with 3 heaven-opening pills. Brother Yang, General C rewarded me with 3 heaven-opening pills. Do you think you can share some with me? I won't be greedy. You get 2 and I get 1. Yang Kai chuckled and said, You want to share the spirit pills? Sure. When I return, I will report to Steward Zhou. I will say that your group of people chased and intercepted the great general, causing him to fall from the sky. He lost 12 or 20 feathers and even broke his tendons and bones. Now he can't even walk and can only lie on my head. When the time comes, let's see what Steward Zhou will reward you all with. The youth with the surname Hong was shocked. How can it be so exaggerated? Don't make irresponsible remarks. Yang Kai said, Steward Chow will know whether I'm making irresponsible remarks or not. The youth with the surname Hong stared at him for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yang, I've learned my lesson. The main thing was that he was in the wrong. No matter what, he had a part to play in General Si Chen's fall. If Steward Chow found out about this, he wouldn't have a good ending. Yang Kai chuckled. Brother Hong, do you still want more spirit pills? You go. The youth with the surname Hong pointed to the side. Chapter 38:52. Yang Kai felt as though he was in a dream when he received the 3 spirit pills. One had to know that only newcomers would be rewarded the first time they served the Grand General. However, that was only 1 spirit pill. A few days ago, Yang Kai had fed 5 blue flame silkworms and only received 1 heaven-opening pill. But today he had received 3 blue flame silkworms. This was the annual wage of a worker taking care of the orchard. If this was spread, no one would believe it. Daiyu had said that if the Grand General was in a good mood, he would reward him with heaven-opening pills. In other words, the Grand General was in a good mood right now? Yang Kai raised his head to look, but he couldn't see anything. However, his stomach full of resentment had dissipated. If this stupid chicken frequently gave him heaven-opening pills, not to mention using his head as a chicken coop, Yang Kai would welcome it even if it lived in his house. Grand General, do you want to eat more? Yang Kai was in a good mood and his tone was much friendlier. The Grand General didn't respond and declined to comment. Yang Kai nodded his head. Since that's the case, let's go eat more. He laughed sinisterly as he walked towards another orchard. Just now, General Si Chen had been besieged by a group of people and had fallen into his territory, causing those people to scatter like birds and beasts. Speaking of which, all of them were responsible for what had happened today. If something really happened to General Si Chen, Yang Kai would have suffered an undeserved disaster. Now did he think he could just hide and be safe? General Si Chen didn't find trouble with them, but Yang Kai remembered them in his heart. Not long after, they arrived at another orchard. The worker in the orchard saw Yang Kai and the Grand General and immediately hid. He was probably afraid that the Grand General would find trouble with him. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him, and directly brought General Si Chen to look for insects in front of the fruit trees. They didn't find many and caught 3 before swaggering off. From start to finish, the owner of the orchard didn't dare to show himself. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that after eating the 3 blue flame silkworms, the Grand General actually rewarded him with 3 heaven-opening pills. He didn't know what General Si Chen was up to. Previously, when he was fighting with him, it looked like it wanted to kill him, but now it was so generous to him. However, there was no reason not to take advantage of free benefits. Walking down one orchard after another, some orchard owners were like the young man surnamed Hong. Although they were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and allow Yang Kai to capture these insects on their turf. Some orchard owners were like the one who had gone into hiding, not daring to show themselves easily. However, no matter what their attitude was, the 3 blue flame silkworms couldn't escape. Young Kai didn't care whether their fruit trees would be affected or not. However, after walking through 4 orchards, the general seemed to have eaten its fill. It let out a cry and used its claws to point in a certain direction for Young Kai. Young Kai was still unsatisfied, but since General Sichin was already full, he couldn't force him. Since this matter had already started, he might as well let it continue. After bringing General Sichin back to his own orchard, Young Kai sat down under a fruit tree and took out 12 heaven-opening pills. He carefully played with them and laughed foolishly. A few days ago he had obtained a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by Old Fong before he could even warm it up. Now he had obtained 12 in one go. What kind of stupid chicken was on his head? He was simply a god of wealth. General Sichin was still not bad. Young Kai's impression of the Grand General changed a lot. 12 pills a day, that would be 360 pills a month. In a year, that would be over 4,000 pills. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that it wasn't very likely. General Sichin's heaven-opening pills were definitely bestowed by the Venerable One. He just didn't know how many there were. No matter what, his situation was much better than the other odd-job workers. The salary of 3 heaven-opening pills a year was simply not enough to satisfy him. When he had enough heaven-opening pills, he would return the ones he owed Dayu. Then he would invite her to the market to drink a pot of good tea as a thank-you gift. After secretly making up his mind, Young Kai carefully kept the extra heaven-opening pills. He only left one to study its medicinal properties. He was also a pill master, and was still plotting to obtain the heaven-opening pills recipe from the Qiqiao land. Although he hadn't seen the recipe yet, that didn't stop him from studying it himself. He studied it for an entire day, but he didn't manage to find anything useful. Young Kai only knew that refining the heaven-opening pill required 7 main ingredients, including the fire spirit fruit and other spirit fruits of other attributes. However, other than these 7 main ingredients, there were definitely other supplementary ingredients. As someone who had just entered this world, he didn't know much about the medicinal properties here. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to differentiate the ingredients needed to refine the heaven-opening pill. Young Kai silently noted it down. If he saw those ingredients later, he should be able to recognize them. Over the course of the day, General Sichin didn't move at all. He guessed that General Sichin had eaten his fill and was now sleeping. It wasn't until the next day that General Sichin suddenly shook his wings. Young Kai couldn't see him, only the corner of his eyes was filled with a golden light. Seeing that it had woken up, Young Kai immediately became spirited. "General, are you hungry? Shall I bring you to hunt for food?" General Sichin nodded twice, indicating that it agreed. "Let's go." Young Kai stood up and walked forward. Yesterday, there were around 30 to 40 people chasing after General Sichin. Today he had only visited 4 orchards. There was still a large number of orchards that he hadn't visited yet. No matter what, he had to visit all of them. On this day he went to 5 orchards. When he returned, Young Kai had more than 10 heaven-opening pills in his hands. Under the fruit tree, Young Kai happily played with the pills. As he played with them, he said, "General, I have something to discuss with you. Next time, if you have any more rewards, can you give it to me when there's no one around? You also saw the looks in those people's eyes. They couldn't wait to pounce on me. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid I will become the public enemy of the odd job room." General Sichin didn't know if he was asleep or not, but he didn't reply. Young Kai sighed for a while. This was both painful and happy. Where did you get so many heaven-opening pills?" A voice came from the side. Young Kai quickly put away the heaven-opening pills. When he looked up, he saw Old Fong staring at him. "What heaven-opening pills? You're mistaken." Young Kai blinked. "Are you done?" "I'm done," Old Fong casually replied. Then he reacted, "Stinky brat, don't change the topic. Tell me the truth, where did you get so many?" General C is still here?" His expression suddenly changed and he took a few steps back. He looked like he wanted to put some distance between him and Young Kai. He suspiciously said, "You couldn't have robbed General Sichin, right?" "How could that be?" Young Kai laughed. "Do I look like such a useless person? Who would rob a chicken?" Then tell me, where did you get those heaven-opening pills? Old Fong clearly didn't believe him. None of your business. Old Fong looked him over, and then turned around to leave. What do you mean? Yang Kai wasn't happy and blocked him. Old Fong's expression darkened. Stinky brat, you're about to face a disaster. Yet you're still so proud of yourself. Don't say you know me in the future, lest this old man is dragged down by you. Old Fong. Yang Kai slapped him on the shoulder. Aren't you thinking too much? It's best if this old man is thinking too much. In any case, you're on your own now. Old Fong waved his hand. Look at how scared you are, Yang Kai smiled. That's right. Do you have any extra 100 refined incense on hand? Give me some. Didn't Miss Dai you just buy 2 boxes for you? Old Fong looked at him suspiciously. Enough nonsense, do you have it or don't you? Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Normally, 2 boxes of 100 refined incense would be enough for 1 or 2 days. However, Yang Kai estimated that at his current rate, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of 100 refined incense, so he could take some from Old Fong. Old Fong said, I do, and this old man can give you a box, but you have to agree to one condition. Speak. Don't come looking for this old man in the future. This old man has never recognized you. Don't regret your words in the future. Old Fong didn't say a word. He took out a box of 100 refined incense and slapped it on Yang Kai's hand, then quickly left. As he walked, he muttered, Disaster is imminent, disaster is imminent. Young man. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him. He had gotten a box of 100 refined incense for free, so he estimated that this month's consumption should be enough. He turned around and continued to rest. The following days could be said to be chaotic. Yang Kai would lead General Sichen around the orchard every day after taking care of his fruit trees. Everywhere they went, they would catch a few insects. The workers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. There was no other way. General Sichen was above Yang Kai, so who would dare to say no? Looking on helplessly as Kai Yang lured the insect out and allowed it to be eaten by General Sichen, she couldn't help feeling distressed. These insects could all be heaven-opening pills. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't kill them all, so they didn't complain. Furthermore, ever since Yang Kai said that, General Sichen didn't give him any more heaven-opening pills in front of others. Every time, he would wait until he was back in his own territory before spitting out a ball of golden light. Within that ball of golden light, there would be at least 10 heaven-opening pills. It was basically equal to the number of insects he ate. Yang Kai didn't know why this was. Daiyu had said before that General Sichen would only give out heaven-opening pills when he was in a good mood. Most of the time, he didn't have any. But when it came to him, it was a 1-to-1 ratio. This was an extremely inconceivable matter. If everyone else was like him, the workers wouldn't have to worry about heaven-opening pills. All these years, they had fed General Sichen countless blue flame silkworms. Furthermore, no worker had ever been treated like this by General Sichen. For an entire month, General Sichen treated Yang Kai's head like a chicken coop. A month later, the orchard's restrictions were activated, and all the workers were moved outside of the restrictions. In that instant, countless gazes fell on Yang Kai. There was no helping it. With a golden chicken on his head, it was too eye-catching. Many people found it funny. They didn't know how Yang Kai had offended General Sichen to be treated like this. Chapter 38:53. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. The bystanders treated it as a joke, but he knew that the one on top of his head was a genuine god of fortune. When he raised his head, he saw a few familiar figures. They were the newcomers who had come in with him. Just as he was about to greet them, he saw them hurriedly leave under Fong Tai's lead. Miss Ah Sun turned back as she walked, looking at him with a worried expression. Yang Kai scratched his head, muttering in his heart, Why do these people give me the feeling of avoiding the god of pestilence? Old Fong was beside him. When he turned his head to look, Old Fong sighed heavily and slowly shook his head. With a pained expression, he also left. Yang Kai sneered. Ignoring the strange gazes of the bystanders, his figure flickered as he rushed back to the servants' quarters. Not long after, he returned to his own house. However, when he arrived, General Sichen, who had been lying on top of his head, spread his wings and flew down. After landing, He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he paced around the village. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he was patrolling his own territory. Young Kai immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Although General Si-chun had given him a lot of heaven-opening pills this month, he had always treated his head like a chicken coop. As a result, his hair was disheveled and he didn't have the time to tidy it up. Now he was finally gone. He turned around and entered the house, combing his hair. Just as he finished combing his hair, he heard knocking sounds outside the door. Young Kai walked over to open the door. A graceful figure flashed in, wrapped in a fragrant wind. Xiao Dai. Young Kai looked at the person who had come in. You came at the right time. I was just about to go look for you. Looking for me? Dai Yu asked. Let's not talk about this first. What happened to you? What do you mean what happened? Young Kai was stunned. The village is saying that you offended the great general and were punished by him. Many people saw the great general lying on your head and using your head as a chicken coop. Is that true? Young Kai laughed. That's true. However, it's not like what the rumors say. I didn't offend that stupid chicken. Really? Dai Yu looked at him suspiciously. She hadn't known Young Kai for a long time, and they hadn't known each other for a long time. She didn't know what kind of person he was, but he didn't seem to be someone who knew his place. She was afraid that he would provoke the general. Young Kai looked at her with a smile. Xiao Dai, you really care about me. Dai Yu said, I also used to be a newcomer, so I know how difficult it is to be a newcomer. If someone had helped me back then, my situation would definitely have been much better. Later, I thought that if there was a chance in the future, I would help a newcomer if I could. Who knows when this newbie will be promoted? When that time comes, I can also bask in the glory. I see. Young Kai nodded. Dai Yu suddenly punched Young Kai's shoulder. Also, don't be so arrogant as a newbie, calling her Dai Yu. It doesn't matter what you call me. Young Kai smiled and flipped his hand. Look at this. Dai Yu looked down and immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, where did you get so many heaven-opening pills? The same sentence coming from Dai Yu and Old Feng's mouth gave off a completely different feeling. I'll give them back to you. Young Kai pushed his hand forward. Dai Yu looked at him suspiciously. How did you get so many heaven-opening pills? Young Kai smiled and said, if I said they were given by the general, would you believe me? AI, let alone you, even I wouldn't believe it, but that's the truth. They were all given by the general. What's going on? Dai Yu was extremely shocked. Young Kai briefly told Dai Yu about how he saw the great general being chased and intercepted in his orchard, and how he had taken it to find some insects to eat. Of course, he omitted the big battle between him and the great general as it would be too shameful if word got out. Hearing that Young Kai had been able to get a 1-to-1 spirit pill reward for feeding the great general, Dai Yu's small mouth formed a beautiful circle. The main reason was that since he had to return Dai Yu's heaven-opening pills, he had to explain the origin of the pills. Moreover, she had helped him a lot. First, she answered many of his questions for free. Then, she took him to the market and lent him money to buy him a set of insect-catching tools. Today, when she heard that something had happened to him, she hurried over to ask about it. Since she treated him so sincerely, Young Kai didn't want to lie to her. More importantly, this matter couldn't be hidden forever. Previously, when Young Kai brought General Si-chun to catch those insects, there were quite a few people who saw General Si-chun bestow a spirit pill, so Young Kai had nothing to hide. That's what happened. Young Kai shrugged. Really? Dai Yu still didn't dare to believe it. She had been here for so many years and had never seen the general treat anyone so well. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. That's right. Do you have any blue flame silkworms? Dai Yu nodded subconsciously. I caught 2 this month. Give it to me. Young Kai stretched out his hand. Dai Yu handed her wooden box to Young Kai. Young Kai immediately walked out and whistled loudly. Then he turned around and went back into the house. Wait a moment. Not long after, the outside of the door was filled with golden light. Great General Si-chun had returned to his half-human height and was blocking the door, peeking in to see what was going on. Stupid chicken, come in. I'll give you something to eat. After a month of hanging out, Young Kai had become familiar with the general and didn't need to be as careful as before. On the other hand, Dayu was taken aback, fearing that General Sichin would become angry, but when she looked around, General Sichin really did walk in and didn't seem to mind the way Yang Kai addressed him, causing her to be amazed. Yang Kai opened the wooden box and took out 2 blue flame silkworms. The general didn't refuse and ate them in 2 bites. Then he tilted his head and stared at Dayu with one eye. Dayu felt uncomfortable being stared at. Little Dai, it's fine. You don't have to avoid her. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. The general opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. When the golden light dissipated, Yang Kai was holding 2 heaven-opening pills in his hand. He proudly waved them at Dayu. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Dayu was dumbfounded. Yang Kai really used 2 blue flame silkworms to obtain 2 heaven-opening pills from the great general. That's it. Go play by yourself. Yang Kai waved his hand. The general turned around and walked out of the door with a sway of his fat buttocks. How did you do that? After a long while, Dayu came back to her senses and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How would I know? Yang Kai knew that he had fought with it and ended up like this. He rubbed his chin and said, maybe that stupid chicken likes me more. He didn't quite believe his own words. In any case, I have money to pay you back. Yang Kai took out another 30 spirit pills, plus the 2 he had just obtained, and stuffed them all into Dayu's hands. Dayu took them in a daze. She seemed to have received a great shock, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. It wasn't until Yang Kai waved his hand in front of her that she regained her vision. Are you going to the market? What are you going to do there? I'm going to buy some 100 refined incense. Didn't you just buy 2 last time? Dayu came back to her senses before she finished speaking. You used up all of them? Yang Kai laughed heartily. Where else do you think I got so many spirit pills? Before this, I brought the great general with me to sweep through all the orchards within a 100-kilometer radius. Those 2 boxes of 100 refined incense were long gone. If he hadn't taken a box from Old Fong, he really wouldn't have been able to last until the end of this month. Dayu immediately understood his plan. You want to take the general to catch insects like before? Yang Kai rubbed his hands together. It's a great way to make money. There's no reason not to use it. Dayu pondered for a moment before saying, but have you thought about it? If you do that, you may offend a lot of people. There was no need for her to remind him. Yang Kai knew very well that he had already offended a lot of people. He sneered, so be it. As long as there are heaven-opening pills, what's there to be afraid of? Dayu slowly shook her head. That's not right. If you really offend too many people, you won't be able to stay in the servant house. Those people won't dare to go against the general. They'll definitely come after you. Yang Kai raised his arms. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? Dayu glared at him. If you trust me, why don't you listen to my idea? Go ahead. Yang Kai turned to look at her. After all, she had lived here for 1,000 years. She should know more than he did. Dayu waved her hand at him. Yang Kai leaned over and immediately felt the fragrance of orchids. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened. After a moment, Dayu said, of course, I'm just giving you a suggestion. You can decide what to do. But no matter where you are, eating alone will always attract jealousy. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded. That's a good idea. This will save me a lot of trouble. Does that mean you agree? Of course, why wouldn't I? Yang Kai nodded seriously. I'll eat the meat and leave some soup for them. Besides, that's what they deserve. It's even more than what they fed the general. Many of them might be grateful to you. Yang Kai chuckled. It doesn't matter. We'll do as you say. But this way, we'll still have to go to the market. There's no need to buy so much 100 refined incense. By the way, Dayu, there are blue flame silkworms in the fire spirit land. What about the other spirit lands? Dayu said, you're quite quick-witted. I was just about to tell you this. The fruit trees in the other spirit lands will naturally give birth to some strange insects, but I don't know what the general's taste is. You can go to the market and buy a few to try. That'll require a lot of investment. Yang Kai looked at Dayu with burning eyes. Dayu, you have to help me. Dayu covered her mouth and smiled. Since I've made this suggestion, I'll naturally help you. But She moved closer to Yang Kai and nudged him with her shoulder. Little brother, when you succeed in the future, don't forget to help your sister. Chapter 38:54. Yang Kai laughed and put his arm around her shoulder. After we earn some money, we'll split the profits. Dayu turned her head and looked at him. Take your claws away. After carefully discussing in the room and confirming the division of labor, Yang Kai took the 1,000 heaven-opening pills he borrowed from Dayu and flew straight to the market square. Not long after Yang Kai left, a piece of news spread in the servant room. Dayu could exchange 2 blue flame silkworms for 1 heaven-opening pill. This caused an uproar in the servant room. In an instant, countless people rushed to Dayu's residence. It had to be known that when people were filial to the great general, they would usually feed him 3 or 4 blue flame silkworms before the great general would reward them with a spirit pill. This was only if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the great general would ignore them no matter how much they fed him. But now, as long as they caught 2 blue flame silkworms, they would definitely be able to get a heaven-opening pill from Dayu. No matter how profitable this deal was, they would naturally scramble for it. Moreover, the odd-job workers would stay in the orchard for a month, and would more or less catch a few insects every month. Although they didn't know what Dayu was doing, after confirming the accuracy of the news and seeing someone exchange 2 blue flame silkworms for 1 heaven-opening pill, a long line formed in front of Dayu's door. Everyone had just returned from the orchard, so who didn't have insects on hand? Dayu had a good relationship with the other servants in the handyman room, and even had a few so-called close sisters, so at this moment, she naturally spared no effort to inquire about this matter. But this matter was related to the interests of both her and Yang Kai, so how could she say anything? She simply smiled and remained tight-lipped. Only a few people looked at the bustling scene and revealed pensive expressions. On the other side, after Yang Kai arrived at the servant market, he went straight to the shop selling the pure wood box and 100 refined incense. He spent 10 heaven-opening pills to buy 2 boxes of 100 refined incense. According to his original plan, he would use the hundreds of heaven-opening pills he had obtained to buy 100 refined incense. After all, he would be bringing General Si-Chen to catch insects in the future, so the consumption of incense would be great. However, after listening to Dayu's suggestion, he found that her suggestion was better. If he were to do as he had planned, not only would he offend a lot of people, but the efficiency would also be low. Now that he had Dayu buy the jade flame silkworms from the servants, it would save him time and effort, and he wouldn't have to offend anyone. Even if others knew the truth in the future, they would only think that he was lucky to be valued by the general, and would not bear a grudge against him. Just as Dayu had said before, since ancient times, there had never been a good ending for those who ate alone. It could even be said that with Dayu's method, his income would probably be greater. However, even though he didn't need to buy incense in bulk, he still had to keep 2 boxes as backup. After leaving the shop, Yang Kai walked around the market. He wanted to find a place to set up a stall, but after walking around, he found that the good spots had been taken by others. The remaining ones were in the corners, unremarkable. After standing in place and observing for a while, Yang Kai went straight to one of the stalls, reached out, and handed over 3 heaven-opening pills. The stall owner was a young man. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Brother, what do you want to buy?" "I want to buy your stall." Yang Kai waved the heaven-opening pills in his hand and said, "Put away your things and give me your stall. These 3 spirit pills are yours." The young man muttered to himself for a moment before he happily put away the miscellaneous items on his stall. "Leave your signboard as well. It's all yours." The young man smiled and took the 3 heaven-opening pills. In the blink of an eye, he squeezed into the crowd and soon disappeared. The stall owners on the left and right glanced over with strange expressions. They had been here for many years and had never seen anyone buy a stall. No one managed the stalls here, and it had always been a first-come, first-served basis. Yang Kai sat down where the young man had just been, picked up the signboard, and wiped off the words on it. Then he picked up a piece of charcoal from the ground, and after thinking for a moment, raised his hand and wrote a line of words on the signboard. Then he stuck the signboard next to the stall and opened for business. The stall owner on the left was an old man. When he looked over, he couldn't help but laugh. When he saw Yang Kai being so generous, he thought he was doing some big business, but who would have thought that the signboard actually said he was buying insects from fruit trees in orchards? The old man also knew that there were insects in every orchard, but they weren't very useful. Under normal circumstances, they would be caught and crushed to death. He didn't know why this young man was buying these insects. However, he was too lazy to pay attention to other people's business. Shaking his head, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on his own business. Kai Yang had been sitting there for half a day. Originally, he had been ready to go all out, but after half a day, although there were many people who had stopped to watch, not a single one had come to ask him. This made him feel somewhat speechless. Thinking about it again, he suddenly understood. Not every spiritual land had great General Sichin. The stupid chicken of the fire spirit land was a pet of the earth protector Venerable, and happened to like eating blue flame silkworms. So the servants of the fire spirit land had the habit of collecting insects. The servants of other spiritual lands should also be collecting insects, but they definitely wouldn't keep them. After understanding this, Yang Kai secretly frowned. If this was the case, then his plan wouldn't work. At this time a timid voice sounded. "Excuse me, brother, what kind of insects are you buying?" Yang Kai looked up and saw a petite young girl standing in front of his stall. The young girl had delicate features and a few freckles on the tip of her nose. When their eyes met, the young girl's face was slightly red. Finally, someone came to ask. Yang Kai was startled and said, "Insects that grow on fruit trees, do you have them?" The young girl shook her head. "I don't." "You don't have them?" Yang Kai almost cursed, but seeing how easily frightened she was, he couldn't bear it and squeezed out a smile. "Then please go ahead." The young girl didn't leave and stood there hesitating for a while before asking, "How do you buy them?" Since there was nothing to do and it was rare for someone to ask, Yang Kai casually replied, "For insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill." The servants of the fire spirit land had negotiated with Daiyu to exchange 2 insects for 1 pill. The price of the other spiritual lands would definitely not be the same. As soon as this was said, before the young girl in front of the stall could say anything, the elderly man next to her opened his eyes and turned to Yang Kai. "Young man, what did you just say? For insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill?" "1 insect and 1 pill, but I want them alive." The old man was still in disbelief and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After all, he had been here for so many years and had never seen anyone use a heaven-opening pill to exchange for useless insects. "Then wait a moment, I have a friend who has insects, I'll call her over." As the freckled young girl spoke, she took out a bell and gently shook it. The old man on the side stopped doing business and just looked over with interest, as if he wanted to confirm whether things were really as Yang Kai said, that 4 insects could be exchanged for a heaven-opening pill. Not long after, a young girl in her early 20s squeezed out from the crowd and looked at the freckled young girl. "Little Mo, someone is buying insects?" The young girl named Little Mo pointed to Yang Kai and said, "It's him, he wants to buy. Elder sister Xueping, you can ask him yourself." Yu Xueping frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and then at the sign next to him to make sure she was not seeing things before asking, "How do you want to buy them?" "For insects for a heaven-opening pill." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Although she had already learned this from Little Mo's message, when she heard it with her own ears, she still found it hard to believe. She really didn't know what was wrong with this guy, actually using a heaven-opening pill to buy something like this. Was it because too many heaven-opening pills would burn his hand? However, since he did this, he must have his reasons. After pondering for a moment, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it and swept it with his divine sense before gently nodding. 11 insects and, are these blue water silkworms? Yes. The number is not enough, but I'll count it as 12 for 3 heaven-opening pills. As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the blue water silkworms into his wooden box. When he returned the box, he also handed over 3 heaven-opening pills. This was his first order, so it didn't matter if he was a little generous. After receiving the pills, Yu Xueping and Little Mo were stunned. They finally confirmed that this young man was really doing what was written on the sign. This was an unexpected fortune. Yu Xueping had only caught some blue water silkworms out of boredom to raise for fun. After all, There was nothing much to do as an odd job worker, who knew that it would actually bring her some profit. Her shock only lasted for a moment before Yu Xueping immediately smelled the scent of great benefits from this transaction and hurriedly asked, "Brother, how many blue water silkworms do you want to buy?" "I want as many as you have, no limit," Yang Kai said with a smile. "Then will you still come next month?" "Of course. I understand." Yu Xueping nodded heavily. "Then when the city square opens next month, I'll come find you here." Yang Kai finally recovered and understood what she was planning to do. He secretly scolded himself for being foolish. He only knew how to sit here and wait for people to come to buy, but he didn't know how to train an agent. The odd job workers of other spiritual lands didn't have the habit of catching insects and keeping them. If he didn't give them some benefits, where would the insects come from? This woman in front of him had this kind of mind and this kind of intention, so he could cooperate with her. "Okay." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "May I know brother's name?" "Junior sister Yu Xueping." Yang Kai reported his name. Yu Xueping said, "So it's Brother Yang. Brother Yang shouldn't be from the water spiritual land, and this is the first time we've met, so we don't know each other well. What if I come next month and can't find brother?" Yang Kai said, "I will definitely come." Yu Xueping shook her head. "Words are no guarantee." Yang Kai looked at her with interest. "Then what do you propose?" Chapter 3855. "Brother, how about I give you 30 heaven-opening pills as a deposit?" Yu Xueping obviously already had a plan in mind and said, "Of course, I can also give something to brother as collateral, so that brother won't have to worry about me not coming here after receiving the spirit pills." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Sure, what does junior sister want as collateral?" Yu Xueping stretched out her hand and grasped the air, causing a long sword to appear in her palm. She handed it to Yang Kai and said, "I'll use this as collateral." Yang Kai reached out and handed it over, flicking his finger on the blade. A clear and melodious sword cry rang out as the blade buzzed incessantly. Nodding, he said, "Good sword, I'll take it." He then put it into his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this sword, but he could imagine that it was about the same as 30 heaven-opening pills. As a result, when the market opened next month, he and Yu Xueping would definitely come here to meet, guaranteeing their transaction. Taking out 30 heaven-opening pills and handing them to her, Yu Xueping's beautiful eyes lit up. "Many thanks, brother. Then we'll meet again next month." Turning to her companion, she called out, "Little Mo, let's go." The two hurriedly left the market and went straight to the water spirit land. The two of them didn't hide their conversation from the others, so the stall owners on the left and right all saw it. None of them were fools, so after Yu Xueping left, the elderly man on the left said, "Little brother, that girl just now should be from the water spirit land. This old master is from the earth spirit land. There are also insects in the earth spirit land's orchard. I wonder if we can cooperate?" "I'm from the metal spirit land." The stall owner on the right also came over, a flattering look on his face. "I also know a friend from the wood spirit land. Would you like to call him over?" An hour later, Yang Kai packed up his stall and left. Although he hadn't received many insects on this trip, only 11 of them had been sold to him by Yu Xueping. A path had been opened. All that was left was to wait for the next month to meet. Yang Kai could already see a large number of heaven-opening pills rolling towards him. Returning to the village where the handyman's house was located, Yang Kai saw a long line in front of Dai Yu's house from afar. Knowing that his plan was going well, Yang Kai smiled happily. A figure sneakily approached. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Old Fong with a flattering smile. He rubbed his hands and said, "Brother, you're back?" "Yes," Yang Kai answered casually. "What's the matter?" "It's fine." Old Fong smiled and said, "Brother, if you're free, why don't you come over to my place for a chat? I've been collecting fine wine for many years, and I can finally open it today. It's tasteless to drink alone, so I wonder if you'll do me the honor?" Yang Kai crossed his arms and looked at him with a half-smile. "Drink? I'm not interested. Besides, I remember someone saying that we should just pretend that we've never met before." Old Fong reached out and slapped himself. He said bitterly, "I was confused at that time. Brother, don't take it to heart. It's not easy for us to get to know each other in this vast world. Just give me some face and take it as my apology. Yang Kai was still hesitating, but Old Fong had already grabbed Yang Kai's arm and pulled him towards his house. He said, "Brother, you're a master. Don't take it to heart." Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Just drink. Don't pull me like that. That's improper." Okay. I won't pull you like that." Old Fong kept nodding and bowed. Yang Kai followed Old Fong into his house and closed the door. Old Fong mysteriously took out a wine jar and placed 2 plates of spirit fruits on the table. He then sat down across from Yang Kai. He opened the seal and the room was immediately filled with the rich aroma of wine. Old Fong politely filled Yang Kai's cup and then filled his own. He raised his cup and said, "It's my honor to meet Brother Yang in this fire spirit land. Let this old brother toast you first." He raised his head and downed the contents of his cup. Yang Kai glanced at him and also downed his own cup. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. The wine was good. It was mellow and rich. A burning sensation rose from his stomach, making him feel warm and light. Old Fong continued to fill Yang Kai's cup and said with a smile, "This old man has kept this jar of wine for 800 years. Back then, I collected the most precious materials from my world and spent a lot of money and manpower. There were only 3 jars in total. One was drunk when this old man set out to come to this world. The other was given to Steward Chow. This is the last jar in this world." "The wine is good," Yang Kai praised. "It's good. Drink more." Old Fong's face was glowing. "And these spirit fruits? This old man brought them over from his world. I've always kept them and couldn't bear to eat them. Although the world outside of this world is wonderful, you definitely can't find these things." Yang Kai nodded and picked up a bunch of grape-like berries to eat. As he ate and drank, Old Fong talked endlessly. He reminisced about his past glory and lamented his current miserable situation. For a moment, grief welled up in his heart. He was speechless and tears streamed down his face. Yang Kai couldn't stand him and said, "If you want to say something, just say it. Don't talk nonsense. It's annoying." Old Fong wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Old brother actually doesn't have much to say. I just want to see if little brother can help old brother out." "How can I help you out?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "You know, I've only been here for 2 months. You've been here for hundreds of years. If we're talking about help, I'm the one who needs your help." Old Fong waved his hand. "Ambition doesn't depend on age. I've been here for hundreds of years and haven't made a name for myself. But little brother, you've done something earth-shattering the moment you arrived. I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Kai casually threw a spirit fruit into his mouth and ate happily. Old Fong's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth and didn't beat around the bush. He could see that if he continued to argue like this, he would always be the passive one. He went straight to the point. "Miss Dai Yu is outside collecting blue flame silkworms. 2 blue flame silkworms can be exchanged for 1 heaven-opening pill. Is that so?" Yang Kai blinked. "Then hurry up and sell them. This is a good thing." Old Fong lowered his voice. "I saw her go into your room before and only came out after a long time. This young master is wise and powerful. It's not strange for a woman to like me." Old Fong gritted his teeth. "You said that the great general gave you a lot of heaven-opening pills. I'm quite lucky. The great general likes me." Old Fong was about to cry. "Little brother, when you first entered the orchard, it was I who taught you how to take care of the fruit trees. I even let you practice in my own orchard. You didn't have the pure wood box and 100 refined incense, so I lent them to you for free. Didn't the great general give you a heaven-opening pill when he rewarded you?" Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Old Fong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a long time he sighed. Forget it. This old master is unlucky. I don't have much hope in this life." In an instant he seemed to have aged a lot. Yang Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "No matter what, I still have to thank you for your 1 month of teaching. You're a stingy person, but overall, you're not bad." Old Fong looked at him in shock. "Go and help Xiao Dai later. I think she's a bit busy." Old Fong smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's hand. He looked like he wanted to repay him with his body. "Little brother, This old brother will never forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just call me. This old brother won't ask for too much. When little brother makes a fortune, just give me some benefits. I'll go first. You can drink slowly." After saying this, he ran out of the door with an unimaginable agility. Yang Kai wiped his hands on his clothes and continued to sit down. He didn't go back until he finished the jar of wine and spirit fruit. At night, Yang Kai's house was filled with golden light. The great general raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking forward with arrogance. Yang Kai stood in front of him and fed him the blue flame silkworms. Old Fong and Daiyu stood to the side, holding their breaths and nervously watching. Every time he fed a dozen insects, Yang Kai would reach out his hand to the great general. Then the great general would spit out a golden light from his mouth. Yang Kai didn't know how many times he repeated this process, but after the insects in his hand were all fed, the great general burped and slowly walked out of the room. Yang Kai discovered that this stupid chicken's appetite wasn't as small as he thought. It was just an illusion that it was full after eating a dozen insects in the orchard. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many insects there were, it could eat them all. After closing the door and opening the restriction, Old Fong swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask, How many? He had never seen so many heaven-opening pills in his life. Today was an eye-opener. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the great general was so generous. He had tried to feed the great general some insects, but the great general only ate a few insects and didn't reward him with a single heaven-opening pill. Daiyu's situation was better. She ate 5 insects and received 1 heaven-opening pill, which was normal. Only Yang Kai, the ratio of the insects he fed to the heaven-opening pills was 1:1. Under the burning gazes of the two, Yang Kai checked the space ring on his hand with his divine sense before looking up at them and chuckling. 1,400. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder how many heaven-opening pills that stupid chicken had on it. If it could just casually give him 1,400, wouldn't it have even more on it? However, those things were given to it by the Venerable One, so unless it wanted to, anyone who dared to steal them would definitely not have a good ending. Hearing this number, even though Daiyu was mentally prepared, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes flashing brightly. Old Fong was even more excited as he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, you've struck gold, you've struck gold." He and Daiyu had stayed in this servant room for quite some time, and had seen many servants come and go, but none of them had ever been like Yang Kai, obtaining so many heaven-opening pills in just 2 months. Even if he had saved up for several hundred years, he still wouldn't have this many. This was simply a miracle, but speaking of which, this was all thanks to the great general's strange attitude towards Yang Kai. No other servant had ever been treated so generously by the great general. Chapter 3856. The table was full of Kai Tian pills, dazzling the 3 people in the room. After the business was done, all that was left was to divide the spoils. This was an exciting moment. Yang Kai looked at the 2 people on his left and right. With a wave of his hand, he divided the pills on the table into 2 and pushed half of them to Daiyu. "Little Dai, this is your capital." Daiyu smiled and accepted it. The pills used to buy the blue flame silkworms today were all paid by Daiyu. Without her, this plan wouldn't have worked. Yang Kai didn't have any Kai Tian pills, so there was nothing to say about getting the capital back. Yang Kai divided the remaining half into 2 again and pushed half of them to Daiyu. "This is yours." Daiyu looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai said, "We agreed that we'd split it 2 ways. He took out another 50 pills from his half and pushed it to Old Fong. "Old Fong, this is yours. Don't think it's too little. Little Dai paid for it, and she was the one who came up with this idea, so you should get more." Old Fong was so excited that his face flushed. "It's not little. I just follow Miss Daiyu and run errands. This is more than enough." It was indeed a lot. The salary of a handyman was 3 pills a year. Occasionally, they could get some rewards from the general. If they made a contribution in the orchard, they might be rewarded with other pills. But in general, a handyman could only earn 10 to 20 pills a year at most and 5 or 6 at least. It was difficult to earn more than that. But today he just followed Daiyu and received 50 Kaitian pills. This was equivalent to several years of hard work. How could Old Fong not be satisfied? How could he not be satisfied? This source of income was all thanks to Yang Kai. Old Fong really didn't think it was too little. In his excitement, he wanted to put away the pills, but seeing that Daiyu didn't take any action, he felt that if he acted too eagerly, he would appear too greedy. So he suppressed his eagerness and waited. Daiyu smiled and divided the half in front of her into two again, pushing the extra one back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Old Fong both looked at her in shock. Daiyu said, "Little brother is benevolent and righteous. How can I, as your elder sister, take advantage of you? This time, I'm paying the price, so I'll take a little more. You can keep the rest. You're new here and need the heaven-opening pill." Yang Kai looked at the portion in front of her. He estimated that there were only about 100 pills. He laughed and said, "We agreed to split it evenly. You can't expect me to go back on my word, right?" Daiyu pursed her lips and said, "I know you're a man of your word, and I didn't misjudge you. But I'll get the same benefits as how much effort I put in. If you insist on giving it to me, I won't feel comfortable taking it. Moreover, since the path has already been opened, and it's not like this is the only time. In the future, when I follow you, do you think I won't be able to earn enough opening heaven pills? I believe that as long as I follow you in the future, I'll be able to earn even more heaven-opening pills. This is what I call a steady stream." Yang Kai saw how serious and honest she was and guessed that even if he tried to force her, she wouldn't accept, so he nodded and said, "All right, then we'll all work together to make a fortune in the future." Old Fong stood to the side, his stomach knotted. He had put in the least effort, and although he had taken the least, compared to his efforts, these 50 heaven-opening pills in front of him were already a generous reward. After struggling for a while, he reluctantly took out 5 heaven-opening pills and pushed them back. "I'll also take less? If little brother has any more good things like this in the future, don't forget about me." Kai Yang glanced at him and couldn't help laughing. "Forget it, just put it away." Old Fong immediately put the 50 heaven-opening pills into his space ring with a look of satisfaction. Yang Kai and Daiyu also put away their heaven-opening pills. The 3 people in the room looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Who wouldn't be happy to make a fortune? "There's one more thing I need to tell you. The roads to the other spirit lands have been opened. When the market opens next month, we can go there and collect insects. At that time, the profits we'll get won't just be 1, but 7. You've already talked to someone?" Daiyu asked curiously. Yang Kai told her about his encounter with Yu Shiweping today, and what happened afterward, telling her that he had found an agent in each spirit land, and asked them to help him purchase insects from each spirit land at a ratio of 1 to 4. Daiyu listened and sighed. That Yu Shiweping is quite smart, actually seeing the key to the matter at once. Yang Kai played with a heaven-opening pill in his hand and said with a smile, "In any case, this is also good for us, and without their help, we can't go to the other spirit lands to buy insects." "That's not bad. And I have a proposal." "Speak." Yang Kai looked at her. "Later on, Elder Fong and I will take care of this matter. We will provide the funds and manpower. You don't have to worry about anything. You just have to be responsible for feeding the great general and getting rewards. When we get the profits, Elder Fong and I will split 10%. Old Fong said with a smile. "Mine is enough." Daiyu looked at him with a smile. "Old Fong, do you know how much 10% is? Are you sure you won't regret it if you give it away so generously?" "How much?" Old Fong asked. Daiyu smiled. "According to the profits of our fire spirit land this time, it's about 700 heaven-opening pills, so 10% is 70. Moreover, this is the number of insects purchased at a ratio of 1 to 2. The other 6 spirit lands have a higher ratio, so the profits will be even more. 10% is about 600 to 700 heaven-opening pills." With a gudong sound, Old Fong gulped and stared at Yang Kai anxiously. "Little brother, I'm afraid I drank too much just now and spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Yang Kai laughed. "The 2 of you helped me so much. How could I let you be wronged? 10%. Old Fong was grateful and couldn't help but calculate in his heart. If he and Daiyu each took 10%, then it would be 600 to 700 heaven-opening pills. Wouldn't the remaining 80% be 5,000 to 6,000? He couldn't help but be shocked. This number was simply too terrifying. He had been here for several hundred years, and had never collected so many heaven-opening pills. Young Kai had made such a huge profit in just 1 month. His expression became serious. Brother, this matter cannot be known by others, otherwise there will be no peaceful days. Brother also swears that if I, Feng Biki, reveal even half a word about this matter, I will be struck by lightning and my soul will not be at peace. Daiyu slowly shook her head. The fire spirit lands matter cannot be hidden for long, but the acquisition of insects from the other spirit lands must be kept a secret. When we go back and see the agents, I will talk to them. It won't be difficult for them to keep their mouths shut. After all, they also benefited from this, so who would want to make things difficult for themselves? Young Kai nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you. There's one more thing. Daiyu looked at Young Kai. You have to maintain a good relationship with Steward Chow. If the fire spirit lands matter is leaked, he will definitely be jealous. If you don't maintain a good relationship with him, you will be hindered in the future. Kai Yang suddenly felt a bit sick of it, but after thinking about what she said, he nodded his head and said, I'll find an opportunity to clear things up. If he could take this opportunity to get him out of the orchard, that would be the best. But then again, when the road to wealth opened up in the future, the fire spirit land's income was only a small part. Even if it was exposed, it wouldn't matter much. At most, he would just have to give some benefits to Zhouzheng. This wasn't a big deal. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Now that everything was settled, all that was left was to wait for the market to open next month to see the results. However, the acquisition of the blue flame silkworms in the fire spirit land could be carried out ahead of schedule. Moreover, this matter would be handled by Daiyu and Old Fong, so Young Kai didn't need to worry about it. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Young Kai casually tossed the spirit pill in his hand into his mouth. He had never eaten a heaven-opening pill before, so he was reluctant to do so before, but now, he naturally wanted to taste it. There was nothing special about it. Zhang Ruoshi had said that the heaven-opening pill had 2 functions. The first was to raise the grade of a heaven-opening realm master, but there was a limit to it. At most, it could only raise the grade of a heaven-opening realm master by 1 or 2 grades, and the higher the grade, the more difficult it was to raise. The second function was to help a cultivator purify and condense their yin and yang 5 elements energy. Therefore, heaven-opening pills were hard currency in the entire universe. Basically, every cultivator's strength and growth were inseparable from this spirit pill. However, the medicinal efficacy of this spirit pill was limited. Only the heaven-opening pill born from the heaven and earth universe furnace could help a cultivator reach the peak. Young Kai hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm yet, and the wood attribute energy he condensed was the essence of the immortal tree, so this heaven-opening pill had no effect on him other than a warm feeling. Knowing that it would be a waste to eat more, he simply ignored it. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, the golden rooster crowed and the figures of the people in the chores room turned into streaks of light as they flew towards the orchard. In front of everyone's eyes, Great General Si Chen's body shone with a golden light as he transformed into the size of an ordinary rooster. With a flap of his wings, he landed on Kai Yang's head. That wasn't all. His plump buttocks wiggled in Kai Yang's hair as he assumed the most comfortable position. Young Kai's face twitched as he felt humiliated, but considering the huge benefits this guy had brought him, he endured. Arriving at the orchard, Young Kai took care of the fruit trees as usual, fertilizing and watering, catching insects, extracting earth vein fire attribute energy, and using wood attribute energy to nourish the fruit trees. There was no need for him to go around robbing people like he did last month. That would offend too many people. And in the end, it was proven that he didn't have as many methods as Xiao Dai. When he had free time, he would drink and play chess with Old Fong. His days were quite carefree, and from time to time, someone would come to Old Fong to sell him blue flame silkworms. According to Old Fong, he and Daiyu had already spread the word that as long as the chores in the fire spirit land caught enough insects, they could exchange them for a heaven-opening pill. As such, people would come to Old Fong's orchard every few days. Young Kai didn't know where Daiyu's orchard was, but it seemed that her situation was similar. When he returned to rest, he could feed the blue flame silkworm she received to the great general. Chapter 3857. The taste of sitting on the ground and making money was simply too intoxicating. Yang Kai had recently treated the great general as a god of wealth, while Old Feng treated Yang Kai as a god of wealth, grinning from ear to ear every day, even generously sharing the food and wine in his space ring with Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. On a day of rest, the group of three went straight to the market. When they arrived at the previous stall, they saw two women already waiting for them. It was none other than Yu Xueping and the young girl named Xiao Mo. Seeing Yang Kai come as promised, Yu Xueping's beautiful eyes lit up. Yang Kai waved his hand to her, but did not come forward himself, instead turning around and leaving Old Feng and Dai Yu behind. Yu Xueping and Xiao Mo exchanged a glance before quickly following behind him. Walking until they reached a remote area, Yang Kai stopped and smiled at the two of them. "Brother," Yu Xueping called out. Yang Kai nodded, sweeping the area with his divine sense to determine that no one was paying attention to them before lowering his voice and asking, "How was junior sister's harvest?" "Brother will know when you see it for yourself." Saying this, Yu Xueping handed over 3 boxes made of pure wood. Yang Kai received them, swept them with his divine sense, and obtained the exact number, a total of 1138 blue water silkworms, worth 285 heaven-opening pills. Including the previous deposit of 30 heaven-opening pills, this is a total of 255 spirit pills. Junior sister can count them herself. "There's no need to count, I trust brother." Yu Xueping suppressed the excitement in her heart as she accepted the spirit pills handed over by Yang Kai, exchanging a glance with Xiao Mo, both of their faces filled with excitement. To be honest, it wasn't until this moment that she could finally put down the stone in her heart. Although Yang Kai had paid a deposit before, she also had some collateral with Yang Kai. In order to purchase these blue water silkworms, she had paid a lot of spirit pills. If Yang Kai hadn't come today, she would have suffered a great loss. Now that she had obtained the spirit pills, she naturally had nothing to worry about. Adding on the previous deposit, she had made a solid profit. Yang Kai returned the sword to Yu Xueping, who asked, "Brother, do you still want to buy these blue water silkworms?" Of course. Come here every month. I'll take as many as you can get." "Alright, then I'll collect more from the water spiritual land for you." Xiao Mo asked curiously, "Brother, why do you want to buy these blue water silkworms?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xueping elbowed her and said apologetically, "Little Mo is not sensible. Please don't blame her, senior martial brother." She also knew that Yang Kai would definitely not accept these seemingly useless insects for no reason. Just because she was useless didn't mean others were useless. Yang Kai had brought her to this remote place to trade, acting as if they were spies. Obviously he didn't want this matter to be known to everyone, so Xiao Mo's question was somewhat abrupt. "It's fine." Yang Kai chuckled. Yu Xueping was obviously in a good mood after completing the first transaction. She chatted with Yang Kai for a while, and agreed on a time for the next transaction. Suddenly, she heard someone coming. She turned her head, and saw that it was one of Yang Kai's companions. She immediately said, "Brother, it's a deal. I'll come to you next month." "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as Yu Xueping and little Mo left, the old man led the old man from the earth spirit land over. The old man saw Yu Xueping's departing figure with his own eyes and knew that the deal they had agreed on last month had been completed. Filled with anticipation, he politely greeted Yang Kai. The price had already been agreed upon, and there was nothing to be said between the two of them. However, the number of insects brought by the old man from the earth spiritual land was not that many. There were only about 300 of them. It was likely that Yu Xueping had some doubts in her heart, fearing that Yang Kai was deceiving her, so she didn't dare to accept too much. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a single spirit land to only accept so much in a month. In this regard, he wasn't as bold as Yu Xueping. After the transaction with the earth spiritual land was over, Dai Yu led her people over. After a full hour, Yang Kai had received 6 groups of people, but in addition to Yu Xueping, the people from the other 5 spirit lands only brought 600 insects at most. Most of them were like the old man from the Earth Spirit Land, about 300 to 400 insects. But they couldn't be blamed. They weren't familiar with each other, and this was the first time they had cooperated. It was right to be careful. After all, not everyone was as daring as Wuxia. Adding the insects from the 6 spiritual lands together, it was a very large number. After collecting all the insects, there was no reason to stay in the market. The 3 of them immediately returned home and called for Great General Sichin. They hid in the room and split the spoils. After counting, they found that they had earned a total of 3,000 heaven-opening pills this month. According to the previous agreement, Old Fong and Dayu each took 10%. The remaining 2,000 or so were all given to Yang Kai. Old Fong was shocked. 2,000 a month meant at least 30,000 a year. It was enough to buy 2 sets of grade 3 materials. As long as they had enough materials, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach heaven opening in the future. After reaching heaven opening, they would be able to get rid of their servant status and truly become part of the Qiqiao land. In a good mood, Old Fong dragged Yang Kai and Dayu to the market for a drink. With nothing to do and Old Fong's warm invitation, Yang Kai couldn't refuse. However, Dayu said she had other things to do and wouldn't go. In the end, Yang Kai followed him to the market. There was a restaurant in the market. It was also opened by the Qiqiao land, but the workers there were all servants. It was only open for 3 days a month. The food and drinks in the restaurant weren't cheap, so normal servants couldn't afford to patronize it. However, it was only one restaurant after all. The market gathered the servants of the 7 spiritual lands. It was bustling with people every day, so the restaurant's business wasn't bad. It wasn't as bleak as one would expect. Following Old Fong into the restaurant, a servant dressed as a servant immediately came up to greet them warmly. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were 7 or 8 tables in the lobby. There were 4 or 5 tables filled with people. They each ordered a few jugs of wine and a few dishes. They were eating in full swing. Old Fong had probably been here before. He waved his hand generously. "Do you have a private room? Give me one." There weren't many people who could eat and drink in this restaurant, so the private rooms on the 2nd floor were definitely not full. Hearing this, the servant nodded and smiled. Yes, yes. Brothers, please come upstairs." They followed the servant to the 2nd floor and entered a private room. The 2 of them sat down. Old Fong called out a list of dishes and waved his hand. "Give me 10 jugs of good wine." Yang Kai turned to look at him and smiled. "Can you finish all of them? Take them away if you can't." Old Fong ordered the servant. "Pack 10 more jugs and take them away. That's all for now. I'll call you if it's not enough." The servant hurriedly responded and left to do his job. Yang Kai looked around and smiled. "You come here often?" Old Fong laughed dryly. "How could I? Normally, I would only come here to buy a few jars of wine to drink at home. I've been in Qiqiao for hundreds of years, but the number of times I've come here is less than 10. It's all thanks to you today, otherwise I wouldn't be willing to come here." After a pause he said, "The things here are a little expensive, but the taste is still not bad. There are many things that we can't see where we come from. Little brother, eat more later." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Since you're treating, I won't stand on ceremony," Old Fong said with a smile. Of course, of course." After a short while, all the dishes were served. Old Fong took the initiative to pour wine, and enthusiastically served Yang Kai, the god of wealth. He ate and drank while chatting. After all, Old Fong had been here for a few hundred years, so he knew more about the 7 Corners land than Yang Kai. Although he didn't know much about the situation outside of the 7 Corners land, he knew more about the Fire Spirit land than anyone else. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai listened with great interest. According to him, Zhouzheng's steward Chao used to be a servant in the Fire Spirit land, but his luck was better. He was recognized by the higher-ups, and he made a few contributions to the orchard. After accumulating enough heaven-opening pills and buying all the ingredients, he was promoted to the heaven-opening realm. Only then was he promoted to manager of the Fire Spirit land. Yang Kai was shocked. He raised his wine cup and said, "Steward Chao is in the heaven-opening realm?" He hadn't been able to tell. He thought that Steward Chao was the same as him, walking on the path of cultivation. At most, he had condensed a few more types of energy than him. What kind of heaven-opening realm is that? Old Fong sneered. Who knew if it was because he was in a better mood, but he was drunk. It's just a first-grade heaven-opening realm. If this old man wanted to, he would have broken through long ago. Yang Kai silently calculated. First-grade materials were worth 150 heaven-opening pills. To condense 7 types of energy, he would need at least 1,000 spirit pills. Old Fong had been here for several hundred years, so he should have accumulated enough. He wasn't bragging. Drinking the wine in his cup, Old Fong sneered. First-grade heaven-opening realm is the most hopeless heaven-opening realm. By doing this, he's cutting off his own path. No matter how many heaven-opening pills he takes in the future, he'll only be able to reach 3rd grade at most. This old man's ambition isn't that low. I want to directly reach 3rd grade heaven-opening realm. This idea was the same as Dai Yu's. Dai Yu's goal was also 3rd grade heaven-opening realm. As a result, she had hopes of reaching 4th grade, or even 5th grade heaven-opening realm. 4th grade or 5th grade heaven-opening realm was the middle heaven-opening realm. It was on a completely different level from the lower heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai nodded. Although that's true, 1st grade heaven-opening realm is still heaven-opening realm. In truth, he was a bit curious as to what kind of strength a 1st grade heaven-opening realm cultivator could display. Unfortunately, he hadn't fought with Zhou yet, so there was no way for him to test it out. Old Fong said, "Brother, you don't know. Although that fellow is also a heaven-opening realm cultivator, he's only able to show off in front of us workers. As for those true disciples of the 7 openings lands who condense 3rd grade materials, which one of them would look up to him?" Yang Kai suddenly thought of that consul disciple Du Ruffing he had seen when he first came to the 7 openings lands. That fellow was definitely a half-step heaven-opening realm cultivator, but his status was definitely not something that Zhou could compare to. Even that woman surnamed Yao who had brought them to the fire spirit land hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but Zhou had to bow and scrape in front of her. From this, it could be seen that outside the cosmos world, reaching the heaven-opening realm wasn't enough to give one a lofty position. Without a bright future, it was better not to advance. Chapter 3858. That being said, everyone had their own difficulties. High-grade materials were not so easy to find. There would always be people who were forced to split open the heavens. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard a loud noise and the door was kicked open. Just as Lao Fong was feeling complacent, he slammed the table and stood up shouting, "Who is it?" He turned his head and did not recognize the person, but he looked familiar. Yang Kai recognized the person immediately and said in surprise, "Brother Shi?" The person was one of the newcomers who came with him, the monster man, Shi Haotsong. Yang Kai did not know why he was here, and he even kicked open the door without any hesitation. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Lao Fong came back to his senses and remembered that he had vaguely seen him in the servant room in the fire spirit land. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Do you know him?" Yang Kai nodded, thinking that not only did they know each other, but they had also formed an alliance to help each other. Since it was someone Yang Kai knew, Lao Fong could not be rude and said, "Since you are friends, why don't you sit down and have a drink with me?" Shi Haotsong looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. He fixed his eyes on Lao Fong again and slowly shook his head. "I don't dare." He gestured to the side and said, "Steward Chow invites the two of you." "Steward Chow?" Lao Fong shivered and sobered up. Which Steward Chow?" Shi Haotsong sneered. "How many Steward Chow do you know?" "Where is the Steward Chow?" Lao Fong swallowed his saliva. Shi Haotsong did not speak and only looked at him quietly. Cold sweat slowly appeared on Lao Fong's forehead, and he suddenly felt that a great disaster was coming. At this time, he also realized that it must be because he was too excited and drank too much with Yang Kai, so he spoke without thinking. Even the walls had ears. Maybe the Steward Chow was sitting next to them. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said, "Let's go." If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Since the other party had invited the two of them, he was definitely included. Shi Haotsong led the way in front, while Yang Kai and Old Fong followed closely behind. Old Fong's legs and stomach were shaking. Previously, when he was chatting with Yang Kai, he had disparaged Zhou Zheng, a rank 1 Kai Tian, as useless. However, Kai Tian was Kai Tian. Moreover, Zhou Zheng had the title of manager of the orchard. No matter what, he was powerless to contend with him. If he really made things difficult for him, he could only accept it. He really wanted to slap himself. After drinking a little wine, he didn't have a lock on his mouth and dared to say anything. Steward Chow was right next door, and he was not alone. When he followed Shi Haotsong into the cubicle next door, Yang Kai looked up and saw a table full of exquisite dishes. There were 5 people sitting at the table. Steward Chow was at the head of the table. On his left was Fong Tai from the Black River realm. On his right was the woman Sun Yeni. Thousand Feather Boy and Ah Sun were also there. The newcomers who had recently come to the Fire Spirit Land were all here. Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. The situation was very obvious. Fong Tai and the others were hosting a banquet for the Steward Chow. What surprised him was that he didn't know anything about this. Moreover, no one came to inform him. Although he ran to the marketplace as soon as he came back from the orchard, after they formed an alliance last time, they had left their contact information. If they wanted to find him, it would be very easy and they could send a message to him. Since he didn't receive any news, it meant that they didn't intend to inform him. As his thoughts wandered, Yang Kai understood the whole story. He smiled and didn't care too much. He went up with Old Fong and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Steward Chow. Zhou Zheng's face was as cold as ice. He sat at the head of the table and didn't even look at the two. He just picked up a cup of wine and took a sip. Since he didn't speak, Yang Kai and Old Fong couldn't say anything either. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. The newcomers didn't look sideways. Only Ah Sun kept winking at Yang Kai. He didn't know what she was trying to say. After a long while, Fong Tai smiled faintly. He picked up the wine jug and filled Zhou Zheng's cup, saying, Steward Zhou, calm your anger, calm your anger. Some ignorant people are spouting nonsense, why should you care? Steward Chow sneered. He picked up the cup in front of him, and suddenly splashed the wine in front of him onto Old Fong's face. The wine was condensed with the power of the heaven opening stage. Although it was just wine, how could it be different from a blow to the head? Old Fong's head was immediately thrown back. He staggered back several steps before he could steady himself. After he stood firm, his nose and mouth were full of blood. Zhou Zheng got up and walked to Old Fong's side. He looked at him and said in an icy voice, How is this steward's heaven opening stage? Is it still worthy of your discerning eyes? Old Fong didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face. He lowered his head like a quail in winter. He shivered and stammered for a long time, but all he could do was apologize. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted and swept his sleeve across Old Fong's face. He then turned and walked out of the door. Fong Tai was very anxious. He shouted a few times and also chased after him, leaving the people in the room looking at each other. Are you okay? Kai Yang looked at Old Fong with concern. Speaking of this matter, he also had a bit of responsibility. If he hadn't been drinking with Old Fong, then he wouldn't have brought this disaster upon himself. But who would have thought that the person Old Fong was talking about would coincidentally be sitting right next to him? Moreover, he had overheard their conversation. The soundproofing of this room isn't very good. Yang Kai thought to himself. However, he and Old Fong were careless. They drank too much and didn't notice that there was someone next door. Old Fong had obviously also sobered up. Hearing this, he bitterly looked towards Kai Yang. Little brother, save me. Yang Kai was speechless. Don't panic. It's not a big deal. He looked away. Although it wasn't very ethical, looking at Old Fong's bruised face and swollen nose was really funny. You two, what should I say to you? Sun Yin looked at them with a frown. Don't you know that the walls have ears? Even if it wasn't us sitting here today, even if someone else was sitting here and heard what you said and complained to Steward Chow, can you bear the consequences? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's useless to say this now. He turned to look at them. Why are you here? Before Sun Yin could say anything, Fong Tai walked in from the door. He said with a dark face, Of course we're here to treat Steward Chow. Do you even need to ask? Ah Sun said, Yang Kai, you don't know. Brother Fong has made a contribution again. Today he is here to thank Steward Chow. Another contribution? Yang Kai turned to look at Fong Tai. He thought to himself, isn't this guy's luck a bit too good? He just made a contribution last month and received 30 heaven-opening pills as a reward. Now he's making another contribution this month? Does he think it's normal to make a contribution? And since he dared to come here to treat Steward Chow, he must have received a lot of rewards. He even wondered what the contribution was. Did he really make a contribution? Or was it the result of his good relationship with Zhou Zheng? Anyway, he didn't see any traces of any contribution. He didn't know what he had to do to make a contribution. Fong Tai ignored him. He was obviously upset. It was no wonder. He had purposely treated Zhou Zheng today. Looking at the dishes on the table, it seemed like they had just been served. No one had started eating yet. In other words, they had just sat down. Before the banquet even started, the host had already left in anger. It would be strange if he, the host, was happy. They sat down again. Fong Tai's face was dark. He picked up the food and drank without saying a word. Old Fong grabbed Yang Kai's arm with a pleading expression, as if he was clutching at a life-saving straw. Yang Kai didn't have any way to save him. Comforting him didn't work, so he just pulled him to sit down with him. Although Zhou Zheng had only vented his anger on Old Fong, Yang Kai guessed that he had remembered him. This was really bad luck. He had been thinking that he could send some gifts to Zhou Zheng after he made some money. After all, he was working under him. Even if there were no benefits to making a good relationship with him, it wouldn't be bad. Now he had offended him before he could even carry out his plan. Including the previous incident, he had probably offended him to death. You two still have the mood to sit here. Fong Tai glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, then what should we do? Fong Tai had a look of disappointment on his face. Look at you. Of all the people you could hang out with, you chose to hang out with this old guy. Now that you've been implicated by him, I'll see how you'll survive in the fire spirit land. Yang Kai was stunned by this attitude of an elder lecturing a junior. Also, Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai coldly. What's the matter with General Sikhen? What? How did you offend him? Everyone is saying that you've offended General Sikhen. And now he's using your head as a chicken coop? Don't deny this. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be fake. Do you know what kind of background General Sikhen has? He's the pet of our Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector. To put it bluntly, you might be able to survive in the Fire Spirit Land after offending Steward Chow. But now that you've offended General Sikhen, do you think you'll have a good time? I won't be surprised if I see your corpse one day. Yang Kai was speechless. Many people had seen Stupid Chicken using his head as a chicken coop. It wasn't strange for such rumors to spread. However, he couldn't be bothered to argue. It was better to let people misunderstand. This way, the exposure of that incident would be delayed. But Yang Kai frowned and said unhappily, Brother Fong, aren't you meddling too much? Fong Tai snorted. Do you think I want to meddle with you? I just don't want you to implicate us. No matter what, we're all newcomers who came here with the Earth Protector. How you do things will affect us. Brother Fong, you're thinking too much. It's best if I'm thinking too much. But if you're still so stubborn, I don't think there's any need for us to form an alliance. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Chapter 38:59. Brother, I've implicated you. I'm sorry. Old Fong kept apologizing as they walked out of the market. Earlier in the restaurant, Yang Kai and Fong Tai didn't see eye to eye and parted on bad terms. Although Old Fong wasn't paying attention, he still noticed it. Yang Kai laughed. You're thinking too much. That guy clearly wants to distance himself from me. Even if today's incident didn't happen, he would have found another reason. But then again, he didn't have much of a relationship with Fong Tai. They just drank a pot of tea together in the market last month, and then verbally agreed to form an alliance. Yang Kai didn't really care about this kind of unreliable alliance. Fong Tai took the opportunity to make things difficult for him today, because he wanted to draw a clear line between them. He probably wasn't afraid of being implicated. They didn't have much of a relationship, so even if something happened to Yang Kai, he wouldn't be implicated. But since they had agreed to form an alliance, if he didn't do anything when something happened to Yang Kai, It wouldn't be justifiable. Now that they had parted ways, young Kai's life and death had nothing to do with him. Are you close? Why does he want to distance himself from you? Old Fong didn't understand. Young Kai shook his head. We're not that close. He didn't want to talk about the alliance. He turned his head and said, but you, how are you going to solve today's incident? If you don't handle it well, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Old Fong said with a bitter face, I don't know. Young Kai sighed. Prepare to spend a lot of money. That Zhou seems to be a greedy person. If you can be ruthless and give him more benefits, it should be fine. I hope so. It's not bad if I can spend money to avoid trouble. Brother, do you want to come with me? Today he saw you with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid he'll have a worse impression of you. That's true. Kai Yang rubbed his chin. How about this, when you go later, count me in as well. I won't be going. It's not good for too many people to go, so I'll have to trouble you to be the representative. Old Fong thought about it, and felt that Yang Kai's words made sense. After all, giving a gift was not something that could be seen in public. It was better for him to go alone than with two people, so he immediately nodded and agreed. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. After all, with his monthly income, Yang Kai wouldn't go back on his word. They didn't speak the entire way back to the handyman quarters. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to wander around after the celebration. He spent the rest of his rest time in his room. 2 days later, General Sichin entered the orchard and patrolled his territory as usual. 30 fruit trees didn't take much effort. However, Yang Kai soon stopped in front of a fruit tree and frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was something wrong with this fire spirit fruit tree. After carefully comparing it with the other fruit trees, he found that there was indeed something wrong. The leaves on this fruit tree and the color of the fire spirit fruit tree were redder than 3 days ago, as if they were about to be ripe. He didn't know what was going on, so he quickly went to ask Old Fong. When Old Fong saw him, he smiled and said, Brother, you're here? Yang Kai looked at his expression and smiled. Is it done? If it wasn't done, Old Fong wouldn't be so calm. As expected, Old Fong nodded. It's done. It's just that it cost a lot. How much? Yang Kai asked. Old Fong gestured and said with heartache, 100 heaven-opening pills. That's a few dozen years of my income. This time he had really lost a lot. That was in the past. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. How much do you get in a month now? What's there to feel heartache about? You said it yourself. We're spending money to avoid disasters. Yes. Old Fong nodded. Oh right, I also sent 30 pills to you. Steward Chow kindly accepted them and said that you're very sensible. I think you'll be able to get rid of that piece of land soon. All right, I'll give you more from the account later. Yang Kai frowned. Speaking of that piece of land, come with me to take a look. Old Fong saw his serious expression and hurriedly put down what he was doing and followed Yang Kai to the fruit tree. His expression changed and he exclaimed, Not good. What's wrong? Old Fong said. The 3 dead fruit trees also showed this change. The color of the leaves and fruits became darker. Once this happens, the fruit trees will die in less than a month. Yang Kai was stunned. Are you sure? Old Fong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. My orchard is nearby. Do you think I don't know what happened here? This is an imminent calamity, an imminent calamity. Then what should we do? Old Fong walked in circles, racking his brains. After a while he stopped and said, The only person who can help you now is Steward Chow. Fortunately, I sent some pills to him before, so he probably won't do anything. Go to the center of the orchard. There's a pavilion there. Steward Chow is usually there. Go find him and explain the situation. No need to look for him. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In the sky, a figure was flying quickly towards them. Who else could it be but Zhou? It looked like he was heading straight for them. Perhaps it was because of Old Fong's generous gift. Otherwise, he wouldn't come here unless he was patrolling the orchard. After a short while, Zhou landed in front of them. Yang Kai and Old Fong hurriedly bowed. Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. You two are quite close. You're always together wherever you go. He smiled. as if he wasn't the one who splashed wine on Old Fong's face a few days ago. Old Fong nodded and bowed. Brother Yang, you're new here and live next door to me. Of course, I have to take care of you. Zhou nodded. That's right. If everyone here was like you, I wouldn't have to run around so tiring. I really want to rest early. Old Fong hurriedly said. This orchard can't do without Steward Chow. The more capable one is, the more responsibility one has. I can only do my best to share the burden of the master. Zhou laughed and pointed at Old Fong. You're the only one who knows how to talk. Old Fong smiled. By the way, Steward Chow, I have something to report to you. Yes, what is it? It's like this. Young Kai has been in the chores room for more than 2 months now. I've personally taught him. I've seen that he learns quickly and does well. He's already capable of taking care of more fruit trees. We don't have many people in the chores room to begin with, so it's a bit of a waste to let him take care of only 30 fruit trees. Steward Chow, do you think you can transfer him to another place? Otherwise, this kid will come and bother me all day long. I'm really annoyed. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a meaningful look. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Steward Chow, I'm already mentally prepared to contribute more to the land of fire spirits. Zhou nodded. Well, it's rare for you to have such intentions. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. To tell you the truth, this is also the reason why I'm here today. Old Fong was overjoyed when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. They both knew that the gift they had given before was effective. Moreover, it was more than effective. It was simply immediate. Thank you, Steward Chow. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Zhou smiled, and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly fixed on the problematic fruit tree. He carefully looked at it for a while, and his expression changed. He said in a deep voice, I suddenly remembered that I still have something important to do. I'll come back later. He was about to leave. How could Old Fong let him leave? He grabbed his arm and begged, Steward Chow, please wait. Can you transfer Yang Kai to another place first? Zhou flicked his sleeves and said unhappily, I'm responsible for patrolling and managing the fire spirit orchard. This is a very important matter. Any carelessness can lead to endless disasters. Now that I have something important to do, why are you pulling me? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Old Fong smiled apologetically. There's no need to rush. Transferring Yang Kai away is just a matter of a word from you, Master Steward. Zhou looked at him coldly. It's easy to transfer him away, but after he leaves, who will take care of the 30 fruit trees in this orchard? I haven't found a replacement yet. Why don't you take care of them for a while? Old Fong was stunned. How could he dare to agree? He subconsciously loosened his grip, and Zhou immediately flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This is bad, this is bad. Old Fong slapped his thigh in annoyance. This is bad. Seeing Zhou Zheng's reaction, it was obvious that he also found out that there was a problem with the fruit trees. Before, he said that he was here to transfer Yang Kai away, but after seeing that there was a problem with the fruit trees, he immediately changed his mind. Obviously, he didn't want to take any responsibility and only wanted Yang Kai to take care of it. This was tantamount to pushing Yang Kai into a fire pit. Old Fong had just eaten a bite of meat with Yang Kai and was enjoying the beautiful future. If something happened to Yang Kai, then he couldn't count on anyone. So no matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to Yang Kai. But now that Zhou had left, he was like a headless fly without any ideas. Why aren't you worried at all? Old Fong suddenly saw Yang Kai's indifferent expression and couldn't help but be surprised. What's the use of worrying? Old Fong was stunned and knew that he was right. The most important thing now was the fruit trees, and worrying wouldn't solve the problem. However, when he remembered that he had given Zhou such a big gift the day before yesterday, but today he didn't help, he couldn't help but be angry. He spat in the direction Zhou had left and cursed. That guy is simply an ungrateful wretch. More than 100 heaven-opening pills were fed to the dogs. If he hadn't offended Zhou so badly a few days ago, how could he be willing to give so many heaven-opening pills? He thought that he could exchange for a future, but in the blink of an eye, he was forced into a dead end. Let's check first. Yang Kai didn't panic. I've checked several times before, but I didn't find anything. But now that there is a problem with the fruit trees, maybe we can find some clues. Old Fong nodded and said, Yes, let's check together. No matter what, we have to find the problem first, and then find the right medicine. Chapter 3860. The two of them immediately busied themselves around the fruit tree. Old Fong didn't even hesitate to use a secret technique. As his strength fluctuated, a white light floated out from his fingertip. Under his control, the light moved inch by inch to every corner of the fruit tree. After working for 1 to 2 hours, they still didn't find any problems. Old Fong was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He kept muttering, It can't be, why can't I find anything? Brother, could it be that something went wrong when you were taking care of this tree? Kai Yang stood to the side with his arms crossed, with Sichin Supreme General on top of his head. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, That's impossible. If there really was a problem with my daily care, it wouldn't be just this one fruit tree, but all 30 of my fruit trees. That's true. Old Fong also felt that his guess was nonsense. Although Yang Kai had only been here for a short time, he had already learned how to take care of fruit trees. Moreover, even if there was a problem with Yang Kai, could it be that there was also a problem with the previous 3 owners? Since there is no problem with the fruit trees, then the problem must be with this piece of land. Old Fong frowned. Thinking of this, he said, Don't be discouraged. Keep looking, we have to find something. After another round of work, the two of them almost flipped over the piece of land. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about damaging the fruit trees, they really would have done this. But no matter what, they couldn't find the problem. Old Fong was under a mountain of pressure. He kept muttering to himself, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who was in trouble, but him. Someone came to find Old Fong to sell him blue flame silkworms, but Old Fong wasn't in the mood to receive them. Something big was about to happen to Yang Kai. Without Yang Kai, no matter how many blue flame silkworms he collected, he wouldn't be able to turn them into heaven-opening pills. Old Fong, you go do what you need to do. Let me think by myself. Yang Kai also couldn't stand his chatter, and took this chance to send him away. Old Fong nodded, but before he left he comforted Yang Kai. Don't worry, we'll find a way when we get there. I'll call Sister Daiyu over. I don't believe we won't be able to find her. He led the person who came to his fruit garden. Once Old Fong left, his ears became much quieter. Yang Kai stared at the fruit tree that had a problem. He carefully recalled everything he had done over the past 2 months to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything. Turning his head and looking around to make sure there was no one around, Yang Kai stretched out his palm and placed it on the trunk of the fruit tree, quietly activating his wood attribute Dao Seal. Ever since Daiyu reminded him last time, he had been using his wood elemental energy to nourish the fruit trees. Of course, the 3 saplings were not included. He was mainly worried that they would grow too quickly and arouse suspicion. With the nourishment of his wood elemental energy, the rest of the fruit trees grew very well. Now that there was a problem with one of them, he wanted to see if his wood elemental energy could solve it. After all, it was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. Although it couldn't bring the dead back to life, it should have some effect, right? At least. That was what he planned to do. When Yang Kai poured his wood attribute force into the fruit tree in front of him, the fruit tree really did take a turn for the better. The leaves and spirit fruit's color seemed to fade a little, but at the same time, Yang Kai also made another discovery. From underground, a scorching hot force surged out uncontrollably and rushed into the fruit tree in front of him. The scorching hot force spread out and the fruit tree, which had just taken a turn for the better, was restored to its original state. Yang Kai raised his brow, looking surprised. He knew that the scorching hot force surging out from underground was fire attribute force. This entire fruit garden was located on a huge fire spirit land. While tending to the fruit tree, Yang Kai had also used the token in his hand to draw in the fire attribute force from underground to nourish the fire spirit fruit tree, but he had to control the intensity of the fire attribute force well. Normally, if he didn't use the token to activate the barrier, it was impossible for the fire attribute force to surge out on its own. But in fact, a scorching hot force had appeared just now, and it wasn't drawn by him. Yang Kai was shocked and vaguely felt that he seemed to have found the source, but he couldn't figure out why. He carefully tried a few more times and found that every time he poured his wood attribute force into the fruit tree, a burst of fire attribute force would surge out from underground. Moreover, this burst of fire attribute force was much hotter and denser than the one he usually drew out. Although the fire spirit fruit tree needed this kind of force, it was always better to go too far. If he absorbed too much of this force, it would obviously be a burden to the fruit tree. He hadn't found it before because every time Yang Kai urged his wood attribute force, he didn't touch the fruit tree. This time, in order to investigate the cause, he directly touched the fruit tree and felt it particularly clearly. What did you find? After Old Fong finished his business, he came over to investigate again. Seeing Yang Kai frowning and pondering, he quickly asked. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, I can't say. Right, have you condensed wood attribute force? Old Fong nodded. As long as the conditions are right, the odd job workers in the fire spirit lands will prioritize condensing wood attribute force. Because wood nurtured fire, it was extremely beneficial for taking care of the fruit tree. Try urging your wood attribute force to nourish this fruit tree. Yang Kai pointed to the front. Old Fong didn't ask any more questions, and immediately started to do it. But after a while he frowned and said, What's wrong? Is there anything special? You didn't feel anything? Yang Kai didn't understand. What did you feel? Old Fong stared at him. Seeing that he really didn't feel anything, Yang Kai asked him to try again. This time he placed his hand on the fruit tree, and found that after Old Fong urged his wood attribute force, nothing unusual happened. This was strange. Yang Kai asked him to stop and urged his own wood attribute force. Old Fong's eyebrows twitched. This power. This time he finally felt it. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his expression became extremely strange. He said in a trembling voice, Brother, try a few more times. Yang Kai didn't know why he was so excited, but it was obvious that he had discovered something and tried a few more times. After a long time, Old Fong waved his hand, indicating that Yang Kai could stop. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. Yang Kai was startled. What are you doing? Old Fong looked at him with burning eyes. Why didn't I think of it? I should have thought of it a long time ago. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a blessing, not a curse. Those two originally cloudy eyes were now shining with an astonishing light. Yang Kai frowned. What is a blessing, not a curse? Explain it clearly. Old Fong said with an envious expression. Brother, your luck really is heaven-defying. Yang Kai snorted. The one with heaven-defying luck is Fong Tai. In the 2 months he's been here, he's made 2 contributions. What's the big deal about his luck? Although this old master doesn't know what kind of contribution he made, compared to you, it's definitely a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Old Fong rubbed his hands excitedly. What are you trying to say? Yang Kai was confused. Old Fong said, The entire orchard is built on top of a huge fire spirit land. You should know that, right? The fire element energy contained in this fire spirit land is precisely the nutrients that the fruit trees need. If we use the 9 grades of heaven opening to divide, then the fire element energy here can be divided into 1 grade. In other words, we can use the energy here to condense our own fire element energy, and we don't need to spend money to buy it. However, the grade of this energy is too low, so few people would do so. Steward Chow accidentally absorbed the fire attribute energy here, and was forced to condense the 1st grade heaven splitting. However, there are exceptions to everything. In the fire elemental energy of the 1st grade, it is possible to produce materials of a higher grade. Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ruoxi had also told him about this before. It was said that the Golden Spirit Blessed Land, one of the 72 blessed lands, had a kind of sharp metal yuan demon. This sharp metal yuan demon was a 5th grade material, and as long as one paid the right price, anyone could enter it to condense metal attribute energy. Inside the sharp metal yuan demon, it was possible to give birth to 7th grade demon essence. By the same token, 1st grade fire attribute energy could naturally give birth to higher grade materials. However, Zhou had been forced to reach the first stage heaven splitter, because he had accidentally absorbed the fire elemental energy here. I remember that 300 years ago, in this orchard, a ball of scarlet sky true flame appeared in the territory managed by a guy. At that time, many people from the Qiqiao lands came and spent a lot of effort to take away the scarlet sky true flame. And that scarlet sky true flame is a third-grade material. Yang Kai was stunned. You mean, I also have scarlet sky true flame here? That's right. Old Fong said excitedly. When the disciples of the Seven Openings land collected scarlet sky true flame, many odd job workers ran over to watch the fun. This old man also went over. Although there was a barrier at the time and I couldn't see clearly, after the barrier was lifted, I felt a slightly different kind of fire attribute energy. It was exactly the same as what I felt just now. Really? Yang Kai squinted at him. Don't lie to me. Is there such a good thing? Why would I lie to you? Old Fong smiled. Little brother, you're so lucky. Just randomly assigned a piece of land, and you actually have scarlet sky true flame. Now you don't have to be afraid. Good luck, good luck. It's really enviable. Even if there really is scarlet sky true flame, it belongs to the Seven Openings land. It has nothing to do with me. Old Fong said. How can it have nothing to do with you? If you didn't find scarlet sky true flame, they wouldn't have found it. Moreover, a third-grade material is worth more than 15,000 heaven-splitting pills. Even in the Seven Openings land, it's a treasure sought after by the disciples of the Seven Openings land. When we get back to the Seven Openings land, we'll definitely reward little brother. However, with your current wealth, I'm afraid you won't be interested in that. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Since it's a third-grade material, what do you think if I give it to? Chapter 3861. Grade 3 materials were extremely valuable, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Absolutely not. Old Fong turned pale with fright. He realized that Yang Kai was truly ignorant and fearless, daring to say anything and having any ideas. He looked around to make sure there was no one around before lowering his voice and saying, Don't even think about it. Brother, you have a great way to make money now, so don't ruin your future for such a small profit. After all, this is something from the Qiqiao land. It's fine if it doesn't get exposed, but if it does. He reached out and touched his neck. What he said made sense. Now that they were in the Qiqiao land, even if they really did get the Scarlet Heaven True Flame, there was no place to sell it. Yang Kai also didn't care about grade 3 materials, so there was no way he could absorb it himself. After weighing the benefits and risks, Yang Kai also dispelled the idea and nodded. Then I'll report this matter? Go quickly, what are you waiting for? I believe that once Steward Chow knows about this, he will immediately come to investigate, Old Fong urged. After investigating the root cause, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Yang Kai readily accepted the advice and immediately went to the center of the orchard to find Zhou. If possible, he didn't want to let Zhou off so easily. This guy had just received more than 100 heaven-opening pills from him and Old Fong, and now he was leaving them in the lurch. What a snobbish guy. Unfortunately, as an odd job worker, he couldn't leave the orchard without permission, let alone report it to someone else. He could only go find Zhou. After Yang Kai left, Old Fong suddenly thought of a problem. Why didn't the previous owners notice anything when they came here, but Yang Kai discovered it so quickly? Also, why didn't the Scarlet Heaven True Flame react when he used his wood elemental energy, but it reacted when Yang Kai used his wood elemental energy? He couldn't figure it out. Not long after, two figures arrived and landed in front of Yang Kai. It was Zhou and Yang Kai. Old Fong stepped forward and bowed. Zhou asked suspiciously. Yang Kai reported that there were traces of the Qi Xiao True Flame's aura here. Is that true? It's true, it's true. This old man can't be wrong. That's definitely the aura of Qi Xiao Xinyan. If Master doesn't believe me, you can let Yang Kai test it. Zhou turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai walked up to the fruit tree without saying a word and reached out to cover it, activating the power of the wood element. In the next moment, Zhou raised his eyebrows and revealed a joyful expression. It really is the Red Cloud True Flame. He hadn't even approached the fruit tree, But he had already sensed it. It seemed that the heaven-opening realm really was the heaven-opening realm. Even if he was only at the first rank, he still had his own unique advantages. After muttering to himself for a moment, he revealed a look of understanding. So that's how it is. He raised his head and ordered, "You two stay here. I'll be right back." After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Old Fong watched him leave, then turned to Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Brother, congratulations." Yang Kai was disinterested. "What's there to congratulate? We don't have a share in this Qi Xiao Zhenyan." "You can't say that. Although we don't have a share in this third-rank material, since Steward Chow confirmed it, it can be considered as solving a big problem. Naturally, we should be happy." He lowered his voice and said, "Moreover, the third-rank material is at most 15,000 heaven-opening pills. With brother's current ability, are you afraid you won't be able to earn enough?" Yang Kai knew that what he said was reasonable, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. His situation could be considered good. After coming out of the star boundary, he had adjusted his mentality quite well. There were some people who jumped out of their own universe worlds and couldn't adjust their mentality for a while. They still used their previous attitude of supremacy to face the people here. Who knows how many times they would have died already? In less than half an hour, Zhou led a large group of disciples from the Seven Openings land. From this, it could be seen that this Qi Xiao Zhenyan was very important to the Seven Openings land. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so efficient. Yang Kai also recognized the leader. It was the Fire Spirit Land's managing disciple, Du Rufeng. Zhou, who was usually arrogant in front of the servants, was now nodding and bowing in front of him. Du Rufeng led the way in front, looking straight ahead. Behind him, many of the Seven Openings land's disciples also ignored Zhou. When they landed in the orchard, Zhou waved at Yang Kai and Old Fong. "You can leave. There's nothing for you to do here." When the two heard this, how could they stay? Although Yang Kai was curious about how they were going to collect the Qi Xiao Zhenyan, he couldn't do anything about it. He followed Old Fong back to his orchard and sat on the stone bench in front of the thatched cottage. Old Fong took out wine and filled their cups. As they drank and chatted, Yang Kai looked up at his orchard from time to time. Old Fong smiled and said, "Brother, don't look. They'll set up a barrier later. You won't be able to see anything. We don't need to worry about things over there. Come, drink with me." Yang Kai was absent-minded. However, he soon found that it was just as Old Fong said. His orchard was quickly covered with layers of barriers. Sure enough, he couldn't see anything. Now he didn't need to observe anything and simply drank with Old Fong. After drinking a few cups, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head. He saw a figure hurriedly flying over. It was Zhou. However, at this moment, Zhou was sweating profusely and his complexion wasn't good. It was unknown what had happened, but he called out from afar, "Yang Kai, come here." Yang Kai and Old Fong looked at each other, and both of them were puzzled. They got up and greeted him, cupping their fists and saying, "Steward Chow, what can I do for you?" Zhou lowered his voice and said, "How did you trigger the Qi Xiao Zhenyan?" This question was inexplicable. Yang Kai said, "Just trigger the power of the wood element." "Bullshit." Zhou gritted his teeth and cursed. "If it was so simple, why would this king need to come to you?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Master Steward, you can't trigger the Qi Xiao Zhenyan?" He suddenly remembered that when Old Fong triggered the power of the wood element, there was no reaction. However, when he tried, the Qi Xiao Zhenyan immediately reacted. Zhou said, "Not only this king, but also Brother Du and the others can't do anything. Could it be that the method is wrong? What kind of method is needed to trigger the power of the wood element?" Zhou said with a sullen face, "Come with me and perform well. If you can help Brother Du and the others get the Qi Xiao Zhenyan, you will be rewarded." He walked a few steps forward and stopped. He turned around and said, "If Brother Du and the others ask, just say that this king was the one who found the Qi Xiao Zhenyan. Do you understand? Is he trying to steal the credit from me?" Yang Kai was speechless. However, when he thought about what Old Fong said, Zhou would definitely fight for it. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't trigger the Qi Xiao Zhenyan, Yang Kai wouldn't have anything to do with it. He sneered. He sneered in his heart. Zhou was truly insatiable. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Zhou patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. If the Venerable One gives you a reward, you will also get it. When the time comes, this king will also arrange an orchard for you so that you won't be wasting your talents." "Then I'll thank Steward Chow in advance," Yang Kai casually replied. After returning to his orchard with Zhou and entering the restriction, Yang Kai saw that the Qiqiao land's disciples had set up some kind of formation. They surrounded the place where the fruit tree was and formed seals with their hands. Du Ruffing had his hands behind his back and was riding the wind. He looked very elegant. Zhou stepped forward and said, "Brother Du, I've brought him." Du Ruffing looked at Yang Kai and said, "You're new here?" Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Master Du. I've only been in the fire spirit land for less than 3 months." Du Ruffing nodded slightly. Zhou said that you can trigger the Scarlet Heaven True Flame? That's right. You do it. Du Ruffing pointed at the fruit tree without saying anything else. Yang Kai did not waste time. He stepped forward to the fruit tree and placed his palm on the trunk. He channeled his wood elemental energy into it. In the next moment, a scorching heat gushed out from the ground. Du Ruffing raised his eyebrows. Zhou also looked happy. He looked at Du Ruffing and said, "Brother Du." Du Ruffing nodded and said, "Continue." Hearing this, Yang Kai had no choice but to continue channeling his wood elemental energy into the fruit tree. At the same time, Du Ruffing signaled around with his eyes. The disciples of the 7 realms who were arranging the array immediately changed their hand seals. A faint light flickered under their feet. At the same time, a gentle stream of water elemental energy was channeled into the ground. Yang Kai suddenly understood that water elemental energy was the bane of fire. Were they trying to use water elemental energy to force the Scarlet Heaven True Flame out? This was also a good idea. It seemed like the disciples that Du Ruffing had brought with him were all carefully selected. They had come especially for the Scarlet Heaven True Flame. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so well prepared. The whole process could be said to be boring. There was no earth-shattering movement. There were only different kinds of energy fluctuations in this small orchard. However, as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the Scarlet Heaven True Flame was being forced out little by little. The condition of the fruit tree in front of him was getting worse and worse. The leaves and fruits were gradually emitting a burnt smell. Du Ruffing did not speak, so Yang Kai did not dare to stop. He continued to channel his wood elemental energy. Half a day later, the fruit tree in front of Yang Kai suddenly burst into flames, turning into a huge ball of flames. The scorching energy rushed towards him, forcing Yang Kai to retreat. "Do it!" Du Ruffing, who had been observing, shouted. The grand formation slowly closed up, and waves of water elemental energy converged from the surroundings, transforming into a cage that enveloped the blazing flames within it. The timing was grasped perfectly. Zhou Zheng's face lit up with excitement. "It's done!" As soon as his voice fell, there was a loud bang and the cage formed by the water elemental force collapsed. The raging flames broke free from it and tried to escape underground. With the secret technique broken, the group of Qiqiao Di disciples who were casting the secret technique also cried out in surprise. All of them looked dispirited and fell to the ground. Zhou Zheng's smile stiffened on his face in an instant. Chapter 3862. The sudden change caught Du Ruffing by surprise. 300 years ago, the Fire Spirit Land had a precedent of collecting Scarlet Sky True Flame. At that time, he was also the one leading the team, so he was very familiar with this matter. However, he never expected such a thing to happen. Just as the scorching energy was about to escape into the ground, a voice suddenly shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as the voice fell, a layer of light swept across the surrounding 1,000 feet, and the ground instantly became extremely hard. Zhou looked up and saw Yang Kai holding the token. He activated the token's power and connected it to the orchard's array, blocking Scarlet Sky True Flame's escape route. Scarlet Firmament True Flame plunged into the ground, unable to escape. It was completely blocked outside. "Well done!" Du Ruffing shouted. Then he raised his hand, and a big blue net fell from the sky towards Qiqiao True Flame. It was unknown what kind of artifact this big net was, but it was exuding a bone-chilling cold. In the blink of an eye, Scarlet Sky True Flame was shrouded in the big net. Scarlet Sky True Flame tried to break free, but it couldn't get rid of the shackles. Du Ruffing made a series of hand seals and waved his hand. The big net tightened and caught Scarlet Sky True Flame in his hand. After carefully observing for a while, Du Ruffing's face showed a touch of surprise and he couldn't help but laugh. Zhou didn't react until this time. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Brother Du, congratulations on successfully collecting Scarlet Sky True Flame. Du Ruffing stopped laughing and looked at him coldly. You still have the face to talk? If this king didn't happen to have a heaven-capturing net, I'm afraid this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame would have disappeared. Zhou was stunned. Scarlet Sky Golden Flame? Du Ruffing put away the net and the thing in it and said coldly, Do you think this is a third-grade Scarlet Sky True Flame? Isn't it? Zhou was puzzled. This is a fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Du Ruffing gritted his teeth and shouted, What a waste! Zhou exclaimed, Fourth grade. Yang Kai was also amazed. It was obviously a third-grade material. How did it become fourth grade? However, when they thought about the changes that had just occurred in Du Ruffing's previous performance, they somewhat believed his words. Moreover, Du Ruffing had no reason to lie to them about this kind of thing. It was no wonder that the disciples of Kikikyo almost failed even though they were so well prepared. It turned out that there was a grade 4 material hidden under the ground. They had used the method to deal with a grade 3 material, so it was only natural that something went wrong. But it was a fourth grade material. Rank 1 was 150 heaven opening pills, rank 2 was 1,500, rank 3 was 15,000, so wouldn't rank 4 be 150,000? The value had increased by more than 10 times. When the dispirited disciples of the Qiqiao land heard this, they became excited. Today, they had come with Du Ruffing to collect the heaven-splitting materials. Now that they had succeeded, the Venerable One would naturally reward them. The reward of a grade 4 material was much more than a grade 3 material. Moreover, in the entire Qiqiao lands, heaven-opening realm cultivators above the 4th grade could be counted on one hand. In other words, a 4th grade material was extremely precious to the Qiqiao lands. It was not something that could be measured by heaven-opening pills. Now that they had made such a great contribution, how could they not have a meteoric rise in the future? The group of disciples stepped forward, all of them smiling as they gathered around Du Ruffing, begging to broaden their horizons. Even these disciples of Qiqiao lands had never seen a 4th grade material before. How could Du Ruffing agree? The heaven-closing net Scarlet Sky Golden Flame was extremely important, and it was only by luck that they had been able to collect it. If something else happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. With a stern expression, he reprimanded the group, dispelling their thoughts. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, Du Ruffing's expression became much more amiable. What's your name? In truth, Yang Kai had already introduced himself, so Du Ruffing probably didn't take it to heart. Yang Kai once again introduced himself. Du Ruffing nodded. You've done well this time. I'll report today's matter to the Venerable, and you'll definitely be rewarded. Just now, if Yang Kai hadn't reacted quickly and used the orchard's command medallion to connect to the spirit array, Du Ruffing wouldn't have had the chance to use his heaven-closing net. Looking at Zhou, who was in charge of the entire orchard, his performance was mediocre and the information he had received was wrong, almost causing the Fire Spirit Land to lose a great opportunity. Thank you, Master. Yang Kai replied, but in his heart, he was wondering how much of a reward he would receive. For something worth 150,000, the reward should at least be a few thousand heaven-opening pills, right? This was quite a bit of income for him, so he was looking forward to it. Moreover, he was still thinking about how to earn merits as an odd-job worker in the orchard, but who knew that he would be rewarded in the blink of an eye? Du Ruffing waved at the others. You guys go first, I still have some things to ask. The group of Qiqiao disciples didn't stay any longer, and flew up into the sky. Du Ruffing then turned to look at Zhou, his eyes cold. Zhou quivered and hurriedly said, Junior brother, I'll take my leave first. After everyone left, Du Ruffing waved his hand and set up a restriction around them, then stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Yang Kai frowned slightly. What Du Ruffing wanted to ask him? Yang Kai had an idea in his heart. After today's events, it was difficult not to raise suspicions, but whether the other party would be able to discover anything, Yang Kai wasn't sure. Thinking about this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked, "What does Senior want to ask?" Du Ruffing stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "There is something wrong with this piece of land. I'm sure you already know. For the past 10 years, this king has brought people here many times to investigate, but they couldn't find any clues. This time, thanks to you, we found out that it was all because of the Scarlet Sky Golden Flames. It's just luck. Master is overpraising me. I've never believed in luck. Since you were able to discover it, you must have your own ability," Du Ruffing said. "This king has tried to stimulate the wood element before, but I couldn't stimulate the Scarlet Sky Golden Flames, nor could anyone else. Why are you the only one who can? What grade of wood element energy do you condense?" So it was like that. Yang Kai had suspected that Du Ruffing would ask him this question. After all, others couldn't stimulate the Scarlet Sky Golden Flames, but he could. This undoubtedly meant that his wood element energy was special, and the most obvious difference was its grade. What grade of wood element energy did Master condense? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Du Ruffing proudly said, "4th grade. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Fire Spirit Land, and the one the Venerable Earth Protector had placed high hopes on, so he naturally wouldn't be careless on the path to splitting the heavens. The reason he hadn't broken through yet was because he needed to gather enough 4th grade materials to reach splitting the heavens in one go." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know what grade of wood element energy I condensed. I haven't been in the universe world for long, so I don't know much about it. Before I met the Venerable, I happened to find something in the vast universe and inadvertently absorbed it, allowing me to condense wood element energy." Du Ruffing nodded and said, "Release your Dao seal for me to see." This request was a bit rude. The Dao seal was the crystallization of Yang Kai's cultivation and his own Dao. It hid many of his secrets, so who would make such a request? Moreover, releasing the Dao seal was equivalent to a monster beast spitting out its monster core. It was an extremely dangerous matter. If he hadn't been forced into a corner in the star boundary, Yang Kai wouldn't have released his Dao seal to deal with the great demon god. However, in the other party's territory, refusing was not an easy matter. Looking at Du Ruffing's expression, if he didn't release his Dao seal, he definitely wouldn't give up. At that time, it would only be more troublesome. As such, after a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai urged his Dao seal. An ever-changing Dao seal appeared on his forehead, containing Yang Kai's comprehension of the void Dao. Inside the Dao seal, wood element force flowed. Yang Kai secretly raised his guard and paid close attention to Du Ruffing, waiting for him to discover something wrong. Staring at Yang Kai's Dao seal, Du Ruffing didn't even hesitate to use his divine sense to investigate it. Soon his expression changed, wood element force above the 4th grade. Yang Kai's tense nerves relaxed greatly. It seemed that Du Ruffing could only judge that his wood element force was of a higher grade than his own, but was unable to determine its true rank. After all, Du Ruffing's knowledge was limited, so he pretended to be surprised and asked, "Master, are you serious? It can't be wrong." Du Ruffing clicked his tongue in wonder. "Your luck is really good, actually allowing you to obtain such an opportunity. It seems that luck isn't completely undesirable." Yang Kai grinned. "I also don't know what rank my wood element force is, but since Master says it's above the 4th grade, then it can't be wrong." Du Ruffing asked, "What exactly did you find in the void?" Yang Kai blurted out, "A small tree, sparkling like white jade, with a few sprouts and a few white jade-like leaves. The tree is about this tall, and it smells strange." He casually gestured, then looked at Du Ruffing and asked, "Master, do you recognize what it is?" Du Ruffing slowly shook his head. "Never heard of it." There was no way to investigate further, so he asked Yang Kai to put away his Dao seal so that his eyes wouldn't turn red. He casually asked, "You were the one who discovered the Scarlet Sky Golden Flame, right?" Yang Kai answered, "Yes." Although Zhou Zheng had warned him beforehand, since this ingrate didn't save him, Yang Kai was too lazy to share the credit with him. In any case, there was only him and Du Ruffing here, and Zhou Zheng wouldn't know what he said. Du Ruffing sneered. Even that trash Zhouzheng wouldn't be able to discover the scarlet sky golden flame here. Du Ruffing quickly left. Originally, he wanted to immediately report to the Venerable after taking the scarlet sky golden flame. After all, a 4th grade material was really hard to come by. But he stayed for a while to investigate Yonkai's wood element force. Now that things were clear, there was no need to stay. As soon as Du Ruffing left, Zhouzheng hurried over. What did Brother Du ask you? I didn't ask anything. I just casually praised him. Really? Zhouzheng looked at him suspiciously. Yongkai said, Master, if you don't believe me, why don't you ask Master Du? Zhouzheng coldly snorted. That better be the case. He paused for a moment, then said, You've made a great contribution today. When we return, the Venerable One and Brother Du will definitely reward you. Just wait for the good news. After saying that, he flew into the air, seemingly in a bad mood. Chapter 3863. In the central palace of the Fire Spirit Land, Du Ruffing hurried over and stopped in front of the hall, bowing respectfully, Venerable. The thick door of the hall slowly opened, revealing a gap for a person to enter and exit. Du Ruffing stepped in and soon saw the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector, Duan Hai, sitting cross-legged in meditation, refining the heaven-opening pill. After waiting for half an hour, Duan Hai let out a sigh of relief, opened his eyes and asked, How are things going? Du Ruffing showed a happy expression and cupped his fists, reporting to Venerable, there was a big harvest. 3rd grade Scarlet Sky True Flame isn't a big harvest. What else did you find? Duan Hai's eyes flashed. Du Ruffing quickly said, The information was wrong. It wasn't 3rd grade Scarlet Sky True Flame, but 4th grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. 4th grade. Please take a look, Venerable. Du Ruffing said as he stepped forward and handed over the heaven-capturing net. Duan Hai took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. It really is 4th grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. You did well this time. A 4th grade material is very precious to my 7 openings land. Keep it for yourself. He reached out and tossed the heaven-capturing net back. Du Ruffing was overjoyed. Many thanks for Venerable's kindness. This Scarlet Sky Golden Flame was something he urgently needed, so he was naturally happy. Duan Hai said, Give Zhouzheng some benefits as well. After all, he was the one who found it, and it can be considered as solving a big problem for the orchard. It's a good time to report this to Venerable. Du Ruffing carefully put away the heaven-capturing net. What happened today has nothing to do with Zhouzheng. It was a servant who found this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Zhouzheng lied about finding it himself, but his intention was just to take advantage of the situation. Duan Hai sneered. It's not a big deal. Since he is the manager of the orchard and found a 4th grade material, he should be rewarded. Yes, Duan Hai said curiously, but a servant actually found traces of this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. He has some skill. Du Ruffing smiled. He does have some skill, and his luck is quite good. Does Venerable remember the group of newcomers you brought back a few months ago? Duan Hai was surprised. Could it be one of those newcomers? It was discovered by one of them, Yang Kai. Furthermore, it was him who helped us obtain the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame. Hearing this, Duan Hai's interest was piqued. How did he make such a big contribution? Du Ruffing gave a brief account of his trip to the orchard to collect the Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Then he said, Disciple was a little suspicious at the time. I didn't know what was so special about this Yang Kai's wood elemental energy. Since only he could attract the Scarlet Sky Golden Flame, I had him release his Dao Seal to observe. As a result, Disciple discovered that the wood elemental energy he condensed was above the 4th grade. Above 4th grade? Duan Hai's eyes flashed. Are you sure? Disciple confirms it without a doubt. His wood elemental energy was even purer and denser than Disciple's. If it wasn't at the 4th rank or above, it would be absolutely impossible for Disciple to have such feelings. This is interesting. A junior who has just entered the 3000 worlds actually had such an opportunity. Du Ruffing said. I asked him about it. He said that before he met the Venerable One, he accidentally found a tall white jade-like tree in the vast universe. It had a few branches, a few leaves, and a strange smell. He accidentally absorbed it, and condensed the power of the wood element. A white jade-like tree? And a strange smell? Duan Hai frowned as he stroked his beard and pondered. Du Ruffing observed from the side, but didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Duan Hai's hand movements suddenly stopped as a look of shock appeared on his face. Venerable, what is that tree? What is its grade? Du Ruffing asked. Duan Hai took a deep breath and said, if this old master is not mistaken, what he found should be Bodhi white jade, and it has already grown into the shape of a small tree. It should be at least a 5th grade material, most likely a 6th grade material. 5th grade, 6th grade, Du Ruffing exclaimed, his eyes turning red with jealousy. In the entire 7 openings land, the most powerful heavenly monarch was only a 5th grade heavenly monarch. The other venerables were all 4th grade heavenly sovereigns, and they had all taken heaven opening pills to achieve this. In other words, when they first achieved heaven opening, the heavenly monarch was only a 4th grade heavenly sovereign while the other venerables were all 3rd grade heavenly sovereigns. That little servant Yang Kai had actually found a 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening genius all of a sudden. Was he trying to defy the heavens? If he could find a few more 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly sovereigns, wouldn't he be able to directly reach the 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening realm? At that time, who in the entire 7 openings land would be his opponent? Good luck, good luck. Duan Hai nodded repeatedly. Du Ruffing's expression fluctuated for a while before suppressing the jealousy in his heart and cupping his fists again. There is one more thing I must report to Venerable. It is also related to this little servant Yang Kai. Speak. I don't know how this guy offended Great General Si Qin, but the Great General has been using his head as a nest. When this disciple went over, the Great General had been lying on top of his head. Duan Hai was surprised. Si Qin was lying on top of his head? Yes. Duan Hai couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Si Qin quite likes this guy. Du Ruffing was stunned. Likes? Where did this come from? Duan Hai said. If Si Qin didn't like this guy, he wouldn't be so close to him. Du Ruffing was speechless. This kind of liking, he would rather not have it. It was too embarrassing. Then Yang Kai. Du Ruffing hesitated. If he didn't know that Yang Kai had such a high level of wood elemental energy, it would have been fine, but now that he knew, he couldn't treat him lightly. However, Du Ruffing didn't know how to deal with him, so he could only wait for the Venerable's instructions. Duan Hai pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, how long has Brother Yu Lian been in seclusion? Du Ruffing bowed. Brother Yu Lian was in seclusion 10 years ago to condense earth elemental energy, so it shouldn't be long before he comes out. At this point he suddenly realized, this disciple knows what to do. Go. Duan Hai waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Du Ruffing respectfully retreated. After he walked out of the main hall, the heavy doors of the main hall slowly closed. In the orchard, Old Fong's eyes widened as he exclaimed, 4th grade heaven opening talent? Are you for real, little brat? Are you lying to me? In his excitement, he stopped calling him little brat, and directly called him little brat. Yang Kai picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Why would I lie to you? That Du Ruffing personally said that it was a 4th grade scarlet sky golden flame. At that time, if he didn't have a suitable artifact, he would have failed. Good heavens! Old Fong exclaimed, a 4th grade artifact, doesn't that mean it's worth 150,000? Yang Kai squinted at him. Why are you so excited? It's none of your business. Old Fong said. It's none of my business, but it's yours. You were the one who discovered it, so how much of a reward will you get? Who knows? Yang Kai shrugged. In fact, what he cared about now was not the reward, but his wood elemental energy. Before, he had been forced to release his Dao seal for Du Ruffing to observe, and although the other party hadn't been able to discover anything, he still had the Earth Protector behind him. With Duan Hai's knowledge and experience, he didn't know if the lies he had casually made up would be able to fool him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, Old Fong, I have something to ask you. Go ahead, little brother. Have you ever heard of a secret technique that allows one to forcibly seize the yin, yang and 5 elements from others? What kind of secret technique is that? Old Fong's eyes widened. Yang Kai was speechless. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. If I knew, why would I bother asking you? I've never heard of such a thing. Old Fong shook his head like a rattledrum. But even if there is such a secret technique, it's not surprising. This old man left his universe world and came to this fire spirit land to work as a handyman. He hasn't been out since, so I don't know much about the outside world. Why do you ask? Just asking, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Old Fong looked at him for a while before chuckling. Little brother, don't worry too much. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a way out. We were just worried about your plot of land and fruit trees before, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, little brother would make such a great contribution? That Fong Tai thinks he can act arrogantly just because he has made 2 contributions. If he were to learn of little brother's situation, wouldn't he be ashamed to death? What's there to be ashamed of? Yang Kai laughed. The rewards of the fire spirit land came quickly, and perhaps because the 4th grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flames were too important. Zhou came again 3 days after that day. Yang Kai and Old Fong were playing chess when they saw him arrive, so they quickly got up and bowed. Zhou placed one hand behind his back and tossed a space ring to Yang Kai with the other, saying lightly, Yang Kai, you did a good job in collecting the Scarlet Sky Golden Flames. When the Venerable learned of this, he praised you greatly. These are all rewards from the Venerable. Yang Kai caught the space ring and swept it with his divine sense. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly composed himself and put away the space ring before cupping his fists and saying, Thank you, Venerable. Zhou nodded calmly but didn't say anything, simply looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back, as if there was a wonderful scenery in the sky, but he didn't show any intention of leaving immediately. Old Fong kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes, but when he saw that Yang Kai wasn't paying attention to him, he poked him with his hand. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Old Fong pointing angrily in Zhou Zheng's direction, and his eyes kept drifting in that direction. Yang Kai asked curiously, Old Fong, what's wrong with your mouth? Old Fong almost vomited blood. He felt that his hint was obvious enough, and Yang Kai wasn't an idiot, so how could he not understand? He couldn't secretly send a message in front of Zhou Zheng, so he was anxious. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng's expression was getting worse and colder. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem to understand, Old Fong had no choice but to take out a space ring and walk to Zhou Zheng's side. He smiled apologetically and handed the space ring over. I'm really sorry to trouble Steward Chow to come here personally. Thank you for your hard work, Master Steward. Chapter 3864. Zhou Zheng took the space ring with a cold expression and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were only 20 heaven-opening pills inside. Coldly snorting, he threw the space ring on the ground and flicked his sleeve. Not at all, I'm leaving. If it were any other time, Zhou Zheng would have gladly accepted these 20 pills, but today was different. Compared to the rewards Yang Kai had received, what were these 20 heaven-opening pills? It was nothing more than a small profit. Steward Chow, Steward Chow. Old Fong hurriedly picked up the space ring and chased after him. After a long time, Old Fong returned with a sigh, and from the look on his face, it was obvious that things had not gone well. When he returned, he found Yang Kai holding the space ring and inspecting the heaven-opening pills inside, grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Old Fong couldn't help pointing at him angrily and scolding. Look at you, why did you offend him for no reason? You should have just shared some benefits with him. Yang Kai sneered. If the gifts we gave before were useful, I wouldn't have cared, but you and I clearly gave him generous gifts before. Yet he just stood by and watched us die. Why should we let him off so easily now? Old Fong stomped his foot and said, He is the manager of the orchard after all. It's better to spend money to avoid disasters than to offend him. If he were to make things difficult for you in the future, would you be able to bear it? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Yang Kai sneered. Although he's the manager, he can't do whatever he wants. Although I'm just a servant, I'm not necessarily afraid of him. Ha! Old Fong sighed. Now that things have gotten to this point, it's useless to say anything else. After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, he saw Yang Kai still smiling mischievously, so he couldn't help asking, How much did the Venerable reward you this time? Why are you smiling like this? Take a look for yourself. Yang Kai tossed the space ring in his hand over. Old Feng caught it, swept it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, "So many!" Although there was no detailed count, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 heaven-opening pills inside the space ring. This was already an extremely terrifying number for an odd job worker. Although he had already expected that the Venerable One would reward him handsomely, he did not expect it to be so many. He thought that he would at most get a few hundred to 1,000 pieces. Yang Kai said 5,000. I just don't know if that Zhou Zheng embezzled any of it. Old Feng shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. This was directly bestowed by the Venerable One. He's just a small orchard manager, and he doesn't have the guts to do anything. Otherwise, if the Venerable One finds out, he won't let him off easily. No wonder he didn't care for the 20 heaven-opening pills I gave him. So that's why," Yang Kai laughed and said, "Now you know why I pretended to be stupid? If I were to share the benefits with him, how much would be appropriate? With his appetite, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied without at least 1,000 heaven-opening pills. Since he was so heartless before, why should I give him 1,000 heaven-opening pills?" Old Feng nodded and said, "That's true. If we give him too little, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge. If we give him too much, we'll be at a disadvantage. We might as well ignore him." Indeed. Yang Kai took back his space ring and grinned. Old Feng was extremely envious. With 5,000 heaven-opening pills in his hands, which servant in the entire Qiqiao land could compare? He had seen the most meritorious service Yang Kai had ever received was no more than 60 heaven-opening pills. These 5,000 heaven-opening pills were enough for a servant to save for hundreds, or even thousands of years without eating or drinking. Adding on Yang Kai's previous income, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was now the richest servant in the entire Qiqiao land. And how long had he been in the Qiqiao land? Less than 3 months. Old Feng, don't you think this reward is a bit too much? Yang Kai suddenly frowned. Although the 4th grade heaven-opening material was worth 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had contributed greatly to it, such a large reward was still a bit surprising. More isn't enough? Old Feng was stunned. This is the first time I've heard someone complain about being rewarded too much. If you think it's too much, why don't you share half with me? I don't mind. Yang Kai pretended not to hear. Old Feng sighed again. But with this, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. As a servant, he naturally wanted to take care of as many fruit trees as possible. That way, he would have more income and more opportunities to perform meritorious service. None of the servants in the servant room would complain about the size of the orchard they were in charge of. They all wished for it to be as big as possible. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai gave a light laugh. I don't rely on this. Old Feng thought about it, and felt that what he said made sense. Yang Kai now had his own way of making money, and was different from other servants. The size of the orchard he took care of didn't make much of a difference to him. It could even be said that taking care of a smaller orchard would be more leisurely. After working here for several hundred years, this was the first time he had seen someone so carefree as a servant. He couldn't help but admire him. The next few days were peaceful. From time to time, people would come to Old Feng to sell blue flame silkworms. Old Feng would take them all and give them to Yang Kai to feed Great General Sichen. Great General Sichen would continuously spit out heaven-opening pills. Old Feng smiled all day long. He hadn't lived as comfortably as these 2 months in the past several hundred years. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai, who was lying under a fruit tree and sunbathing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. At the same time, Old Feng, who was checking his income for the past few days, also turned his head to look. In the next instant, his expression changed slightly. "Brother, get up." Yang Kai lazily turned over and turned his back to him. Old Feng was speechless and got up to greet him. After a short while, a figure landed in front of him. It was Zhou Zheng. Old Feng quickly bowed. Zhou Zheng nodded and glanced around. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes at all, his expression suddenly becoming cold as he snorted heavily. A few days ago he had wanted to take some benefits from Yang Kai but had failed, so after returning he was filled with anger. He had also checked the heaven-opening pills in Yang Kai's space ring, and found that there were 5,000 of them. At that time, as long as he could get 20%, he would have earned 1,000, but Yang Kai had no intention of giving him anything. If it weren't for Du Rufing's prior warning, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. These past few days he had wanted Yang Kai to think things through and make up for his mistakes, but who would have thought that even now, Yang Kai hadn't come looking for him. When he came over to take a look, he found that this guy was actually sleeping and sunbathing, causing him to almost explode with anger. As a servant, instead of taking care of the fruit trees, you're actually slacking off here. Yang Kai, what do you want? Zhou shouted. Yang Kai turned over and squinted at him before getting up and clapping his hands. So it's Steward Chow. Steward Chow, what's the matter? You. Zhou was furious. Let me ask you, have you taken good care of the fruit trees in your orchard? I've taken good care of them. Steward Chow, if you don't feel assured, you can check them. If there's anything wrong, I'll immediately correct it. You're so confident. Zhou sneered. If he really wanted to nitpick, no matter how well Yang Kai took care of the fruit trees, it would be useless. Lao Feng sensed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was digging his own grave, so he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Steward Chow, please calm down. This guy's dozens of fruit trees are really well taken care of. I've also personally checked them. Steward Chow, you've come from afar. Sit down and have some wine. As he spoke, he went to pull Zhou. Zhou looked at him coldly. Get lost, who do you think you are? Lao Feng's hand froze in the air, and he looked embarrassed. He knew that Zhou was really angry this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. In the past, although he was greedy for money, his attitude towards the handyman was still good. Of course, the premise was that there was enough filial piety. But today he spoke so harshly. Zhou turned to look at Yang Kai again, and suppressed the anger in his heart. Today he came here because he had something to do. Although he was unhappy with Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't delay it any longer. This should have been done a few days ago, but he was angry at Yang Kai's insensitivity and didn't mention it. After delaying it for a few days, he was also worried that something unexpected would happen. Yang Kai, come with me. Zhou snorted. Although he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai because of Du Rufing's instructions, it didn't mean that he couldn't punish Yang Kai. He was the steward, and it was easy for him to punish Yang Kai. What can I do for you, Steward Chow? Yang Kai asked. Zhou said. Don't talk nonsense. Come here when I tell you to. Then he flew in a direction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Zhou was going to do. Could it be that he was angry and wanted to beat him up? He didn't have the guts to kill him. Although the handyman's status was low, every one of them was a precious resource in the fire spirit land. Otherwise, the Earth Protector Venerable wouldn't go out and cast a spell to attract people here. Therefore, Zhou couldn't kill him. In the whole fire spirit land, only the Earth Protector Venerable had the power to kill the handyman. Lao Feng was obviously worried. He looked at Yang Kai and said, You can't bear with small things and spoil great plans. Don't be so impulsive when you get there later. If there's anything you want to say, talk it out. If the Steward Chow wants to do anything to you, just bear with it and don't fight back. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time in the future. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He looked at the direction Zhou left, and had no choice but to follow him. He thought to himself, if Zhou really wants to attack me later, what should I do? Yes, I'll just grab the general and throw him over. Let's see if he dares to fight back. With his mind set, Yang Kai patted the general on top of his head. I'll have to rely on you later. The general didn't understand what Yang Kai meant and cried out twice. He followed behind Zhou for a while. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally landed in an orchard. Yang Kai also landed. He looked around and was puzzled. Even if Zhou wanted to teach him a lesson, he didn't have to choose this place, right? If something happened to the fruit trees around here, Zhou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. If he doesn't want to teach me a lesson, then why did he bring me here? Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Zhou suddenly shouted, Where are the workers of this orchard? Not even 3 breaths after he said that, a rumbling sound could be heard. It was like thunder rolling across the earth. Even the ground was trembling, as if some kind of fierce beast was charging over. Following that, A burly figure came from afar and rushed to Zhou. He nodded and bowed. I'm here. So it's the steward Chow. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Ha ha ha, Steward Chow, please take a seat. Chapter 3865. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that he actually knew the person who had just arrived. He had been in the handyman room for less than 3 months, and had not interacted with many people. However, the person in front of him was definitely one of them. It was Xiang Yong, the person who had chased Daiyu to the market and intercepted him outside the market. He had seen him twice and only communicated with him once. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was simple-minded and domineering. So this orchard was under Xiang Yong's management? Why did Zhou bring him here? Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Xiang Yong also saw Yang Kai and his eyes widened. He touched his head with one hand and pointed at Yang Kai with the other. You, I think I've seen you somewhere before. Smiling, Kai Yang replied. The city square. With this reminder, Xiang Yong suddenly realized. Oh right, it's you. I remember now. You know him? Zhou looked at him coldly. When he heard this, he looked from one to the other and a subtle smile appeared on his face. No. Xiang Yong shook his head and turned to look at Zhou. Steward Chow. What can I do for you? Zhou put his hands behind his back and said lightly. I'm here to inform you that from today onwards, your orchard will be under Yang Kai's management. Xiang Yong's mouth opened so wide that it could fit a fist. He stood there stupidly and did not recover from his shock for a long time. Yang Kai was also stunned. How could there be such a good thing? This was a good thing for any handyman. The orchard he was in charge of was too small, and there were too few fruit trees. If it were anywhere else, he would have made a lot of money. This was also why he had asked Old Feng to give him a gift. However, he had offended Zhou. How could Zhou let him have an easy time? Even if he would not do anything to him openly, he could still do something secretly. Could it be that there was something wrong with Xiang Yong's land? As he thought about it, he suddenly realized that there was no problem with Xiang Yong's plot of land. Zhou's actions had a deeper meaning. On the other side, Xiang Yong hesitated for a moment and scratched his head. Hee, Steward Chow, what did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly. Zhou said word by word. From today onwards, this piece of land will be taken over by Yang Kai. Do you hear me? Xiang Yong immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he pointed at Yang Kai with his thick fingers. Him? Why? Zhou looked at him coldly. Just because this is my order, is it enough? What, do you not place this steward in your eyes? As he spoke, the aura of a heaven-opening realm expert slowly spread out. Feeling this pressure, the furious Xiang Yong sobered up a little. He put on a smile and said, No, Steward Zhou. How could this Xiang dare to not put you in his eyes? Is there some misunderstanding in this matter? Or did this Xiang not do well enough? Why do you suddenly want someone else to take over my territory? It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Steward Chow, since Brother Xiang is so reluctant, why don't we just forget about it? My land is quite good, there's no need to change it. Zhou sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether to change it or not. This steward won't hide it from you. Brother Du said this, so today, whether you want to change it or not, you have to change it. Yang Kai was speechless. He wondered why Du Ruffing was involved in this small matter. Wasn't he the disciple of the Fire Spirit Land's consul? However, since Zhou said so, it couldn't be wrong. Could it be because he helped him collect the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame a few days ago? Xiang Yong blinked a few times. Master Du ordered him to take over my territory? If that was really the case, then he had nothing to say. He could only blame himself for being disliked by Du Ruffeng. Zhou said, No, he didn't. Then why is it my land? Xiang Yong was not happy. After saying that, he pulled Zhou's arm and pulled him to a distance. He leaned over and whispered something to him. Yang Kai was too lazy to eavesdrop. If he did, he would be discovered, so he didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw Xiang Yong murmuring endlessly. Zhou shook his head from time to time. Xiang Yong turned his head to look at Yang Kai. His eyes were full of murderous intent. For him, today's matter was unexpected. Steward Chow was stronger than him and had a higher status. He couldn't do anything to him, so he could only blame it on Yang Kai. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. From time to time, he looked up at the sky and then down at the ground. He didn't look at Xiang Yong, which made him very angry. Since Zhou Zheng brought Yang Kai here today, it meant that he had made arrangements. No matter what Xiang Yong said, there was nothing he could do. Sure enough, after the two talked for 30 minutes, Xiang Yong's expression became more and more unpleasant. At some point, he left Zhou Zheng behind and rushed to Yang Kai. He waved his fist at him and said fiercely, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, go to Steward Chow and tell him that you don't want this land. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai sighed. He looked past Xiang Yong and glanced at Zhou Zheng. Seeing his evil smile, he knew that he was right. Zhou Zheng wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. If he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, of course he couldn't let him do as he wished. He said, "Brother Xiang, I can't do anything about this. I'm innocent. I was dragged here by Steward Chow just now. I don't know what happened. But since Steward Chow has made up his mind, it's impossible for him to change his mind. How about this? I'll take care of this land for you. If there are any benefits or contributions, you can take them all. What do you think?" "Nothing." Xiang Yong spat. "My feng shui land, no matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it." Yang Kai almost choked to death. What kind of feng shui land was there in an orchard? Wasn't it the same everywhere? It was just a matter of size. "You can take the income from my land too," Yang Kai added. Xiang Yong waved his big hand, almost hitting Yang Kai's face. "I said, no matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it. Hurry up and settle this." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. He felt that he had made enough concessions. He would rather give up the income from 2 plots of land to keep the peace. Xiang Yong really had the brain of a bear. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with his land. Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath on this attitude. He couldn't be bothered to talk to him. "Why are you still talking so much? If you don't have anything to pack, come with me," Zhou Zheng urged from not far away. Xiang Yong turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Zheng's cold expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. He could only accept his fate. He glared at Yang Kai and said, "Just you wait, I'll be back." As Zhou Zheng walked away, he looked back 3 times. His eyes were full of threats. Yang Kai only smacked his lips when the two disappeared from his sight. Zhou Zheng's move was good. He used Du Rufing's name to offend someone for no reason. Moreover, it was someone who looked very difficult to deal with. Even if this matter was spread out, he would still be in the right. After all, for an odd job worker, this was already a show of kindness. No one could say anything about it. But in reality, Yang Kai didn't want to change his territory at all. The hidden danger in his original territory had already been solved. He also had the god of fortune, General Sichin. He didn't need to rely on the orchard's harvest like the other odd job workers. Comparatively speaking, he preferred his own plot of land. It was small and didn't require much energy to take care of it. Most importantly, it was next to Old Fong. When he was bored, he could drink with Old Fong and play chess. But now that things had come to this, he could only take things as they came. This orchard was much larger than his previous one. There was also a thatched hut next to it. The construction was very exquisite. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it wasn't the work of that bear Xiang Yong. It was probably left behind by one of the odd job workers who took care of the fruit trees. Old Fong also had his own hut. The reason why Yang Kai didn't have one before was because the orchard was too small, and there wasn't enough space to build one. Otherwise, he would have his own hut. After all, the odd job workers had to stay in the orchard for nearly a month. Although it wasn't a big deal to sleep in the open, it was still better to have a place to stay. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Dust hit him in the face and he almost choked. He was speechless. How long had it been since that bear entered this hut? The dust inside was already 3 inches thick. He used his technique to clean up the hut, and took out some tables and chairs from his space ring. The hut looked more presentable now. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yang Kai took out the token and held it in his hand. Before Zhou Zheng left, he had swapped his token with Xiang Yong's. The tokens in each territory were different. Only by refining the token could Yang Kai know the details of this orchard. Yang Kai naturally refined the token as soon as possible. Today's events had made him more vigilant. He felt that he had to be more careful in the future to avoid giving Zhou Zheng something to use against him. Tokens were specially made for odd job workers in the Fire Spirit Land. Because they often changed owners, it wasn't difficult to refine them. In less than an hour, the token had been completely refined. Sending his divine sense into it, Yang Kai clicked his tongue. It seemed that Xiang Yong had been doing quite well before. Although this orchard wasn't particularly large, it was at least half the size of Old Fang's. The number of fruit trees was also about half. The details of each fruit tree couldn't be seen in the token, so Yang Kai could only check them one by one to see if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. Leaving the hut, Yang Kai strolled around his orchard, inspecting each fruit tree. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that Xiang Yong was quite careless in taking care of the fruit trees. There were many places where he didn't do a good job. Yang Kai didn't know how Xiang Yong had managed to get such a large territory. If Old Fang were to take care of the same orchard, he would definitely be in a much better condition than Xiang Yong. Yang Kai had no choice but to slowly correct his mistakes. After a day, Yang Kai was extremely busy. He missed his own plot of land, but fortunately, the number of fruits on the fruit trees was correct. Chapter 3866. The next day, Yang Kai continued to patrol his orchard, taking care of the fruit trees. While he was catching insects for the fruit trees, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call from not far away, "Yang Kai?" Yang Kai looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing not far away from the fiery red background. She was looking at him curiously, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. "Xiao Dai." Yang Kai was amused. "Why are you here?" Dai Yu walked over and looked around. "I was about to ask you, why are you here? Isn't this Yang Yong's orchard?" "It's mine now." Yang Kai smiled, then showed a look of understanding. "You're here too?" Dai Yu pointed to the side. Yang Kai nodded. "No wonder this place has good feng shui, so that's why." "What good feng shui?" Dai Yu didn't understand. "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain. When he heard Xiang Yong talk about good feng shui yesterday, he felt it was strange and didn't know what was so good about this place. Seeing Dai Yu today, he finally understood. For others, this place might not be much different from other places, but for Xiang Yong, there was no better place in the entire orchard. No wonder he had such a big reaction when Zhou Zheng wanted to change his territory yesterday. Moreover, when Zhou Zheng came with him, he didn't see him. He was probably pestering Dai Yu and spending most of his time on her. How could he take care of such a large orchard? The dust in the small house could also be explained. He probably didn't have the time to go back to the small house. From the looks of it now, Zhou Zheng's choice of using someone else's knife to kill wasn't random, but targeted specifically. He definitely knew Xiang Yong's feelings for Dai Yu, and deliberately asked him to take his place. It would be strange if Xiang Yong didn't hate him now. What did Xiang Yong do? Why are you taking over this land? Dai Yu was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's a long story. Then take your time. Dai Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Since there was nothing to do and they were familiar with each other, Yang Kai told her everything that had happened. Dai Yu covered her mouth in shock when she heard that Yang Kai had found the 4th-rank Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Yang Kai, who had made such a great contribution, was not only rewarded by Du Ruffing but also transferred to this orchard. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng and now Xiang Yong. This was really a blessing and disaster. You've been living such a wonderful life. Dai Yu's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Yang Kai squinted at her. Why do I feel like you're gloating? No. Dai Yu hurriedly waved her hand. It's true. I've never seen a handyman stir up so much trouble in just a few months. And this isn't even the general's matter. Dai Yu took out a blue flame silkworm and fed it to the general. The general ate it lazily and didn't reward him. Do you think I want to do this? Yang Kai was furious. Sometimes, even if he didn't want to, trouble would still fall from the sky. It doesn't matter. According to what you said, you have made a great contribution before. I'm afraid that Master Du will look at you differently and want to promote you. So even if Zhou Zheng doesn't like you, he can't do anything to you. Of course, The premise is that you don't make too big a mistake. Even so, Zhou isn't easy to get along with. Xiangyong's matter shows that. Daiyu nodded slightly. Killing with a borrowed knife. Xiangyong, that guy. She looked like she had a headache because of Xiangyong. Don't worry. If Xiangyong comes looking for trouble, I'll warn him. Don't do that. If he really comes looking for trouble, you'll only make things worse. Yang Kai quickly stopped her. Last time, that black bear had seen him and Daiyu going to the shopping district together, and had even blocked their way back. If Daiyu did anything else, it would only cause Xiangyong to misunderstand even more. That's true. Daiyu frowned. Then what should we do? Nothing. Yang Kai shrugged. Right, how many blue flame silkworms did you get these days? Give them to me now. Sure. Daiyu gave the blue flame silkworms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai patted the general on his head. It's time to eat. Even though Yang Kai knew that Xiangyong wouldn't let it go and would definitely come looking for trouble, he didn't expect him to come so soon. Not long after Daiyu left, the black bear descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked at him. Brother Xiang, you're here? Xiangyong's eyes spat fire. Just you wait, I'll get even with you later. Leaving behind these harsh words, he hurried towards Daiyu's orchard. After a short while, Yang Kai heard a commotion and Xiangyong's cries of pain coming from the depths of the orchard. A moment later, Xiangyong came back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Although he was in a sorry state, his expression was full of satisfaction. He walked straight up to Yang Kai and looked down at him. Kid, do you have any wine? Yang Kai didn't look at him, afraid that he would laugh out loud. He casually took out a jar of wine and handed it over. Xiangyong opened the wine seal and gulped down half a jar of wine before he burped in satisfaction. He nodded and said, Kid, your attitude is pretty good. Yang Kai asked as he busied himself. Doesn't Brother Xiang need to take care of the orchard? How come you have time to come here? Xiangyong spat on the ground. You call that place an orchard? I can see it all at a glance. It's too small and I'm too lazy to take care of it, so I left it all to an old guy nearby. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Is that old guy surnamed Fang? Yes, that's him. Xiangyong nodded. He also asked about you. He asked what happened to you. It seems that he has a good relationship with you. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he had forgotten to tell old Fang that he was safe. Yesterday he was taken away by Zhou for some unknown reason, and then directly stuffed into this place. He didn't have time to go back, so old Fang was probably worried about him. Then what did you say? Xiangyong sneered. Why should I tell him? Yang Kai was speechless. He took out the communication device with old Fang and sent a message. He immediately received a reply asking him what had happened. It could be seen that old Fang had been waiting for him to contact him for the past 2 days. Yang Kai couldn't tell him the details if he didn't meet him face to face. He could only tell him not to worry and that he was fine. He would tell him when he rested. After a few words with old Fang, Yang Kai put away the device and turned to look at Xiangyong. She really hit him hard. Xiangyong's strength was not bad, so Daiyu must have not held back. I'm used to it. It's no big deal. Xiangyong chuckled. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Brother Xiang is really a saint of love. What do you know? Xiangyong snorted, his mouth full of the smell of alcohol. If it wasn't for Dai, I would have died many years ago. My life is hers, so what if she beats me a few times? Yang Kai asked curiously. Miss Daiyu saved Brother Xiang's life? Xiangyong snorted. I have nothing to say to you. Why are you asking so many questions? We're just chatting. There's nothing to do anyway. Xiangyong frowned and pondered for a while. He seemed to think that Yang Kai's words made sense, so his attitude softened a little. Then tell me, why doesn't Dai like me? What did I do wrong? How would I know if you ask me? You should ask Daiyu. Besides, love is a matter between two people. What's the use of being warm to one person? Is it too tight? Yang Kai asked. What's too tight? Xiangyong stared. You're pushing too hard. Yang Kai explained. Think about it from another perspective. If a woman pestered you all day and didn't give you any time to breathe, how would you feel? Is she beautiful? Is there a difference? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to stare. Of course there's a difference. Xiangyong snorted. If she's beautiful, I'll do her immediately and make her my woman. If she's ugly, I'll give her a few punches and kicks. Boy, are you saying I'm ugly? How am I ugly? Yang Kai sternly said. Brother Xiang is such a heroic and extraordinary person. How can you be associated with the word ugly? It's probably because Dayu doesn't know how to appreciate your beauty. He didn't know why, but his conscience inexplicably hurt. Xiangyong narrowed his eyes. You mean Dai's taste is bad? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Brother Xiang, please, I still have something to do. A palm patted directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, making him bend down. Xiangyong said, Don't go. Let's talk clearly. Talk about what? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Tell me, how can I make Dai follow me willingly? As long as you help me this time, I'll let bygones be bygones. Damn it, how can I help you? It's up to you, okay? Yang Kai was really speechless. But looking at Xiangyong's posture, if he didn't say something, it wouldn't end well. After hesitating for a while, he said, Why don't you try to play hard to get? Xiangyong's eyes lit up. He looked around for a while and said sneakily, How do I play hard to get? Yang Kai also lowered his voice. I saw Brother Xiang pestering Dayu before. She should be used to you going to her every day. Under such circumstances, if you suddenly stop going to her, will she be very strange? Will she think about what you are busy with? Did he suffer some kind of injury? As long as she has these thoughts, she will start to care about you. Men and women are the same. What you can't get is the best. If you take the initiative to stick to her, she won't know how to cherish you. Xiangyong's heart was shaken. His face was flushed as if he was imagining the beautiful scene in the future. He licked his lips and said, Will this work? How do you know if you don't try? Anyway, there's no loss. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Okay. Xiangyong clenched his fist and hit his palm. Let's do as you say. When do we start? There's no time like the present. Let's do it now. Good. Xiangyong strode away. Then I'll go back first. If Dayu asks about me later, remember to tell me. Chapter 3867. Watching Xiangyong leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect this guy to be so easy to fool. However, after only 2 days of leisure, Xiangyong came again. Yang Kai felt a headache whenever he saw him. Since he couldn't avoid him, he could only greet him. Brother Xiang, you're here? Xiangyong rushed in front of him, looked around and asked in a low voice. How was it? What do you mean, how was it? Yang Kai was puzzled by his question. Did Xiao Dai ask about me? Did she miss me? Did she cry and shout that she wanted to find me? Looking at his expectant face, Yang Kai couldn't bear to tell him the truth. He could only say, I'm not sure. I haven't seen Miss Dayu these 2 days. I just came here and was busy taking care of the orchard. Trash. Xiangyong squinted at Yang Kai. Why don't you ask around? What's the use of having someone so useless? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Xiangyong shook his arms. I'll ask around myself. Passing by Yang Kai, he went straight to Dayu's orchard. After a short while, there was the familiar sound of Xiangyong shouting in pain again. A moment later, Xiangyong limped back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. His nose and mouth were full of blood. Yang Kai trembled with fear. Walking in front of Yang Kai, Xiangyong said angrily, What kind of bullshit idea was that? It didn't work at all. Xiao Dai hit me even harder. Yang Kai sighed. Brother Xiang, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. If you have something to say, say it. Xiangyong coldly snorted and wiped the blood under his nose. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Xiangyong laughed. Although there are many women in this world, I've decided on Xiao Dai in this life. Other than Xiao Dai, even if the most beautiful woman in the world stood in front of me, I wouldn't give her a second look. This was destined from the moment she saved me. She's destined to be my woman. If anyone dares to have any ideas about her, I'll eat their flesh and drink their blood. Hearing this, Yang Kai was in awe. He really didn't expect Xiangyong to be so infatuated. It's just that his way of chasing a woman was a little annoying and his IQ was worrying. But then again, even though Xiangyong was a bit hateful, he treated Dayu well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so happy to be beaten like this every time. Do you have any ideas about Xiao Dai? Xiang Yong suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with an ominous light, as if Yang Kai dared to utter a single word, he would immediately lose his life. I've only known Miss Daiyu for a little over 2 months. Miss Daiyu is such an outstanding beauty, I'm not worthy of her. You better, Xiang Yong snorted. If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll tear you to pieces. I wouldn't dare. I'll give you a task. Xiang Yong's expression was dignified. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he ordered. Keep an eye on Xiao Dai. If anyone dares to bother her, tell me immediately and I'll deal with them. Do you hear me? Yang Kai nodded silently. Xiang Yong showed a satisfied expression. He reached out and touched the wound on his face. Feeling the pain, he let out a hiss and walked back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, Right, there's one more thing. Remember what you said last time? Yang Kai was puzzled. What did I say? Xiang Yong said, Last time you said that the income from this land and your land would belong to me. Since your land doesn't have much income, forget it. I can get 20 heaven opening pills from this land every year. Remember to give them to me later. 20 pills? Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. This was obviously nonsense. Although this land wasn't small, Xiang Yong usually lacked care and was wholeheartedly devoted to Daiyu. Apart from the annual wages he received as a handyman, how much extra income could there be? 20 pills was absolutely impossible. This was obviously extortion. Just now, Yang Kai had some admiration for his infatuation. But now it seemed that this hateful person was indeed hateful. He also couldn't be bothered to argue about it. With his current wealth, 20 heaven opening pills really wasn't much. Xiang Yong had just left when Daiyu appeared. She looked at Yang Kai apologetically and said, I'm sorry, little brother Yang Kai. I've caused you trouble. It's not your fault. Yang Kai waved his hand. The current situation was all caused by Zhou. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be blamed on Zhou. He turned around curiously. Xiang Yong said you saved his life? Daiyu smiled bitterly. It's not that exaggerated. It was just a small matter. When he first came to the Fire Spirit Land as a servant, he made some mistakes and was punished. He almost died. I just casually fed him a healing spirit pill. The reason he was able to survive was because he had a good foundation. It had nothing to do with me. After that, he became like this. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Little Dai, you are also benevolent. Actually, his nature is not bad. It's just that his personality is a little overbearing and bad. Daiyu sighed. And he has a one-track mind. Yang Kai smiled. Little Dai, haven't you thought about it? Daiyu glanced at him. Don't make fun of me. She turned around and walked back to her orchard, too lazy to talk to Yang Kai. Since that day, Xiang Yong came almost every day and was beaten up every day. However, he enjoyed it so much that Yang Kai gradually got used to it. Sometimes Xiang Yong would leave after being beaten up. Sometimes he would stay and chat with Yang Kai. It was just to find out if anyone had harassed Daiyu while he was away. On this day, Yang Kai was taking care of the fruit trees when he heard another sound. Then someone landed nearby. Yang Kai thought it was Xiang Yong again, so he didn't bother to look back and instead focused on taking care of the fruit trees. Who would have thought that the other party would not leave? Yang Kai turned around suspiciously, but upon seeing who it was, he quickly turned around and cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Du. This time, it was not Xiang Yong, but Du Rufeng. Du Rufeng was no longer cold and arrogant. At this moment, he was smiling like a spring breeze. When I saw it from above, I thought it was you. So I came down to have a look. Sure enough, it was you. Master, are you looking for me for something? Yang Kai asked. I'm not looking for you. I'm just patrolling the herb gardens today. The chief steward will be here in a few days, so I'm checking in advance to avoid any mistakes, Du Rufeng explained. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had been here for a few months and knew most of the information about the Kikikyo land. Each orchard had a small steward like Zhou, who was in charge of each orchard. Above him, There was a chief steward who was in charge of the entire Qiqiao land's orchard. He was directly under the Lord of Heaven, and only answered to him. His position was no lower than that of the Earth Protector. Then we should be more careful. Yang Kai answered casually. He wasn't familiar with Du Rufeng. He only helped when Du Rufeng collected the red sky golden flame. He didn't know why Du Rufeng came to talk to him. Is this a new place? When Du Rufeng asked, he glanced at General Sichun who was lying on Yang Kai's head. The last time he saw him, he thought that Yang Kai had offended General Sichun and was punishing him. Who knew that the supremacy would say that General Sichun liked it? Now that he took a closer look, he realized that was indeed the case. General Sichun was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He looked relaxed and happy. He was both amused and curious. He didn't know what made Yang Kai so important to him. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. After the last time, Steward Chow brought me here and gave me this orchard. He said that it was Master Du's idea. Du Rufeng said, yes, it was my idea. You have made a great contribution, so you should be rewarded. It seems that Zhou wasn't careless and found a good place for you. Yang Kai said, the 5,000 Genesis pills were already a great reward. Master, you gave me this piece of land. I'm so grateful. Du Rufeng waved his hand. You should be rewarded for your contribution. You deserve it. But I don't want it. Now, it even involved that idiot Xiang Yong and offended him for no reason. However, after probing a little, Yang Kai was sure that the reward was indeed 5,000 Genesis pills. Zhou didn't take any of it. How is it? Du Rufeng suddenly looked at Yang Kai. Are you interested in coming to my side and helping me? Yang Kai was stunned. What do you mean, Master? Du Rufeng put his hands behind his back. If you come to my side, you will no longer be a servant. You will be a disciple of Kikikyo. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He felt as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky and hit his head, making him dizzy. The servants of the Fire Spirit Land had the lowest status, but they had the most work to do every day. Which servant didn't want to break away from this status? However, only by breaking through to the heaven-opening realm would one be able to achieve such a thing. So the miscellaneous workers had worked hard for countless years to accumulate heaven-opening pills in order to buy heaven-opening materials from the market. Who would have thought that such a good thing would actually fall into Yang Kai's lap today? With Du Rufeng's status in the Fire Spirit Land, since he had opened his mouth, he definitely wasn't lying. In other words, as long as Yang Kai agreed, he could immediately break away from his status as a servant and become a disciple of Kikikyo. This would definitely be very convenient for him to obtain the Genesis pills recipe. But this was too strange. Although he had contributed greatly last time, he had already been rewarded with 5,000 Genesis pills and a piece of land. Now Du Rufeng had given him such a great gift. What was he thinking? Could it be that someone had seen through his wood elemental energy? Yang Kai was secretly on guard. As if seeing his hesitation, Du Rufeng smiled and said, this isn't the Venerable's idea, it's my own. The Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame I collected last time was given to me by the Venerable, and in the next 10 years, it's a crucial time for me to break through to grade 4. With this Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, I'll be able to take a big step forward on my path to grade 4. So can you understand how important it is to me? After pausing for a moment he said, but you can rest assured. Although the Venerable hasn't said anything, since I brought this up, I naturally have the confidence to convince the Venerable to remove your servant status. Chapter 3868. I've always been the kind of person who reciprocates with peaches. That Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame is very important to me. And now that I've obtained it, I naturally won't forget your hard work. Du Rufeng smiled at Yang Kai. How about it? Are you interested in coming? I don't dare say anything else, but I'm confident I can help you reach the 3rd stage within 300 years. Yang Kai exclaimed. 3rd stage splitting heavens. The 3rd stage splitting heavens could be said to be the greatest dream of a servant, but so far no servant had been able to accomplish it. After all, condensing one's strength required far too many materials, and each one was extremely valuable. Servants simply couldn't save enough heaven-splitting pills. Of course, Yang Kai's goal was definitely not limited to the 3rd stage. But as a servant, he naturally had to react as a servant should. Du Ruffing nodded. I know you're lucky to have condensed wood element strength above the 4th stage, but you should know that this is just a moment of luck. Even if you have wood element strength above the 4th stage, without other high-grade materials, your future in splitting heavens will be limited. I understand. Yongkai nodded. It's good that you understand. I'm just afraid you'll feel too good about yourself, and have too high of an expectation. In the end you'll achieve nothing. Many thanks for Master's kindness. Yongkai cupped his fists, but Disciple has thought about it and feels it's better to work in the orchard for the time being. Why? Du Ruffing was slightly stunned, not having expected Yongkai to reject his proposal. After all, this was an irresistible temptation for any servant. First, Disciple has only been in the Fire Spirit Land for 3 months. Although I've made some contributions, I've also received a proper reward. If the other servants learn of this, they'll complain that Master is unfair. At that time, everyone will be impetuous, and taking care of the orchard will be delayed. Who would dare? Du Ruffing sneered. Yongkai said, not openly but privately, I don't know. Du Ruffing pondered for a moment before nodding. Continue. Second, Disciple wants to temper himself in the orchard for a while. When the time is right, Disciple will submit to Master. At that time, no one will say anything, and Disciple will be able to help Master better. Unlike now, Disciple can only rely on Master's wings and achieve nothing. Du Ruffing looked at Yongkai. It's rare for you to have such a heart. Since that's the case, it's fine. When you've thought it through, you can come find me. Thank you, Master. After saying a few more words of encouragement to Yongkai, Du Ruffing continued to patrol the orchard. He had just found a way to make money, earning several thousand heaven-opening pills every month. Why would he go follow Du Ruffing for no reason? If he really did, then this source of income would be cut off. Du Ruffing had promised him that he would reach 3rd grade heaven opening within 300 years. The materials needed to reach 3rd grade heaven opening pills were only worth around 110,000 heaven opening pills. He could easily save up this amount in a few years, so why would he need Du Ruffing's guarantee? The following days were very calm, but Yongkai could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the orchard had become tense. Perhaps it was because the head steward was coming to inspect, but all the servants obediently stayed in their own territories, carefully taking care of the fruit trees, afraid that something would go wrong. Even Xiangyong didn't dare to leave his territory. Zhou Zheng had probably given him some kind of order. When the time came, the orchard's restrictions were activated and everyone was forced to leave. Yongkai didn't stop and went straight back to the servants' room. After waiting for a while, Old Fong and Daiyu rushed over and went straight to the market square. In the market square, they were busy again, collecting the insects from the other 6 spirit lands. At night, in the hut in Yongkai, just like last month, the 3 of them sat on the ground and divided the spoils. However, the harvest this time was much more than the last time. Last time, the representatives of the spiritual lands had their doubts and didn't dare to buy too many at once. Except for Yu Xueping, who was full of courage, the others only bought 600 insects at most. However, after tasting the sweetness once, they didn't hesitate anymore. This time, they bought more than 12,000 insects from all over the spirit lands. Including the insects they bought this month in the Fire Spirit Lands, they had about 15,000 insects. After feeding the Great General for a whole day and night, even with the Great General's appetite, when he left Yongkai, he was a little full. He walked unsteadily, as if he was drunk. After deducting the expenses, the income this month was nearly 10,000 opening heaven pills. According to the previous agreement, Old Fong and Daiyu each took 10%, which was 1,000, and the remaining 8,000 went to Yongkai. Old Fong's eyes were red, not from jealousy, but from excitement. He thought about how he had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for hundreds of years. Every time he used one, he had to be very careful, but now he was just sitting there and collecting money. He couldn't help but feel emotional and choke with emotion. Yongkai laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Old Fong, why are you crying? This is just the beginning. The good days are still ahead. Old Fong wiped the corners of his eyes and said, I'm crying. Why didn't you come to the fire spirit lands a few hundred years earlier? If you came earlier, this old man wouldn't have to work so hard to condense the second rank. If this old man condensed the fourth rank and advanced to the fourth rank, he would be able to open the heavens. Unfortunately, now that the tone has been set, there's no chance to change it. I wasn't even born a few hundred years ago, Young Kai sneered. And you're talking nonsense again. How rare are the fourth-rank materials in the fire spirit lands? Even if you had enough opening heaven pills, you still wouldn't be able to buy them. You should be content if you could condense the second rank. Old Fong nodded. That's true, I'm content. His original goal was to condense the second rank and open the heavens. He had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for this goal. So what was there to be dissatisfied with now? Dayu smiled from the side. According to our current income, we only need 1 to 2 opening heaven pills to buy a set of materials, but we still can't compare with little brother Yang Kai. Who can compare with him? Old Fong smiled bitterly. When Yang Kai had received 5,000 opening heaven pills as a reward, he had thought it was enough, but now Yang Kai's monthly income was 8,000. How about I give you another 10%? Yang Kai looked at them. Dayu and Old Fong looked at each other and waved their hands. No, 10% is 10%. If we need opening heaven pills in the future, we can borrow them from you. That's fine too. Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, right, if the workers buy materials and want to condense them, what about the orchard? They can't take care of it and absorb it at the same time, right? Dayu explained. They can apply for seclusion. If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Qiqiao Land is quite humane about this. Old Fong nodded. That's right, as long as you need to absorb opening heaven pills, you can apply for seclusion. Of course, it depends on the local managers. If too many people go into seclusion at once, there will be no one to take care of the orchard. Dayu said, that's why this matter still depends on whether the managers approve or not. Even if you apply, you might have to wait for 10 or 20 years or even longer before it's your turn. I once applied to go into seclusion and waited for 50 years. Yang Kai laughed. If I apply, Zhoujing definitely won't approve. After chatting for a while, the three of them dispersed. Yang Kai and Old Fong were going to visit the city again. They had made a lot of money this time, and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the city wasn't closed yet to have some fun. Since Dayu didn't want to go, the two of them didn't force her. Drinking and having fun really wasn't suitable for women. When they returned from the city, Yang Kai went straight to Dayu's hut and knocked on the door. Dayu was a little surprised and invited him in, bringing him a cup of tea and asking curiously, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and mysteriously took out something from his space ring. "I just wanted to give you something, see if you like it." Dayu blushed slightly and asked, "You came all the way here to give me something? What is it?" "Take a look for yourself." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Dayu glared at him for a moment before looking down and seeing a delicate box placed in front of her. It wasn't a box made of pure wood used to catch insects, but rather another kind that looked familiar. Realizing what was inside this box, she looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "You didn't buy that, did you?" "You guessed?" Yang Kai was stunned. Dayu said, "I've been here for 1,000 years and have gone to that place to buy things. I recognize this box." As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside the box was a strange object that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. It was filled with metal elemental energy. Untainted golden dew. Dayu sighed slightly. "It really is this, why did you buy it?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "We agreed before that I would buy it for you in the future." "That was just a joke." "No, this is too precious, you should take it back." Dayu shook her head. A third-grade material was worth 16,000 heaven-opening pills in Heaven Opening Hall. Every time she went to the city, she could only take a look and never thought she would one day be able to buy it, but now it was sitting right in front of her. Saying so, she closed the box and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. "Since I'm giving it to you, I won't take it back." Yang Kai pushed the box back and said seriously, "If I didn't have the financial resources, I wouldn't have thought of it, but since I have enough heaven-opening pills, I naturally have to fulfill my promise. Moreover, when I first came to the Fire Spirit Land, you helped me a lot, so consider this a gift of thanks. Daiyu still wanted to refuse, but Yang Kai said, it's useless for me to take it back. I can't just give it back, right? Keep it for yourself. There will be a time when you need it in the future. Yang Kai shook his head. My ambition is not to become a third-grade treasure. Daiyu was slightly stunned. Chapter 3869. In the entire Qiqiao land, not only was the third grade splitting the heavens the limit of all the servants, but it was also the limit of most of the Qiqiao land's disciples. Apart from Du Rufeng, who was favored by the venerables, who could obtain materials above the third grade, there were only a few people who had the chance to achieve splitting the heavens above the third grade. But now, Yang Kai said that his ambition was not to reach the third grade. Daiyu was not a fool and naturally understood what he meant. Thinking back, when she first came to the Fire Spirit Land, she seemed to have the same ambition. Unfortunately, the torrent of the flowing time Great Emperor had smoothed out her edges, and she no longer had the drive of the past. She didn't know if many years later, Kai Yang would also accept his fate like she did now. Where did you get so many splitting heavens pills? After Daiyu asked, she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai had earned 8,000 spirit stones this month, and had received a reward of 5,000, which added up to 13,000 spirit stones. Adding in his previous 2 months' income, it should be enough. Even if it wasn't enough, he could borrow some from Old Fong. You don't need to worry about that. Yang Kai laughed. Or are you like me and want to reach a higher grade, so you don't care about this third grade? How could I not care? Old Fong said before that our path is set, and there is no chance to change it. It's just that. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Yang Kai said, don't think too much, I don't mean anything by it. It's just that I promised before. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to fulfill it. I didn't expect to be able to buy it so quickly. Daiyu sighed lightly. All right, I'll accept it, but just consider it a loan from me. I get a lot of heaven-opening pills from you every month, so it's not like I can't pay you back. Pausing for a moment, she solemnly said, Little brother, thank you. Yang Kai laughed. I didn't say thank you when you helped me before. Daiyu said, how is that the same? I didn't pay much when I helped you. This thing is worth 16,000 splitting heavens pills. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Since ancient times, there have been many people who add flowers to embroidery, but very few who offer help in times of need. To me, your help at that time cannot be measured by the heaven-opening pill. At the same time, in another room in the village where the handyman's quarters were located, 2 people were sitting across from each other. The table was covered with food and wine, and one of them was eagerly urging the other to drink. He enthusiastically picked up the food and said with a fawning smile, Steward Chow, try this. I specially bought all of this from the market square. Zhou Zheng drank the wine and ate the dishes as they came. He slowly put down his chopsticks and said, You must have spent a lot of money on this table, right? Xiang Yong said, I didn't spend much, as long as Steward Chow is happy. He cursed in his heart that it was really not easy to invite him to a meal. When he came back from the orchard, he wanted to invite him, but Zhou Zheng ignored him. He went to find him several times in a row. Only then did Zhou Zheng tell him that he could drink and eat, but he did not want to go to the market square. He was not in the mood, and could just stay in the handyman's room. What could Xiang Yong do? Naturally, he went to the market square to order a table of food and wine, and brought it back. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, they chatted casually. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. Xiang Yong struck while the iron was hot and said, Steward Chow, what do you think I should do about this matter? Zhou Zheng picked up some food and ate. As he ate, he said, I'm sorry about this matter, but I can't do anything about it. Master Du said that I have to find a better place for that guy. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Master Du. Xiang Yong almost cursed. Master Du asked you to find a better place for Yang Kai. The orchard was so big. Why did you have to change it to his place? He was unhappy in his heart, and even the expression on his face looked a little ferocious. Since Lord Du has spoken, we should indeed do as he says. However, Steward Zhou, can we transfer him to another place? I have taken care of that piece of land for so many years, more or less, I have some feelings for it. I am reluctant to leave. Zhou Zheng sneered in his heart. He knew that Xiang Yong was not attached to that land, but to the neighbor next door. He waved his hand and said, "There's no other way. If it was a few days ago, there might be some possibility. But today we can't do anything to him." "Why?" Xiang Yong stared. "Does that guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? Even Steward Chow can't do anything to him? He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms." Zhou Zheng smiled bitterly. "But that guy made a great contribution last time, and won Master Du's favor. A few days ago, when Master Du was patrolling the orchard, he went down and said a few words to him. Now that Master Du knows where he is, if I change him again, how can I explain it when Master Du asks about it?" Master Du went down and talked to him? Xiang Yong was stunned. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so lucky. After a moment of silence, he poured more wine and said in a low voice, "Steward Chow, if we can't do anything to him, we can do something to others. I don't want to go back to my original land. You can find a way to transfer me to the neighboring land. That shouldn't be difficult, right?" Zhou Zheng said, "There has to be a reason to transfer people. Others are doing well. Why should I transfer them?" Xiang Yong was speechless. "Is this the first time you've done this? It's not like you haven't done it before. Moreover, as the manager of the orchard, it's just a matter of a word to transfer people. Who can say anything?" It's clear that he doesn't want to help. Looking at Zhou Zheng's hateful face, Xiang Yong couldn't help but feel angry. Zhou Zheng sneered. "Instead of worrying about that land, you should worry about that person. If the land is gone, you can change it. But if the person is gone, how can you change it?" "What person?" Xiang Yong was confused. "What person are you talking about?" Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiang Yong blinked. "Xiao Dai. What's wrong with Xiao Dai?" Suddenly he tensed up and sprang up with a fierce look on his face. "What happened to Xiao Dai?" Zhou Zheng chuckled. "What can happen to Miss Dai Yu? Not only is she fine, but she's also living a good life right now." Xiang Yong frowned and stared at him. He felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words, but he was disgusted by his pretentious attitude. Thinking of his several evasions just now, he couldn't help but say coldly, "Steward Chow, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm a straightforward person. I don't understand your twists and turns." Zhou Zheng pointed at him with a distressed look. "It's because you're too innocent. You don't even know that you've been deceived." "Who dares to deceive me?" Xiang Yong was furious. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Drink my ass." Xiang Yong kicked out and knocked over the table in front of him. The wine and dishes splashed out, almost drenching Zhou Zheng's face. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. "Xiang Yong, what are you doing?" Zhou Zheng was furious. Although he knew that Xiang Yong was a rough person, he didn't expect him to be so rough. Xiang Yong's expression was ferocious and unruly. "Steward Chow, I invited you to drink out of goodwill, but you're making me feel uncomfortable. That's not right, is it? I'm not the one who's making you feel uncomfortable. It's someone else. Why are you so angry at me?" Xiang Yong shook his head. "I don't care. Steward Chow, you have to make yourself clear today." Zhou Zheng sneered. "Are you sure you want to know?" Xiang Yong glared at him as if he wanted to eat him. His meaning was clear. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth. Fine, fine, fine. Since you want to know, I'll let you know. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes." Without further explanation, he took out a token and infused it with his own energy. He waved the token in front of him and said coldly, "Open your eyes wide and see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a projection of an image immediately appeared in the air between the two of them. There was nothing special about the image. It was just a house, and it was the most ordinary house in the servants' quarters. There were at least 300 houses like this in the servants' quarters, if not 500. Xiang Yong recognized it at a glance. "Isn't this Xiao Dai's house? You have good eyesight." Zhou Zheng snorted. "What does Steward Chow want me to see?" Xiang Yong didn't understand. "Take your time and wait. You'll know in a while." Zhou Zheng didn't want to waste time with him. Xiang Yong looked at him for a while. He figured that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, so he rubbed his chin and watched carefully. However, he didn't find anything strange. He was bored. After waiting for more than an hour, the door of the house in the image suddenly opened. Xiangyong was startled and looked at it expectantly. But in the next moment, the expectation in his eyes turned into shock and then anger. His eyes burned with anger, and he looked like a volcano about to erupt. Yang Kai. Xiangyong gritted his teeth and shouted. Why did this boy come out of Xiao Dai's house at this time? In the image, when Yang Kai came out, he seemed to be in a good mood, a smile on his face. Behind him, Daiyu seemed to be saying something to him, causing her face to blush. Yang Kai didn't even turn around and just waved his hand. Zhou Zheng looked on coldly from the side and clicked his tongue. A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. What do you think this boy was doing just now? TSK, he's only been in the fire spirit land for a few months, and he's already won Master Du's pity and the favor of a beauty. How enviable. Xiangyong's face twitched and the anger in his eyes instantly turned into endless killing intent. Bastard. He turned around and walked towards the door with his axe in hand, full of killing intent. I'm going to kill him. Zhou Zheng coldly said. Handymen are not allowed to fight in private. Those who injure others will be grounded for 3 to 100 years depending on the severity of the injury. Those who kill will be killed without mercy. Do you want to be buried with him? Xiangyong's rushing figure couldn't help but pause. Although he was furious at this moment, he still had a trace of reason. He knew that Zhou Zheng was right. If he really went to kill Yang Kai, he would definitely be buried with him. At that time, no one would be able to save him. After 3 breaths of time, Xiangyong said, Then I'll go beat him up first. Zhou Zheng said, 3 years of confinement is inevitable. While you're in confinement for 3 years, this boy and Miss Dai you can do whatever they want. Xiangyong turned around and glared at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng sneered. What are you looking at me for? I'm not the one who touched your woman. Chapter 3870. Do you want me to sit back and do nothing? Xiangyong shouted angrily, his expression constantly changing. His expression was ferocious and twisted, and it was obvious that he was fighting a battle in his heart. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng said, Xiangyong, you have to be calm at a time like this. You may ruin everything if you act rashly. It's easy to say, but it's useless. Xiangyong said in a low voice. Steward Chow, just pretend you don't know anything about what happened today. I'm going to kill him right now. It's not like you have to do it yourself if you want him dead. Zhou Zheng sneered. Xiangyong, who was about to go out, immediately stopped and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. Don't take my words seriously when I'm drunk. It's late, so I'm going back to rest. Saying this, he was about to rush out of the door. Xiangyong swung the axe in his hand and chopped down in front of Zhou Zheng. His burly figure blocked the door and looked down at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was not afraid and narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiangyong, are you going to fight with me? I drank too much and am a little delirious. You look like you're the one with a brain problem. Xiangyong said in a low voice. Master, you're in the heaven-opening realm. I admit that I'm not your match. If we really fight, I'll only be humiliated. However, Xiao Dai's matter is closely related to me. If you have a good plan, please tell me. I'll be very grateful. What if I don't say it? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiangyong laughed sinisterly. Master, although you're in the heaven-opening realm, you're only in the 1st grade. If I risk my life, I can probably bite off 2 to 3 kilograms of your flesh. You're crazy. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. Xiangyong rubbed his head and said with a ferocious expression, Master, please teach me. Zhou Zheng did not speak and looked at him. There was only determination and ruthlessness in Xiangyong's eyes. After a long time, Zhou Zheng said, Xiangyong, why are you doing this? Since Miss Daiyu has no interest in you, why do you keep pestering her? That's my business. Master Steward, you don't have to worry about it. Sigh. Zhou Zheng sighed. Originally, it was not my place to say anything about this matter, but seeing how infatuated you are, I can give you some advice but... Xiangyong said, Master Steward, don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with you. No matter what the final result is, I will bear all responsibility. Very good. Zhou Zheng nodded. In that case, come closer. Xiang Yong hurried over. Zhou Zheng lowered his voice and told him in detail for a while. Xiang Yong's expression kept changing as he listened. He secretly lamented that Zhou Zheng was really vicious and merciless. If this was true, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Moreover, it would be an effortless death. After a while, Zhou Zheng said in a low voice, "This matter involves too many people. If it's exposed, you won't have a good ending. Think carefully." Xiang Yong chuckled. "Master Steward, this is a good idea. If I don't do it, I'll be letting you down. What does this have to do with me?" Zhou Zheng was shocked. Xiang Yong hurriedly slapped his mouth. Yes. This has nothing to do with Master Steward. This was all my idea. Come. Let's drink." The table had been kicked over. How could they drink? Zhou Zheng flicked his sleeves and said, "It's late. I'm going back to rest." Xiang Yong said, "Then I'll leave the matter of the day after tomorrow to Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng staggered. He didn't know whether this idea of his was a blessing or a curse for him, but it was too late to regret it now. Looking at Xiang Yong's expression, it was clear that he had to do it. He could only secretly pray that he hit Xiang Yong's weak spot, so that he could never rise again. Life in the handyman's quarters was not exciting. After returning from Dai Yu's place, Yang Kai meditated and rested. The next day, he dragged Old Fong to the market, mainly to broaden his horizons. Although he had a general understanding of the situation in the market, there were still some strange things in many stalls, all of which were brought out by the handymen from their respective Qianquan worlds. In order to buy the third-grade pure golden dew for Dai Yu, he went bankrupt and even owed Old Fong some heaven-opening pills. However, he was not in a hurry. In any case, he could earn a large number of heaven-opening pills next month. The food and drinks in the market were all on Old Fong's head, so Old Fong naturally did not bicker with him. This time, he even mysteriously brought him to a place. That place was extremely secluded. From the outside, it looked inconspicuous, but once one entered, one would know that there was a universe inside. The people who came here not only included the odd job workers from the odd job room, but also some disciples from the Seven Openings land. Many of them were wearing seven-colored clothes, and they were hugging women left and right as they enjoyed themselves. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He pulled Old Fong aside and said, "There's actually such a place in the market?" Old Fong sneered. "What's so strange about it? Since ancient times, this kind of place can be seen everywhere." "These girls, who are they?" Yang Kai looked around. Old Fong sighed. "They're all handymen from various spiritual lands. Everyone is trying to make a living. In the past, they didn't have much ability, but now that they have, they naturally want to help." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. This was the first time he heard someone speak of doing something so noble. He frowned slightly and said, "The handymen shouldn't have much money." Old Fong said, "That's why most of the people here are Qiqiao Land's disciples. There are very, very few handymen who come here to seek pleasure. Although this place is not specially open for Qiqiao Land's disciples, it's basically relying on them to survive." It was indeed as Old Fong said. Most of the people Yang Kai saw here were Qiqiao Land's disciples who wore colorful robes. There were only a few handymen who came here, including the two of them. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find a girl to take care of." Old Fong gave him a push and pointed at a group of more than 10 girls. "If you take a fancy to any of them, just bring them upstairs." After he finished speaking, he went upstairs and knocked on the door of a room. A moment later, the door opened and a jade-like hand reached out and pulled Old Fong inside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stood in place and scratched his head. He looked to the side and saw that the 10 girls were also looking at him curiously, but none of them had any intention of coming over to greet him. This place was mainly maintained by Qiqiao Land's disciples. Moreover, it was only open for 3 days every month. The girls all knew that if they wanted to make money, it was best to make money from those wearing colorful robes. If a handyman like Yang Kai came in, most people would ignore him unless he took the initiative to talk to them. It was good that no one cared. He walked to a table at the side and called for the handyman. He ordered a table of food and wine and drank by himself. However, it had to be said that although there was a sex trade here, it didn't have much of a prostitute atmosphere. It was more like a tea house. If it wasn't for waiting for old Fong, young Kai would have left long ago. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't come out. The food and wine were all changed. In the end, a girl couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. "Brother, are you waiting for your companion?" Young Kai nodded. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Then you don't have to wait any longer. I heard from the senior sisters that every time your companion comes, he will stay the night here." Young Kai almost cursed out loud. With a dark face, he thanked her and paid for the food and wine. Just as he was about to leave, the girl suddenly reached out and grabbed Young Kai's sleeve. Young Kai turned to look at her, and saw that her face was red. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, do you need something?" The girl lowered her head. "Brother, did you come here just to drink?" Young Kai wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood what she meant. Carefully sizing her up, he found that this girl had delicate features and didn't have the slightest bit of a prostitute's aura. He couldn't help laughing. "I came here with someone. I've never been to a place like this before." The girl's voice was soft. "There's a first time for everything. Brother, do you want to try?" As she spoke, her head was almost buried in her chest, and her face was as red as fire. Young Kai was speechless. He knew that this girl was either shy by nature, or had only come out a few times and wasn't too open. Just as he was thinking this, the girl said, "I won't hide it from brother. Junior sister, this is also my first time." Young Kai frowned and asked, "Junior sister, why did you come here?" The girl closed her mouth and didn't answer. However, young Kai had already been here for several months, so he naturally knew about the hard lives of the workers. They were paid 3 heaven opening pills a year, but even if they wanted to buy a set of second-grade materials, it would still cost 1,500 to 600. If he wanted to quickly advance to heaven opening, he had to find some other way. He sighed inwardly, knowing that old Fong was right. If it weren't for the fact that life was hard, who would come to this place? At this moment, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked in from outside. His eyes swept over the area and fixed on Young Kai, and he walked over in surprise. Sensing movement, Young Kai turned his head and was also stunned. "Brother Fong? Why are you here?" Fong Tai looked at Young Kai curiously. "Did you come to the wrong place?" "What does Brother Fong want to say?" Young Kai frowned slightly. "Nothing." Fong Tai slowly shook his head, probably because he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Looking around, he then turned to the young woman beside Kai Yang and smiled. "Junior sister, you need to have a good eye for people. Some people, even if you receive them, I'm afraid they won't be paid. At that time, you'll have to work for nothing." The girl forced a laugh. "Brother, you must be joking." Fong Tai said, "I'm not joking. The person you brought here is a newcomer. He's only been here for a few months and hasn't even been paid his salary yet. How could he pay you?" The woman looked at Kai Yang strangely. Kai Yang's performance just now was not like that of a newcomer. That table of food and drinks he had happily paid for, no more no less. This Fong is different. I'll make sure to satisfy junior sister later. Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the girl's arm. The girl couldn't dodge and was caught, quickly turning her head to look at Young Kai with a pleading expression. She was more willing to receive Young Kai, otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to him. But to her disappointment, Young Kai just glanced at her and cupped his hands. "Then I won't disturb Brother Fong. Goodbye." "Humph." Fong Tai coldly snorted. Young Kai stepped out, but he could clearly feel a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 3871. Stop looking. Why bother with this piece of trash? This brother will take you to have some fun. Young Kai stopped in his tracks and turned around. He walked up to Fong Tai and looked up at him. "Brother Fong, did you eat the wrong medicine today?" Fong Tai said, "This Fong is not sick, why would I eat medicine?" "If you're not sick, why are you spouting nonsense and insulting me for no reason?" Fong Tai was extremely astonished. "When did I insult you?" "Oh, you said that piece of trash, not you." This Fong was referring to someone else. "But if you insist on sticking to me, then I can't do anything about it." Young Kai stared at him. Fong Tai's eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. Young Kai nodded. "It seems that Brother Fong is seriously ill." Feng Tai was about to say something when he saw a fist rapidly growing in front of him. Immediately after, his head buzzed as if he had been struck by a powerful force. He flew backwards, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. The woman beside Feng Tai was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai. In her field of vision, Yang Kai was still in his punching posture. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe that this seemingly amiable senior brother actually had such a fiery temper. Just because of a disagreement, he attacked and injured someone. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of doing so? Less than 3 breaths after Yang Kai punched, the women in the hall all used their movement techniques and fled out the door. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone. However, there were still a few Qiqiaolan disciples looking over with interest. How many years had it been since a servant dared to make a move in private? Today they were finally able to watch a show. On the other side, Feng Tai staggered to his feet, only to feel that his mouth and nose were sticky. Wiping his hands, he found that they were all covered in blood. Raising his head, he glared at Kai Yang in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" He had also been beaten into a daze. He had never thought that Yang Kai would attack him. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. For a moment, humiliation and anger surged in his heart, and his aura fluctuated wildly. "You dare to scold me? Why wouldn't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai sneered. "Very good." Feng Tai roared angrily and kicked away the table and chair in his way. Then, like an ancient divine spirit, he rushed to the front of Yang Kai. His 2 fists, which were as big as casseroles, turned into shadows of fists that covered the sky and covered Yang Kai. Feng Tai was also a newcomer who had just arrived outside of heaven and earth. His strength was on par with Yang Kai's, so this fight was actually a close match. At the side, a few disciples of the Kikikyo land who were dressed in 7 colored robes were watching the show and cheered loudly. However, the 2 of them had only fought for a dozen breaths of time when a group of people came in from outside. The leader of the group had his hands behind his back and looked around. He narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, "All of you stop!" Yang Kai and Feng Tai, who were in the midst of fighting, ignored him and continued to fight. "You're revolting." The leader was furious. He waved his hand and the disciples of the Kikikyo land on both sides threw out ropes. These ropes were made of an unknown material and wrapped around Yang Kai and Feng Tai's bodies like snakes. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were tied up like rice dumplings. Yang Kai struggled but was unable to break free. Instead, the strength of the ropes increased, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. "You 2 are quite bold to fight in private. Don't you know the rules of the Qiqiao land?" After tying up the 2 of them, the leader walked in front of Yang Kai and Feng Tai. He looked at one and then looked at the other with a cold expression. "Brother." Feng Tai also came back to his senses at this time. Just now he had been hit by Yang Kai and was a bit angry. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. He knew that this matter was a bit serious, and that one wrong move could cause him to be consigned to eternal damnation. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, this little brother has only been here for a few months, and is not familiar with the rules of the Qiqiao land. Brother, can you consider this as this little brother's first offense and let me go? This little brother will be very grateful." "Humph." The leader coldly snorted. "Rules are rules. Who cares if this is your first offense or not? You'll suffer this time and know how to behave next time." Feng Tai panicked. "Brother, I'm innocent. This bastard hit me and I had no choice but to fight back. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other brothers over there. They saw everything clearly." The leader coldly looked at him. "I only know that when I came in, you were fighting with this brat. As for who made the first move, I have no interest in knowing. Take them away." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Feng Tai and Yang Kai, who were tied up like dumplings, were also taken behind. Feng Tai was still trying to explain something, but he was only reprimanded by a Qiqiao land disciple beside him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also gave up the idea of wasting his breath. On the second floor, old Feng's face was pale as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over." He had naturally heard the commotion downstairs. When Yang Kai and Feng Tai had been fighting, he had hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, but he had still been a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai was tied up and taken away, unable to save him. The people who had taken away Yang Kai were the Qiqiaolan's patrols. As a worker, he had no right to say anything in front of them. Thinking about it, the only person who could save Yang Kai was Zhou Zheng. As the manager of the orchard and a heaven-opening cultivator, if he was willing to step in, he should be able to help. Mentally preparing himself for a huge loss, Old Fong didn't even have time to tidy up his clothes as he hurriedly rushed to the fire spiritual land. In a simple and crude cell, dark and damp, Yang Kai and Feng Tai were locked inside, each occupying a corner of the cell. This cell was in the middle of the market, deep underground. It was casually built with some wood, so if Yang Kai wanted to, he could easily escape. However, neither he nor Feng Tai had the courage to do so. The Qiqiaolan's disciples were standing guard outside, so what could they do even if they escaped? They would still be tied up and brought back. As such, even though there was no one watching over them, and even though their bindings had been undone, the two of them only occupied a corner of the cell, minding their own business, accompanying Old Fong to visit a brothel only to end up in prison. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. However, today's matter gave him a strange feeling. Although Feng Tai had wanted to draw a clear line between them because he had offended Zhou Zheng, there was no need for him to offend him for no reason, right? Feng Tai's actions today gave him the feeling that he was intentionally trying to anger him. But what good would that do for Feng Tai? In the end, he would end up the same as him, locked up here, and who knew what kind of punishment he would receive. He had heard Old Fong say that the Qiqiaolan's punishment for workers who made mistakes was quite harsh. If he didn't handle this matter well, he might end up locked up for 3 to 5 years. If he was really locked up for such a long time, it would be a huge loss. Once he was locked up here, his source of income would be cut off, and who knew how many heaven-opening pills he would lose. Thinking of this, Feng Tai became even more displeased. He coldly glanced over and saw that this guy was looking anxiously in a certain direction, his face full of anticipation. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what he was looking forward to. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Feng Tai, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, immediately stood up, and Yang Kai also listened attentively. Not long after, a person arrived in front of the cell, his eyes gloomy as he looked at the two people in the cell. "Master Steward!" Feng Tai exclaimed excitedly. "Steward Chow." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. Although he didn't get along well with Zhou Zheng, since the other party had the title of steward, he still had to show the proper etiquette, lest he caught something that could be used against him. "You two really give face to my fire spirit land chores room." Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the two people in the cell, a look of resentment on his face. "Fighting over a woman and coming to the market square? You two are good. You two are too good." Feng Tai awkwardly said. "It's a misunderstanding, Master Steward. Yang Kai and I weren't fighting over a woman. It was just that our hands were itchy and we casually swapped pointers. Who knew that this would happen?" As he spoke, he turned his head and shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and pretended not to see. "You've been caught by the patrol and brought here, yet you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding." Zhou Zheng angrily shouted. "And the injury on your eye, do you think I'm blind?" Feng Tai reached out and covered the eye that Yang Kai had hit, not saying a word. Zhou Zheng snorted. "Do you know what punishment there is for a private fight between chores?" Feng Tai nervously asked. "What punishment?" 3 to 100 years of confinement. Zhou Zheng sneered. "Do you want 3 years or 100 years?" Feng Tai was shocked and begged. "Master Steward, please save me." Zhou Zheng said. "But I happen to know the patrol leader who caught you, so I can speak to him. Seeing that you're both newcomers and this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, there won't be any mercy." "Let it go just like that?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that he would definitely be locked up for a few years, so he had mentally prepared himself. Feng Tai, however, was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Steward Chow. Master Steward, I will remember your kindness and never forget it." Zhou Zheng didn't comment and opened the cell door saying, "Get out, both of you. What are you still doing in there?" Feng Tai and Yang Kai walked out one by one. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted. If it weren't for the fact that something happened in the orchard today, I wouldn't have cared about your lives. Fong Tai said. Is it about the chief steward's patrol? This wasn't a secret. The chores in the chores room had all heard about it from different sources. Yes, the chief steward should have arrived at the orchard by now. The two of you should hurry over. If the chief steward patrols your territory, be careful. If something goes wrong, no one can save you. Yes. Fong Tai quickly nodded. Yang Kai then remembered that the so-called chief steward was going to patrol the Fire Spirit Land's orchard today. The entire Fire Spirit Land had been busy just for today. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to worry too much. He just needed to do his job well. Chapter 3872. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the surface. At this moment, the entire market was silent. 3 days had passed, and the servants had all returned to their respective orchards. The market was naturally empty, and there were no Qiqiao disciples outside the prison. It was as if there were only the three of them here. It's getting late. Steward Chow, I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai bid farewell and soared into the sky, heading straight for the Fire Spirit Land. He has no respect at all. The steward master saved him, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. Fong Tai looked in the direction Yang Kai left and coldly snorted. There's no need for him to thank me. Zhou chuckled. He had already thanked those who needed to be thanked. Old Fong had spent a lot of heaven-opening pills for him to plead for leniency. For the sake of those heaven-opening pills, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Yang Kai. His expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, You did well this time. Fong Tai said, The reason this Fong can have today is all because of the steward master's nurturing. If the steward master has any orders, this Fong will do anything. Very good. Zhou nodded, very satisfied with Fong Tai's attitude. Fong Tai frowned, but there's something this Fong doesn't understand. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Zhou seemed to be clear about Fong Tai's doubts and blocked him with a single sentence. Also, this was only an accident. Fong Tai lowered his head. I understand. Let's hurry to the orchard. There might be a good show later. Moreover, the steward is here, so a small steward like me should accompany him. As Zhou spoke, he soared into the sky. Fong Tai didn't understand. He didn't know what kind of good show would happen later. He faintly felt that it had something to do with yesterday's incident, but since Zhou had already said so, he didn't ask any more questions. When the two of them set off, Yang Kai had already arrived at the Fire Spirit Land. When he passed by the village where the servant house was, he saw a golden light from the corner of his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that in front of his house, General Sichin was continuously pecking at the door, as if calling for him to come out. General. Yang Kai greeted. General Sichin heard the sound and turned his head to take a look. Following which, he turned into the size of an ordinary rooster and flapped his wings, flying up and down as he flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. General, you should lose some weight. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this stupid chicken was fatter than the first time he saw it. He stretched out his hand to summon it over, and placed it on his head. Great General Sichin twisted his butt and found the most comfortable position he was familiar with. He then pecked the Yang Kai twice. Yang Kai said, Something happened. It's not like I'm delaying the time on purpose. Stop pecking. Only then did General Sichin become obedient. After a short while, they arrived at the orchard. After flying for a while, they landed on their own territory and saw Dayu anxiously waiting for them. Hearing the commotion, Dayu turned her head and revealed a look of surprise. Are you all right? I heard from Old Fong that you fought with someone and got caught by the patrol team? Old Fong, you blabbermouth. Yang Kai had a look of disgust. This wasn't something to be proud of, so why did he spread it around? I was the one who asked him if you were all right. Did the patrol team do anything to you? Dayu asked with concern. It's nothing. If they did, would I still be standing here? Yang Kai smiled. Dayu nodded. That's right. Did Steward Chow come out and save you? How did you know? Yang Kai was stunned. Dayu said, Old Fong gave Steward Chow a valuable gift. Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. No wonder. He was wondering why Zhou was so kind. It was understandable that he went to save Fong Tai, but why did he save him as well? It turned out that old Fong had done something. How much did old Fong give him? Young Kai asked. Dayu said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be a small amount. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an errand boy to get caught in a private fight without any punishment. But it's fine as long as he's fine. That's true. Young Kai nodded. When you have time, tell old Fong that you're safe. He probably doesn't know that you're out yet. Dayu looked around and said, Moreover, the chief steward is patrolling the orchard today. You have to be careful and don't slack off. I know. You should go back quickly. I heard from Zhou that the chief steward should be in the orchard already. It won't be good if he finds out that you're not in your own territory and came to my place. Then I'll go back first. Dayu said and walked towards her orchard. After she left, Yang Kai took out his communication device with old Fong and told him that he was safe. Old Fong quickly sent a message asking him about the details of the situation. So Yang Kai naturally told him everything he needed to know. After he finished, old Fong replied and told him not to be so impulsive in the future. When Yang Kai asked how much he had given Zhou, the old man actually cut off the communication. Obviously, he didn't want to say more. This further confirmed Yang Kai's guess. Old Fong must have given him a lot this time. Otherwise, why would Zhou be so kind as to help him out? He cursed Zhou in his heart for his insatiable greed and swore to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he would make Zhou pay him back. He turned around and started to work in the orchard. The chief steward's inspection of the orchard was a big deal. It could be seen from Du Rufing's attitude before, so Yang Kai was not careless. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of what happened yesterday, but Yang Kai felt a little uneasy today, as if something was going to happen. This made him more vigilant. An hour later, Yang Kai stood in the orchard with his token in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. There was a fruit missing in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was limited. It was recorded in the token of every handyman. If it was spoiled or rotten, they had to report it to the chief steward of the orchard. However, under normal circumstances, nothing would happen to the fire spirit fruits, let alone one missing for no reason. But at this moment, this happened in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was one less than the number recorded in the token. Yang Kai carefully counted 3 times in the orchard, and it was the same. How could there be one less fruit? Before he left last month, Yang Kai specially checked it once. At that time, the numbers were correct, but after a few days, the numbers were wrong. Yang Kai scanned the orchard with his divine senses and carefully searched the fruit trees one by one. After a while, he finally found something. He went straight to a fire spirit fruit tree and stared at a certain spot. There should have been a fire spirit fruit in that spot, but at this moment, there was nothing. On the stem where the fire spirit fruit should have been, there were still traces of freshly picked fruit. Even if Yang Kai had not picked the fire spirit fruit before, he knew that the fruit here had been picked less than 2 hours ago. Someone actually stole his fruit while he was not around? Kai Yang flew into a rage. Which idiot would be so daring as to do such a stupid thing? Stealing the fire spirit fruit could put him in a disadvantageous situation, but if the truth was found out, even 100 lives would not be enough to kill him. Who on earth was doing such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Or rather, who had a grudge against him? In the entire fire spirit land, Yang Kai did not know many people. The only ones who had a grudge against him were Zhou and Fong Tai, who he had a fight with yesterday. Fong Tai did not have the opportunity to do so. When he came over, he had not moved yet. Could it be Zhou? It should not be him either. Zhou had rescued him and Fong Tai from the market, so he also had no time to do such a thing. If it was not Zhou or Fong Tai, then who else had a grudge against him? After thinking about it, Yang Kai could not think of anything. However, the figure of shaking bear Xiang Yong flashed through his mind. If it was Xiang Yong, then there was a possibility. However, there was no grudge between him and Xiang Yong. There was no reason for the other party to be so heavy-handed, right? Perhaps he could ask Dayu. When he came over, Dayu had been in his orchard. Perhaps she had seen something. After making up his mind, just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard a bustling sound coming from not far away. When he looked up, Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He saw a group of people flying through the air, neither too fast nor too slow. The person in the lead had a dignified appearance. When he looked around, he had a dignified expression. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a person of high status and was around 40 years old. On his left, Du Ruffing was half a step behind to accompany him. He had a smile on his face and was saying something to the man. The man only had his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would lower his head and look around. Occasionally he would nod. Behind Du Ruffing was Zhou. However, looking at his position in the crowd, it seemed that he was the kind of person who could not even speak. Even though he had never seen them before, Yang Kai immediately recognized that the middle-aged man in the lead should be the chief manager of the entire Kikikyo land. He instinctively shrunk his neck. If the orchard was peaceful, he had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that his territory was missing a fruit, this matter was a little difficult to explain. In his heart, he secretly prayed that this group of people would leave quickly and not pay attention to him. However, what he was afraid of just had to happen. While he was feeling guilty, Yang Kai heard the chief manager say, isn't that Duan Hai's General Sichin? Why did he come to the orchard? Yang Kai almost spat out blood. He was so preoccupied with his guilty conscience that he actually forgot that the great general was still lying on his head. The great general's body was dazzling with golden light, like a lighthouse in the darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought the great general with him today. He should have left it in the servant room. Du Ruffing said, the chief manager is right. That is the venerable one's General Sichin. The chief manager laughed. How did this servant offend General Sichin? The general actually wants to punish him like this. Du Ruffing said. The chief manager misunderstood. He did not offend General Sichin. Previously, I also thought that he offended the general and was punished. However, when I reported to the venerable one, I found out that the general likes him and is close to him. Chapter 3873. Like him? Get close to him? The manager revealed a surprised expression. I understand General Sichin's temper a little. He wouldn't care about normal people. What's so special about this servant that he could gain General Sichin's favor? Du Ruffing laughed. This disciple doesn't know. Maybe General Sichin has a good eye for people. Let's go down and take a look. The manager was interested and waved his hand, leading a group of people to descend. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he had the urge to curse. But if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Seeing the group of people bustling over, he had no choice but to greet them. He cupped his hands and bowed. Yang Kai greets master. The manager didn't look at him, but looked at General Sichin with a smile. He didn't need to pay too much attention to a mere servant. The reason he came down was mainly because of General Sichin. Du Ruffing, who was following behind him, said, Yang Kai, this is the manager of the 7 Openings land. He is in charge of all matters of the 7 Openings land. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a look, telling him not to be nervous. Yang Kai bowed again. Greetings, manager. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. His orchard had lost a fruit for no reason. It would be fine if it wasn't discovered, but if it was discovered, how would he explain it? Could he say that it was stolen? Where was the evidence? If he couldn't find the person who stole the fruit, he would have to take responsibility for the loss of the fire spirit fruit. He didn't know if Du Ruffing would be able to protect him when the time came. She wanted to send him a sound transmission to explain the whole story, but this chief manager was clearly a heaven-opening expert. How could a sound transmission be concealed in front of him? Even though he was feeling depressed, he appeared calm and composed on the surface. Even though he saw from the corner of his eye that a group of people who had followed the chief steward spread out to investigate his orchard, his expression did not change and his heart did not beat faster. Since it had come to this, he could only pray that those people wouldn't carefully check the number of fire spirit fruits. Only then would he be able to escape this calamity. Inadvertently, he saw Zhou Zheng smiling at him. That smile seemed to have a deeper meaning. Before he could think any further, he heard the steward ask, How did you manage to make General Sichin so close to you? Yang Kai lowered his head. I don't know either. You don't know either? The chief manager raised his eyebrows. Du Ruffing said from the side. Young Kai, just say what you want to say. The chief manager is just asking casually. It's nothing important. Young Kai said with a bitter face, I really don't know. A few months ago, when I first came to the orchard, the great general passed by the orchard. I don't know how it fell from the sky and landed right in front of me. Perhaps the great general thought that I had done something to it. So it was angry and wanted to peck the fruits in my orchard. How could this disciple bear it? As an odd job worker of the orchard, taking care of the fruits is my duty. I was angry and fought with it. You fought with it? The chief manager laughed. You're quite brave. Young Kai said embarrassedly. At that time, this disciple had just arrived and didn't know the great general's identity. That's why I dared to offend it. If it were today, I definitely wouldn't have the guts. Du Ruffing nodded. All right, chief manager. This disciple has been in the land of fire spirit for less than half a year. He's indeed a newcomer, but he's already made a great contribution. Oh. The chief manager revealed a look of surprise. Looking at Kai Yang seriously, he didn't ask what kind of contribution Kai Yang had made. Nodding his head, he said, You can continue. Yang Kai spread his hands. That's all. From then on, whenever I came to the herb garden, the great general would be like this. So it's a friendship formed through fighting. The chief manager smiled and nodded. That's interesting. This was the first time Du Ruffing had heard of such a thing, so he pointed at Yang Kai and said, You little brat, you should be glad you didn't do anything to the great general at that time, otherwise, the venerable would have skinned you alive. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He thought to himself that the great general had lost quite a lot of feathers at that time. At this moment, the people who were scattered in the orchard returned one after another. One of them glanced at Yang Kai, then handed something that looked like a jade scroll to the chief manager. Yang Kai's heart tightened. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The chief manager took the jade scroll and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. He then handed the jade scroll to Du Ruffing. Take a look. Du Ruffing took it curiously and glanced at Yang Kai. He guessed that something must have happened to the orchard. Otherwise, why would the chief manager ask him to take a look at this? This was not within his authority. However, what could have happened to the orchard? After carefully inspecting it, Du Ruffing's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, Yang Kai, can you tell me why your orchard is missing a fire spirit fruit? It's really missing? Yang Kai was surprised. You know? Du Ruffing frowned. Yang Kai said, before honored seniors arrived, Disciple was counting the number of fire spirit fruits, and found that there was a discrepancy between the number recorded before Disciple left last time. However, Disciple wasn't sure at that time, so honored seniors arrived just as Disciple was about to carefully count them. He paused and said, Now it seems that the previous count was not wrong. There is indeed a fire spirit fruit missing. Du Ruffing said in a low voice, As a servant, you should take care of everything in the orchard. Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive if the spirit fruit is missing? I don't know. A light punishment would be crippling your cultivation and banishing you from the Qiqiao land. A heavy punishment would be to kill you on the spot. Yang Kai was shocked. This was not giving him a way out at all. He exclaimed, Master Du, I am innocent. I counted the number of spirit fruits before I left a few days ago. The number of spirit fruits was exactly the same. I didn't have time to do anything when I came here today. The lack of spirit fruits has nothing to do with me, Master Du. How can it have nothing to do with you? Du Ruffing's expression was dignified. Since you are the servant who takes care of this orchard, everything in this orchard is closely related to you. The loss of the spirit fruit is due to your lack of care, unless you reported it to the manager here before. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou. Zhou, did Yang Kai report it to you? Zhou stepped forward and took out a jade slip to check it carefully. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, I did not find any records. Du Ruffing looked at him deeply, then turned to Yang Kai and said, Do you have anything else to say? I don't accept this. Yang Kai straightened his neck. The loss of the spirit fruit is not because I took care of it. If it was lost, it was because someone stole it. The one who should be punished is the person who stole the fruit. Du Rufing's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Who dares to steal spirit fruits in the Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai snorted. If someone didn't steal it, how could the fruit be lost for no reason? Did you see it? The chief manager, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Losing a spirit fruit was not a big deal. Whoever took care of it would be punished, but now someone actually dared to steal the spirit fruit. They had to make an example of this and let everyone in the Qiqiao land know what the consequences of stealing a spirit fruit were. I didn't see it, but I have my suspicions. Yang Kai shook his head. Chief manager is at the heaven opening realm, so you should be proficient in some soul-searching techniques. As long as we capture those people and interrogate them carefully, the truth will come to light. The chief manager smiled. And if we can't get anything out of them? Yang Kai said. Then count it on me. When the time comes, we'll do what we need to do. You've got a good plan. The chief manager lightly snorted. But who knows if you're trying to drag them down with you? If we really want to do a soul searching, we should start with you. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood when he heard this. This was like shooting himself in the foot. If his soul was really searched, wouldn't he lose all his secrets? If he was unlucky, his soul might even be damaged, causing him to lose his mind forever. However, today's matter could not be explained clearly in a few words, and he did not have the strength to resist. The chief manager was at the 4th stage heaven opening realm at the very least. Killing him would be as easy as crushing a bug. Unable to escape, unable to fight, he could only turn to look at Du Rufing. Du Rufing did not disappoint. He cupped his hands and said, Chief Steward, since this matter happened in the Fire Spirit Land, then let the Fire Spirit Land take full responsibility. Let me take this person back. I will give Chief Steward an explanation. The chief manager shook his head. Rufing, since you've asked, logically speaking, I should give you face. However, today's matter is no longer as simple as losing the spirit fruit. It involves theft. You should also know that the spirit fruits everywhere are the foundation of the 7 openings land, and we can't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Now, there's actually a servant who dared to touch the foundation of the 7 openings land. This matter should not only be explained to me, but also to the heavenly monarch. Du Rufing's heart trembled. The chief manager even mentioned the heavenly monarch, which completely cut off his right to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, thinking, of all things to talk about, why did you have to talk about someone stealing the spirit fruit? Now, I can't help even if I want to. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his original intention of shifting the blame would end up cutting off his own path of survival. According to the chief manager's words, as long as it was not a servant who stole the spirit fruit, it was not a big deal. After all, some of the fire spirit fruits were already spoiled or dead, so there would be a shortage. However, when it involved a servant, it was a completely different concept. Capture him. As soon as the chief manager gave the order, 2 people immediately walked out from the left and right, heading towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, and he quietly gathered all his strength. He was wavering between being captured and fighting to his death. Right at this moment, a cry was heard. The great General Sichin above him shook its wings, and a ball of golden light floated out from its mouth. Yang Kai habitually reached out to grab it. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared in his hand was not the heaven-opening pellet that he was used to seeing, but a fruit core the size of a longan fruit. Fruit core. Yang Kai was stunned. Du Rufing was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. Wait a moment. The 2 Qiqiao disciples who were approaching Yang Kai immediately stopped. Du Rufing quickly came in front of Yang Kai and picked up the fruit core in his hand. After examining it for a while, he laughed and said, Chief Manager, the thief seems to have confessed. The loss of the spirit fruit should not be related to the servants here. As he spoke, he presented the fruit core in his hand. Chapter 3874. The head manager took it and examined it for a moment. He then turned to Du Rufing and chuckled. You said General Sichin liked him and wanted to get close to him, but I think he was just looking for an opportunity to frame him. He almost got him killed, but luckily he didn't go too far and spared him at the crucial moment. Du Rufeng also smiled. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Grand General would behave like that. So it was all for today. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now that the truth is out, it means that the missing fruit was not stolen by the servants. It was just that the Grand General ate one on a whim. Head manager, what do you think of this, Yang Kai? The head manager waved his hand, and the two Qiqiao disciples who had walked out immediately retreated back. After this incident, the head manager no longer had any interest in staying. He turned around and said, "Let's look elsewhere." With his hands behind his back, he walked off into the distance. A group of people followed him and left. Before Du Rufeng left, he glanced at Yang Kai and secretly transmitted a message to him. "Take care of yourself." Yang Kai watched as the group left. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Zheng's back. When the Grand General spat out the core of the fruit, he clearly saw Zhou Zheng's surprised expression. He couldn't help but frown. Who was the culprit behind today's incident? Was it related to Zhou Zheng? After carefully sorting out the sequence of events, the person who stole the fruit definitely wanted to kill him. Furthermore, it was only today that he stole one of his fruits. He and Feng Tai were locked up in the city's prison, so they arrived late and gave the thief a chance to take action. The culprit wasn't Feng Tai, but he was caught by the patrol because of Feng Tai. Yesterday, Feng Tai also seemed to want to provoke him, so the person who saved him and him was Zhou Zheng. His emotions fluctuated and his divine sense moved. Yang Kai felt as if he had cleared up the fog and seen the truth of the matter. But, if it was really as he guessed, then how did this guy guarantee that the head manager would come to check on his medicinal garden? Just because of General Sichin? It wasn't impossible. As long as the head steward saw General Sichin, he would definitely be curious. At that time, whether or not the head steward came down to investigate, this person would be able to guide him. Unfortunately, it was the chief steward who wanted to come down today, not someone else. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely be able to verify whether his guess was correct. Yang Kai was infuriated that he almost got himself killed for no reason. If it wasn't for Grand General Sichin turning the tide at the last moment, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Even Du Rufeng wouldn't have been able to protect him. From the fact that Du Rufeng didn't show any respect to the chief steward, it could be seen that this matter was related to an odd job worker's theft. On the contrary, it didn't matter that the Grand General had eaten one. This odd job was unbearable. It had only been a few months, and he had almost gotten into trouble. He still had a long way to go. Thinking about this, Yang Kai hurriedly carried the Grand General down from his head. Holding it with both hands, he looked at it carefully. Previously, when this guy had used his head as a chicken coop, Kai Yang had felt quite ashamed. But after witnessing the great general's ability, the god of wealth, he had let it be. He had never thought that today he would need its help. Now that he looked at it, it was pleasing to the eye. Pulling it into his embrace, he ravaged it with all his might. "You're really something. Even in such a hopeless situation, you still managed to find a way out." The Grand General's feathers stood on end as it cried out. Using all its strength, it couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grasp. It cried out miserably. After a long while, Yang Kai finally let it go. Sitting on the ground, he placed the Grand General in front of him and chuckled. At this moment, the Grand General no longer had a majestic appearance. Its feathers were a mess. Once it broke free from Yang Kai's grasp, it fluttered its little wings and flew over, pecking nonstop. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it. All right, just vent your anger." After playing around for a while, the Grand General finally calmed down. Standing in front of Yang Kai, it used its beak to comb its feathers. From time to time, it would tilt its head and glance at Yang Kai. Its gaze was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai placed his hands on his knees and cupped his cheeks. He curiously asked, "How did you get the fire spirit fruit's core? Have you eaten the fire spirit fruit before?" The Grand General opened its mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. Yang Kai caught it and discovered that it was actually a few cores. "You really ate it before." Yang Kai was astonished. It wasn't hard to explain why Sichin had the ability to save him at such a crucial moment. "Why did you help me?" Actually, what Yang Kai wanted to know was why Sichin treated him so differently. When others wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill from the Grand General, it would also depend on the Grand General's mood. Only he was able to use an insect to exchange for a pill. He was even able to use this method to open up a path of wealth. This definitely wasn't because he had fought with the Grand General before. It was a pity that Sichen hadn't communicated with him properly. If the Grand General could understand what he said, it meant that the Grand General had the ability to communicate with others, but was too lazy to do so. Since he couldn't understand, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. He hugged the Grand General and placed it on his head. Yang Kai stood up and said, "Since you saved my life today, if you have any requests in the future, just tell me and I will do my best." He wasn't sure if the Grand General heard him clearly, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Although the orchard was large, the head steward had only patrolled for a day. Yang Kai waited until the next day before Du Ruffing arrived. As soon as they met, Du Ruffing said, "Yang Kai, I tried my best to exonerate you yesterday, but it was a pity that I couldn't do anything about the theft. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Grand General took the initiative to stand up for you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master Du is too serious. Yesterday, this disciple saw the care and concern that Master Du showed to this disciple. This disciple will remember it in his heart." Du Ruffing patted his shoulder. "It's good that you can think this way. Why? Do you have something to tell me?" If Yang Kai hadn't sent him a message yesterday, he wouldn't have come today. Yang Kai said, "There is something." He gestured with his hand. "Master Du, please." After inviting Du Ruffing to a nearby table and chair, Yang Kai took out some fragrant spring water and began cooking. These things were all stored in his space ring for later use. Du Ruffing smiled and said, "If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking, "Disciple wants to ask, does Master Du's previous words still count?" Du Ruffing looked at him with interest. "What? Have you thought it through? Didn't you refuse this king before?" Yang Kai let out a dry laugh. "That was then and this is now." Disciple had some misgivings before, but after yesterday's events, Disciple discovered that as a servant, there are many things that are beyond Disciple's control. Disciple doesn't like this kind of feeling. Moreover, water flows downwards and people strive to climb higher. This is a matter of course. Since Master has given me this opportunity, Disciple will naturally grasp it well. Du Ruffing smiled lightly. "In my Qiqiao lands, the number of servants is the largest, but the status of a servant is the lowest. Some people come to my Qiqiao lands and work for 3,000 years without being able to turn over a new leaf, while others only need a few years to become a carp leaping over the dragon gate. This all depends on one's own ability. You are a person with ability, so this king wants to guide you. Rest assured, this king's previous words will naturally count." "Thank you in advance, Master Du." Yang Kai stood up and bowed, but he didn't take a seat and continued. Disciple boldly asks, if Disciple follows Master Du, what will Disciple's status be? Washing away your servant status, you will become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. At that time, what should I do? What do you want to do? Du Ruffing asked back. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Can Disciple do whatever Disciple wants to do? Du Ruffing chuckled. As long as it is within my protection and doesn't violate the rules of the Qiqiao lands, Disciple can do anything. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew a large circle in front of his eyes. Disciple wants to be the manager of this orchard. Du Ruffing narrowed his eyes slightly. Your appetite is a bit big. If Master can't fulfill my wish, then Disciple will be presumptuous. Du Ruffing snorted. Are you trying to provoke this king? Yang Kai doesn't dare. Du Ruffing stared at him for a while, faintly regretting making such a big promise. Now that Yang Kai's words had forced him to ride a tiger, and it was difficult to back down. If he agreed, he couldn't make the decision. If he didn't agree, it would be embarrassing in front of Yang Kai. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Ruffing said, It's a good thing that you want to be the manager of the orchard. As you said, people strive for higher positions. However, the position of manager now belongs to someone else. Although Zhou is a bit incompetent, he hasn't made any big mistakes. It would be unfair to abruptly remove him from the position of manager. Why don't? Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai interrupted. What if Steward Chow makes a mistake? Du Ruffing frowned. What mistake did Zhou Jing make? However, no matter what mistake he made, he will be dealt with according to the rules of the sect. No one can help him. Yang Kai heard this and said, after Steward Chow is removed from his position, can Disciple take over the position of manager? Du Ruffing laughed. Is there a grudge between you and Zhou Jing? Why do you want to drag him down and replace him? Yang Kai shook his head. Disciple will reveal the riddle to Master later. Please answer my question, Master. Du Ruffing thought for a while and said, the position of manager needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. Thank you, Master. All right, you've been beating around the bush for so long. What do you want to say? Just say it. Du Ruffing was getting impatient. He was slightly displeased. It happened yesterday. The general didn't take the spiritual fruit. Someone really did steal it. Du Ruffing's expression changed and he said in a low voice, Yang Kai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Don't you know that someone might die if you say that? Yang Kai looked down and said, I didn't know before yesterday, but after yesterday, I found out. Du Ruffing tapped his fingers on the stone table lightly. Tell me in detail. Chapter 3875. It's like this. When I came to the orchard yesterday, the first thing I did was to count the number of spirit fruits, but I found that one was missing. It had only been 2 hours since it was picked. Just as I was worrying, the chief steward and the others arrived nearby. At that time, I didn't have time to find out the truth. Master also saw what happened after that. I was almost consigned to eternal damnation. Du Ruffing narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. You mean this matter has something to do with Zhou Jing? Before it's confirmed, I don't dare to make any rash comments. Master Du, please watch a good show. A good show. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai flew down from another orchard and landed directly in front of the two men. The two men's reactions were completely opposite. One was overjoyed and walked forward to greet him, while the other's expression changed slightly, and he took a step back. He looked at Yang Kai with a face full of horror and confusion. Brother, are you all right? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai didn't look at him, but stared straight at Xiang Yong and said, it was scary but not dangerous. Didn't I tell you before? Old Fong said, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I was a bit worried. Now that you're all right, I don't have to worry about anything. He paused and said, Brother, did you come here for something? Yang Kai grinned. Can't I come to see you? See me? Old Fong was stunned. Since you came to see me, why did you keep staring at Xiang Yong? He instinctively felt that there was something wrong between the two. He turned to look at Xiang Yong, and found that there was indeed a problem. Xiang Yong was actually avoiding his eyes and had a guilty expression. He didn't know why. Brother Xiang, we haven't seen each other for a few days. How come you've become so estranged? Yang Kai looked at Xiang Yong with a fake smile. Xiang Yong's face darkened. Am I close to you? We're not even close. How can we be estranged? That's true. I'm not that close to Brother Xiang, but why did Brother Xiang look so surprised when you saw me today? What surprise? What surprise? Xiang Yong waved his hand and said in a low voice, I was just born with big eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai laughed. I won't hide it from Brother Xiang. The chief steward went to my place yesterday and inspected my orchard. Xiang Yong's eyes widened as he said, Head steward went over? Brother Xiang, you're very concerned about me. Why would I be concerned about you? I'm just if you don't tell me. Xiang Yong coldly snorted and sat down on the ground. He leaned against a fruit tree and hugged his arms as he dozed off. The chief steward, Yang's was being inspected by the chief steward was not a good thing. Taking care of the orchard was the responsibility of the servants. If they did well, they wouldn't be rewarded, but if they were found to be doing poorly, they would definitely be punished. Therefore, no servant was willing to have the chief steward visit their territory. They all hoped that he would just take a look at them and leave. However, every time the chief steward came to inspect, there would always be some unlucky people. Yang Kai's luck was really bad. There were hundreds of servants in the orchard, but the chief steward just had to go to his place. Now, even if there were no problems, there would definitely be some problems. He didn't do anything to you, did he? I almost couldn't see you again, old brother. Yang Kai let out a long sigh, his face full of lingering fear. Old Fong was shocked. What happened? Why is it so serious? Yang Kai solemnly said. I lost a fire spirit fruit in my orchard. Old Fong's face immediately turned white. Brother, you can't joke about this. You're new here. Although I've told you a lot of the rules of the orchard, you probably haven't realized the seriousness of losing a spirit fruit. Let me tell you this, the lives of us servants are not as valuable as a spirit fruit. I know. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Losing a spirit fruit is a serious crime. The chief steward wanted to arrest me on the spot. Even if Master Du came forward to plead for me, it was useless. Then why did you? Old Fong was confused. Du Ruffing had come forward to plead for mercy, but it was useless. Why was Yang Kai still standing there? What happened after that? Yang Kai grinned and pointed at the great general. At the last moment, the great general made a move. It actually spat out a fruit core from its mouth. Now the truth is out. Old Fong blinked and finally understood. So the great general stole the spirit fruit and ate it. Exactly. Otherwise, why would the orchard lose a spirit fruit for no reason? Who would have the guts to steal it? You scared me to death. Old Fong let out a long breath. Although he knew that Yang Kai was standing there, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear when he heard the whole story. Why would the great general do such a thing? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai's head in confusion. How would I know? Maybe he ate too many insects and got greedy. But although the great general caused this, it was also thanks to him that I was able to survive. I should thank him. Old Fong, do you have any blue flame silkworms? A little, but not much. Give me all of them. After taking the blue flame silkworms from Old Fong, Yang Kai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. In the void, a brilliance like a water curtain flowed. Under the brilliance, Du Ruffing hid himself and watched everything that happened. He was less than 300 feet away from Old Fong, but Old Fong didn't notice anything from beginning to end. Just after Yang Kai left, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a hand sign. The brilliance like a water curtain wriggled slightly, and Yang Kai quietly flashed in from outside. Will he fall for such a clumsy performance? Du Ruffing chuckled. Yang Kai grinned. That depends on who he is. If it's someone like Old Fong, I'm afraid I can't fool him. But if it's someone like Xiang Yong, I'm not so sure. Let's wait and see. If it's really as I guessed, he'll definitely take action. Du Ruffing said. What if you guessed wrong? Master, will you punish me? Not really, but this king doesn't have so much time to waste here. I'll only give you half a day. If you don't see the result after half a day, this matter will end here. Fine, half a day it is. Yang Kai had no choice but to agree, and it was even more impossible for him to bargain with the other party. Turning his head, he curiously asked, Senior, this artifact is quite interesting. If we really end up luring the snake out of its hole, will it be able to conceal our whereabouts? Du Ruffing said proudly. This treasure was bestowed by the Venerable. It's called the Shadowless Veil. Under the third-grade heaven-opening realm, it's impossible to see through its flaws. Even those above the third-grade heaven-opening realm might be able to deceive them as long as they don't search carefully. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. It was good to have a backer. He didn't have to worry about breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. He had a lot of treasures in his hands, such as the capturing heaven net and the shadowless veil. On the other hand, he had worked so hard to fight with his wits and strength here, all for the identity of a small orchard manager. Just as he was speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly brightened. The fish has taken the bait. Below, Xiang Yong, who was leaning against a fruit tree with his arms crossed and dozing off, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around for a while, then stood up with a dignified and hesitant look on his face, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After hesitating for a long time, Xiang Yong made up his mind and turned his head to call out, Old Fong, take care of the orchard for me. After saying this, without waiting for Old Fong's agreement, He directly soared into the sky in the direction of the center of the orchard. Under the shadowless veil, Yang Kai and Du Ruffing looked at each other. Du Ruffing said, "I'm afraid it's really like what you said." Yang Kai said, "Master, you'll know when you see it." Du Ruffing no longer said anything. He urged the shadowless veil, and quietly followed behind Xiang Yong. Xiang Yong looked back several times, but found nothing. After a short while, 1,000 blades peak appeared in front of them. This peak was strange, like a sword inserted into the ground. The scenery on the peak was good, but it was surrounded by orchards, and there were no other peaks in the distance. It was a very rare solitary peak. There was a hall on 1,000 Blades Peak, where the orchard manager usually lived and worked. From time to time, there were handymen coming in and out of the peak. Obviously, they were all looking for Zhou. Zhou liked to work in the pavilion on the edge of the peak outside the hall. Sitting in the pavilion, he could see the small mountains and the continuous orchard below. It gave people a feeling that everything was under his control. Zhou liked this feeling. At this moment, there were not many handymen looking for Zhou. After all, nothing serious happened in the orchard. Even if there was a problem, the handymen would find a way to solve it. Only when there was something they couldn't solve would they come to Zhou. When Xiang Yong arrived, he didn't go to Zhou immediately, probably because he felt a little guilty. He waited for 2 hours until all the other handymen left. In the pavilion, Zhou didn't raise his head. "What's the matter?" "Steward Chow." Xiang Yong shouted in a low voice. Zhou's expression changed. He looked up and saw Xiang Yong. He immediately looked around and gritted his teeth. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time?" Xiang Yong stretched his neck and said, "I don't want to bother Steward Chow, but there's something I don't understand. I need Steward Chow's help." "What's so important?" Zhou's expression was ugly. "That Yang Kai, shut up." Zhou suddenly stood up and glared at Xiang Yong for a while. He said in a low voice, "Come with me." With his hands behind his back, he led the way to the main hall. Xiang Yong scratched his head and had no choice but to follow. The two entered the main hall one after the other. Zhou waved the token in his hand and opened the restriction. He then turned around and glared at Xiang Yong. "Are you crazy? How dare you mention that outside? Don't you know that the walls have ears? If someone heard you, not only you, but even I can't escape death." Xiang Yong said, "But Master Steward said that as long as I followed your orders, that Yang Kai would definitely die. I followed your arrangements and took the risk of losing my head. Why is that brat perfectly fine?" Zhou frowned. "How do you know? Did you see Yang Kai?" Chapter 3876. Xiang Yong sneered, "Steward Chow, you don't need to know how I found out. I just know." Zhou's face darkened as he said, "Yesterday's incident was a little unexpected. The head steward went to inspect his herb garden as I wished, and discovered that he had lost the spirit fruit. We were just about to arrest him when General Sichin appeared at the crucial moment and ruined everything. Steward Chow doesn't need to elaborate on the process. I found out about it from other sources." Zhou was stunned. "If you know everything, why are you still here?" "Of course I'm here to ask for an explanation from Steward Chow." Zhou laughed. "Ask for an explanation? What explanation do you want from me?" His expression turned cold. "Why should I give you any explanation?" Xiang Yong snorted and said, "If it weren't for your instigation, how could I have done such a despicable thing? Now that the matter has been done, but the result has not been obtained, shouldn't Lord Steward take responsibility?" Zhou's expression was so cold that it was almost dripping water. "When did I instigate you? I've told you before that this is a serious matter. You have to think it through before you act and bear the consequences. Now that things have gone wrong, you're blaming me?" Xiang Yong twisted his neck. "I don't care. We're in the same boat now. If one dies, the other won't be able to escape." Zhou was so angry that he wanted to slap the guy in front of him to death. He secretly regretted giving him such a bad idea a few days ago. Now he didn't get to eat the mutton, but got himself into trouble. "What do you want?" Zhou asked coldly. Xiang Yong was a simpleton, and his status was low. He was not as valuable as Zhou himself. Since Xiangyong was using this to threaten him, Zhou could not do anything about it. Xiangyong chuckled and said, "It's not like Lord Steward doesn't know what this one's intentions are. As long as Lord Steward can satisfy this one will naturally be able to satisfy Lord Steward." Zhou narrowed his eyes. "You want to change your territory?" Xiangyong said, "It doesn't matter if we switch back or not, as long as we can be transferred to Xiao Dai's side." Zhou gently nodded. "If that's the case, it's not impossible. How about this? You go back and wait for my news. I'll let you know when I'm done here." Xiangyong looked at him suspiciously. "Master Steward, are you trying to trick me? Although I look a little big and burly, I'm not that easy to fool." Zhou was furious. "Why would I lie to you? Do I need to lie to you about this? Then I'll trust you one more time." Xiangyong nodded and cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave first and wait for the good news from the Master Steward." "Wait." Zhou raised his hand to stop him. Xiangyong turned around. "Master Steward, do you have any other orders?" Zhou gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is the fruit?" "What fruit?" Xiangyong was confused by his words. "What do you think?" "Oh," Xiangyong suddenly understood. "You're talking about the fruit that I secretly plucked." He patted his stomach and said, "Of course, I've already sacrificed it to my internal organs. It doesn't taste that good." "You." Zhou looked at him speechlessly and waved his hand in annoyance. "Get lost, get lost." Closing the restriction in the main hall and letting Xiangyong leave, Zhou paced around the main hall for a while before he sighed heavily. The plan this time could be said to be perfect. If General Sichen hadn't intervened at the last moment, Yang Kai would have been dead by now. But now, Yang Kai was not only fine, but he himself had caused a lot of trouble. Xiangyong. He couldn't let him live. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. He didn't want to be threatened by people in the future. However, even if he was the steward of the orchard, it wasn't easy to get rid of a servant. He still had to wait for an opportunity. In Yang Kai's orchard, there was a flash of light and two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Kai and Du Rufeng. Yang Kai observed Du Rufeng's expression and found that he was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't take the liberty to ask. What he had seen and heard today had completely confirmed his previous guess. Zhou and Xiangyong definitely wouldn't have a good ending. When Zhou fell, whether or not he could be promoted was secondary. The main thing was that he didn't have to constantly be on guard against difficulties from above. Telling Du Rufeng that he wanted to be the steward of the orchard was just asking for too much. Yang Kai didn't think that Du Rufeng would really agree. Firstly, he didn't have enough talent. He had only been in the orchard for a few months. Secondly, his cultivation wasn't enough. It would be difficult for him to convince others. If he couldn't be the steward of the orchard, Du Rufeng would definitely be compensated elsewhere. At that time, there would be a lot of room for him to mediate. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was really related to his life, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so ruthless. If Zhou just wanted to make things difficult for him and get some benefits from him, Yang Kai would have tolerated it. But now this guy even used such a vicious method of stealing spirit fruits. Yang Kai felt that if he tolerated it any longer, he wouldn't even know how he died. He asked Du Rufeng to take a seat, poured tea, and waited quietly. After a long time, Du Rufeng smiled slightly and said, "You're really something. You've been here for less than half a year, and there are actually two people who want to kill you. How did you offend them?" "I'm also very curious." Yang Kai had a puzzled expression on his face. "If it's Steward Chow, it's probably because I didn't show him filial piety after receiving a huge reward last time. This caused Steward Chow to hold a grudge against me. But as for Xiangyong, I can't figure out the reason no matter how much I think about it." Du Rufeng picked up his tea and took a sip. "No matter what the reason is, since they dared to steal spirit fruits in private, no matter how many lives they have, it won't be enough for them to die." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. Old Fong was right. The lives of the servants were indeed not as valuable as the spirit fruits. It could even be said that the Qiqiao Lan didn't even treat the servants as humans. As I said before, the steward position needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. I'll report you and explain the cause and effect of this matter. As for whether the Venerable One agrees in the end, it'll be up to him. Whether or not it succeeds, I thank Master Du for your kindness." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Let's wait for the news." Du Ruffing patted Yang Kai's shoulder and flew away. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai strolled around the orchard every day and occasionally went to talk to Daiyu. Xiang Yong was nowhere to be seen. He didn't come over these few days. He sent a message to Old Fong and learned that Xiang Yong had been very obedient and had been sleeping in the orchard every day. On the 5th day, Yang Kai was catching insects with Daiyu in her orchard. Suddenly he felt someone calling him and quickly took out a jade disc. "Old Fong." Daiyu recognized that it was Old Fong's communication device. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and used his divine sense to check the jade disc. He turned to Daiyu and said, "Xiang Yong has been captured." Daiyu was stunned. "Xiang Yong? What did he do?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He didn't know what Du Rufing's arrangement was, so it wasn't good to reveal anything at this time. Daiyu frowned. Although he's a bit reckless, he can still distinguish between right and wrong. Did Old Fong see him being captured? Yang Kai nodded. Several Qiqiao Land disciples went to capture him. Old Fong saw it with his own eyes. Half an incense stick of time ago. Yang Kai looked up in the direction of Thousand Blades Peak. Since Xiang Yong had been captured, it meant that Zhou Zheng had also made his move. He just didn't know what kind of expression Zhou Zheng had on his face at this moment. Would he be surprised? However, since he dared to frame him with such a vicious idea, he should be prepared for his revenge. In just one day, a piece of news spread throughout the Fire Spirit Land. The orchard's manager, Zhou Zheng, and the handyman, Xiang Yong, had stolen the fire spirit fruit. It was confirmed that the two had committed a heinous crime and had been handed over to the Fire Spirit Land's punishment hall to be punished severely as a warning to others. When the handymen heard the news, they couldn't believe it. However, the news was spread by the Qiqiao Land disciples, so they couldn't question it. Everyone knew that Xiang Yong was finished. Zhou Zheng was finished. Stealing the fire spirit fruit was something that hadn't happened for many years. However, what people couldn't understand was that Zhou Zheng was the manager of the orchard. Why would he steal the fire spirit fruit? Besides refining the heaven-opening pill, this thing didn't have any other use. What could he do with it? While this news was spreading, another piece of news was also fermenting in secret. Since Zhou Zheng was in trouble, the position of manager of the orchard was vacant. When the time came, there would definitely be someone to replace him. The handymen didn't need to think about it. The only ones who could become managers were the Qiqiao Land disciples. Moreover, although the position of manager of the orchard was very prestigious and had a large number of people under him, it was actually a thankless job. Therefore, the Qiqiao Land disciples who had a little bit of a future didn't put them in their eyes. Only Zhou Zheng, who had been promoted from a handyman and had no future, would scramble for this position. Another 2 days passed. Du Rufing descended from the sky. When the busy Yang Kai saw this, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and went up to greet him with cupped hands. "Master Du." Du Rufing was full of smiles. He waved his hand and said, "Rise." Yang Kai looked at his expression and was slightly stunned. "Master, did something good happen? You're so happy." Du Rufing smiled. "There is something good, but it's not me. It's you." "Me?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "It can't be that matter." He thought that it shouldn't be. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. "Look at what this is." As Du Rufing spoke, he stretched out his hand and a new set of clothes immediately appeared in his hand. Rainbow shirt. That's right. Du Rufing opened the rainbow shirt. "Try it on." "But master, isn't this something that only the Qiqiao Land disciples can wear?" "So, you're already a Qiqiao Land disciple," Du Rufing said with a smile. Yang Kai immediately revealed a surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, master, for your promotion." He respectfully received the rainbow shirt with both hands. He didn't need to hide anything and directly put it on. Du Rufing nodded at the side. "Not bad, the size is just right. When you have time, go to the personnel hall to get your disciple token and get a few more sets of clothes." Yes, master. Chapter 3877. He had suddenly become a disciple of the Qiqiao land. Although the design of the rainbow shirt was nothing special, it was a symbol of status and identity in the Qiqiao land. If a worker wanted to become a disciple of the Qiqiao land, the only way was to reach the heaven-opening realm. That was why so many workers had no choice but to refine grade 1 and grade 2 materials to reach the heaven-opening realm. The materials needed for grade 3 heaven-opening realm were too expensive, and workers couldn't afford them at all. If they bit off more than they could chew, they could only spend their lives in the heaven-opening realm. And no matter how many heaven-opening experts there were, the Qiqiao land did not have to worry about them causing any trouble. As such, they generously washed away their status as workers and gave them the status of ordinary disciples. Not only would this give them a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao land, it would also increase the Qiqiao land's strength. With the rainbow shirt on, Yang Kai seemed to understand many things. Seeing him in a daze, Du Ruffing smiled. You're already so happy? There's still more good things to come. Yang Kai asked curiously, what other good things? Du Ruffing smiled slightly. Did you forget the request you made before? To fulfill that request, you have to at least become a disciple of the Qiqiao land, so your clothes are only the most basic prerequisite. Yang Kai was shocked. The Venerable agreed? Du Ruffing nodded, he agreed. Without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, he changed the topic. However, the Venerable raised a condition. What condition? Yang Kai asked eagerly, but he was secretly on guard. He knew that the Venerable wouldn't agree so easily. It would be difficult for him to fulfill this condition, but it didn't matter. At the very least, he had achieved his goal. The Venerable said that you haven't been in the Fire Spirit Land for long. This is one thing, and your cultivation isn't high. Even if you've made a contribution, it's not enough to appoint you as the manager of the orchard. You have to know that there are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing this position. If you're appointed rashly, it'll be difficult to convince everyone. Disciple understands. Yang Kai nodded. So the Venerable wants you to make another contribution. Du Ruffing looked at him with a smile. As long as you can make another great contribution, the Venerable will have a reason to support you. At that time, no one can say anything. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, this kind of merit also depends on luck. It's not something a disciple can do just because he wants to. Or rather, where else would there be scarlet heaven golden flames in the Fire Spirit Land that a disciple needs to help collect? Du Ruffing couldn't help but laugh. The red sky golden flame is extremely difficult to nurture, and it's rarely seen in several thousand years. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain one last time. How could there be a second time? With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, now there is something I need you to do. As long as you do it well, you will naturally get the credit. Yang Kai came to a realization. So the Venerable One has already made arrangements. He immediately cupped his fists and said, if that's the case, please tell me, Master. This disciple will leave now and try to return as soon as possible. Du Ruffing patted his shoulder. You're my brother now that you're wearing these clothes. Don't call me Master anymore. The Venerable One wants junior brother to do this time is to hunt down and kill a traitor. Traitor? Yang Kai's expression turned cold. That's right. Du Ruffing's expression was cold. This person made a big mistake a few days ago, but he didn't repent. Instead, he escaped from the Qiqiao lands. This is an unforgivable crime. The Venerable One wants you to find him, kill him, and bring back his head. Yang Kai blinked and said somewhat guiltily, junior brother should obey the Venerable One's orders, but junior brother still wants to ask this traitor, what is his cultivation level? He didn't want to rush out and find out that the traitor was a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If that happened, who knew who would be the one to kill who? Du Ruffing chuckled. Don't worry, his cultivation level is similar to yours, and he's still injured. Yang Kai nodded. Then there's no problem. But how do I find him? Brother, you know that the outside world is so vast that it's hard to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It's so vast and boundless, he can just hide in any direction. Someone will go with you. This is just a formality. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. In fact, you don't need to do much. You can do that? Yang Kai was stunned. However, he quickly reacted and cupped his hands. Thank you, Venerable One. Thank you, brother, for your promotion. Du Ruffing patted his shoulder. All right, there's no time to lose. You can leave now. Once you leave the Fire Spirit Land, there will naturally be someone to receive you. Yes. Yang Kai responded and rushed into the sky. After watching Yang Kai leave, Du Rufing's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. A moment later, in the main hall of the Fire Spirit Land, Du Ruffing stood in front of the thick door and bowed respectfully. The door opened a crack, and Du Ruffing stepped in. He stood still, and a voice came to his ears. Is it done? Reporting to Venerable, everything has been done. Yes. The Venerable One responded softly. You look like you have some doubts? Du Ruffing smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from Venerable. Disciple really does have some doubts. Speak. One of Disciple's doubts is that Yang Kai is new here and his cultivation is not high enough. Is it really okay to help him to a higher position? What does it matter? He's just a trivial orchard manager. Even if he is promoted, how long can he stay in this position? At most, it'll only be half a year. Du Ruffing heard this and understood. Brother Yu Lian is about to leave seclusion. Yes. Then there's no problem. Half a year is really nothing. Du Ruffing gently nodded. There's one more thing Disciple doesn't understand. Is it about that traitor? Duan Hai chuckled. It's about that traitor. Du Rufeng was puzzled. That traitor entered the Fire Spirit Land at the same time as Yang Kai, and his cultivation wasn't high. Although he made a mistake without knowing it, it shouldn't have been a crime worthy of death. So why did he choose to defect and escape? The Seven Openings Land is covered by many spirit arrays. If the spirit arrays were not activated, even if he was a Heaven Opening Realm Master, he would not have been able to enter and leave freely. If this king had not allowed it, how could he have escaped? Du Ruffing suddenly understood. He had guessed before that a trivial cultivator from the Emperor Realm would not be able to escape from the Seven Openings Land's spirit arrays. Now that he heard Duan Hai say this, he knew his guess was correct. The traitor being able to escape was also the Venerable's intention. It could even be said that the traitor had been provoked by someone. Why is that? Du Ruffing was puzzled by this. That kind of trash, Disciple could have easily dealt with it. Why bother letting him out? You don't understand. Duan Hai slowly shook his head. That person is not someone you can kill. This king noticed when he was leading him back. If he really dies at the hands of the Seven Openings Land's people, there may be some trouble in the future. Du Ruffing was shocked. The strength of the Seven Openings Land was not weak. The Heavenly Monarch and the several Venerables were all mid-rank Heaven Opening Realm Masters, so anyone who could cause trouble for the Seven Openings Land would at least be a 5th-rank Heaven Opening Realm Master. Could it be that that person has some kind of backer? As soon as Yang Kai left the orchard, Great General flew down. Yang Kai was already used to this. This guy would only fly over his head when he was in the orchard. Otherwise, he would move on his own. Not caring, Yang Kai continued forward and soon left the Fire Spirit Land. At the exit of the spirit array, 2 figures were waiting. As soon as they saw Yang Kai rush out, the fat man on the left asked, Is this junior brother Yang Kai? It is this brother. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, brothers. I've made you wait for a long time. As he spoke, he sized up the 2 of them, inwardly shocked. Originally, when he had heard Du Ruffing say that this was just a formality, he hadn't believed it. After all, ever since he had started cultivating, he had never encountered such a good thing. Now that he saw these 2, he understood that it really was just a formality, because these 2 were actually heaven-opening cultivators. Their auras were similar to Zhou Zhang's, so they should be first-rank heaven-opening realm masters. Although he didn't know who the person he was chasing was, Du Ruffing had said that this person's strength was similar to his own. In other words, this person was definitely not in the heaven-opening realm, or even half-step heaven-opening realm. He and 2 other heaven-opening realm masters were chasing an emperor realm master. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. While Yang Kai was sizing them up, they were also sizing him up. The fat man who had answered first said, So your junior brother Yang. As expected, you're quite handsome and have an extraordinary bearing. The man on the right also nodded. Junior brother Yang has a majestic gait and a majestic aura. With a single glance, I can tell you're someone who will accomplish great things. What's going on? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. These two fellows' flattery was too obvious, making him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, ever since he had come to the Seven Openings land, he hadn't felt anything when interacting with the workers, but when he went to the market and saw the Seven Openings land's disciples, not a single one of them gave him a proper look. Now there were actually two Heaven Opening Realm Masters trying to flatter him. This was really uncomfortable. Thinking about it for a moment, he guessed that it was because of Du Rufeng. He didn't know what Du Rufeng had told these two to make them not hesitate to praise him as soon as they met. What else could Yang Kai say? He could only cup his fists with a smile. Brothers, you're too serious. Your auras are vigorous and your cultivation is profound. This junior brother is far from being able to compare to you. This time, I'll have to ask you two brothers to take care of me. The two looked at each other and smiled, feeling that Yang Kai's attitude was quite good. The fat man immediately said, Junior brother, don't worry. This time, Brother Du told us that even if something happened to us, we absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Junior brother. We two brothers will definitely risk our lives to protect Junior brother Yang. I still haven't asked how I should address you two brothers? Yang Kai asked politely, thinking to himself that it was no wonder these two fellows had such an attitude towards him. It turned out that Du Rufeng had told them to do this before. Now that they had said this, they definitely understood that Yang Kai was an extremely important person to Du Rufeng. In the future, he might be able to make a name for himself in the Fire Spirit region. At this moment, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with him. Perhaps they would be able to soar in the future. The two of them reported their names. The fat one was called Ma Lu and the thin one was called Jiangsheng. After some small talk, the three of them set off together. Chapter 3878. The Qiqiao land was covered by many spirit arrays, so it was impossible to enter or leave without permission. But since this was Duan Hai's order, naturally he was prepared. Leaving the Qiqiao land, Yang Kai looked back and saw that the Qiqiao land was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Two brothers, we don't know how long this trip will take. Should we remember the way back? It won't be good if we get lost on the way back. Fat Ma Lu smiled. Junior brother may not know this, but in this vast universe, directions are chaotic and topsy-turvy, so it's difficult to remember. However, as long as we have a guide, no matter how far we are, we should be able to find our way back. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When Duan Hai led him to the Qiqiao land, he seemed to have heard Duan Hai mention something about a guide, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know what it was. Yang Kai guessed that it was some kind of tracking treasure. Then how do we find the traitor? Yang Kai asked again. This time it was Jiangsheng who answered. Junior brother Yang, don't worry, we naturally have a way to find him. Junior brother, you just need to follow us two brothers and kill the traitor when the time comes. I understand, then I'll be relying on the two brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists and simply ignored them. Although he was curious about many things, asking too many questions would only make him suspicious. Since he didn't need to worry, why bother? Speaking of which, he had been in the Qiqiao land for a few months now, and this was the first time he had left. The Qiqiao land was not a good place. Although he was lucky enough to be on Du Rufeng's ship and had won his appreciation, Yang Kai always felt that the other party was up to something. And the cause of all this was after Du Rufeng helped him obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame. Yang Kai suspected that his wood attribute strength had been exposed, and although he wasn't sure, it was better to be safe than sorry. If there was a chance this time, perhaps he could escape from the Qiqiao land. It was a pity that he hadn't expected Du Rufeng to give him such a mission. Moreover, Du Rufeng didn't give him any time to prepare before urging him to set off. Otherwise, he might have been able to take Old Fong and Dai Yu with him. Ma Lu and Jiangsheng were both in the Heaven Opening realm, so they were extremely fast. Yang Kai used his full strength, but was only barely able to catch up. But even so, the two of them had a whole new level of respect for Yang Kai. They had originally thought that he was just a boy who had been lucky enough to obtain Du Rufeng's appreciation, but who would have thought that he actually had some ability? Half a day later, Malu suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and took out a ball-like object. Inside the ball-like object, there was a red mist that was constantly changing and pointing in a certain direction. Keeping the ball, Malu chased in that direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that this ball-shaped artifact should have a tracking function. Otherwise, in this vast universe, how could the traitor find him after escaping the 7 openings? His heart trembled. Since that traitor had a tracking mark on him, did he have one on him as well? If Duan Hai had secretly used some kind of trick when he brought them back, it would have been difficult for Yang Kai to notice. After all, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Perhaps there really was one. If that was the case, then Yang Kai needed to think about how to escape the 7 openings. If he failed to do so and instead exposed his intentions, being caught would not have a good ending. Flying through the void, in this vast universe, the scenery was breathtaking, and anyone could feel their own insignificance. Without counting the days, Kai Yang estimated that at least 10 days had passed since they left the Qiqiao land. The group of 3 continued on their way, with Malu taking out the round ball from time to time to look at it, and changing directions according to its guidance. As time went by, Malu and Jiang Sheng's expressions gradually turned ugly. At this point, even if Yang Kai didn't want to ask, he had no choice but to do so. 2 brothers, did something go wrong? Malu said. Junior brother Yang, please don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It's just that we're too far from the 7 openings land. In this vast universe, all kinds of dangers are possible. Although we 2 brothers are heaven opening realm cultivators, we're only first grade heaven opening realm cultivators. If you really encounter danger, we may not be able to protect you. Jiang Sheng cursed. I thought it would be easy to catch up to that bastard, but who knew he would run so fast? I wonder what kind of secret technique he cultivated. Yang Kai understood that the situation had developed somewhat outside of their expectations. The traitor had run too far. Malu said, we have to speed up. If we let him run like this, who knows how long we'll have to chase him? Jiang Sheng nodded. Junior brother Yang, I'll have to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Malu, one on the left and one on the right of Kai Yang, suddenly increased their speed. After traveling like this for 3 days, Malu's face suddenly lit up. He stopped. He should be recovering from his injuries. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows. How much longer? Malu looked at the ball in his hand. Half a day. Jiang Sheng said. Junior brother Yang, make your preparations. When we see that traitor, you'll have to act. We 2 brothers will support you from the side. Thank you for your trouble, brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Malu laughed. Of course, of course. I just hope that junior brother won't forget to give us 2 brothers a hand when you soar in the future. I wouldn't dare to hope for that. Yang Kai replied, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. He was speechless inside. With Malu and Jiang Sheng riding on his left and right, even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to do so unless he killed these 2 first. However, these 2 were still heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yang Kai knew that if he suddenly attacked and used his full strength, he would be able to kill one of them while they were off guard, but if he killed 2 of them, that would be unrealistic. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to escape from the Qiqiao land for the time being, so he could only take it one step at a time. Half a day later, the aura of a universe world suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, discovering that it really was a universe world. Looking from a distance, this world was blue and seemed to flow like clouds, making for a beautiful sight. Malu and Jiang Sheng led him straight into this world, passing through layers of clouds and mist. Yang Kai looked around curiously. After all, this was the first universe world he had seen after leaving the star boundary, so he naturally wanted to see if there was anything different about it. Looking around, there didn't seem to be much of a difference, only the world principles were slightly different. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any powerful existences in this universe world, because when the 3 of them entered, there wasn't the slightest obstruction. If there were great emperors here, this definitely wouldn't be the case. Malu and Jiang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Although they were heaven-opening realm cultivators, if there were great emperors here, they wouldn't be willing to rashly clash with them. Since there weren't any great emperors, that was for the best. flying through the sky. 3 figures suddenly came to a stop on a large mountain. Ma Lu took a deep breath, his already fat body becoming even more bloated. He then spat out at the mountain below and roared, "Get out here!" As he spoke, the mountain range collapsed and the waterfall flowed in reverse. In the wilderness, countless birds and beasts were instantly killed. The earth continued to rise and fall, as if there was an earth dragon roiling underground. With a rumbling sound, the mountain peak collapsed, and a figure scrambled out of it, looking towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing in horror. Jiang Sheng sneered, "Bastard, you're quite good at running, making this uncle chase you for so many days." At this moment, the traitor clearly saw the 7 colored robes on Ma Lu and the others, and his expression changed greatly as he turned around to flee. Jiang Sheng's laughter became even colder. "Since this uncle is already here, where do you think you're going?" Spitting out a ring-shaped artifact from his mouth, it instantly sealed off the surrounding area. The traitor tried to flee, but he was unable to escape the range of this secret technique, causing his expression to become even more terrified. "Junior brother Yang, it's up to you." Ma Lu turned to Yang Kai and said, "Don't worry, he's currently injured and definitely isn't your match. Moreover, us 2 brothers will take care of him, so you just have to be bold and attack." Yang Kai nodded. "I understand." Stepping forward, he entered the area sealed off by Jiang Sheng, a complicated expression on his face as he stared at the traitor, who had betrayed the Qiqiao land. The traitor struggled for a while but couldn't find a way to leave, so he could only turn his head. Their eyes met and a look of shock appeared on his face. "Yang Kai, why is it you?" Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "That's what I wanted to ask as well." Previously, when Du Ruffing had asked him to hunt down a traitor, he didn't ask who it was. After all, he didn't know many people, but now that he saw this traitor, he realized that he really did know this traitor, and that he was someone who had joined the Qiqiao land with him. "Feng Tai, it's all because of you." Feng Tai's eyes were crimson red, as if he was meeting Yang Kai's mortal enemy. "If it weren't for you, this Feng wouldn't have fallen to such a state." Yang Kai snorted. "What does it have to do with me?" This was simply inexplicable. Feng Tai gritted his teeth. "The fire spirit fruit that Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong conspired to steal is yours, right?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded, suddenly revealing a look of realization. "I understand, you've been caught in the crossfire." Feng Tai angrily said, "I didn't know anything, it was Zhou Zheng who told me to delay you. He's the manager of the orchard, so how could I not listen? I thought it was just a small matter. Who knew that it would involve the theft of the fire spirit fruit?" "You didn't have to listen." Yang Kai coldly laughed. "Fate has always been in your own hands." "You're right," Feng Tai exploded. "When Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong got into trouble, I knew that they would definitely investigate me, so I ran, but I didn't expect that you guys would still catch up to me. What's more, I didn't expect that you would be one of the people chasing after me." "What's so strange about that? This matter started with me." Feng Tai didn't understand. "But you're just an errand boy." Yang Kai pinched his collar and adjusted it. Feng Tai's eyes widened. "Rainbow robe. You actually dare to wear the rainbow robe? Are you a disciple of the Qiqiao land?" Chapter 3879. In an instant, Feng Tai's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had also stayed in the Qiqiao lands for a few months, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to become an ordinary disciple from a worker. However, Yang Kai was wearing the 7-colored robe, so he had clearly shaken off his status as a worker and become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. How could this be? The last time he had seen Yang Kai was only a few days ago. At that time, he had Zhou Zheng's protection, while Yang Kai had been bullied by Zhou Zheng. He had originally thought that relying on Zhou Zheng would allow him to rest easy, but who would have thought that in the end, he would be implicated and forced to flee for his life? "Brother Feng, we've all known each other for a while. Now that I've come here to take your life, I don't want to make things too complicated. Why don't you just stick your neck out and save yourself some pain?" "Take my life?" Feng Tai's expression changed drastically. "This Feng only made an unintentional mistake, and you want to take my life?" Yang Kai said indifferently. "That's what the higher-ups want. I'm also very helpless." Feng Tai looked around and saw that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both glaring at him. He knew that no matter what, he would not be able to escape from the hands of two heaven-opening realm masters. All hope was lost, and his face paled as he sent a message. Brother Yang, you and I entered the Qiqiao lands together, and we even had an agreement before. Now that this Fang is in dire straits, Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and let me go. This Fang will be grateful and will definitely repay you in the future. Yang Kai stared at him and said, Does Brother Fang really place that agreement of alliance in your eyes? Fang Tai's expression was bitter. He knew that his previous actions were somewhat wrong. When he saw that Zhou Zheng loathed Yang Kai, he had intentionally excluded him. Now in a mere 2 months, the tables had turned. Now he had to rely on others to survive. He immediately begged, Brother Yang, this Fang was wrong before. Master Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. It was this Fang who was stupid and did not recognize people. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. There's no point in you saying this now. Brother Du ordered those 2 brothers to come with me, so they definitely didn't just lead the way for me. Even if I was willing to let you go, those 2 brothers wouldn't let you go. Moreover, why should I let you go? If it was just some previous matters, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about anything with him. After all, everyone had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. He had offended Zhou Zheng and wanted to rely on Zhou Zheng. Naturally, he had to draw a clear line between himself and Fang Tai in order to survive. This was a very correct choice. It was just that they had different principles and couldn't make plans together. However, he cooperated with Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong to frame Fang Tai. This was unforgivable. Even though he didn't know anything about it, if it had succeeded, Fang Tai would have been dead by now. An unintentional mistake was also a life-and-death feud. Moreover, as he said, since Du Ruffing had asked Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng to accompany him, it was impossible for him to just be a lookout. Even if he didn't do anything, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng would definitely not let Fang Tai go. Reaching out in the void, Yang Kai grasped the black dragon spear in his hand with a dragon roar. He shouted in a deep voice, Fang Tai, give me your life. While speaking, Yang Kai's aura quickly climbed to the limit, and by the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Fang Tai and thrust his spear forward. Fang Tai was shocked, never having expected Yang Kai to act so decisively, not giving him the slightest time to react. Even though he had been on guard the entire time, when the spear intent was about to reach him, he barely managed to raise his hand and summon a shield-like artifact to block in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, cracks appeared on the round shield as soon as it appeared. The light that was flowing endlessly on it also quickly dimmed. In merely the time for a single breath, the round shield exploded into pieces, and Fang Tai's face that was filled with terror was revealed behind it. Not far away, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, who were watching, couldn't help exchanging a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although they could use such an attack at will with their current strength, with Yang Kai's cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. In other words, in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai's foundation was much stronger than theirs. When he broke through to heaven opening in the future, even if they were both first grade, they might not be his match. The round shield shattered, and the black dragon spear pierced through Fang Tai's shoulder like a hot knife through butter. As blood spurted out, Fang Tai's face was as pale as paper. Yang Kai's face was wooden, and as he withdrew his spear he kicked out, hitting Fang Tai's waist. An irresistible force was transmitted, and Fang Tai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing into the barrier of Jiang Sheng's artifact and vomiting blood. Fang Tai's expression was extremely horrified, and Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and come to the 3,000 worlds to fight with someone. Although his opponent was not at the heaven-opening realm, he felt that this Fang Tai was not as strong as he thought. However, this could also be related to the fact that he was injured and had been on the run for so many days. Yang Kai did not know how Fang Tai's injuries had come about, but he guessed that he had fought with someone while escaping from the Qiqiao lands. Since that was the case, there was nothing to say. His figure flickered as Yang Kai charged forward, the black dragon spear turning into a sky full of afterimages that enveloped Fang Tai. Fang Tai's strength was not bad, and he had an endless supply of artifacts, especially those defensive artifacts. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained them, but he did not feel safe at all. However, under Yang Kai's storm-like attacks, he could only parry and was unable to counterattack. His expression slowly turned to shock, as if he had not expected that under the same cultivation level, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. When the last defensive artifact was shattered, Feng Tai clutched his chest in grief and indignation. Yang Kai, must you be so ruthless? Yang Kai did not speak, simply pointing his spear forward with a solemn look on his face. Feng Tai ground his teeth. You force me to do this. If this Feng suffers, you can forget about living in peace. Saying so, Feng Tai formed a seal with one hand and his originally weak aura suddenly swelled. At the same time, a profound aura began to spread from his body. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Just as he felt that this aura was a little familiar, Feng Tai opened his mouth and spat out an ancient seal. This seal looked inconspicuous, but it contained a terrifying power. A Dao seal. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he thought to himself, no wonder it felt a little familiar. It turned out that he had done this before. Back in the star boundary, Yang Kai had been forced to release his Dao seal and fight a desperate battle with the great demon god. Yang Kai had not expected that outside this world, his first enemy would deal with him in such a manner. How powerful a Dao seal could be when released was something Yang Kai was well aware of. So when he saw the ancient seal turn into a stream of light and rush towards him, Yang Kai immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his arm slightly and swung it forward, sending the blue dragon spear in his hand flying. The two streams of light collided midair, creating a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing even the barrier around Jiang Sheng's artifact to ripple. At this moment, Ma Lu rushed over and stood in front of Yang Kai, his fat body like a city wall, blocking the storm in front of him, his palms constantly striking forward to offset the terrifying shockwaves. After a dozen breaths of time, everything slowly stabilized. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind Ma Lu, poked his head out and saw that Feng Tai's burly figure had completely shriveled up, his aura so weak that it seemed he would soon die. He was not as lucky as Yang Kai, nor was he as strong as Yang Kai. After releasing his Dao seal, it had been completely destroyed after colliding with the blue dragon spear. However, this Dao seal was the condensation of his cultivation, so when it was destroyed his strength would also disappear. Although he had not died at this moment, he would not live for long. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and swore that he would never release his Dao seal unless absolutely necessary. This was simply too dangerous. Junior brother Yang, are you alright? Ma Lu turned around and asked with concern. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, thanks to big brother's protection, junior brother is fine. It's good that you are fine. Junior brother, you must remember that fighting outside of Qiankuan is different from your previous experiences. The most important thing is to be on guard against this kind of desperate situation. If you are not careful, you will be unlucky, Ma Lu said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. I will remember. Ma Lu said. It's fine as long as you remember it. Go take that guy's head, and we can go back and report back. We've run too far this time. If we don't hurry back, senior brother won't feel confident. Yang Kai nodded and slowly ran towards Feng Tai. He waved his hand in the air, and the blue dragon spear immediately flew back. On the other side, Feng Tai was already gasping for breath. Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down. He saw that Feng Tai's eyes were cloudy, as if he had aged a few thousand years in an instant. Even his body did not have much vitality left. He did not know if he could see clearly, but Feng Tai's mouth squirmed and a low voice came out. If you kill me, you will not have an easy time. With a swish, the long spear thrust forward and Feng Tai's head flew, but not much blood flowed from the neck. Jiang Sheng flew over at the right time, wrapped the head in a black cloth he had prepared, and directly put it into his space ring, grinning meaningfully as he said, Success! The order they had received was to assist Yang Kai in retrieving the head of the traitor Feng Tai. Now that everything had been completed, they could naturally return home. Moreover, this time, not only had they managed to befriend Yang Kai in advance, Du Ruffing would certainly reward them handsomely. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai saw that Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder. Junior brother, do you rarely kill people? You'll get used to it. If you want to survive, you either have to kill or be killed. We also have the protection of the 7 realms. But if you wander outside, you will always have to keep your head tied to your belt. Who knows when you will be killed? How could young Kai rarely kill people? Throughout his cultivation journey, the number of people who had died at his hands was innumerable. The reason he was absent-minded was because after killing Feng Tai, he felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Too lazy to explain, young Kai simply nodded and said, "What junior brother says is true." Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, young Kai thought back to a few months ago when he and this guy were brought to the 7 realms by Duan Hai. Now they were actually forced to fight to the death. Chapter 3880. Raising his spear, young Kai took the space ring from Feng Tai's hand and handed it to Jiang Sheng. "I don't know if there's anything good inside, but since you 2 brothers have accompanied me on this trip, you've worked hard and contributed greatly. Consider this my thanks to you 2 brothers." How could I accept this? Although Jiang Sheng said so, he did not hesitate to accept the space ring and grinned meaningfully. "Then I'll have to thank junior brother." Thinking to himself, junior brother Yang really knows how to conduct himself. No wonder brother Du appreciated him. Yang Kai really had to learn from him in the future. Perhaps he would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Shooting a meaningful glance at Ma Lu, Yang Kai put away the space ring, not bothering to check what was inside. In any case, no matter what was inside, they would divide it equally. "Things here are done, let's go back," Ma Lu said. Jiang Sheng and Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Although Yang Kai wanted to stay and experience the local customs of this universe world, he was not in the mood at the moment. The 3 immediately shot up into the sky. However, before they could fly far, the sky above their heads suddenly darkened. Ma Lu looked up and asked, "What is it?" As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Both Yang Kai and Jiang Sheng were shocked and stopped in their tracks, silently standing back to back as they spread out their divine senses to monitor their surroundings. Jiang Sheng constantly called out Ma Lu's name, but received no response. A moment later, Jiang Sheng whispered, "Junior brother Yang, did you see anything just now?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I didn't find anything." Hearing this, Jiang Sheng's heart sank. Not finding anything was the worst. Now that Ma Lu had suddenly disappeared right under their noses, neither he nor Yang Kai had noticed. It was extremely strange. "Let's go." Jiang Sheng no longer hesitated, calling out to Yang Kai before rushing up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately followed. The next moment, the sky above their heads darkened again. Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw something coming down from above. At the same time, Jiang Sheng shouted, "Let's split up." Without waiting for Kai Yang to recover, Jiang Sheng had already fled far away. However, that black thing didn't seem to care about Kai Yang, and instead chased after Jiang Sheng. With a flash, Jiang Sheng followed in Ma Lu's footsteps and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's scalp went numb, and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. In that split second, he was able to see the silhouette of the black shadow. It was like an enlarged burlap sack. When the sackcloth bag came down, Jiang Sheng was taken away. Ma Lu must have disappeared in the same way. Being able to easily capture 2 heaven-opening realm masters, the power of this artifact could be imagined. Yang Kai knew he wouldn't be able to escape, but what shocked him even more was the owner of this artifact. Even now, he still hadn't seen who it was. Standing in the air, Yang Kai looked around before cupping his fists and asking, "Which senior is here?" Chi Chiao Land. Yang Kai respectfully requests senior to show himself. There was no reply, and the sky above them darkened again. Yang Kai, who had been prepared, immediately urged his space principles to escape, but there was an invisible aura that locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. His vision darkened, and he instantly felt like he had entered a strange space. Before Kai Yang could adapt, he felt someone pushing against him from the side. Not only that, there was also the sound of punches and kicks coming from the side. Another fierce fist was coming towards him. Yang Kai raised his hand to block and called out, "Brothers, don't fight!" The crackling sounds instantly stopped, and the 2 men cried out at the same time, "Yang Kai!" After calling out, they called out again. Malu. Jiangsheng? Malu nodded and said, "Oh, so you guys were brought in as well. I thought someone was trying to ambush me." Jiangsheng asked, "Who on earth is the one who did this? What is this place?" Yang Kai said, "I didn't see who it was, but this should be the inner space of a secret treasure. When Brother Jiang was taken away, I caught a glimpse of a secret treasure that looked like a sack." Malu said in a low voice, "A sack? Old Jiang, do you know what it is?" "I've never heard of it." Jiangsheng slowly shook his head and said in a serious voice, "But to be able to bring us in without anyone noticing, this expert is at least a 4th stage heaven splitter." 4th stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai was surprised. Why did he bring us in? Malu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? But he might have settled down in this world. And we disturbed him when we were killing that traitor. Could it be an enemy of our Qiqiao land? Yang Kai guessed. I just told him who I was, but he ignored me. Jiangsheng swallowed his saliva. Junior brother, don't say any more. Your senior brother is scared to death. Please don't be an enemy of our Qiqiao land. Otherwise, none of us will be able to live. It's best if it's like what old Ma said. We accidentally disturbed them, and they want to punish us. Malu suddenly called out, Senior, we didn't know Senior was here. We offended you before, please forgive us." Jiangsheng also hurriedly said, "That's right, Senior. Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Let us out first. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Junior apologizes to you first." These two didn't care if others could hear them, and begged first. Yang Kai was speechless. After shouting for a long time, there was no response, so the two went to rest. Malu sighed. "I knew it wouldn't be good if we went too far. It really isn't good." Yang Kai asked, "Do we have any enemies in Qiqiao land?" "Never heard of them." Jiangsheng shook his head. "But us brothers have only been in Qiqiao land for 1,000 years. Maybe we really do have enemies. But since Senior only wants to capture and not kill us, he shouldn't do anything to us." Malu nodded. "Old Jiang is right. If he really is an enemy of our Qiqiao land, he would have killed us long ago." After comforting themselves, the two finally stopped panicking. They didn't know how long they had been in this cramped space. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in, as if a skylight had opened above them. The three trapped inside didn't hesitate. Almost at the same time, they activated their movement techniques and rushed towards the skylight. In an instant, they broke free of their bindings and appeared in a cave. Malu and Jiangsheng were obviously of the same mind. As soon as they were free, they immediately looked around. Yang Kai also focused his mind and scanned the area with his divine sense. Soon, the three's gazes were fixed on a short distance in front of them. There stood a thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This man's clothes were plain and unadorned, as if they had been washed many times. His hair was tied up in a simple bun. He held a wooden sword in one hand, and a bag in the other. That bag was the sack that Yang Kai caught a glimpse of before. But now it was only the size of a palm, so the man quickly put it away in his sleeve. Needless to say, this was the guy who secretly put the three of them away. It was easy to see the person, but the most frightening thing was not even seeing the person. Malu and Jiangsheng glanced at each other. The former cupped his fist and said, "Junior Malu of Qiqiao land greets Senior. May I ask for Senior's name?" It was so sad to be weaker than others. They were captured for no reason, and had to politely ask for the other's name. They had to be careful not to anger the other party. "Umph." The man only lightly snorted, and a powerful aura descended from the sky. Yang Kai instantly felt like an entire world was pressing down on him. His bones creaked and his chest was so tight that he almost coughed up blood. It was only by his strong will that he did not crawl down. On the other hand, Malu and Jiangsheng had higher cultivations and were in a better situation than him, but their expressions were also ugly. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen the difference between the heaven-opening realm and the heaven-opening realm. Malu and Jiangsheng were both in the heaven-opening realm, but the other party was at least in the heaven-opening realm. Just a cold snort was enough to make Malu and Jiangsheng's brother, and Jiangsheng unable to bear it. If they fought, how could they be his match? He could probably casually kill the two of them. You're all from Qiqiao land? The man swept his gaze over the three of them and slowly withdrew his aura, allowing Yang Kai and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Ma Lu's face was filled with shock as he cupped his fists, reporting to Senior, "The three of us are disciples of Qiqiao land." "Very good." The man nodded. "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find Qiqiao land, but you delivered yourself to me." Once these words were said, the three's expressions changed greatly. These words did not sound like good words. This guy clearly had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Indeed, good things did not come true, but bad things did. Previously, the three of them had been guessing whether this person had a grudge with Qiqiao land, but now, it had become true. Ma Lu anxiously said, "Senior, the three of us are only ordinary disciples of Qiqiao land. If you really have a grudge with Qiqiao land, you can go find the venerables and heavenly monarchs. It has nothing to do with us. Wearing this robe is related to you." The man coldly snorted. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood when he heard this. He had only worn this robe for a short period of time, 10 days at most. It was different from Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. Did this count as him suffering an unexpected calamity? "As for your venerables and heavenly monarchs, this king will find them, but now is not the time." After the man finished speaking, he extended his hand and tossed out the burlap sack. Yang Kai did not even have time to react before his vision turned black. Needless to say, he was once again caught in the man's pocket. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng clearly understood that they were in a bad situation. After a brief discussion, they decided to make the first move and try to break open the secret treasure from the inside to see if they could escape. However, it would have been fine if the two of them did not make a move. As soon as they did, the rampant energy surged out, causing the three of them to be covered in dirt. Yang Kai was even almost injured. Helplessly, the two of them could only give up and plead inside the sack. Unfortunately, they did not get any response. They did not know if the man did not care, or if he could not hear them. Chapter 3881. In the darkness, they didn't know how many days the three of them had been in the bag. Suddenly, the skylight above their heads opened again, but it only took a moment for it to close again. It was so fast that the three of them didn't even have time to react. Yang Kai was surprised. "What does he mean?" Ma Lu said, "I don't know. Junior brother, did you feel anything wrong?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No. Where's old Jiang?" Ma Lu asked again, but he didn't get a response. After asking several times, he suddenly realized, old Jiang is gone. Yang Kai was also surprised. He quickly looked to the side and found that Jiang Sheng was indeed gone. Combined with the abnormality just now, how could he not know that Jiang Sheng had been taken out by the other party? Ma Lu couldn't help but panic. Why did he take old Jiang out? "Brother, don't worry. Since that senior didn't take our lives, I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives. When brother Jiang comes back, we can ask him." Although Yang Kai said so, he couldn't help but worry about whether Jiang Sheng could come back alive. From the words of the middle-aged man before, it was not difficult to infer that he had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Now that the three of them had fallen into his hands, they couldn't escape, and they couldn't fight back. They were at his mercy. Ma Lu obviously thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic. Even if Yang Kai comforted him, he couldn't cheer up. He secretly regretted taking this job. He thought it was a good opportunity to rise, but who knew that he would be in prison with an uncertain future? Now that Jiang Sheng was gone, the space inside the bag wasn't so cramped. Ma Lu silently lamented to himself for a while. Yang Kai's divine sense swept the bag, trying to find a flaw in it to see if there was a way to escape, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything. After a few more days, another ray of light came from the darkness. This time, the situation was exactly the same as a few days ago. The bag was opened and closed, so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. When darkness fell again, Yang Kai clearly felt that Ma Lu, who had been squeezing him, had disappeared. He understood that Ma Lu had also been taken out, and now he was the only one left in the bag. Jiang Sheng was not released, so he was afraid that he was in danger. Now that even Ma Lu was taken out, the possibility of him coming back was not high. Yang Kai suddenly became anxious. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been quietly looking for a flaw in this artifact, but unfortunately, he hadn't found anything. The interior of this artifact had a self-contained space that could accommodate living creatures, so it was obviously extraordinary. However, the size of this space was a bit strange, as if it could be big or small. It could fit one person or three, but whether it was one or three, it was extremely crowded, as if there was a soft barrier surrounding this space. Previously, Jiang Sheng and Ma Lu had tried to break through the restraints of this bag artifact, but unfortunately, they had failed. With two heaven-opening boundary cultivators unable to do so, Yang Kai knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to escape. He just didn't know if there was a limit to the space inside this bag, or if it could burst. However, now that things had gotten to this point, Yang Kai could only try everything he could. If it could burst, that would be best, but if it couldn't, then it wouldn't be too late to think of another way. It was better than being trapped here and waiting for death. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and shouting, "Dragon transformation!" As a loud dragon roar rang out, a golden light burst from the darkness and a golden dragon head flashed, submerging into Yang Kai's body. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 1,000 meters. The soft barrier around him tightly bound Yang Kai's massive body, as if invisible ropes were tightening around him. Yang Kai was on the verge of coughing up blood, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if he would explode at any moment. Forcefully enduring this discomfort, Yang Kai's 1,000-meter body expanded once more. Kacha, Kacha, his bones creaked and Yang Kai breathed out hot air from his nostrils, the blood in his chest and abdomen roiling, his throat filled with the taste of blood. Even after reaching the limit of 2,000 meters, the bag artifact showed no signs of bursting, so Yang Kai knew that his attempt had failed. Unwilling to give up, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear in his hand. Space principles fluctuated, and as he thrust the spear forward, a massive black dot appeared at the tip of the spear. Collapse, berserk energy rampaged, and in this sealed space, the scattered energy could not be released, turning into a barrage of attacks that bounced back onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai, who was already suffering from the surrounding pressure, could no longer bear it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a deflated balloon, his massive body rapidly shrinking as his aura weakened. Yang Kai inwardly clenched his teeth. This really wasn't going to work. He didn't know what this bag artifact was, but he was completely helpless against it. His strength was still too low. If he was also at the heaven-splitting realm, he might be able to force his way out of here. However, advancing to the heaven-splitting realm was extremely difficult. First, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to create a new world within one's body. Yang Kai's luck had been good, as he had obtained the immortal tree and refined it, allowing him to condense the power of the wood element. This was an excellent start. But having a good start didn't mean he would be able to reach the heaven-splitting realm. If he wanted to accomplish his goal, he still had to search for those high-grade materials. But how could high-grade materials be so easy to find? Yang Kai didn't know when he would be able to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, nor did he know when he would be able to find the world tree to repair his shattered star boundary. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, his chaotic aura gradually stabilized. Since he couldn't escape, he could only wait and see. Secretly praying that Jiang Sheng and Ma Lu were safe, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. A few more days passed like this, and when the window above his head opened for the 3rd time, Yang Kai was no longer surprised. An irresistible force caught him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was no longer in that small space, but in the cave from before. The middle-aged man was standing in front of him. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and Yang Kai didn't know what he had encountered that made him unhappy. In any case, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. There was a strange smell in the air, one that he couldn't quite put his finger on. And there was also the smell of blood. Yang Kai frowned and looked around, his gaze suddenly coming to a stop on one side of the cave. There were 2 corpses lying on the ground, one fat and one thin, wearing 7 colored robes. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly due to the angle, Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that these two were Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, who had been captured before him. He didn't know what had happened to them, but although their corpses were still intact, they had long since lost their vitality. Yang Kai's heart sank. Although he had long since guessed that these two cheap brothers wouldn't have a good end, seeing this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Boy, what's your name?" the man suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't want to say it, but he had no choice but to say it. In fact, he had already said it before, but the man probably didn't take it to heart. The man sneered, "You're much braver than that fat man. I hope your luck can be as good as his." Yang Kai sighed. "Senior, with your strength, if you want to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger. Why torture my two brothers?" At this time, he also noticed that before Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng died, they should have suffered some kind of inhumane torture. The smell of blood in the cave was the blood that flowed out of their 7 orifices. The man snorted. "This king didn't torture them, but this king has a plan that needs their cooperation. Unfortunately, they don't have this life." Yang Kai looked up. "I don't know what Senior's plan is, but it requires their lives to cooperate." The man looked at him with a strange expression. "Do you want to try? Can I refuse?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously. The man shook his head. "You can't refuse." "Then it's fine. Since I can't refuse, then I can only cooperate. But before that, I would like to ask Senior to explain to me how I can cooperate. Senior probably doesn't want to see me follow in the footsteps of my two brothers. If that really happens, you won't be able to find other disciples of the 7 openings land in a short time." The man nodded slightly. "You're right, you're quite interesting. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the 7 openings land." Yang Kai sniffled. "Actually, I'm not really from the 7 openings land. I've only been there for less than half a year." The man sneered. "Do you think this king will believe you?" Yang Kai shrugged. "That's the truth. It doesn't matter if Senior believes it or not. Please tell me about the plan. If possible, I will do my best to cooperate. After all, if I can live, I don't want to die. Whether you die or not is not up to you. It depends on whether you have the ability to survive." As he said this, he flipped his hand and a delicate wooden box suddenly appeared in his hand. The box was only the size of a palm and was sealed, but there was a clear aura of life coming from the box. This undoubtedly meant that there was a living thing in the box. The man didn't waste any words and directly opened the box and handed it to Yang Kai. "Swallow it." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, then took the box and looked down. His scalp went numb. He saw that inside the box, there was a black centipede the size of a thumb quietly lying there. Although he didn't know what this thing was, anyone could see that it wasn't anything good. If he really swallowed it, who knew what would happen to him? At this moment, Yang Kai didn't know how Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng died. They were clearly tortured to death after swallowing this centipede. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked up at the man. "What does Senior mean?" The man said, "Swallow it. If you don't die, your life and death will be in this king's hands. When the time comes, this king will need you to do something. If you die, then there's nothing to say." Looking into the distance, the flames of vengeance burned in his eyes. After a long time, the man walked back into the cave and went straight to Yang Kai's side. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's body curled up, covered in a thick layer of frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were snow white. After sizing him up, the man couldn't help but exclaim softly. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes because he noticed that the young man who had been frozen into a popsicle was actually still alive. Although the young man's vitality had fallen to the limit, it still hadn't been cut off. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Logically speaking, after such a long time had passed, it was impossible for the young man before him to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, in reality, he was still alive. Feeling strange, the man carefully examined him. His gaze was quickly attracted by the blood flowing out of Yang Kai's 7 orifices. This blood was golden, and the man could clearly feel a surging vitality coming from it. Reaching out a finger and dipping it in the golden blood, he placed it under his nose and gently smelled it. The man paled. Dragon blood. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in the man's eyes changed. He didn't expect that there would be a dragon vein among the disciples of the 7 possibilities lands, and that he would coincidentally be able to capture it. However, this would explain why this boy's cultivation was clearly not high, but he was still struggling at death's door. The vitality of a dragon bloodline had always been strong, so it wasn't surprising that he could persist for so long. His expression constantly changing, the man considered cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble, but thinking of his deep blood feud, he couldn't bring himself to do so. It was not easy to capture a disciple from the 7 openings land, and because of some special reasons, he didn't dare to get too close to the 7 openings land. After hiding in this universe world for so many years, Malu and the others had finally arrived. The first 2 were too weak and had died to the flying blackback centipede's poison, but this young boy might become a useful chess piece. Of course, if he couldn't hold on and was poisoned to death, that was just his bad luck. Making up his mind, the man calmly observed the situation. Time passed little by little. Young Kai remained unconscious on the ground, in a state of near death. That weak vitality had never been cut off, allowing him to struggle at death's door under the intense poison. The man had been quietly observing from the side, but when Yang Kai survived for 3 days, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he sensed that Yang Kai was still alive after 5 days, he was pleasantly surprised. It had to be known that the previous 2 first-grade heavenly splitters had only lasted 2.5 days at most. After a full 7 days, Yang Kai's weak vitality suddenly began to recover, and the various abnormal reactions from swallowing the flying blackback centipede also began to fade. Slowly, his vitality became more and more vigorous, as if a spark of fire had ignited a field. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Although he had been unconscious for these 7 days, with his strength reaching this level, even in an unconscious state, he was still able to maintain a trace of clarity. When he was unconscious, he didn't know the situation, but when he woke up, he could naturally remember everything. He secretly praised himself for being able to escape death this time. He didn't know what kind of strange creature the centipede he had swallowed was, but its intense poison was actually able to rapidly consume his vitality. If his vitality wasn't strong enough, he would have definitely been poisoned to death. The reason he had been able to survive was because of his dragon bloodline, which made his vitality much more vigorous than ordinary people's, and also because of his wood element strength. Wood element strength was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, and although he had lost the immortal tree's ability to bring the dead back to life, it had greatly enriched his vitality. It was also by relying on wood element strength that he was able to maintain that last bit of vitality. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a centipede-shaped mark on his Dao seal. This mark seemed to be alive yet not, and was extremely strange. The mark wrapped around his Dao seal and didn't hinder him, but Yang Kai didn't doubt that as long as this man made the slightest move, his Dao seal would be destroyed in an instant and his soul would return to the underworld. Smiling bitterly in his heart, Yang Kai's life and death were really in the hands of this man. If this man wanted him to, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Good, very good. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, the man's face was full of surprise and he actually grinned. He reached out his hand to help Yang Kai up and affectionately patted him on the shoulder. Boy, you really didn't let this king down. He spoke as if he had been very optimistic about Yang Kai before. Although Yang Kai was awake, after suffering such torture, he was now extremely weak and didn't even have the strength to reply. Thinking about how his life and death would be out of his control in the future, how could he be in the mood to agree with this man? He just casually grunted. The man didn't mind and just smiled. Boy, serve this king well. After this king has taken his revenge, he will definitely set you free. At that time, if you are willing, you can follow this king and call the wind and summon the rain. Isn't that better than being a disciple of the Qiqiao lands? Yang Kai rolled his eyes in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity this guy had with the Qiqiao lands, if he wanted to use him for revenge, he would definitely be in danger. If something went wrong, he would be implicated. What good would that be? He didn't dare to express his thoughts and just slightly cupped his hands. This boy doesn't have any great ambitions. I only hope that Senior can fulfill his wish in the future, and fulfill his promise today and set this boy free. The man coldly snorted. Of course this king will keep his promise. But boy, could it be that you don't want to give up your identity as a disciple of the Qiqiao lands? Yang Kai coughed a few times and said weakly, Senior must be joking. This boy hasn't been in the Qiqiao lands for long. It doesn't matter whether I am a disciple or not. The man looked at him suspiciously, and found that he didn't seem to have any intention of lying. He couldn't help but nod. So that's how it is. It seems that the Qiqiao lands doesn't treat you as one of their own. Yang Kai frowned. What does senior mean? The man sneered. If they treated you as one of their own, why would they harm you? Harm me? Yang Kai didn't understand. Senior, if you have something to say, you can just say it. This junior doesn't understand what you are saying. The man said, Who was that guy you killed before? Yang Kai didn't know why he was suddenly asked about the person he killed, but he still answered honestly. He was an errand boy from the Qiqiao lands. His name was Feng Tai. He escaped from the Qiqiao lands, and this boy was ordered to kill him. What about these two? The man pointed at the corpses of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. These two senior brothers are here under orders to protect me. The man laughed strangely. Protect you? I don't think so. They were probably here to spy on you. Chapter 3883. So what? Yang Kai frowned. For better or worse, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both heaven-opening realm cultivators, so Du Ruffing sending them to protect Yang Kai was truly overkill. Yang Kai himself was well aware that although it was called protection, it was more like surveillance. The man chuckled. When you were killing Feng Tai, didn't you feel that something was wrong? What's wrong? Yang Kai became more and more confused and impatiently said. What does senior want to say? Please speak frankly. Let me show you something first. Saying so, the man suddenly formed a seal with one hand and his thumb slowly pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands and how he couldn't resist if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he simply let it be. The next moment, the man's thumb pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead, and an invisible force surged out. Yang Kai's entire body swayed, as if his soul had left his body, and his vision suddenly stretched back. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly standing in the same place, but he could see his back. When he looked up, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change, because he could see a faint layer of black qi on the surface of his body. This black qi was like a cloud, enveloping his body. Yang Kai was bewildered. He had never noticed this before. Obviously, this was the work of the man's secret technique, allowing him to see something hidden. The man chuckled and slowly withdrew his hand. Yang Kai immediately returned to his normal state and asked in surprise, What was that? Raising his hand in front of his face, he couldn't see anything. Using his divine sense to scan his body, he didn't find anything wrong, as if the black qi didn't exist at all. However, what he saw just now was definitely not an illusion. That Feng Tai probably has some sort of background. The man lightly snorted. An expert placed a seal on his body. If anyone kills him, the seal will activate and leave a mark on the murderer's body. This mark is very well hidden, and unless one is much stronger than that expert, it's impossible to discover it. The reason this king knows is because I saw you kill Feng Tai with my own eyes. Sealed mark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The man chuckled. If you appear in front of that expert in the future, he will know that you killed his junior. How could he let you off so easily? After a pause, he continued. With the Qiqiao land's ability, why would they need to go through so much trouble to kill a traitor? Why, you should think about it. Yang Kai's expression changed as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon he grasped the crux of the matter and asked. The Qiqiao land already knew that Feng Tai had a seal placed on him by that expert? The man chuckled. This king didn't say that, but it's most likely so. That expert doesn't want to provoke him, so he found a scapegoat and let you kill Feng Tai. After that, he just has to find a way to get rid of you and everything will be fine. Yang Kai suddenly understood and muttered. No wonder. He had been a little suspicious before. How could a mere servant like Feng Tai escape from the Qiqiao land's heavy spirit array? He originally thought that Du Ruffing deliberately let Feng Tai go to create an opportunity for him to perform meritorious deeds. Now it seemed that deliberately letting Fong Tai go wasn't wrong, but not for him to perform meritorious deeds. He just didn't want Fong Tai to die in the Qiqiao land, so that he wouldn't be investigated in the future. No wonder I was promoted to a disciple of the Qiqiao land so easily. It turns out that it wasn't because Du Rufeng appreciated me, but because I was used as a scapegoat. Yang Kai didn't doubt the words of the man in front of him. From his standpoint, Du Rufeng was already in control of Yang Kai's life and death, so there was no need to deceive him about this matter. Moreover, what Yang Kai saw with his own eyes couldn't be wrong. Understanding all this, Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Damn you, Du Rufeng. I was the one who helped you collect the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, but in the end, you're the one who set me up. It turns out that all those favors and promotions were just a pretense. Although Yang Kai didn't have a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao land, and didn't feel any gratitude towards Du Rufeng, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed at being used like this. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that when he was in Earth protecting Venerable Duan Hai's miniature universe, Fong Tai had taken out a token and said that it was given to him by a senior from the Black River realm. Presumably, the seal on Fong Tai's body was placed by that senior from the Black River realm. Although the universe was vast and he might not have the opportunity to meet that senior from the Black River realm in the future, he still had to be prepared. Perhaps one day, he really would run into that senior. If that really happened, he might not even know how he died, so Yang Kai couldn't help cupping his fists and asking, "Senior, how do I get rid of this seal?" The man smiled and said, "Unless one's strength surpasses that of the person who placed this seal, there is no way to get rid of it. Even Senior can't do anything? Not to mention whether this king has the ability to do so. Even if I did, why would this king help you?" There was nothing wrong with these words. Yang Kai and this man in front of him were neither relatives nor friends. To put it bluntly, he was now this man's subordinate, so why would this man spend so much effort to help him get rid of this seal? The man continued, "But you can rest assured, as long as you can help this king get his revenge, this king will satisfy you at the time." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "If he is heartless, then so be it. If Senior needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me." "Very good." The man laughed heartily. Although with the flying heavens black-back centipede holding him back, Kai Yang definitely wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal. But now that Kai Yang had taken the initiative to help, he was naturally happy to see this. If not for this, why would he even bother talking to Kai Yang about these things? "By the way, I haven't asked for Senior's name yet." Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. "This king's surname is Su." The man replied lightly. "What kind of enmity does Senior Su have with Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Senior Su coldly snorted. "I don't need you to know, don't ask, just do your own thing." "Then what does Senior Su want me to do? My cultivation is low. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Senior Su much. If I mess up Senior Su's plans, then I'll die 1,000 deaths." Senior Su laughed cruelly. "You'll be able to help me while wearing this rainbow robe. You've just received this king's secret technique, so you should rest for 2 days. After 2 days, this king will tell you more in detail." Since Senior Su said so, there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Although he was very curious, it wasn't good to ask again. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Su, this junior has a presumptuous request." Senior Su said lightly, "Speak." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, "I want to bury their bodies." Senior Su looked at him coldly. "You're very affectionate and righteous." Yang Kai shook his head. "These two were only ordered to supervise me. They probably didn't know anything. Moreover, they've taken care of me a lot along the way. Now that they're dead, it's time to bury them. Do as you wish." Senior Su didn't seem too interested in Yang Kai's kindness. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left the cave. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would escape, and he quickly disappeared. Kai Yang let out a long sigh, his face filled with dejection. Ever since he came to this world, everything seemed to be going wrong. First, he was brought to the Qiqiao land to be some kind of odd job worker. After a few days of good work, he was unexpectedly involved in this kind of grudge. Now his life and death were controlled by Senior Su, and he had become a chess piece in his hands. Although he didn't know how Senior Su was going to take revenge, How could he have a good end if he got involved in something a fourth-stage heaven-opening expert was plotting? If he didn't think of a way, he might really die young. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still useful to Senior Su, so he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. However, the Qiqiao land was a bit difficult to deal with. Since Senior Su wanted to use him, he definitely wanted him to return to the Qiqiao land. How would he explain the deaths of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng? 2 Grade 1 Sky Splitters had died, but he had returned in one piece. This was a bit unreasonable. His head hurt from thinking about it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Yang Kai walked over to the bodies of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng and sighed. You two being able to travel together, you won't be lonely. Remember to bless junior brother, and turn misfortune into blessings. Towards these 2 cheap brothers, Yang Kai didn't have a bad impression. Just as he had said to Senior Su before, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng definitely didn't know anything about the arrangements of the Qiqiao land. At most, they had been ordered to supervise him and ensure that Feng Tai died at his hands. Along the way, the 2 of them had been really good to him. Now that they had died at Senior Su's hands, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to avenge them, so he could only take care of their funerals. After bringing the 2 corpses out of the cave, they found a place with good feng shui and dug 2 large pits to properly bury the 2 corpses. Of course, Yang Kai definitely left behind their space rings. Not only did he leave behind 2 space rings, but he also left behind Feng Tai's. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai flew directly to a nearby mountain peak, sat down cross-legged on a boulder, and began inspecting the contents of the space rings. After inspecting them, Yang Kai found that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were extremely poor. Besides some artifacts, there were only a few hundred heaven-opening pills in their space rings. Although a few hundred heaven-opening pills was a huge number for a laborer, it was definitely not worth mentioning for a heaven-opening realm cultivator. These 2 were first-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators, but with so little savings, it was obvious that they weren't doing very well in the Qiqiao land. This was also not surprising. After reaching the heaven-opening realm, they would have to find ways to improve their strength. In order to do so, they would have to consume a large number of heaven-opening pills over a long period of time. Yang Kai estimated that most of the heaven-opening pills had already been consumed, so having a few hundred left was already quite good. The quality of these artifacts wasn't very good either, so Yang Kai didn't take anything else, only taking the heaven-opening pills. He threw away the rest along with the 2 space rings to prevent others from discovering them in the future. Chapter 3884. There was no need to mention Feng Tai's space ring. Besides some specialties he had brought out from his own universe world, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai didn't even put them in his eyes. The only thing that caught his attention was a jade token. This jade token was only the size of his palm, and was crystal clear without any impurities. Inside it, there was a small fish-like thing swimming back and forth, as if it was alive. This thing was what Feng Tai had taken out to show Duan Hai before, and was also the token given to him by the senior from the Black River realm. Yang Kai didn't know what this token was for, and wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it he carefully put it away, not daring to put it into his space ring but instead tossed it into the sealed world bead. Presumably, with the sealed world bead's unique ability, the Black River realm's great master had no way to track down this token. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that the mountain wilderness was quiet. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find any trace of Old Man Su, nor did he know where he had gone. There was no need to think about running away though. Since the other party had dared to leave him here, obviously they weren't afraid he would run away. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai looked inside his body, and soon saw the centipede mark on the Dao seal on his spine. This mark seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around the entire Dao seal. Yang Kai tried to push his Saint Chi, but found no hindrance. He then added a little more strength to attack the centipede mark, but the centipede mark immediately tightened around the Dao seal. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like his body was about to be crushed, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and stop his attempts. However, Yang Kai was certain that there was no way he could get rid of this centipede mark with his current strength. Old Man Su was at least a 4th-grade heaven-opening cultivator, and had used such a strange treasure to subdue him. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Cursing his bad luck, young Kai obediently began to restore himself. The centipede had consumed too much of his Saint Chi before, so although his life was not in danger, he was still very weak. 3 days later, young Kai, who was meditating, suddenly noticed something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Man Su standing in front of him, looking at him quietly. Young Kai quickly got up. "Old Man Su." Old Man Su nodded and said lightly, "You're quite honest. With your strength, if you tried to forcibly break through the shackles of the flying centipede, I'm afraid you would have already died." Young Kai's Old Man Su's centipede's Old Man's to help ask. Old Man Su's name's to Yang's to him to be to asks to help. After being subdued by Old Man Su that day, Old Man Su disappeared. Young Kai didn't have time to ask about it, but he knew that Old Man Su wouldn't have spent so much effort just to amuse himself. What's more, this Old Man Su had a grudge with the 7 Possibilities lands, so he was definitely here to seek revenge. "I want you to bring me into Qiqiao land." Young mind, young eyes and young head is young Litu. By young was so, and to be? Of course. But now that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were dead, how would he explain himself if he went back alone? Old Man Su seemed to know what he was thinking. He said lightly, "Don't worry. When you go back, you just have to say you encountered a void beast, and those 2 were accidentally eaten by it." Young Kai was speechless. How could he get away with such a simple excuse? If the Kikikyo found out he was lying, he would be in deep trouble. This Old Man Su obviously didn't care about his safety. But Old Man Su, how can I bring you into the Qiqiao? Young Kai looked troubled. The Qiqiao is surrounded by layers of formations. It's fine for me to go back alone, but if I bring another person with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to get through. We'll definitely be discovered. Old Man Su casually tossed something to him. Young Kai caught it and looked down. He found that it was the pouch that he, Ma Lu, and Jiang Sheng were in. This 6 directions Rui pouch is very mysterious. It was a coincidence that I was able to obtain it. Take it with you and I can hide inside. You can avoid the Qiqiao's formation. Young Kai gulped. He had experienced the power of this 6 Unity Wish bag firsthand. Even Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, 2 first-grade heaven splitters, had been sucked into it without being able to struggle. Obviously, this was no ordinary item, but now, Old Man Su was actually giving this 6 Unity Wish bag to him, and he was going to enter it. Young Kai's heart couldn't help but pound. Old Man Su sneered. "Since I dared to give this treasure to you, I'm naturally not afraid that you'll use it against me. If you don't believe me, you can try." Young Kai hurriedly said. "I wouldn't dare." Old Man Su misunderstood. "I just feel that this treasure's power is unfathomable. It's the first time I've come into contact with such a treasure, so I can't help but feel a little excited. I definitely wouldn't dare to have any malicious thoughts towards Old Man Su." "That's best." Old Man Su's expression was indifferent. "In a moment, I'll teach you a sacrificial refining technique. Just practice it a little and coordinate it with me, and you'll naturally be able to control it freely." "Yes," Young Kai respectfully replied. "With the help of this treasure, entering the 7 Apertures land shouldn't be a problem. But Old Man Su, what about after entering the 7 Apertures land? What does Junior need to do? What can you do with just a few punches and kicks?" Old Man Su sneered disdainfully. "As long as you bring me into the 7 Apertures land, you'll have completed your task. Then there's nothing for you to do. I'll handle it myself." Young Kai relaxed, but at the same time, he was also secretly shocked. From Old Man Su's words, it seemed he was saying that as long as he could enter the 7 Apertures land, he would be able to take revenge. However, there were truly quite a few heaven-opening cultivators in the 7 Apertures land, not to mention the 7 Apertures Heavenly Monarch, who was at the 5th stage of heaven opening. Even the 7 Earth Protectors were at the 4th stage of heaven opening. There were definitely other 3rd and 2nd stage heaven opening cultivators as well. To be able to face so many powerful enemies alone and still be so confident, just what level of heaven opening was this Old Man Su at? Could it be that he was at the 6th stage or even higher? Only someone with such strength could not place the 7 apertures land in their eyes. It seemed that Ma Lu Jiangsheng's previous conjecture about Old Man Su's strength was wrong. He was definitely not at the 4th stage of heaven opening. After being on tenterhooks for so long, the other party had only asked him to bring him in. Kaiyang didn't know what to say, but thinking about it carefully, this matter really needed to be handled by someone who was especially loyal. Otherwise, if they were to enter the 7 realms and casually shout out, it would ruin Old Man Su's plans. The black-winged centipede was obviously to guard against this. At this point, Yang Kai did not have the ability to resist. The main thing was that his life was in Old Man Su's hands, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. He immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. Following this, Old Man Su really did teach him a sacrificial refining technique. He also personally helped him refine the 6-direction wish pouch. In just half a day, Yang Kai was able to open and close the treasure. However, this was the limit of what he could do. He was unable to use the 6-direction wish pouch to defend himself. Alright, let's go. Old Man Su was clearly prepared. All that was missing was a guide. After saying this, he did not wait for Yang Kai to react. He grabbed him and soared into the sky. In the air, he took out the wooden sword he had been holding before. The wooden sword instantly turned into a huge streak of sword light that wrapped around the two of them as they flew in a certain direction. Without a reference, it was impossible to tell how fast they were going. However, Yang Kai felt that compared to Ma Lu and Jiangsheng, Old Man Su's speed was much faster. After galloping for 3 days, the sword light suddenly stopped. Old Man Su said, "Kid, walk the rest of the way by yourself. With your ability, you will probably need to walk for another 3 days before you can return to the Qiqiao land. Once you enter the Qiqiao land, find a remote place and let me out." After saying this, he lightly added, "Don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." "Old Man Su, don't worry. I will definitely bring you into the Qiqiao land." Opening the 6-direction wish pouch, Old Man Su took the initiative to enter. Yang Kai closed the pouch and stuffed it into his clothes. Only then did he continue to fly forward. Sure enough, just as Old Man Su had said, after 3 days, the 7 paths was in sight. Without stopping, Kaiyang flew straight ahead. Halfway there, Kaiyang had already made himself miserable. His clothes were a mess, and he had ruthlessly slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood, and his breathing to become weak. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally arrived outside the Qiqiao land. This was the first time that Yang Kai had returned to the Qiqiao land from the outside, so he didn't know how to enter. After shouting a few times, there was no response from inside, so it was likely that no one could hear him. Standing there scratching his head for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a way. Reaching out, he took out his disciple token from his space ring and poured his secret art into it, sending it directly into the fog in front of him. This time, Yang Kai used the right method. Shortly after the token disappeared, the fog in front of him parted on its own accord, revealing a large path in the middle. Yang Kai rushed in and soon arrived in front of a huge door. In front of this door were 2 disciples wearing 7 colored robes, each of them holding a sword and a saber, giving off a majestic aura. After seeing Yang Kai, a look of suspicion appeared on their faces. "Junior brother, which spirit land's disciple are you from? How come you don't look familiar?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to brother, I am from the fire spirit land and have just been promoted from a servant to an ordinary disciple, so these 2 brothers have never seen me before." The 2 men glanced at each other before one of them said, "Wait a moment." Saying so, he took out a round bead, seemingly trying to contact someone. A moment later, the man looked up at Yang Kai and gently nodded. "Junior brother is Yang Kai?" "Indeed." The man stepped aside and handed over Yang Kai's disciple token. "Go in, brother Du wants you to see him immediately." "Many thanks, brother." Yang Kai took the token and flashed into the door, his vision blurring for a moment before he appeared in the middle of the 7 refinements land. After probing his body a little, Yang Kai found that the 6 Unity Wish bag was still in his arms, and there was nothing strange about it, allowing him to finally relax. However, at this time it was not convenient to release Old Man Su, So Yang Kai could only set this matter aside and set off towards the fire spirit land, preparing to meet with Du Rufeng first. Thinking about this guy, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth in hatred. Although he knew that it was definitely Duan Hai who had pushed him out as a scapegoat, all of the favors Du Rufeng had shown him before were now laughable in retrospect. Chapter 3885. Yang Kai flew straight to the main hall where he had first entered the fire spirit land. He guessed that Du Rufeng should live there. In fact, Du Rufeng did live there. From afar, Yang Kai saw a familiar figure standing in front of the main hall, dressed in white, quietly waiting. Who else could it be but Du Rufeng? After landing, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Brother, fortunately, I did not fail you. Here is that thief's head." While speaking, he took out Fong Tai's head. Du Rufeng glanced at it, and confirmed that it was indeed Fong Tai's head. He tilted his head slightly, and a woman dressed as a maid behind him immediately came forward and took the head. Du Rufeng reached out to support Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you have worked hard this time." He looked behind him suspiciously. "Why are you alone? Where are Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, the two junior brothers? Didn't they go out with you? Why don't I see them?" Yang Kai looked sad. "Brother, you don't know. This time, everything went smoothly, but on the way back, we encountered a strange beast. The two brothers unfortunately died. Junior brother couldn't avenge them and almost didn't make it back. It took a lot of effort to find the way back." "Strange beast? What kind of strange beast?" Du Rufeng frowned. Yang Kai thought seriously and said, "I have never seen it, but I heard the two brothers say that it was some kind of void beast." "What did it look like?" Du Rufeng asked again. Yang Kai quickly described it. Fortunately, he had been careful and asked Su Lao about the appearance of the void beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to answer at this time. After all, he had just arrived outside of Qingkuan, and didn't have the opportunity to see any void beast. After listening to Yang Kai's description, the trace of doubt in Du Rufeng's eyes gradually disappeared. Since his description was so accurate, it was obvious that he had seen it with his own eyes. Patting Yang Kai's shoulder, Du Rufeng said, "Void beasts have no fixed abode and are very strong. Encountering one in this vast universe is indeed dangerous. Junior brother is really lucky to be able to escape. It's a pity for Brother Ma and Brother Jiang." Yang Kai's eyes turned red. Du Rufeng sighed. "That's their fate. Junior brother, there's no need to be sad. You've worked hard this time as well. Go back and rest first." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. After the commotion caused by Elder Su, he was no longer in the mood to ask about the steward. Now that he had brought Elder Su into Kikikyo, who knew how long this steward would last, Elder Su might take revenge in a few days. Although he didn't know how strong Elder Su was and whether he could succeed, regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he couldn't stay in Kikikyo anymore. It was better to find a way to leave as soon as possible. He didn't ask, but Du Rufeng took the initiative to mention, "In a few days, it will be 1 month. When I go to the orchard next month, I will tell the fire spirit land about your matter." "Thank you, brother." Yang Kai quickly revealed a happy expression. "Then junior brother will take his leave." Du Rufeng nodded. Yang Kai turned to leave. After a few steps, Du Rufeng laughed behind him. "Junior brother, where are you going?" Was he going to kill him to silence him? Yang Kai turned back, carefully hiding the vigilance in his eyes. "Didn't brother tell me to go back and rest for a few days? You're wearing the rainbow robe now, so you can be considered a disciple of Kikikyo. You should go to the personnel hall to handle some trivial matters and register." Yang Kai patted his head. "I forgot." Du Rufeng tilted his head and said, "Xiaohe, accompany junior brother." The maid from before answered crisply, "Yes." Under the guidance of the girl called Xiaohe, Yang Kai successfully entered the personnel hall. He registered and received a few new sets of clothes, a happy expression on his face. Little he said, "Darren is really lucky. I've served by Darren Du's side for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a servant who only spent half a year to be promoted to an ordinary disciple." Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the previous hall. "It's all thanks to Brother Du's guidance." He paused for a moment then said, "Oh right, Miss Xiaohe, where should I live now?" Xiao He pursed her lips and smiled. You'll live where Steward Chow used to live. It's still the errand boy's quarters. Yang Kai snapped his fingers. However, Zhou Zheng's quarters were definitely different from the errand boy's quarters. The place was bigger and the environment was better. He hadn't been there yet, so he wasn't too sure about it. Then master, please go back and rest. I also need to go back and report. Xiao He gracefully bowed. Although she served Du Rufeng, she wasn't a disciple of Qiqiao. Yang Kai guessed that she should have been an errand boy before. Du Rufeng saw that she was pretty, so he took her in. Thank you, Mississippi. As Yang Kai spoke, he casually stuffed a few heaven-opening pills into her hands. Xiao He took them and glanced at him with a smile. She didn't refuse, turning around and soaring into the sky, leaving Yang Kai leisurely to the errand boy's quarters. Not long after, he arrived at the errand boy's quarters. The whole village was empty. All the errand boys had gone to the orchard, so there was naturally no one here. He didn't need to go back to his original quarters. He didn't have anything to pack anyway, so he went straight to the largest building. This was where Zhou Zheng used to live, but now it was convenient for him. After checking inside and out and making sure that there was no one around, Yang Kai sneakily opened all the restrictions and hid in the secret room to let Elder Su out. Kid, you did pretty well. After Elder Su appeared, he wasn't surprised by the environment. It was as if he knew what Yang Kai was doing recently even though he was kept in the 6 Harmonies Rui pouch. He put the pouch away as he spoke. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Elder Su, I've done what you asked. I can't do anything else. I wish Elder Su good luck and success. Elder Su laughed strangely. Don't worry. If I say it's none of your business, then it's none of your business. Take care of yourself. Yang Kai said seriously. I'm really worried about you, Elder Su. After all, you're alone. Although I haven't been here for long, I know that there are quite a few middle-level Kai Tian cultivators in Kikikyo. Elder Su, how confident are you that you're here to seek revenge? Elder Su glanced at him. Since this king dared to come, I'm naturally fully prepared. Then I'm relieved. Old Man Su quickly left. After sending Old Man Su away, Yang Kai didn't even have time to close the door when he saw Great General Si Chen walking over from the other side of the village, his whole body shining with a dazzling golden light. He didn't know if the Great General could smell Yang Kai's aura. In any case, he just walked straight over. When he got close, he turned his head to look at him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty from being stared at like that. He wasn't sure if he saw anything just now. The Great General clearly understood human nature. It was just that he was a little arrogant, and was usually too lazy to communicate with others. Moreover, the Great General was still a pet of the Venerable One. If he ran to the Venerable One and complained, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, on second thought, since the Great General appeared in front of him like that, even if he saw something, he probably wouldn't complain. Yang Kai didn't know whether this stupid chicken was really stupid, or just pretending to be stupid. After welcoming the Great General into the house, Yang Kai didn't bother with him. He walked around the house with his hands behind his back, thinking about his future path. If Elder Su came to seek revenge, there would definitely be a huge commotion in Qiqiao. Right now, the best way out was to quickly leave this place to avoid being implicated. But what reason could he use to leave? Without Du Rufeng's instructions or any other legitimate reason, there was no way he could leave. He couldn't think of anything even if his head hurt. Calculating the days, it would probably take a few more days for this 1-month period to end. He had wasted quite a bit of time on this trip. It was suffocating to be alone in the house, so Yang Kai simply walked out and flew towards the orchard. The Great General followed him without a word and laid on his head as usual. After entering the orchard, he first went to see Old Fong. When they saw each other, Old Fong was shocked and quickly pulled him into his house. With a pale face he said, "Brat, do you want to die? Where did you get these clothes? How dare you wear them so casually? Hurry up and take them off." As he spoke, he started to move his hands. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. "Why should I take them off? I'm now a disciple of Qiqiao. What's wrong with wearing these?" Old Fong's eyes widened. "Are you suffering from hysteria?" It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but that he didn't dare to believe it. Yang Kai had only been here for a short time. Even if he had made great contributions, how could he be promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao? I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Young Kai sat down with a gloomy face. Old Fong stared at him for a long time before saying, "You've really been promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao?" "Nonsense, I came in from outside. If I hadn't been promoted, who would dare to wear these clothes? I would have been killed on the spot by those Qiqiao disciples." Thinking about it, Old Fong agreed. This set of clothes couldn't be casually worn. Kai Yong wasn't stupid enough to play around with his life. What's more, if it wasn't for the 7 realms, Kai Yong wouldn't have this set of clothes. Did he really become a disciple of Qiqiao? Old Fong's eyes lit up and he couldn't hide his envy. "Little brother, you're amazing." After saying this, he slapped his own mouth and cupped his hands. "Lord Young really is amazing. You're young and promising." This old man is impressed. Young Kai raised his head to look at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Also, I'll be taking over the position of manager of this orchard." "Manager?" Old Fong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Are you serious?" Young Kai knocked on the table. Old Fong understood and hurriedly poured him tea. Young Kai took a sip and said lightly, "In a few days, Brother Du will announce this news. I came over to give you a heads up, so you can be mentally prepared." Old Fong couldn't be more excited. "Little brother, you've made a meteoric rise. You have to take care of me in the future." Young Kai sighed. He didn't know how to explain it to him. Moreover, he definitely couldn't tell him about Elder Su. He just nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you if I can." Old Fong was moved to tears. After leaving Old Fong's place, Young Kai went to Daiyu's place. Just like Old Fong, Daiyu was obviously shocked and couldn't believe what she had just seen. She kept trying to pull off his clothes, forcing Young Kai to flee. She would see the truth in a few days. Chapter 3886. A few days later, the orchard was closed and all the handymen returned to the handyman's room. Daiyu and Old Fong first went to Young Kai's former room, but didn't find him. After some communication, they learned that Young Kai had moved into Zhou Zheng's former steward's room. Since Kai Yong dared to move into the manager's office, he obviously had something to rely on. Moreover, they didn't know who it was that spread the news that Kai Yong was about to take over the position of the orchard's manager, but many of the odd job workers knew about it. Old Fong and Daiyu both said that they didn't leak anything. Young Kai guessed that it was most likely Du Ruffing adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. It should be to pave the way for the announcement in a few days, so as not to be too abrupt. Every month, it was naturally time to go to the market to buy insects from other spiritual lands. If it was in the past, Young Kai would definitely be in high spirits, but now that Old Man Su's matter had happened, he didn't have the energy to do anything. He was always on tenterhooks, afraid that one day a great war would suddenly break out in the Qiqiao land, and he would be the fish in the moat. Moreover, the source of income that was originally opened by the great general probably wouldn't last long. Losing interest, Young Kai let Daiyu and Old Fong go to the market to deal with it. Anyway, after buying the 3rd-grade pure golden dew for Daiyu last time, Young Kai didn't have many opening heaven pills left. Originally, he wanted them to pay for it. Daiyu and Old Fong didn't understand. He was clearly promoted to a disciple of the Qiqiao land, and was going to take over the position of the orchard steward. Why was Young Kai still so unhappy? However, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask, so they could only leave first and go to the market to negotiate with the representatives of the 6 spiritual lands. Not long after the two left, a handyman came to visit. Young Kai didn't even know the other person's name. He hadn't even seen him before. If it was just hearing the news, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Young Kai had even moved into the steward's room, and was wearing a 7-colored shirt. Obviously, the news wasn't groundless. Since there was a change in leadership, the handyman naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. Throughout the day, Young Kai had been welcoming and sending off people. There were nearly 1,000 odd job workers in the odd job room. Even if only 10% of them came to visit, there were still nearly 100 of them. Wanting to build a good relationship with them was definitely not just empty words. It was normal to send some gifts. The odd job workers didn't have much wealth, so they couldn't give him anything too valuable. The heaven opening pill was the most suitable. 5 or 10 of them would accumulate quite a sizable amount. After 3 whole days, young Kai didn't know how many odd job workers it had received. In any case, the number of heaven-opening pills it had received had already exceeded 5,000. Young Kai couldn't chase people away when they came to deliver things. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. During the day, he would receive gifts and receive guests, and at night, he would feed the general with Daiyu and Old Fong. With both income, his originally deflated wallet would suddenly swell up again. 3 days later, before going to the orchard, Du Ruffing personally came to announce that Yang Kai had taken over the position of the orchard manager. Not many people were surprised, and everyone was happy. When Yang Kai took over, he naturally made a generous speech in front of Du Ruffing, vowing that he would manage the orchard properly. Du Ruffing only said a few words of encouragement, and then let him go. Arriving at the orchard, Yang Kai went straight to the lonely peak at the center of the orchard. Last time he had come here with Du Ruffing to eavesdrop, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with this place. With the orchard manager's token in hand, the entire orchard's formation was under his control. This was his first time taking over the orchard, so there were many things he wasn't familiar with. After busying himself for several days, he barely managed to straighten out everything and knew what to do as a manager. Speaking of which, the orchard manager was both idle and not idle. When he had nothing to do, he would casually patrol the area. When he had something to do, he would need to go to the various odd job workers' orchards to help them take care of the fruit trees. A few days later, Yang Kai used his authority as the orchard's manager to transfer Old Fong and Daiyu to his side, saying that they would help him manage the orchard. The area that they were originally taking care of was handed over to others. In this regard, Daiyu and Old Fong were quite uneasy. After all, when Zhou Zheng was in charge, he didn't use his authority so blatantly for personal gain. They both tried to persuade Yang Kai to stop for the time being, lest Du Ruffing had any objections. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. Du Ruffing had ulterior motives towards him, so why would he care about these things? On the other hand, Elder Su had disappeared for many days, but the Qiqiao land was still so quiet, making Yang Kai anxious. If Elder Su had made some noise as soon as he arrived, Yang Kai would have been relieved, but this calm before the storm made him feel uneasy. No one knew when Elder Su would make a move, and what kind of situation the Qiqiao land would be in at that time. He had been here for half a year, and both Old Fong and Daiyu had taken care of him. Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell them about the Qiqiao land's crisis, he had them by his side. If something happened, it would be easier for them to take care of each other. Since they couldn't persuade them, Old Fong and Daiyu could only silently help Yang Kai manage the orchard. As a result, Yang Kai had nothing to do all day. Yang Kai originally thought that Elder Su would make a move soon, but who would have thought that he would wait for 3 months? During these 3 months, there was no movement from the Qiqiao land, and Elder Su didn't come looking for Yang Kai. If it wasn't for the faint uneasiness in his heart that he couldn't dispel, Yang Kai would have thought that Elder Su had left the Qiqiao land. However, the Qiqiao land was covered in layers of formations, so he had to rely on himself to sneak in. It was impossible for him to leave so quietly. One day, Yang Kai was playing chess with Old Fong when he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and silently sensed it. Du Ruffing summoned me. I'll be back soon. Old Fong heard this and nodded. Come back soon. Yang Kai put down the chess piece in his hand, went out the door, and soared into the sky. Not long after, he arrived at Du Ruffing's residence and entered the hall. At first glance, he saw Du Ruffing standing in front of the hall, looking at him with a smile. During these 3 months, Du Ruffing would occasionally summon him to ask about the situation of the orchard, and Yang Kai would report it truthfully. In any case, he had done a good job managing the orchard over the past few months, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, every time he came, Du Ruffing would come alone. This time it was different. There were 3 people in the hall. One was Du Ruffing, and the other was a young man Yang Kai had never seen before. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt this young man's eyes sweep over him like a greedy viper, making him feel very uncomfortable. This gaze was filled with scrutiny, but also a hint of interest. These 2 were standing while the other was sitting in an armchair. Surprisingly, This was the Earth Guardian of the Fire Spirit Land, Venerable Duan Hai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Venerable, greetings, Brother Du. Since the last time Duan Hai brought him to the Fire Spirit Land, Yang Kai had not seen him again, so he did not know why he would appear here today. Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Old Man Su had been caught and now he was involved? If that was the case, then Old Man Su was too useless. Is that him? The young man who Yang Kai didn't know suddenly asked a question that was inexplicable. Du Ruffing said, "That's him. There's nothing special about him. Why is he so lucky?" The man chuckled. Du Ruffing said, "Junior brother doesn't know, you should ask him." Yang Kai was confused and asked suspiciously, "Brother Du, this is," Du Ruffing introduced. "This is Yu Lian, Brother Yu. He has been in retreat before and has only recently come out, so you haven't seen him before." "So it's Brother Yu." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, Brother Yu." Yu Lian grinned. "Junior Brother Yang, right? Are you interested in guessing what I was in retreat before?" "Who the hell would be interested? Is this person crazy?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he still said, "Junior brother doesn't know, please enlighten me, brother." Yu Lian smiled. "For us cultivators to break through to split the heavens, we need to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Brother, I first condensed yin and yang energy, then the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, the first one I condensed was fire energy. Fire gives birth to earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. The last time I was in seclusion, I was condensing water energy." Yang Kai silently calculated and was shocked. This fellow was a half-step split the heavens cultivator, just one more energy away from breaking through. Brother's complexion is rosy, so you should have succeeded. Now you're only one step away from split the heavens. Congratulations, brother. Yes, one step away. Yu Lian's eyes flashed with fanaticism. However, how many people have been stopped by this one step? You might as well tell junior brother that the materials I condensed are all grade 4. Then if brother can break through to split the heavens, you'll be a grade 4 split the heavens cultivator. My Qiqiao land will have another great general, it'll be a blessing for us disciples. Grade 4 split the heavens cultivators are not easy to find. Even with the resources of the Qiqiao land, who knows how long it'll take to find a suitable one. I'm afraid it'll take 100 years or even longer. Yu Lian let out a long sigh. With Venerable's ability, I'm sure you'll be able to find a suitable one for brother. Yu Lian turned his head to look at Duan Hai and smiled. There's no need to trouble Venerable with such a trivial matter. As long as junior brother can help me with something, it'll be fine. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Junior brother's strength is shallow, I don't know what he can help brother with. Yu Lian leaned forward slightly and stared deeply at him. Shitty, you only need to contribute your wood elemental power. Hearing this, Yang Kai was shocked, all the things he didn't understand before suddenly becoming clear. No wonder after he helped Du Ruffing obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, this guy had taken special care of him. It turned out that he was eyeing his wood energy. Although Yang Kai had guessed this a long time ago, he wasn't sure. Only now did he know that his guess was correct. When he was forced to release the Dao seal in front of Du Ruffing, he had already sowed the seeds of disaster. Promoting him to be the orchard steward and sending him to hunt down Fong Tai was also using him as a pawn. In any case, if his wood energy was really taken away, he probably wouldn't have a good end. I don't know what you're talking about. As soon as Yang Kai's words fell, he sent out a punch. Then, without even looking back, he pushed his space principles and flashed away from where he stood. Chapter 3887. A figure flashed and Yang Kai instantly disappeared. Duan Hai, who had been sitting on the throne, raised his eyes and shouted, "Space principles." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. Following this action, inside the Fire Spirit Land, Yang Kai, who had just escaped from the main hall, immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Turning his head, he saw a giant hand appear behind him, seemingly capable of lifting the heavens and lifting the sea, trying to grab him. Yang Kai was shocked. He continued to push his space principles as his figure flickered, but no matter how hard he tried, He was unable to escape from the range of this giant hand. There was also a powerful aura firmly locking onto him. As the giant hand descended, covering the sky, Yang Kai's body tightened and he let out a muffled groan as the scene in front of him changed rapidly. By the time he recovered, he had already appeared in a secret room. Duan Hai, Du Ruffing, and Yu Lian were all here, standing behind Duan Hai, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a smile on his face. Yang Kai's spirit was tense as he looked around, but couldn't find any way to escape, his mouth filled with bitterness. Damn, I'm afraid I'm done for. Even using the space divine technique, I can't escape from Duan Hai's grasp. The gap in strength between me and this fourth stage heaven splitter is just too big. Junior brother Yang, why are you running? Big brother won't eat you, he just wants to borrow your wood attribute strength, Yu Lian asked with a smile. Was he waiting to die if he didn't run? Although he knew his chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try, so he said with a gloomy face, if Big Brother wants my wood attribute strength, he only needs to ask and Junior Brother will contribute it. There's no need to deceive me like this. Yu Lian chuckled. Junior Brother is a sensible person, so be obedient and don't resist. Yang Kai said, but I'm curious, can other people's yin yang and 5 elements be taken by force? He had asked Old Feng this question before, but Old Feng couldn't explain it. However, since he had encountered such a thing today, it meant that the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang could be taken away. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort? Only one kind of person's power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements can be seized by force. Perhaps because there was hope for him to advance to split the heavens. Yu Lian was in a particularly good mood. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he did not hesitate to answer. What kind of people? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. For example, Junior Brother has only condensed 1 type of power. If Junior Brother has condensed 2 types of power, then there's nothing we can do. Yu Lian explained with a smile. And after forcefully stripping it out, Junior Brother's wood elemental power will drop by 1 or 2 levels. But that's okay. I heard that Junior Brother's wood elemental power is at least level 5. As for me, I only need level 4. So as long as I'm lucky, I can still use it even if its level drops. Yang Kai understood. I see. Yu Lian said. Junior Brother, do you have anything else you want to ask? Yang Kai said with a sullen face. If my wood elemental power is taken away, what will happen to me? Yu Lian said. Die? Of course, if you're lucky, you can still live, but I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate in the future. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. 2 endings, no matter which one it was, would be a very tragic situation for a cultivator. If he couldn't cultivate, he might as well just die. Not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, Yu Lian turned around and cupped his fists to Duan Hai. Thank you for your trouble, Venerable. Duan Hai gently nodded, raised his hand and waved it fiercely. With a clatter, the sound of chains shuttling through the void rang out as a burst of energy rushed towards him from all directions. Yang Kai looked around and saw a series of thumb-thick chains composed of complex runes piercing towards him. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk. A series of noises rang out as the invisible chains pierced through his body. Yang Kai instantly cried out in pain as his clothes became soaked with sweat. The spirit array under his feet lit up and slowly rotated. There was actually a spirit array set up here, so it seemed that this spirit array had been prepared beforehand, and was only waiting for the right time to pull him over and deprive him of his wood elemental power. The chains stretched taut and pulled Yang Kai up into the air. Duan Hai and Yu Lian's figures flickered as they each stepped into a different spirit array, leaving Du Ruffing to stand guard. Yang Kai was extremely anxious. Now that he was in a situation where he had no chance of survival, it was impossible for him to get out of this predicament with his own strength. The only person he could count on was Old Man Su. However, Old Man Su had been in the 7 Secrets land for 3 months without any news. Yang Kai didn't know where he was or what he was doing, so it was unrealistic to expect him to come and save him. What's more, Yang Kai was afraid that he had already lost his value to Old Man Su. On the contrary, his life and death were in Old Man Su's hands. Even if Old Man Su knew about his situation, he probably wouldn't care. Inside the spirit array, Yu Lian sat down cross-legged, a mysterious aura pulsing from his body. On the other side, Duan Hai also wore a solemn expression as he constantly formed seals with his hands. With the clattering of the chains, Yang Kai could clearly feel a strong force being transmitted from the chains to his body, shaking his Dao seal and extracting his wood elemental power. An indescribable pain came from all over his body, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind Yang Kai, a giant black centipede phantom suddenly appeared and firmly locked Yang Kai in place. No matter what Duan Hai did, he was unable to extract the wood elemental power from Yang Kai's body. Flying black-back centipede? A trace of surprise flashed across Duan Hai's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. Stopping the hand seals he was forming, his figure flashing over to Yang Kai's side, and placing his hand on Yang Kai's spine. A moment later, a violent force rushed into Yang Kai's body as he examined his Dao seal. In the next instant, Duan Hai's expression changed as he shouted, "Boy, who planted this flying black-back centipede in you?" Yang Kai could only gasp in pain, his face as white as paper, but he still sneered, "Damn you!" He had not expected that the flying black-back centipede, which had originally been a hindrance to him, would actually save him in this moment of crisis. This was truly a stroke of luck. Thinking about it carefully, this was not surprising. This flying black-back centipede was originally designed to target Dao seals. Duan Hai had set up this spirit array, and wanted to use this despicable method to deprive him of his wood elemental power, which was the same as attacking his Dao seal. The two methods obviously conflicted with each other. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful to Old Man Su. Although he didn't know how long he would be able to buy, being able to breathe for a moment was always good. Duan Hai turned his head and looked at Du Ruffing. "Did you see anything else in his Dao seal last time?" Du Ruffing was also a little confused. With his knowledge and experience, he had no idea what this flying black-back centipede was, so he shook his head and said, "Never." "Then it must have appeared later." Duan Hai's eyes flashed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Little brat, when you went out last time, who did you meet?" Duan Hai's mind was also quite meticulous, so he was able to guess the truth of the matter. How could Yang Kai tell him? Sneering, Duan Hai exerted some force on his hand, causing Yang Kai to almost faint from the pain and immediately let out a pitiful cry. Duan Hai sneered. "Do you think this king has no way to deal with this thing? It's just a bug. Once this king gets rid of this thing, he'll deal with you." Saying so, Duan Hai moved his hand, his palm constantly striking the Dao seal on Yang Kai's spine, pouring a pure energy into Yang Kai's body and shaking the flying black-back centipede wrapped around his Dao seal. With Duan Hai's actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the centipede mark that had been wrapping around his Dao seal was gradually loosening its grip and faintly showing signs of being expelled. A vague will suddenly extended from the flying black-back centipede, causing Yang Kai, who was in great pain, to suddenly feel like a drowning man who had grasped onto a life-saving straw, exclaiming in joy, "Old Man Su, save me! Waste, you almost ruined my plans." Old Man Su's voice resounded in Yang Kai's mind, but to him, it was like the sound of nature. Duan Hai's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Who dares act so wildly here?" He had obviously heard what Duan Hai said just now, and being able to extend his will into the flying black-back centipede was obviously the owner of this strange insect. Duan Hai's actions just now should have alerted the other party. There is actually a powerful enemy hiding in the 7 possibilities land. Duan Hai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had coincidentally discovered something today, otherwise he didn't know what would have happened. "Duan Hai, we haven't seen each other for many years. Have you forgotten this king's voice?" Old Man Su's voice was cold. Duan Hai's face changed several times as he cried out, "Su Huang, you're still alive." Old Man Su grinned. "This king is blessed with great fortune. How could he die? You traitors schemed against me and stole my 7 possibilities land. Today this king will take it all back with interest." Duan Hai quickly said, "I know nothing about what happened back then. Do you think this king will believe you? Today, all of you will die." As soon as the word "die" fell, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. Even though this secret room was covered in layers upon layers of spirit arrays, rubble still fell from the ceiling, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Immediately afterwards, a violent force suddenly erupted, transforming into an indestructible finger that shot towards Duan Hai. Duan Hai paled as he hurriedly retreated, his hands flying as he formed a series of seals and pushed his palm forward. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk amidst the loud noise, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The secret room exploded, and the great formation collapsed. Yang Kai, who was bound mid-air, instantly felt as if he was a canoe in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by endless waves that threatened to capsize him at any moment. The aftermath of the attacks of the two heaven-opening realm masters overflowed, piercing through the universe and collapsing everything around him. Yang Kai's body was constantly tumbling as the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose as he saw stars, and his soul became unstable. Chapter 3888. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had gone out last time with Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng as First Order splitting the heavens, he had never seen them fight, so he didn't know what kind of strength they possessed. What's more, the gap between a First Order splitting the heavens and a Fourth Order splitting the heavens was simply too big. Now that Duan Hai and Old Man Su had fought, the aftermath of their attacks had almost taken his life. This was the heaven-opening realm. If a mid-rank splitting the heavens had such power, then what about a high-rank splitting the heavens? Blood spurting from his mouth and nose, Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as stars. Dust and smoke rose up as the hall collapsed and darkness enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in extreme pain as the collapsed building was pressing down on him, but fortunately, the force that had been restraining him had disappeared. This place had been destroyed, so the spirit array arranged here had naturally lost its function, but without the shackles of this spirit array, Yang Kai was able to regain his freedom. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai removed the debris that had been pressing down on him, and light reappeared in front of him. Before he had time to assess his surroundings, he heard a light cough from nearby. Yang Kai turned his head to look, a fierce light flashing across his eyes as he reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear. Shaking the spear, Yang Kai poured all of his strength into it, and with a resounding dragon roar, he thrust it forward. With a bang, a large amount of rubble was sent flying, revealing Yu Lian's figure underneath. Blood spurting from his mouth, Yu Lian's eyes bulged as he stared in shock. Die! Yang Kai roared as his space principles fluctuated. At the same time, a black ball appeared at the tip of the blue dragon spear, which had been poured into Yu Lian's body. Everything collapsed. A huge hole immediately appeared in Yu Lian's chest as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels disappeared. Grabbing the blue dragon spear with one hand, Yu Lian's other hand reached out towards Yang Kai, a destructive aura pulsing from it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest bulging as he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp breath, cutting through the layers of flesh on Yu Lian's arm like a sharp blade, revealing the white bone underneath. A shriek came out of Yu Lian's mouth. Yang Kai raised his spear and threw Yu Lian's body into the air. The sky was filled with spear shadows. In just 3 breaths, by the time Yang Kai pulled back his spear, Yu Lian had already fallen to the ground like a ragged sack. There were countless holes all over his body, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. His vitality was quickly fading away, and it seemed that he would not be able to survive. Before he could rejoice that he had escaped death, a murderous aura came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned around and blocked with his spear. With a crisp sound, a huge force came, and he was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Landing on the ground in a hurry, he looked up and saw Du Rufeng looking to the side in disbelief. Brother Yu. Yu Lian's mouth opened and closed, but he was gasping for breath like a fish that had jumped ashore, unable to utter a single word. His neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Du Rufeng's hair stood on end. He simply could not accept this. Just a moment ago, his brother was still in high spirits, ready to deprive others of their wood elemental power to advance to splitting the heavens. How could he have died in the blink of an eye? He knew that the source of all this was caused by the aftermath of the battle between the unknown enemy and the venerable. In that instant, Du Rufeng almost thought that he was going to die. Although he had escaped death in the end, the aftermath of the battle had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Brother Yulian was not much better off. He was heavily injured, and then he was ambushed. In a moment of carelessness he lost his life. Du Rufeng's heart palpitated. Just now, if Yang Kai had not attacked Yulian but him, would he have been able to dodge? Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai coughing up blood on the side. Obviously he was not in a good condition either. You killed Brother Yu. Du Rufeng's face was so cold that it was almost dripping water. You're next. Yang Kai pointed his spear forward as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a joke! Du Rufeng's face twisted. You dare spout such nonsense in front of a venerable. After speaking, Du Rufeng suddenly frowned and swept the area with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he discovered that Duan Hai was no longer here. Du Rufeng knew that something big had happened in the Seven Openings land, and that the venerable should be in a hurry to defend against the enemy, and could not pay attention to this place. Du Rufeng's heart sank as he wondered just who this Su Huang was for the venerable to act like he was facing a great enemy. Hong hong hong. Earth-shaking sounds rang out from the heavens as dazzling lights flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were masters fighting in the heavens. However, this was not something he needed to worry about, as the heavenly monarch and the seven venerables would deal with it. No matter how strong this newcomer was, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many heaven-opening realm masters. Schwa schwa schwa. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the disciples of the Qiqiao land who heard the commotion. They flew over from all directions to investigate the situation. When they saw the ruins, they couldn't help but be shocked. When they saw Yulian's corpse lying on top of the ruins, their expressions changed drastically. One of them stood out and asked, Senior Du, what happened? Who killed Brother Yu? Du Rufeng coldly stared at Yang Kai and said, Who else could it be? It's this guy in front of me, kill him. Bold madman. Daring to commit murder in the fire spirit land in broad daylight? Hand over your life. The group of Seven Openings land disciples was furious upon hearing this, and summoned their artifacts one after another to attack Yang Kai. As soon as these people appeared, Yang Kai had been secretly accumulating strength. Although he also wanted to fight to the death with Du Rufeng, it was now impossible for two fists to fight against four, so it was best to flee first. What's more, almost all of these people were heaven-opening realm masters. Although most of them were first-grade heaven-opening realm masters, with only a few second-grade heaven-opening realm masters, they were still not people he could contend with right now. With the exquisiteness of the space divine technique, as long as there were no masters on the level of Duan Hai, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. With a series of rumbles, the void collapsed as countless attacks rained down, but Yang Kai had already dodged to the side, staring coldly at Du Rufeng before flying off in the direction of the orchard. Du Rufeng was flustered and exasperated. A bunch of trash, chase after him. The numerous disciples of the Seven Openings land did not need him to give orders, and as soon as they saw Yang Kai flee, they immediately gave chase. In an instant, above the fire spirit land, a single person fled while a group of people chased after him, creating a lively scene. Wung. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth trembled, a dull sound directly reaching one's mind, causing one's eyes and ears to tremble. Along with this sound, a flashing spirit array appeared in the sky. This spirit array was incomparably large, almost covering the entire fire spirit land. When this spirit array appeared, a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing aura descended from the sky, and within the fire spirit land, almost everyone felt an aura of death envelop them. Du Rufeng, who was chasing closely behind Yang Kai, cried out in alarm, the earth-protecting array. Yang Kai's hair also stood on end as a feeling of impending doom filled his heart. Although he did not know what was happening, listening to Du Rufeng's words, it seemed that the fire spirit land's earth-protecting array had been activated. In the next instant, an angry roar rang out. Su Huang, you're crazy. Do you want to destroy the Seven Openings land? Old Man Su's laughter resounded through the world. So what if it's destroyed? Since this Seven Openings land was seized by you traitors, this king doesn't want it. Die all of you. As soon as these words fell, the huge spirit array that enveloped the fire spirit land suddenly began to spin madly, and along with it, Rays of light shot out from the spirit array like a torrential downpour from the sky, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Yang Kai did not even think about it and dodged into the sealed world bead. Hiding inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai looked out through the sealed world bead and saw that the heavens and earth were filled with rays of light. Everything in the fire spirit land began to fall apart as huge gullies appeared in the ground. The group of 7 openings land disciples who were chasing after him all wore looks of horror as they tried to dodge, but very few of them were able to avoid these rays of light. As the rays of light flashed past, those who were hit by them were injured, those who were grazed by them were killed, and those who were badly mutilated fell from the sky like dumplings. Yang Kai gulped as he secretly prayed that the sealed world bead would not be hit. Although he did not know what would happen to the sealed world bead if it was hit, it would not end well. Fortunately, although the attacks were endless and dense, the sealed world bead was very small, so as long as one's luck was not too bad, there should not be any problems. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Old Man Su was relying on, and why he dared to come here alone for revenge. The 7 openings land's Earth defending array was obviously not activated by Venerable Protector Earth, so there was no reason for him to kill his own disciples. Only Old Man Su could do such a thing. Combined with what Old Man Su had said to the others before, Yang Kai faintly felt that this 7 openings land should have a very deep relationship with Old Man Su. It could even be said that the 7 openings land originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some reason it was taken away. Although it was taken away, Old Man Su still retained the secret method to control the 7 openings land's Earth defending array. He had disappeared without a trace for 3 months, because he was trying to seize control of the 7 openings land's Earth defending array. With Old Man Su's own ability, coupled with the assistance of the 7 openings land's Earth defending array, he might really have a chance to take revenge. In this situation, Yang Kai naturally hoped that Old Man Su would make as much noise as possible. Only then would he have a chance to escape from here. If Old Man Su could not hold on and was killed, then he would definitely be buried with him. Just the Earth-defending Venerable Duan Hai alone was not enough. The Earth-defending array's attack did not last long, only about 20 breaths or so. But after 20 breaths of time, the entire fire spirit land fell silent. Yang Kai waited for a moment until the spirit array in the sky disappeared before leaving the sealed world bead. Looking around, all he could see was a mess. The ground was full of broken corpses, and the 7 openings land's disciples wearing 7 colored robes were scattered about, as if the end of the world had arrived. A large net suddenly fell from the sky, covering Yang Kai's head. This large net had the power to seal the world. Yang Kai's body immediately tensed up as he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven capturing net." Chapter 3889. Du Rufing was not dead. This thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind. This heaven-trapping net was Du Rufing's artifact, and since it was displayed at this moment, it undoubtedly meant that Du Rufing was still alive. Yang Kai's figure rapidly fell downwards, but the heaven-trapping net was like a maggot in his bones, unable to escape. With the surrounding heaven and earth locked down, he could not even use instant movement. Watching the net wrap around him, Yang Kai became anxious and poured all of his strength into the blue dragon spear before thrusting it upwards. The heaven-capturing net, on the other hand, didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, it directly fell down and tightly wrapped around Kai Yang. The power of imprisonment was transmitted from the net, and in an instant, Kai Yang felt as if all the strength in his body had been bound. In midair, Du Rufing's figure slowly appeared, a look of resentment and lingering fear on his face. When the Earth-defending array was activated just now, if he hadn't been lucky enough, he would have followed in the footsteps of his other brothers. However, at this moment, his condition was not very good. His face was pale, his hand was clutching his chest, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The aftermath of the confrontation between Duan Hai and Old Man Su had caused him some serious injuries. "You're quite lucky you didn't die." Du Rufing stared coldly at Yang Kai, who was bound by the heaven-trapping net, and formed a seal with one hand, increasing the strength of the net's binding force. Yang Kai snorted. Although the situation was unfavorable, his mouth did not show any mercy. "Aren't you also alive?" Du Rufing snorted. Don't be so smug, this king will kill you now. Yu Lian coveted Yang Kai's would attribute strength, but Du Ruffing did not care. Everyone condensed their own strength differently, and he had already condensed his own would attribute strength long ago, so he did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. Now that the Seven Apertures world had undergone such a great change, leaving Yang Kai alive would only make things worse, so it was best to kill him first. Saying so, Du Ruffing was already preparing to attack. Grasping the void with one hand, a long sword appeared in his grasp, and changing his hand seal he shouted, "Go!" The long sword turned into a sword light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. In his field of vision, the sword light rapidly enlarged in front of him, and the aura of death enveloped him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. When the dragon's roar resounded, the bones in his body crackled and his body expanded rapidly. The surface of his body was covered with dragon scales. When he was in his dragon form, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the incoming sword light. Yang Kai felt as if his teeth were about to shatter from the powerful shockwave. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Du Ruffing was stunned. His eyes followed the changes in Yang Kai's body. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an ability. After a while he exclaimed, "Dragon vein." After Yang Kai dragonized, the surface characteristics of his body were too obvious. How could Du Ruffing not see some clues? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon body, but even so, he couldn't escape the shackles of the heaven-capturing net. This thing was similar to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch, in that it could expand or shrink. As Yang Kai's body changed, it continued to expand and bind him. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that the heaven-capturing net was showing signs of instability. He was overjoyed. He knew that although this thing had similar functions to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch, it was not as mysterious as Elder Su's Six Directions Good Fortune pouch. What was there to hesitate about? Grabbing the black dragon spear, he waved it fiercely. In an instant, the light on the heaven-capturing net flashed wildly and quickly dimmed. "Don't even think about it," Du Ruffing shouted. With a wave of his hand, the sword light that Yang Kai was biting in his mouth suddenly flew back. Du Ruffing grabbed it and slashed down at Yang Kai. The huge sword light chopped down. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it. If he took this blow, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of crisis, a golden light quickly flew over from the distance and blocked Yang Kai's path. This golden light was originally just a small ball of light, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and turned into a giant golden pheasant several dozen meters in size. Great General! Yang Kai was absent-minded. He didn't expect that the one who came to save him at this critical moment would be that unreliable stupid chicken. This time, when Du Ruffing summoned him, he didn't bring the Great General. Instead, he left it in the orchard. He didn't know why it would come here. The sword light chopped down. The Great General let out a short cry and was sent flying. In midair, its body returned to its original size and its golden hair became much dimmer. Yang Kai was furious. His body filled with dragon breath, the black dragon spear thrust forward like a dragon. He shouted, "Break for me." It was as if a real black dragon had appeared, the power of the spear piercing through the void. With a crash, the heaven-capturing net that had been binding Yang Kai collapsed, and the power of imprisonment disappeared instantly. The black dragon spear, however, didn't lose any momentum and shot straight towards Du Ruffing. Feeling the power of this spear, Du Ruffing's face changed greatly and his figure leapt up a few times to dodge. How could Yang Kai give him a chance to catch his breath? This guy was a half-step heaven-opening cultivator, stronger than him, and he also had a secret treasure like the shadowless muslin. If he really found an opportunity, he could use the shadowless muslin to cover himself, and Yang Kai would never be able to find him again. Stretching out a dragon claw, Yang Kai grabbed at Du Ruffing and at the same time urged his space principles. The world suddenly froze, and Du Ruffing's figure also came to a halt. In an instant, Yang Kai's hand clenched tightly, holding Du Ruffing in place. Scram! Du Ruffing roared, his strength fluctuating wildly. Even though Yang Kai was in his dragon form, he still felt like he was about to break free, his chest suddenly bulging as he spat out a mouthful of hot air towards Du Ruffing. Fire dragon breath. A dragon breath powerful enough to burn all things in the world erupted from Yang Kai's mouth and enveloped Du Rufeng. A scream immediately rang out as Du Rufeng struggled even more violently. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, Yang Kai's dragon claw loosened, allowing Du Rufeng to take this opportunity to escape. Looking around, Du Rufeng was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. He had already suffered a lot of damage in the aftermath of the battle between Duan Hai and Old Man Su, and now that the heaven-capturing net had been destroyed and Yang Kai had attacked him, his exposed skin was covered in blisters, making him look extremely miserable. Staring at each other, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear and uneasiness in Du Rufeng's eyes. Unlike Yang Kai, who was accustomed to fighting and killing, Du Rufeng had been born into the Seven Openings land, and had only been able to leave it a handful of times, let alone engage in a life-or-death battle. At first, Du Rufeng was able to gain the upper hand by relying on his own strength and the power of his artifacts, but now that he had suffered a slight setback, he was unable to cope. Yang Kai had seen many such people before. Flowers in greenhouses were always unable to withstand the wind and rain. Grinning fiercely, Yang Kai pointed his finger towards Du Rufeng and pushed his space principles, summoning a huge moon blade. Du Rufeng's face changed as his figure flickered and he hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai, however, had already enveloped the entire battlefield with his space principles, shaking his black dragon spear slightly as he shouted, "Open for me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Spatial cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth, filling the vast space. The chaotic void aura was emitted from those spatial cracks. Du Rufeng's face turned pale when he saw this. Du Rufeng, next year on this day will be the anniversary of your death. As he roared, Yang Kai rushed out with his spear, enveloping Du Rufeng in a sea of spear shadows. The countless void cracks around Du Rufeng made him want to escape, but how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? A single spear sealed off all his chances of escape. Forced into a desperate situation, Du Rufeng could only fight Yang Kai to the death. This was what Yang Kai wanted. Du Rufeng was indeed a half-step open the heavens and stronger than him, but his actual combat experience was definitely not as good as his, and his recovery ability was also incomparable. In a life-and-death battle, Yang Kai was not afraid of him. With the heaven-capturing net broken, the only thing he was afraid of now was the shadowless gauze. If Du Rufeng really used it to conceal himself, he would be in a passive position. So, as soon as they began fighting, Yang Kai disregarded consumption and injuries and attacked continuously, making it difficult for Du Rufeng to catch his breath. Silhouettes crisscrossed and blood splattered as time passed by. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew his spear and stood up, gasping for breath. At this moment he could no longer maintain his dragon transformation, and had returned to his original size. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, some of which were so deep that even bone could be seen. He looked extremely miserable as he tottered, relying on the black dragon's spear to support himself. On the other side, Du Rufeng's situation was not much better. His entire body was dyed red with blood, his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a ghost. His eyes were trembling violently, and his heart was filled with anxiety. While gasping for breath, Du Rufeng said, "Yang Kai, with such a big change in the Qiqiao land, no one knows what the future will be like. Why do the two of us have to fight to the death here?" Yang Kai chuckled. "We've already fought, what do you want?" Du Rufeng said, "Why don't we just stop here? With such a thing happening, you can't stay in the Qiqiao land anymore. While the Venerable is still busy, it's important to quickly escape. Otherwise, when the Venerable is free, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "That's very reasonable." Yang Kai nodded and tilted his head. "Then let's make peace." Du Rufeng nodded repeatedly, "Very good." Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he stabbed forward with his sword. With a soft sound, the sword pierced through something. When he looked again, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and the sword in his hand had directly pierced through his chest. "Bastard!" Du Rufeng cursed. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. "You've schemed against me by every means possible, so how can I let you off so easily?" With a sudden force in his hand, Du Rufing immediately felt a piercing pain coming from his chest. When he looked down, his face turned pale as he saw that his chest was also pierced through by the other party's spear. Collapse. Collapse. Young Kai slowly spat out these two words, the law of space fluctuating. In an instant, Du Rufing felt that something in his body had collapsed. In his field of vision, where the spear pierced through, a huge hole suddenly appeared. He slowly raised his head and looked at Young Kai in disbelief. His eyes were full of longing for life. Young Kai kicked out, and directly sent him flying far away. When the sword was pulled out of his chest, blood spurted out. Young Kai felt dizzy and almost fainted. He forced himself to stay alert and walked step by step to Du Rufing, looking down at him from above. Chapter 3890. At this moment, Du Rufing's eyes were cloudy and the light in them had long since disappeared. His aura was also extremely weak. Young Kai stared at him coldly and thrust out his spear, causing a head to explode and red and white matter to splatter everywhere. With a flick of his spear, Young Kai collected Du Rufing's space ring and, without having time to examine it carefully, staggered off to the side. Not far away, the great general was lying on the ground, his golden fur extremely dim. Young Kai bent down and picked him up, sweeping him with his divine sense. After examining him carefully, he relaxed. Although the great general's aura was weak, he did not seem to be in any danger. To be honest, Young Kai had not expected the great general to actually run out of the orchard to find him and save him at a critical moment. Just like how he could not understand why the great general would take such a liking to him. What was it about him that attracted the great general's attention? However, now was not the time to think about such things. While he was fighting with Du Rufing, the rumbling sounds outside the heavens continued. It was obvious that Old Man Su was using the Qiqiao Land's spirit array to fight against the many heaven-opening realm masters. It was good that there was some movement, but Young Kai was afraid that there would be no movement at all. Although he did not know if Old Man Su could succeed in his revenge, now was the best time to leave the Qiqiao Land. However, before that, he had to find Old Fong and Dai Yu first, hoping that they were also safe. Old Man Su had used the earth-protecting array to attack the Qiqiao Land, so Young Kai did not know what the situation was like in the orchard. Holding the great general in his arms, Young Kai had not flown far when he saw two figures flying over side by side. It was Old Fong and Dai Yu. Young Kai secretly thanked his lucky stars that the two of them had not been affected by the earth-protecting array's attack. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not have been able to survive. At this moment, the entire Fire Spirit Land was in chaos, with figures flying around like headless flies. Basically, no one knew what had happened. When they met, Old Fong cried out, "Little brother, how did you end up like this?" Dai Yu also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. Such heavy injuries. It's a long story. Young Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. What's going on? Old Fong asked. Today's events had happened too suddenly. A huge formation rune had appeared in the sky above the Fire Spirit Land, followed by an earth-shattering attack. More than half of the orchard had been destroyed, and 60% of the workers had died in an instant. Old Fong and Dai Yu saw that the situation was bad and quickly ran out. Let's talk on the way. Young Kai didn't have the time to explain. He pushed his strength and flew upwards. Along the way, Young Kai briefly explained the situation to Old Fong and Dai Yu. He also mentioned that he was the one who brought Elder Su here. The two of them stared at him in shock, not expecting such a bizarre thing to happen. However, this was indeed a good opportunity for them to leave the heptashield. Now that the experts of the heptashield were busy dealing with Elder Su, no one would care about their lives. There were many people with the same idea, and most of them were workers. After all, they had been in the Seven Corners Land for a long time and knew that there was no way out. Although the outside world was full of dangers, as long as one dared to risk it, there was still hope. However, as a worker in the Seven Corners Land, unless one was willing to degrade themselves and break through to the first grade to open the heavens, there was no chance of success. In all directions, the odd job workers were flying away. However, when they approached the Seven Corners Land's barrier, Young Kai discovered that his thoughts had been too simple. The Seven Corners Land's barrier was completely flawless, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Thinking about it, Elder Su had seized control of the barrier with great difficulty, so how could he give the Seven Corners Land's people a chance to escape? The shockwaves from the attacks from the outer heavens were rampant, occasionally striking down, causing the entire fire spirit land to fall into chaos. From time to time, large and small spirit inscriptions would appear in the sky, spurring on the earth, protecting Grand Formation's power and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that some workers were unable to dodge in time and were killed by the earth protecting Grand Formation. Just as Yang Kai's heart was palpitating, he heard a mournful scream from the outer heavens, followed by a violent energy fluctuation that swept through the entire world, causing the fire spirit land to become restless. A moment later, a figure fell from the outer heavens, landing in the place where the workers were gathered. Old Fong's face was pale. "It's the water spirit land's earth-protecting venerable," Daiyu asked in a trembling voice. "Is he dead?" Old Fong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the water spirit land's venerable protector fell straight to the ground and remained motionless for a long time. The many workers glanced at each other, none of them daring to step forward to investigate. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the outer heavens and directly struck the water spirit land's venerable protector, splitting his body in half. This time, there was no need for Old Fong to answer. Everyone knew that this venerable protector was dead. Yang Kai didn't care about his severely injured body and rushed to the corpse of the water spirit land's venerable protector. He took the corpse's space ring and stuffed it into his sleeve before disappearing in a flash. By the time Old Fong and Daiyu regained their senses, all they could hear was Yang Kai's divine sense message. It wasn't until this moment that the odd job workers finally reacted. One after another, they began to search for traces of Kai Yang, but how could they find him? Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flickered, disappearing without a trace. For a moment, everyone was filled with resentment. The wealth of an earth-protecting venerable was unimaginable to these workers. If they had acted a bit faster just now, they might have been able to snatch the space ring, but now someone else had taken advantage of them. Old Fong and Daiyu quietly withdrew from the crowd and rushed off in a certain direction, soon leaving the fire spirit land and heading towards the city square. The Seven-Way Land's spirit array prevented anyone from leaving, but the inside of the Seven-Way Land was unimpeded. A short time later, the two arrived at a certain corner of the city square. Old Fong glanced around and called out softly, "Yang Kai, Yang Kai!" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind a building and beckoned, "Here, here!" Old Fong and Daiyu hurriedly rushed over, but after turning a corner, they saw Yang Kai leaning against a wall covered in blood, his face pale as he gasped for breath, holding Great General Sichen in his arms. Old Fong was both angry and amused. "Little brother, you're so greedy that you don't value your life. If those workers had reacted a bit faster just now, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to escape. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. So the space ring of an earth-protecting venerable was enough to make anyone go crazy." Yang Kai lightly coughed. "Poor people can only fight with their lives on the line." Daiyu angrily said, "You call yourself poor?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this for now. No one has come to the city square yet, and there is no earth-protecting array here, so we should be safe here. I need to heal myself for a while." Old Fong nodded solemnly. "You can focus on healing yourself. Lady Daiyu and I will stand guard for you. Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai didn't act polite. In this situation, there was no point in thinking too much. He could only take one step at a time, and see if Old Man Su succeeded in his revenge, or if the Seven Openings Land's venerable would be able to repel the enemy. However, from the scene of the Water Spirit Land's venerable protector being killed just now, the Seven Openings Land's venerable was likely to be in deep trouble. Although Old Man Su was only one person, with the Seven Openings Land's earth-protecting array, he might not necessarily be a match for those people. Yang Kai didn't care much about who won or lost. As long as Duan Hai died, if Duan Hai survived, he wouldn't be able to survive. Taking out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, Yang Kai also gave Great General a few before sitting down cross-legged to adjust his condition. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, they weren't fatal. Yang Kai was clear about his own body, as long as it wasn't too serious. Relying on his dragon bloodline and would attribute force's restorative abilities, he would be able to recover sooner or later. The entire market was quiet. After all, it wasn't the first 3 days of the month, so there was naturally no one here. After standing guard for a while, Old Fong seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Lady Daiyu, I'll be going out for a stroll. You take care of Brother Yang." Hearing this, Daiyu knew what Old Fong was thinking. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Go, be careful." Old Fong grinned meaningfully before disappearing in a flash. Outside, there was a lot of noise. Obviously a fierce battle was going on. Yang Kai's chaotic breathing gradually stabilized, causing Daiyu to be amazed. An average person who had suffered such serious injuries would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover, but Yang Kai had only taken less than half a day to recover. It had to be said that his physique was incredibly strong. Old Fong returned dejectedly, and when Daiyu asked, he learned that the market was completely empty, ruining his original idea of picking up some treasures. Yang Kai was still healing, and it was unknown when the battle outside would stop. The two of them didn't know what to do in the future, so they weren't in the mood to talk. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Someone's coming." Daiyu and Old Fong were startled. They quickly scanned the area with their divine senses and soon noticed something. When they looked up, they saw a petite figure flying towards them. As she flew, she carefully looked around as if she was a thief. However, the other party also quickly discovered Yang Kai and the others, hesitating for a moment before flying straight over. "Stop right there!" Old Fong yelled. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I know her, there's no need to be nervous." Looking up, he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" The newcomer was none other than Ah Sun, who had been brought into the fire spirit land by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. She was quite lucky. There were no visible wounds on her body, so she should have been able to avoid the attack of the earth-defending array. Ah Sun was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Yang, you're also here." Yang Kai said, "The fire spirit land is too dangerous, so I came here to hide." Ah Sun nodded repeatedly. "I thought so too, it's too chaotic over there. Now even the Venerable is dead and many of my brothers have been killed." Chapter 3891. A Venerable is dead? Which Venerable died? Daiyu was surprised. She had seen the water spirit land's Venerable die with her own eyes, but there were 7 Venerables in the entire Qiqiao land. Ah Sun replied, "The Venerable of our fire spirit land." "Duan Hai?" Yang Kai was surprised. "You saw him?" Ah Sun nodded. "I saw him with my own eyes." Yang Kai clenched his fists, silently cursing the death of this Venerable. Now that Duan Hai was dead, no one would know anything about him. Even if Old Man Su's revenge failed and the Qiqiao land was saved, no one would come looking for trouble with him. However, if there was a chance to leave this place, Yang Kai didn't want to stay any longer. 2 Venerables had died one after the other. One could imagine how fierce the battle outside was. It was a pity he wasn't strong enough now, otherwise he would have gone to take a look. Old Fong Daiyu and Ah Sun weren't familiar with each other. And although Yang Kai wasn't too familiar with her either, this little girl's heart wasn't bad. When they first arrived in the 7 Refinements lands, they had met a few times, so Yang Kai's impression of her wasn't bad. Now that they were hiding in this city together, it could be considered fate. The aftermath of the battle continued to spread, but it hadn't affected the city for the time being, so the 4 of them were safe here. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. Some were servants from various spirit lands, some were disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7 colored robes. Everyone probably had the same idea. Now that the Qiqiao land's great array had been seized, the other places were no longer safe, so this city was the only safe haven. Yang Kai had already taken off his 7 colored robes and changed into his normal clothes, making them less conspicuous. The battle continued for more than 10 days without stopping, causing more and more people to hide in the city. Everyone was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. At a certain moment, more than 10 days later, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the dark city. Everyone looked up and saw that the hazy sky seemed to have been torn open by someone. And the light was coming from this hole. The great array has been broken. It was unknown who shouted, but soon after, a group of figures rushed into the hole in the sky and disappeared. Young Kai and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. Without any hesitation, the four of them activated their powers and followed the crowd into the sky. The formation that covered the entire Qiqiao land was indeed broken. It was unknown whether it was because Elder Su had used too much of the formation's power, or because the experts of the Qiqiao land were too powerful. Without the barrier, no one could stop them from escaping. After leaving Qiqiao land, Yang Kai didn't know where to go. Anyway, he just kept flying forward. At this time, the further away he was from Qiqiao land, the better. Dai Yu, Old Fang, and Ah Sun followed him without a word. The three of them had no place to go, so it was the same wherever they went. After the initial surprise, Dai Yu and Old Fang couldn't help but fall into a daze. After the two of them jumped out of their own universe world, they had been brought to Qiqiao land and hadn't left for many years. Now that they had luckily escaped from Qiqiao land, where should they go in the future? Especially since the two of them still hadn't broken through to heaven opening after so many years. In this vast universe, those who hadn't broken through to heaven opening were nothing. After flying forward for several days, they passed through the endless void along the way. Without any reference point, the four of them had no idea where they were at this moment. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly sensed something. Turning his head to look, his face turned pale with fright. Run! Old Fang and the others didn't know what was going on, and turned their heads to look as well. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw a streak of light rapidly approaching them. Based on the brightness and speed of the light, it was obvious that this person was a heaven-opening expert. They didn't know what heaven-opening realm this person was at, but no matter what heaven-opening realm this person was at, it wasn't something they could contend against. The group changed directions several times, but the streak of light behind them was like a maggot that stuck to their bones. No matter how they changed directions, the streak of light continued to follow them, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Just as everyone was panicking, Yang Kai let out a miserable cry and suddenly stopped. Dai Yu was shocked. What's wrong? Hurry up and run. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I can't run. When he had sensed that someone was chasing them, he didn't know who it was, but now he knew. The one chasing after him was actually Elder Su. He still had the black flying centipede on him. Just now, his Dao seal had been strangled by the centipede mark. It was clearly a warning from Elder Su. If he continued to run, he might even lose his life. Yang Kai couldn't figure out how Elder Su had found him after running so far away. He reckoned that it was most likely the work of the flying blackback centipede. This thing was a strange insect that Elder Su had kept in captivity, so there should be some kind of spiritual connection between them. It wasn't surprising that Elder Su had relied on it to find him. But why would Elder Su appear here? Shouldn't he be fighting those venerables and heavenly monarchs in the Qiqiao land? Running here at this time, could it be that he had failed? If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Yang Kai was furious, but he could only stand there and wait. He looked at Old Fang and the others and said, "Hurry up and run." Old Fang hurriedly said, "Take care." With that, he continued to run forward. However, Dai Yu didn't move. Yang Kai turned to look at her. Dai Yu smiled and said, "If he really wants to do anything to us, I'm afraid we can't run away. If we join forces with you, we might be able to fight." Yang Kai didn't believe her. If they ran, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they didn't run, they could only leave their lives to Elder Su. Ah Sun didn't know if she was stupid or what, but she nodded and said, "I'll go too." Yang Kai was speechless. On the other side, Old Fang, who had run a short distance, flew back and stood beside Yang Kai. He said angrily, "You're going to get us killed this time." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. While they were talking, Elder Su had already flown close to them. Yang Kai cupped his fists and was about to greet him when Elder Su waved his hand. The Rui 6 Harmonies pouch appeared and covered everyone. In the next moment, their vision turned black as they were sucked into the pouch. Old Fang cried out in surprise. "What's going on?" He was sucked in without even seeing what the enemy looked like, so he didn't know the mystery of the Rui 6 Harmonies pouch. Ah Sun said, It's so crowded. Where is this? Dai panicked. Who touched me? Whose hand is this? Yang Kai coughed softly. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Everyone, don't move. This place is like this. Just bear with it. The pouch suddenly quieted down. No one dared to move. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, followed by a stench. A sun retched. Who farted? Old Fong hurriedly clarified. I didn't. Dai also said. It wasn't me. Brother Yang Kai was furious. It was the general. It's not my fault. You idiot. If it wasn't for the inconvenience, he would have beaten it up. In the enclosed space, the stench lingered for a long time. No one dared to breathe. After some time, the skylight suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he suddenly appeared in a strange space. In this space, the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements were reversed and conflicting with each other. It was so chaotic that it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. This was a small universe. And it seemed to be the small universe inside Elder Su's body. The small universe was in chaos, which meant that Elder Su's situation was not good. Turning his head, he saw Elder Su sitting cross-legged on the side with a weak aura, looking at him indifferently. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his hands. Elder Su. From the outside, it wasn't obvious that Elder Su had suffered any injuries, but after fighting for so many days, it was impossible for him not to be injured. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that his plan for revenge had failed, otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here. If he had succeeded, he should have taken over the 7 openings. After expending so much energy to take revenge and failing in the end, Yang Kai didn't know what Elder Su's mood was right now, but it definitely wasn't good, so he spoke with caution. Elder Su stared at him, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. After a long time he slowly said, Boy, you ruined my plans. Yang Kai was stunned. Elder Su, why would you say that? I have never leaked any information about you in the 7 openings. Elder Su sighed. Although you didn't leak anything, the flying blackback centipede had already been exposed. As long as Duan Hai followed the clues, he would have found this king's whereabouts within 3 or 5 days, so this king could only act ahead of time. Yang Kai was also speechless. This junior also didn't expect such a thing to happen. This could all be said to be a coincidence. Duan Hai and Yu Lian wanted to seize his wood attribute power and arrange a large spirit array, but they ended up triggering the flying blackback centipede spirit array. Elder Su had sensed this and had no choice but to act ahead of time, but judging from Elder Su's current state and his previous words, the result of acting ahead of time had been failure. If I had been given half a year, how could such a situation have occurred? Elder Su coldly snorted. Yang Kai gulped and stared ahead vigilantly. What does Elder Su want to do? Kill me? If killing you could change the facts, this king would not have allowed you to live until now. Unfortunately, this old master's 1,000-year plan failed at the last moment. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. There was no longer any danger to his life, but now that he had fallen into Elder Su's hands, it was like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Yang Kai didn't know how he would be tortured in the future. If he had known this would happen, he would not have run out. Although his future in the 7 openings land was bleak, he was now the manager of the orchard, and had a large number of subordinates. Now that the 7 openings land had suffered heavy losses, they were in dire need of manpower. If he had stayed, he might have been able to find a better way out. Elder Su coldly snorted again. Although this king's plan failed, they did not have a good time either. Most of their venerables died, and the 7 openings land was seriously injured. They will need at least a few dozen years to recover. That's not a complete loss. Yang Kai insincerely congratulated him. This time the 7 openings land's strength has been greatly reduced. Elder Su only needs to go back and recuperate for a while. When he makes a comeback in the future, he will be able to get his revenge. Chapter 3892. Haha, making a comeback. Elder Su let out a strange laugh. I'm afraid I won't have that chance. Yang Kai asked curiously. What do you mean, Elder Su? I'm going to die. Yang Kai was shocked. How could that be? Elder Su didn't look like he was injured at all. Although Yang Kai knew that he was injured, He didn't expect his injuries to be so serious that they were life-threatening. Elder Su didn't explain anything to him, and casually threw something to him. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a piece of jade. He asked suspiciously, "What is this?" "The sigil of the Kikikyo formation," Elder Su said calmly. "With this sigil, you will have the chance to control the Kikikyo formation." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't refine it, he could still feel the mysterious fluctuations in the jade in his hand. He knew that Elder Su wasn't lying. This could really be the sigil of the Qiqiao formation. Elder Su was able to seize the Qiqiao formation back then because of this item. "I've given it to you. You can throw it away or keep it. It's up to you." There was such a good thing. Yang Kai was shocked. From his previous contact with Elder Su, this guy wasn't a good person. Could it be that people would become kind before they died? Elder Su said, "I don't have the strength to spare for revenge. However, if you have the chance to grow in the future, you can take this jade to seize the Qiqiao formation. There will be a chance of success. Don't worry, if the Qiqiao formation wants to change the formation, it won't be done in a short period of time. This jade will be useful for at least 1,000 years. After that, it's hard to say." Hearing him say this, the doubts in Kai Yang's heart were relieved. Elder Su wanted him to help him take revenge. The sigil of the formation was in his hands. The Qiqiao formation was such a big piece of meat. If he had enough power, he would definitely covet it. It was also because of this that Elder Su did not vent his anger on him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Even if he killed him now, it would only be to vent his anger. If he kept him alive, he might still have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly put away the jade and solemnly cupped his fists. "Don't worry, Elder Su. Within 1,000 years, I will definitely advance to split the heavens. At that time, I will return to the 7 refinements land." No matter what, this attitude had to be displayed. As for whether or not he would help Old Man Su take revenge in the future, that would depend on whether or not he had the mood to do so. Although Kai Yang's impression of the Qiqiao lands wasn't very good, he hadn't wasted much time here. Those who wanted to harm him had all died, so there really wasn't any deep hatred between them. Elder Su was non-committal. He probably sensed Yang Kai's thoughts, but he didn't have much time left. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He just nodded and closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, his aura rapidly weakened. At the same time, the small universe that was on the verge of collapse began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yin, yang, and 5 elements energy became chaotic. Yang Kai anxiously said, "Elder Su, you can take that flying blackback centipede back." Elder Su did not respond. A moment later, the small universe completely collapsed. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a void. Not far in front of him, Elder Su was sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, there was not the slightest trace of life on his body. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to check his breathing, and found that Old Man Su was indeed dead. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. The flying blackback centipede in the Dao seal was raised by Old Man Su, so he didn't know how Old Man Su's death would affect it. He stood in place vigilantly for a long time, but there was no reaction. Only then did Yang Kai relax. However, with that thing in the Dao seal, Yang Kai really did not feel safe. Before, there was still Elder Su to restrict him, but now that Elder Su was no longer here, if the flying blackback centipede lost control one day, and did whatever it wanted in the Dao seal, he would not even know how he died. Yang Kai even suspected that Elder Su had given the flying blackback centipede some kind of order before his death. If he did not go to the Qiqiao land to avenge him in the future, it would activate. This was very likely, otherwise, why would Elder Su leave him alive? However, now that Elder Su had passed away, worrying about it was useless. He could only think of breaking through to splitting the heavens as soon as possible, and find a way to expel it himself. Reaching out and taking off Elder Su's space ring, Yang Kai could not find the 6 Unity Wish pouch. He searched Elder Su's body for a while, and found the pouch in his sleeve. Fortunately, he had refined the 6 Unity Wish pouch before, so although he could not use it to defend against enemies, opening and closing it was not a problem. Forming a seal, Yang Kai opened the pouch. Elder Fong, Daiyu Ah-sun, and the great general all appeared. As soon as Elder Feng Yu appeared, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai said, "He's dead." He's dead?" Elder Feng raised his head in shock and carefully looked at Elder Su. Finding that he was indeed dead, he could not help but ask, "How did he die?" Yang Kai said, "Probably because his injuries were too serious." Yu asked, "Is he the one who attacked in the Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's him." Elder Feng let out a long breath. "It's good that he's dead. If he really accompanied such a master, he would be very nervous. If he was in a bad mood and took it out on him, he would not be able to resist encountering such an accident on the way to escape, but fortunately, Old Man Su was seriously injured and died, so nothing else happened." Yang Kai collected Old Man Su's body and put it into his sealed world bead, secretly instructing Mu Zhu and Mu Lu to give it a proper burial. He didn't know if Old Man Su had left behind any kind of backup plan, so leaving his body here was just a precaution. "Let's go." Yang Kai took care of the matter and called out to everyone. Naturally, no one objected, but the great general did not move. Previously, the great general blocked Du Rufeng's fierce blow for Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He had been in a state of recovery and had woken up at this time, but instead of following Yang Kai, he kept shouting something at Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not understand and turned his head to look at him. The great general shouted for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai was still indifferent, he flapped his wings and flew behind Yang Kai, using his fat body to push him in a certain direction. Elder Feng said curiously, "Brother, he seems to want you to go somewhere." Yang Kai also noticed and reached out to grab the great general from behind, asking, "Where are you taking me?" The great general nodded and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in that direction but could not see anything. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The great general should have something to do. I'm going to follow him. What about you guys?" Yu and the others looked at each other and Elder Feng said, "We don't know where to go anyway, so we'll go with you. At least we can take care of each other." "Then let's go together." Yu also nodded. A son never had any ideas, so she naturally did not refute. So Yang Kai put the great general on his head and let him lead the way, and the four of them continued to fly through the vast universe. The road ahead was long, and Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he quietly counted the gains of these days. He had to admit that since he was summoned by Du Rufeng, although the days had been dangerous, his harvest had been huge. First, he collected Du Rufeng's space ring, then Water Spirit Earth Protector's space ring, and then Old Man Su's space ring. Not to mention anything else, the 6 Directions wish bag was a rare treasure. Until now, besides the sealed world bead and the one realm bead he had refined, Yang Kai had never seen an artifact that could hold living creatures. The 6 Directions wish bag was the first. After entering this world, his strength could not keep up for the time being, so he could only rely on the power of artifacts. Although the artifacts he obtained in the star boundary were good, they could not keep up with the pace here. Whether it was the Mountains and Rivers Bell or the soul-splitting saber, they could deal with the Emperor Realm, but it would be difficult to deal with a heaven-opening Realm Master. Now that he had obtained the 6 Directions wish bag, it made up for this shortcoming. He had to refine it as soon as possible, so when he encountered a strong enemy later, it might play a miraculous role. Going through the space rings one after another, Yang Kai found a great harvest. Just the heaven-opening pills alone numbered 300,000. Of these, there were only a few tens of thousands in Du Rufeng's space ring, while the rest were basically all taken from the space rings of the Water Spirit Land's venerable Earth Protector. Yang Kai truly understood what it felt like to become rich overnight. Previously, he had painstakingly collected insects to feed the great general, but after a month, he had only managed to collect a few thousand heaven-opening pills. Now that he had obtained 300,000 heaven-opening pills, he felt a heavy burden. However, thinking about it carefully, a third-grade heaven-opening material costs more than 15,000 heaven-opening pills, so these 300,000 heaven-opening pills could only buy a few fourth-grade materials. He couldn't even afford a fifth-grade heaven-opening material, so it wasn't a big deal. In addition, the fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame that he had helped Du Rufeng collect was also taken back. This thing was a hard currency, and as long as he could find a suitable channel, He could easily exchange it for over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. What surprised Yang Kai the most though was the shadowless muslin he had found in Du Rufing's space ring. Yang Kai had experienced the strange ability of this thing before. It allowed one to conceal themselves, making it impossible to detect even if they were close by. Du Rufing had also said that the shadowless muslin was a gift from a venerable, so any heaven-opening cultivator under the 3rd grade would not be able to detect it. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening cultivator, as long as they did not search carefully, they could still miss it. Compared to the 6 Directions wish bag, this shadowless muslin was the most suitable for him at the moment. If he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to resist a powerful enemy, so the shadowless muslin might be able to save his life in many cases. Old Man Su's space ring was relatively poor. Besides the strange wooden sword, there were only some random materials inside. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Old Man Su had been focused on revenge all these years, so he probably didn't have the time or energy to do anything else. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was quite curious about. According to his understanding, the Qiqiao land should have originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some unknown reason, it was snatched away. What was the reason that Old Man Su couldn't even protect his own territory? However, there was no place for Yang Kai to ask. Old Man Su was already dead, so who could he ask? Chapter 3893. After tidying up the contents of the 3 space rings, Yang Kai took out the shadowless gauze and held it in his hand, silently refining it. This was originally Du Rufing's possession and had his soul imprint on it, but now that Du Rufing was dead, the soul imprint could be easily erased. None of the group spoke along the way. After experiencing such a big change, none of them seemed to be in the mood to talk, all of them quietly following behind Great General, allowing him to lead them in a certain direction. Time passed by, and after flying for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had been at least 2 or 3 months, but Great General showed no signs of stopping. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. Occasionally, there would be some natural disasters such as starbursts, but they were all avoided in advance. Until one day, a small black dot suddenly appeared at the edge of their field of vision. At this time, Yang Kai clearly felt that something was wrong with Great General's mood, as if he had become much more excited, causing his flying speed to increase significantly. The distance was too great, so Yang Kai couldn't see what this black dot was. It was not until a long time later that Yang Kai realized it was actually a huge world fragment. He didn't know which universe world it had been left behind, but it was quite large and desolate. The Grand General led the group towards the fragment of the world. A day later, the group of 4 landed on this world fragment. Looking around, all they saw was endless desolation, without the slightest trace of life. Great General flapped his wings and continued to lead the way. Old Fong looked around curiously and asked, "Why did Great General lead us here?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "We'll know once we follow him." Not to mention anything else, just based on how Great General had desperately blocked Du Rufing's attack for him. If something really happened to him, Yang Kai would not just sit back and watch. Great General seemed to be very familiar with this place. After arriving here, he directly flew in a certain direction, and soon arrived in front of a barren mountain. Inside this mountain, there was a deep dark cave that led to some unknown destination. Standing at the entrance, one could vaguely hear the sound of wind whistling. Sweeping the cave with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that he could not see the end. This cave was obviously very deep. After arriving here, Great General's footsteps finally stopped, and he turned his head towards Yang Kai and let out a cry. Yang Kai understood and turned back to Old Fong and the others. "I'll go down with Great General and have a look. You stay here and wait for me." Although Yang Kai did not believe that Great General would harm him, it was still best to be careful in this unknown place. If he went down alone, he would have a chance of escaping if he encountered danger, but it would be inconvenient for him to bring Old Fong, Dai Yu, and the others. Dai Yu's group. Yang Kai nodded his head. Of Yang Kai's, the caves, of Yang Yang of Yu Mi Yu Mi Yu Yu Mi Yu, as Yang Yang Yang. Yang's ace to Great Yang. Yang 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 was. And was. Of course Yang's to Rufing's. To Yang Yang, S was. Yang Yang Yang. After descending for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai even suspected that he had reached the deepest part of this world fragment. Only then did the environment around him suddenly open up. This was a huge underground cave. There was nothing special about this cave, but after arriving here, the great general was obviously excited and immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's arms. As he flew forward, he cried out loudly, his voice giving off a very strange feeling, one that was both a little aggrieved and a little nostalgic. Yang Kai frowned. He did not know what was so special about this place that made Great General react like this. But before he could figure it out, he sensed an aura coming from the depths of the cave. There was a living thing here? He had not sensed it when he entered. Yang Kai was shocked. He held his breath and looked forward. He could not see anything, but he could clearly feel an aura coming back to life. It was as if the aura had just fallen into a deep sleep. Now it was awakened by Great General. What made Yang Kai's hair stand on end was that this aura was very strong. It was more dangerous than Elder Su. This meant that the owner of this aura was stronger than Elder Su. In the darkness, 2 lights suddenly shone. Yang Kai's blood turned cold. He was frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on him. He stared at the 2 lights in a daze. What kind of light was that? It was clearly 2 eyes, 2 incomparably huge eyes, each of which was the size of a house. As the pair of eyes opened, a layer of golden light slowly flashed in the dark cave. The golden light grew from weak to strong and soon filled the entire space, illuminating the entire cave with golden light. Yang Kai's mouth was wide open. He could not close it for a long time. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed what he was seeing. In his field of vision, there was a huge golden pheasant lying in the cave. That golden pheasant looked exactly the same as Great General Sichin. However, its body was many times bigger. It was like an enlarged version of Great General Sichin. Whether it was the aura from before, the dazzling golden light, or the house-sized eyes, they all belonged to this huge golden pheasant. At this moment, Great General Sichin had already pounced in front of the strange beast. It was crying out non-stop. The strange beast's fierce eyes slowly became gentle. It was filled with love. It lowered its head and gently nudged Great General Sichin. Great General cried out even louder. He flew onto the strange beast's head, and used his beak to comb its feathers. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai not understand? The enlarged golden pheasant in front of him was definitely Great General Sichin's close relative. He did not know if it was its father or mother. The chances of it being its mother were higher. Great General Sichin had come to find his family. Yang Kai had long felt that Great General Sichin was not an ordinary golden pheasant, and should be some kind of strange beast with a strange bloodline. Now that he had seen its mother, this idea could be confirmed. Since Great General Sichin had a close relative, how could it have become Duan Hai's pet in the Fire Spirit Land? And looking at its mother, it was obvious that her strength was not ordinary. Duan Hai was definitely not her opponent. So how did Duan Hai manage to take Great General away? Could it have been Duan Hai who took it away? Thinking about it, it was not impossible. If not, why would Great General Sichin ignore Duan Hai's life and death, and instead follow him out of the Qiqiao land? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly heard a voice. "Junior, thou hast an aura I hate." Yang Kai was startled. The voice sounded directly in his mind. It sounded gentle and beautiful. It was a woman's voice, but the meaning of the words was not so beautiful. He looked up and saw that the giant golden rooster in front of him was looking down at him. Its eyes, which were the size of a house, reflected his figure. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked left and right. Finally, he fixed his gaze in front of him and asked carefully, "Are you talking to me?" Old Lady Sichen's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a dangerous aura. "What do you think?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he quickly cupped his fists. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. "May I ask Senior's name?" "I am Miameng." "So it is Senior Miameng. I have heard so much about you." Yang Kai cupped his hands again. He did not know if Miameng was her name or her race, but he had never heard of it before. However, this world was full of strange things, so it was normal to see things that he had never seen before. The only thing he could be sure of was that old Lady Sichin was not to be trifled with. However, although she said that he had an aura she hated, Yang Kai was not too worried. Since he had brought Sichen back, she should not do anything to him. Miameng quietly looked at Yang Kai, her huge eyes filled with mockery. Above her head, Grand General Sichen was muttering something. Miameng listened carefully and after a long time, she nodded slightly. I understand. She then lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai. My son said that it was all thanks to you that he was able to leave that place and return to my side. Yang Kai said firmly. The Grand General and I felt like old friends the moment we met, and we are as close as brothers. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. After pausing for a while, he asked curiously, Senior, how did the Grand General end up in Kikikyo? Miameng said, he was kidnapped. My son was young, and did not know how dangerous the outside world was. He accidentally got lost when he went out to play. I see. Yang Kai nodded slightly. This was similar to what he had expected. Since Sichen had such a strong mother, he should not have gone to Qiqiao to be Duan Hai's pet. It was obvious that he had been kidnapped. Miameng guessed that Sichen did not have a good impression of Duan Hai, which was why he did not care whether Duan Hai was dead or alive. Instead, he came to look for Yang Kai. At this time, Elder Fong sent a message. It seemed that the few of them had also sensed Miameng's aura, and were worried about Yang Kai's safety, so they came to ask about it. Yang Kai replied and told them to stay outside. Only when he was safe did they feel relieved. After keeping the communication device, Yang Kai said, Senior, now that Sichen is back, you have reunited with your son. It is time for me to leave. Let us meet again in the future. Although he wanted to get some benefits from Miameng, since he brought Sichen back, even if he did not contribute much, he still felt uneasy when facing such a powerful being. Even if he knew that she would not do anything to him, it was better to leave first. Miameng's voice was pleasant to the ears, but who knew what her temper was like? If she was temperamental, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Don't be in a hurry to leave, Miameng said. I need you to do me a favor. Yang Kai was stunned. How can I help you? Help me leave this place. Senior, are you trapped? Yang Kai was surprised. He did not notice this. However, thinking about it carefully, from the beginning until now, Miameng had not moved at all. It seemed like she was really trapped. But I am weak, I am afraid I am powerless. Chapter 3894. To be able to trap Miameng, it had to be someone stronger than her. Yang Kai did not think that he could help her. Miameng said, as long as you want to. Since it had already come to this point, Kai Yang reckoned that he couldn't refuse. Feeling a bit bored, he frowned and asked, then what does Senior want me to do? Miameng didn't answer, but the golden light on his body suddenly flickered. As the golden light flickered, Yang Kai clearly saw something that looked like chains appear, binding Miameng's huge body tightly. From these chains, Yang Kai felt a strange aura. Dragon race. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who would have thought that Miameng was trapped because of the secret skill of the dragon tribe? Only the dragon tribe could use the secret skill of the dragon tribe. Yang Kai said excitedly, have you met a dragon race before? Miameng sneered. If not, why would I be trapped here? It was funny to hear a golden rooster call himself I, but Yang Kai was not in the mood to care about that. He asked anxiously, when did you meet a dragon race, and where did you meet it? He was also a dragon race. If he could find another dragon race outside of Qiankuan, he would have found the organization. He would not have to run around like a headless fly. He might even be able to find the world tree with the help of the dragon race. Then it would be much easier. We met in the star field and had a conflict. I don't know where that stupid dragon is now, but there is no one good in the dragon race. Miameng sneered. Yang Kai was speechless. He was being scolded as well. But now he knew what Miameng wanted him to help with. The dragon race secret technique could be used by a dragon race, but it could also be removed by a dragon race. If Miameng wanted to escape, he might be able to help. But there was one thing that Yang Kai was curious about. How do you know that I am a dragon? Yang Kai thought that he did not reveal any flaws. Miameng said coldly, normal people might not be able to sense the dragon race's aura, but I can. That is why my son brought you here. When Yang Kai heard this, he suddenly understood why Great General Sichen favored him so much. Back in the Fire Spirit Land, Great General Sichen treated him differently from the others. Then he helped him block Du Rufing's attack. Now he even took the trouble to bring him here. It turned out that Great General Sichen had sensed the dragon vein aura on him, and knew that he could help his mother. Miameng continued. However, you don't seem to be a pure dragon. Whether or not you can help depends on the purity of your bloodline. Yang Kai frowned. What does this junior need to do? I need your dragon's blood. Kai Yang asked again. What can this junior obtain? What do you want? Miameng's eyes flashed with mockery. That depends on what you can give me. Although he got along well with General Sichen, he was not related to his mother. If he helped him this time, he would have to sacrifice a lot. He had to get some benefits first. Miameng looked at him seriously for a while. Suddenly, he stretched his neck and stuck his head out. Yang Kai was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but Miameng had already pecked and retracted his head. He did not even have time to react. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that something was missing from his body. It was as if he had broken free from a layer of restraint. There was a strange sound. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the sound. There was a black centipede in Miameng's mouth. It was struggling. The strange sound was made by the black centipede. Flying black centipede. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he hurriedly examined his body. The centipede mark that originally existed in his Dao seal had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the black-back centipede in Miameng's mouth, how could Yang Kai not know that Elder Su's trick had been broken by Miameng? He was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. Although Old Man Su was already dead, the presence of this thing in the Dao seal was really unsettling. Yang Kai had planned to find a way to get rid of it after he broke through to the heaven-splitting realm. But who would have thought that this flying blackback centipede would be so easily removed by Miameng? This effortless action made Yang Kai deeply aware of Miameng's strength, and he couldn't help imagining just how tyrannical the dragon race who could trap Miameng with their dragon race secret technique was. Miameng raised his neck and swallowed the black centipede. He said calmly, Is this enough? Enough, enough. Yang Kai nodded. Miameng had done him a huge favor, so it was only right for him to return the favor. Without hesitation, Yang Kai said, As for what you want me to do, please tell me, Senior. I only need your dragon blood. The more the better. I will deal with the rest. But before that, I want to see if your dragon blood is pure enough. If it is not, it will be useless even if I drain your blood. Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply cut a small wound on his finger, forcing out a drop of blood before wrapping it in his Saint Chi and sending it to Miameng. Swallowing it down, Miameng's originally slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment, a strange light flashing across his eyes. Does Junior's blood meet the requirements? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Miameng nodded. Then shall we begin? Yang Kai looked at him. Miameng said, Use your dragon blood to smear the chains on my body. You don't have to worry about the rest. As she spoke, the chains appeared on her body again. Yang Kai observed for a while and was speechless. Miameng's body was huge. The chains wrapped around her body. It would take a lot of blood to smear all over her body. However, Yang Kai had already accepted the other party's kindness, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Dragon transformation! Amidst a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure quickly transformed into a 2,000-meter-long dragon, one that was not inferior to Miameng's in size. A powerful dragon aura spread from his body as he was covered in dragon scales, dragon horns on his head, and a lifelike dragon tail behind him. Miameng was even more surprised. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of Miameng in just a few steps. Forming a claw with one hand, Yang Kai clawed at the palm of his other hand, causing blood to spurt out. Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed one of the chains and stroked it from head to tail. The chain was immediately covered in golden dragon blood. As if stimulated by the dragon blood, a dragon's roar could be heard from the chain. It shone brightly. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him, and simply did the same thing as before, grabbing the other chains. It was a good thing to have a strong recovery ability. However, it was a little troublesome now. The wound on Yang Kai's palm showed signs of healing. He had no choice but to cut his own palm. The dragon blood kept flowing out. The chains were soon covered in golden blood. And the light flickered more and more urgently. Miameng's eyes were filled with excitement. After being trapped for so many years, he was just trying to break free. He never thought that he would actually have a chance to break free. How could he not be excited? In less than half an incense's time, the chains outside Miameng's body were covered in dragon blood. Even though Yang Kai's body was strong, he could not take it anymore. He had paid a huge price this time. He would need to rest for a while to recover. Enough, Miameng suddenly said. Yang Kai relaxed. He could no longer maintain the dragon form. His body shrunk rapidly, and he returned to his original form. You take my son out first. Miameng turned to Yang Kai and ordered. Chen, great general, flapped his wings and flew over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught him, and without hesitation summoned his azure dragon spear, and soared into the sky. Wherever the long spear passed, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, forcibly opening up a passage from underground. With a rumbling sound, Yang Kai broke free from the ground. Not far away, Old Fong and the others heard the commotion and turned to look. Before they could ask, Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go!" Old Fong and the others were stunned, but they did not have time to say anything. They immediately followed behind him and flew into the sky. After flying a great distance away, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look back, but the world fragment was still silent, not showing any signs of movement. What happened? Daiyu asked in bewilderment. General C's mother is here. She's trying to break free. Yang Kai did not have the time to explain, and answered casually. General C's mother? Old Fong was stunned. He looked at the stupid chicken in Yang Kai's arms. As soon as he said that, he heard a loud noise coming from afar. He turned to look and was shocked. The huge world fragment was vibrating nonstop, and there seemed to be violent energy bursting out from within. Even standing here, he could clearly feel the fierce and powerful aura. In front of such an aura, he was as small as an ant. Old Fong was shocked. Is this caused by General C's mother? He thought that if the general was so strong, then his mother would not be so strong either. But now, it seemed that the general's mother was more than strong. Before Yang Kai could say anything, he heard a loud noise. A violent energy erupted and the world fragment shattered into pieces, shooting in all directions. Among the scattered fragments, there was a dazzling golden light. When the dust settled, a giant golden rooster came into view. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, looking majestic like a full sun. Its fierce aura made the world tremble. Old Fong gulped, and his teeth chattered. Great General, is this your mother? The general ignored him. In the distance, Miameng had broken free. He spread his wings and screeched. His voice was so sharp that it made people's eardrums tremble. The invisible sound waves turned into a violent energy that pushed people back. After a long time, Miameng retracted his wings and stopped. He walked over step by step. Old Fong's face was pale. He secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. What's her name? She calls herself Miameng. Yang Kai replied. Old Fong understood. Before Miameng could get close, he cupped his hands and shouted. Junior Fong Biki greets Senior Miameng. Chapter 3895. Daiyu and Ah-sun hurriedly bowed as well. Miameng scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. He nodded slightly and transmitted his voice. Thank you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Senior, you are too polite. You have also helped me a lot. We both got what we needed. Miameng said, It is best not to let others know that you have the dragon bloodline. Yang Kai was stunned. Why is that? Miameng sneered. The dragon race has many enemies in the greater thousand worlds. If those people who have a grudge against the dragon race know that you have the dragon bloodline, what do you think will happen to you? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart and said seriously, I will remember that. Thank you for your reminder. If that was the case, it would not be convenient for him to use the dragon form secret technique casually in the future. At the very least, he would not be able to use it casually before he grew up. Otherwise, he might cause some trouble. The arrogance of the dragon race was something that Yang Kai had experienced when he was in the star boundary. The dragon race outside of the Qiankuan realm would not be any better. Miameng continued. However, the dragon race is a very united race. Although they are all secretive, if something happens to you, the other dragon race will definitely take revenge for you. Therefore, if you really meet with any unavoidable danger, you might as well reveal your dragon bloodline. Perhaps others will not dare to attack you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. I understand. He paused for a while and said, Senior, if I want to find other dragon race, where should I go? Miameng snorted. I have already said that the dragon race is secretive. Even if you want to find them, you will not be able to find them. However, I heard that the dragon race has a dragon altar. That is the headquarters of the dragon race, and is also the origin of the dragon race. However, no one knows where the dragon altar is. Only the dragon race themselves know where it is. Perhaps one day, you will be able to sense the location of the dragon altar. Improve the bloodline. Yang Kai was slightly dazed. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, he had to continue activating the origin of the golden divine dragon in his body. Although Yang Kai was already 2,000 feet tall, he could feel that the origin of the dragon race in his body was not fully activated. He still had a lot of room for growth. But the growth of the dragon race required a long time, and he could not wait. He could not afford to wait. Great Emperor Mia. He could not wait. The dragon Great Emperor. He could not wait. The dragon was the dragon. He was. And he. The great general jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and flapped its wings, flying up and down in front of Miameng. Miameng lowered his head and caught the great general in his mouth before placing it on his back. The great general chirped for a while. Miameng listened carefully. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Brat, take care. The 3 golden feathers seal contains my 3 divine technique. If you are in danger, you can activate it to defend yourself. We will meet again if fate allows. Then, a gust of wind blew. Everyone could not open their eyes. By the time they came back to their senses, Miameng had already disappeared. The golden light in the distance was getting farther and farther away. 3 golden feathers were floating in front of Yang Kai. They looked like they were made of pure gold. There were no impurities in them. Yang Kai was stunned. He did not expect Miameng to leave him with such benefits before he left. It was probably the great general's last request. Before he left, the great general must have communicated something with Miameng. Yang Kai grabbed the 3 golden feathers and stuffed them into his space ring. Looking in the direction Miameng left, he raised his hand and waved goodbye. In this vast universe, after this farewell, it was likely they would never meet again. Old Fong stared at Yang Kai's ring with a fiery gaze. Although he didn't know what the 3 golden feathers Miameng left behind before he left, they were obviously not ordinary things. Swallowing his saliva, he asked, What did Senior Miameng say to you just now? When Miameng and Yang Kai had communicated just now, they had used divine sense transmissions. Old Fong and the others could not hear them at all. Nothing much, just thanking me for helping her escape, Yang Kai casually replied. Looking around at everyone, he chuckled and asked, Where should we go now? The 4 of them could be considered newcomers to the outside world. Although Old Fong and Daiyu had arrived earlier, they had stayed in the Kikikyo land for many years, and had not been to other places. Their understanding of the outside world was not much better than Yang Kai and Asunde previously. With the great general leading the way, everyone at least had a goal, but now that the great general had left, they really had nowhere to go. They all felt like headless flies. Asun asked weakly from the side. Do you want to go somewhere with me? Yang Kai turned to look at her and asked. Where to? Great Moon Province. Asun said with a guilty expression. What is that place? Yang Kai was puzzled. Old Fong looked at Asun thoughtfully and said slowly. Outside the world there are countless forces, big and small. If these forces are divided into 3 levels, the top ones are the 36 grotto heavens and the 72 blessed lands, which are guarded by upper-level heaven splitters. Below these grotto heavens and blessed lands, there are second-tier forces like the Kikikyo land, which are guarded by middle-level heaven splitters. Further down, there are many spiritual states, which do not have upper-level heaven splitters or middle-level heaven splitters. This Great Moon Province should be one of them. Asun shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but it should be. Old Fong chuckled and said, It seems that Miss Sun has some background. Otherwise, how would you know about a place like the Great Moon Province? Sun couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said, "There is a senior in the Great Moon Province, and I just want to join her." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Sun, didn't you say that the world you came from has collapsed and perished, and that you are the only one left?" When he first met Sun, she did say that, and Yang Kai remembered it clearly. Sun said, "Yes, that world has indeed collapsed and perished, and I am the only one left. However, a few hundred years ago, a senior from that world went back once." These words sounded familiar. Feng Tai seemed to have said the same thing. "That senior left me a token, and told me that if I ever went outside the world, I could use this token to find her." These words sounded even more familiar. Yang Kai was speechless. However, unlike Feng Tai had taken out the token and showed it to Duan Hai, while Sun had kept it a secret. Judging from the current results, Sun's approach was undoubtedly correct. The reason Feng Tai died was because he assisted Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong in stealing the spirit fruit, but it was also because of his background. Just think about it. If that powerful master from the Black River realm learned that Feng Tai, a junior, had been recruited by the 7 openings to work as a servant, he would definitely not let this matter go. Therefore, Duan Hai had asked him to hunt down Feng Tai to prevent future trouble. If Sun had done what Feng Tai had done at that time, she might have suffered the same fate. Saying so, Sun took out a small fox. This fox was about the size of a palm, and seemed to be made from some unknown spirit jade. Its entire body was white and crystal clear, and it had a lifelike appearance, as if it was a living creature. "Can we find the Great Moon Province with this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old Feng said, "I think that senior must have left a guide in this token." Yang Kai suddenly remembered the jade token left behind by Feng Tai. It was estimated that the function of the 2 items was the same. Both items had a guide inside them, and by relying on the guidance of these tokens, Yang Kai could find his location. That thing was still in Yang Kai's sealed world bead, so it seemed he had to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise it would become a problem. However, just getting rid of the token wasn't enough. There were still traces left on his body, and if he didn't get rid of them, once he encountered that powerful master from the Black River realm, the other party would definitely know he was the one who killed Feng Tai. "Since you have a place to go, why didn't you mention it before? Why did you follow us?" Dayu looked at Sun and asked. Sun stuck out her tongue again. "I didn't dare to run around outside this world by myself, and I didn't know what kind of temperament you had before. Now you know?" Dayu chuckled. Sun hugged Dayu's arm and grinned. "In any case, you're not bad people." Dayu glanced at Yang Kai helplessly. Yang Kai said, "It's always right to be careful when you're outside. What do you think?" Old Feng shrugged and said, "I don't have any ideas. We'll go wherever we want." Dayu said, "It's up to you. We'll go wherever you want." The 2 of them left the decision to Yang Kai. Sun understood and immediately came to Yang Kai's side, pulled his arm, and shook it vigorously. "Brother Yang, come with me. Sun really doesn't dare to run around alone. After we get there, if you think it's appropriate, you can also stay. My senior seems to have some authority in Great Moon Province, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to take in a few people. Don't make promises for others so casually." Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a while before saying, Okay, stop shaking me. We have nowhere to go anyway, so I'll go with you." Sun was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Yang." Old Feng said faintly, "You're thanking only him?" Sun said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Feng, and Senior Sister Dayu." Old Feng nodded. "That's more like it." Yang Kai said, "But if we really go there, we don't know if we'll stay or not. We have to see what's going on there." Sun kept nodding. "Sun knows, but Brother and Senior Sister, don't worry. If you really want to stay, you won't be a handyman. Let's go." Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her on the head. Sun didn't seem to care. She held the white jade fox in her palm, and her face suddenly became solemn. She muttered something, but no one knew what she was muttering. Then her strength surged and poured into the fox. If not, it will be troublesome. Now it's better to ask someone. Old Fong smiled bitterly. How can we find anyone? We've wandered around outside for several months, but we haven't even seen a shadow of a person. That's because we haven't looked for it. In any large territory, there must be big or small forces. As long as we have the heart, we can always find it. What if the forces here are the same as the Qiqiao land? Then we're out of luck. Yang Kai shrugged. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a flash of light from the corner of their eyes. Yang Kai turned his head but saw nothing. He couldn't help but frown. Just as he was wondering if it was an illusion, Dayu said, "Did you see it?" "You saw it too?" Yang Kai asked. Dayu nodded. Something flashed. It was very far away. Old Fong craned his neck and looked in that direction, puzzled. Where did that flash? Did you see it wrong? Yang Kai shook his head. One person may see it wrong, but two people can't. Something must have flashed over there. Why didn't I see it? Old Fong suddenly exclaimed and pointed in that direction. Look over there. Can you see something? Seeing him act as if he had discovered something, Kai Yang and the others were all surprised. Looking in the direction he was pointing, they didn't see anything at first, but when Kai Yang focused his vision and continued to look forward, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He could actually see a house in the distant void, blinking hard. Yang Kai confirmed that there was indeed a house there. This house wasn't very big, and there seemed to be two large flags standing at the door, fluttering in the void. Dayu and Ah-sun obviously also saw it, and both showed surprised expressions. Miniature universe? Yang Kai frowned. When he met Duan Hai before, the door to Duan Hai's miniature universe was just a door standing in the void. Now that he saw this house, he couldn't help thinking about it. I don't know. Old Fong shook his head and asked. Should we go and take a look? Dayu and Ah-sun didn't speak, and just looked at Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai looked around and chuckled. It's already like this. It's rare to meet living people, so if we don't go, they will definitely be unwilling. However, we don't know what the situation is like over there for the time being. Let's observe from a distance first before making a decision. The three of them nodded together. Very good. After making up their minds, the group of four flew over, but they didn't get too close. Stopping at a distance, they quietly concealed their auras and observed the situation. At first glance, they found something strange. There were actually people going in and out of the house. Although there weren't many people going in and out, it was still surprising to see so many people in this vast world. Of those people going in and out, some were in groups while others were alone. It wasn't clear how strong they were, but it was likely that not all of them had reached the heavens realm. There were definitely some like Yang Kai and the others who had condensed their own Dao seals, and were on the path to the heavens realm. Little brother, look at that flag, there are words on it. Old Fong suddenly said. With his reminder, Yang Kai noticed that there was indeed a large word on the flag erected in front of the house. Looking carefully, he found that the flag on the left had the word wine on it. The flag on the right had the words the first in on it. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become strange. Dayu said, Why does this place look like an inn? Ah-sun's eyes widened. It can't be. Old Fong's mouth twitched. It's really possible. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are people going in and out of that place, and there are also two large flags. If this isn't an inn, then what is it? Who built an inn here? Old Fong still couldn't believe it. Besides, what kind of business could be built here? Did they expect passers-by to stay and eat? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and take a look. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at the others. Chapter 3897. After a short while, the group of four arrived in front of what seemed to be an inn. Outside the room was a flat area with two large banners inserted into the ground. There was no wind, but the banners were fluttering in the wind. Now Yang Kai and the others really had no place to go, and they were unfamiliar with this world. Most importantly, their strength was not very high, so it was rare for them to come across such a place like this one, so they naturally wanted to take a look. It would be best if they could find out where Great Moon Province was. Old Fong felt uneasy. Brother, this isn't a scam, is it? Yang Kai glanced back at him and chuckled. If it really is a scam, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. Hearing this, Old Feng's face paled. Looking up at the two large banners, before they could figure out what they were, a person inside the inn came out with a smile. Honored guests, please come in. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a man dressed like a manservant nodding and bowing to him. A white cloth draped over his shoulder. He looked no different from the innkeeper Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai couldn't help but fall into a trance, subconsciously sweeping out with his divine sense to investigate the other party's cultivation. The result made Yang Kai extremely stunned. He couldn't see through the strength of this innkeeper at all. This guy was nodding and bowing with a smile on his face, but it was as if he didn't exist at all, which was extremely strange. Yang Kai guessed that the other party should be using some kind of artifact to hide his cultivation. Otherwise, even if a heaven-opening realm master stood in front of him, he would be able to sense it. Since they were already here, it was naturally impossible for them to leave. So Yang Kai nodded lightly and led the group into the inn. From the outside, this inn didn't look strange, just a red-walled, blue-tiled building. But after entering, they discovered that there was actually something special about this inn. The lobby of the inn was not small, with more than 20 tables set up. Not only that, there was also a second floor. The hall was bustling with noise. More than 20 tables were almost full, and the guests at those tables were dressed differently. Some of them seemed to be from the same faction because their clothes were very similar, while others were different. However, they were obviously from the same group. There was a counter at the entrance. Behind the counter, a man who looked like a bookkeeper was fiddling with a golden abacus, making crackling sounds. In the lobby, waiters came and went, serving plates of exquisite dishes, the aroma wafting in the air. When Yang Kai and the others entered, the accountant looked up and ignored them, continuing to fiddle with the abacus in front of him. The manservant who led Yang Kai picked up the white cloth on his shoulder and asked while wiping the table, "Honored guests, what would you like to eat?" "What's there to eat?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, asking absent-mindedly. The manservant proudly, "Honored guests, to be honest, to eat?" Old Feng chuckled. "You can even make dragon liver and phoenix gall?" The manservant said, "We do have that, but you'll have to wait for a while. We don't have any in stock. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay here for 3 to 5 years. We'll definitely find it for you." The corner of Old Feng's mouth twitched. Really? Yang Kai also widened his eyes. What kind of place was this? How could they even find dragon liver and phoenix gall? The manservant said, "Whether it's true or not, it depends on whether you have the patience." He put the white cloth on his shoulder and continued, "But the first inn has always been honest, or else we wouldn't be able to do business." Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "There's no need for dragon liver and phoenix gall. Just order some of our signature dishes and a few pots of wine. Please wait a moment, we'll be right there," the manservant said, then turned around and left. This really is an inn. After the manservant left, Old Feng looked around and secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai, his tone full of disbelief. Yang Kai nodded. "It doesn't look like a scam. Maybe we can ask the manservant for some information later, and ask if the Great Moon Prefecture is in this territory." Ah Sun's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded repeatedly. We must ask. The lobby was still lively. Yang Kai coldly observed and sensed the auras of many heaven-opening realm masters. There were many heaven-opening realm masters in the lobby, but there were also some who, like them, had condensed a Dao seal but had not yet reached the heaven-opening realm. After observing, Yang Kai felt a lot more relieved. This was not a scam, and the cultivation levels of the people entering and exiting were also different. As such, they did not have to worry about their safety. The efficiency of the first inn was very high. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the manservant brought up the dishes. There were 4 people for exquisite side dishes, a pot of soup, and 2 pots of wine. They did not know what the side dishes were made of, but they looked very appetizing. As soon as they were presented, their appetites were greatly stimulated. Ah Sun was constantly swallowing her saliva, as if she had not eaten for hundreds of years. "The dishes are ready, please enjoy," the manservant said and was about to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Second brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Can I ask you for some information? The manservant turned around and said with a smile, the first inn is a place where all kinds of information converge. Naturally, you can also buy or sell information, depending on what you want to ask. Buy or sell information. Yang Kai frowned. Is there a fee? The manservant said, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. No matter what kind of information it is valuable in the first inn. How much is the fee? That depends on what you want to ask. Some information is very cheap, while others are very expensive. Yang Kai didn't know what to say about this kind of business, but thinking about it, it was not strange. In this vast world, it was not easy to find someone to inquire about information. Since this manservant was able to do this, it was his own ability. I only want to ask about the location of a certain force, Yang Kai said. Which force? Great Moon Province. The manservant stretched out his hand. 100 heaven-opening pills. Old Fong almost spat out the wine in his mouth. 100 heaven-opening pills? Why don't you just rob someone? Thinking about how he was only paid a few heaven-opening pills a year as a handyman in the 7 openings land, but now asking for 100 just for some information was simply unimaginable. Looking at the wine and food in front of him, he couldn't help gulping. If asking for information was so expensive, just how much would this table of wine and food cost? He subconsciously covered his space ring. The manservant always had a smile on his face. Whether you want to ask or not is up to you. Yang Kai nodded, took out 100 heaven-opening pills from his space ring, and handed them to the manservant. The manservant took them and casually returned a jade slip to Yang Kai. The location of Great Moon Province is here. Please check it for yourself. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the jade slip, and immediately saw what appeared to be a star. Carefully identifying it, Yang Kai found his current location and the location of Great Moon Province. After silently calculating for a moment, he couldn't help smacking his lips. How is it? A-sun asked nervously. Yang Kai handed the jade slip to her and said, it's not in this territory. We still have to pass through 2 territory gates to reach the territory where Great Moon Province is located. A-sun investigated and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. Great Moon Province was not in this territory. If she wanted to go there, she would have to continue on her way, causing her to feel a little discouraged. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at the manservant and asked, how do we pass through the territory gates? Saying so, he handed over another 100 heaven-opening pills. The manservant replied, mid-rank heaven-opening pills allow you to pass through at will, but below mid-rank heaven-opening pills, you'll have to buy those flight-type artifacts with defensive functions, which are sold in every star market. Is there a star market here? Where is it? Another 100 heaven-opening pills were handed over. The manservant handed Yang Kai another jade slip. Follow the directions here and you'll be able to reach it within a month. Needless to say, this was another road map. Have several guests just arrived outside this world? The manservant suddenly asked. There was no need to hide this, and the questions Yang Kai just asked were all common sense, so others could easily infer this point. So Yang Kai nodded and said, yes. Is that so? The manservant pondered for a moment. Guests have asked me 3 questions, so I'll give you some information. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fists. The manservant said, let's talk about our first inn first. Our first inn's business extends throughout this world, and we have branches in every large territory. In the future, if guests encounter any unsolvable problems, such as being hunted down by enemies, they can come to our first inn to take refuge. Inside the first inn, no one is allowed to use force, otherwise they will have to bear the consequences. Yang Kai was surprised. You can take refuge here? The manservant smiled meaningfully. Everyone who comes is a guest, and since you're a guest, our first inn naturally has to protect your safety. If something happens to guests in the inn, how can we do business? He spoke lightly, but Yang Kai heard something different. He originally thought that this was just an inn, but now it seemed that there was definitely a huge background behind it, otherwise he wouldn't dare to say such words. One had to know that outside this world, there was no lack of heaven-opening realm existences. As for the Great Moon Prefecture, the manservant smiled lightly. Guests don't need to go to the Great Moon Prefecture. Just wait here for a while, and perhaps you'll see someone from the Great Moon Prefecture. Why is that? A son hurriedly asked. Because something happened here, so many people from various forces have come. The manservant pointed to the lobby. Otherwise, how could there be so many people here? What happened? Young Kai was very curious, guessing that something big must have happened, otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people. The manservant pondered for a moment and sighed. Forget it, since you're new here, you probably don't have much money, so I'll give you this information. He handed a jade slip to Young Kai and shook the white cloth on his shoulder. Enjoy. If you need anything, just call me. Chapter 3898. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, by the way, our first inn not only sells information, but also buys information. If any guests have any useful information in the future, they can come to our first inn to sell it, as well as rare treasures. Our first inn has always been honest when doing business. The manservant withdrew and the three of them stared at the space ring on Young Kai's hand. A son asked, what happened here? Why did that person say that as long as we waited here, we might see people from the Great Moon Province? Young Kai slowly shook his head and immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. After a short while, his brow rose as a look of shock appeared on his face. Glancing over at Old Fong and the others, he handed the jade slip to them. Take a look as well. The jade slip passed through the hands of the three of them, and without exception, all three of them were shocked speechless. The sun is about to die? Dayu asked thoughtfully. So, the dazzling light we caught a glimpse of before was the final radiance of the sun's star? Young Kai nodded. It should be. When they had left the territory gate earlier, both he and Dayu had noticed a dazzling flash of light in the distance, but it had only lasted for a short time. At the time, they hadn't understood what was going on, but now that they had read the contents of the jade slip, they realized that it was the final radiance of a sun's star before it was about to be extinguished. A sun's star on the brink of destruction was a major matter no matter where it was. If that was all, it wouldn't have attracted so many forces to investigate. The crux of the matter was that sun stars contain something like sun true gold. Normally, even heaven-opening experts would be unable to ascend a sun star, as the terrifying heat was enough to make them shrink back. However, a sun star on the brink of destruction was different. As long as they waited for the right opportunity, anyone could ascend and investigate. The sun's true gold was at least a 6th grade heaven-opening material, and it was also of the fire attribute. Not to mention, it was rumored that there was an existence called the Golden Crow Divine Palace on the sun star. The Golden Crow was about to die, so the sun star would also perish. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This was a truth since ancient times. If there were no benefits here, how could so many people be attracted to it? Whether it was the sun's true gold that might be nurtured on the sun's star, or the Golden Crow Divine Palace that might not exist at all, they were enough to attract all the great forces in the nearby territory. The first inn's business, otherwise how could there be so many people coming here to stay and drink? Sun's true gold. Old Fong. If I can obtain a piece, I won't have to worry the rest of my life. According to the jade slip, the sun true gold was at least a grade 6 heaven-opening material. That was something worth 15 million heaven-opening pills. Moreover, it was priceless. If it were to be sold, it could be easily sold for tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. Dayu pursed her lips and said, even if you can get it, I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it. Now, all the great forces in the nearby territory were gathered here, staring at the sun's star that was about to perish. It was conceivable that once the sun's fire was extinguished, countless people would go to search for it. With their strength, even if they were lucky enough to find the sun's true gold, they might not be able to bring it out alive. Hearing Dayu's words, Old Fong's face darkened. He punched hard and said, damn it. Opportunities are hard to predict. We may have a chance. Yang Kai chuckled. And anyway, we have to stay here and see if we can meet the people from the Great Moon Province. Sun nodded vigorously. Compared with crossing the 2 territory gates to the headquarters of the Great Moon Province, it was undoubtedly easier to wait here. If they were lucky, they might meet the people from the Great Moon Province. At that time, our son could go and meet them. You're right. Then, let's try our luck? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's all we can do. After the discussion was settled, the four of them immediately relaxed. They drank and ate, chatting about anything under the sun. It had to be said that this First-in had an excellent chef, and the food he made was delicious. The four of them finished all the dishes on the table, leaving nothing behind. After calling the waiter over to settle the bill, Yang Kai's hands trembled when he saw that it was 200 heaven-opening pills. Although he had made a small fortune from the dead people before, receiving hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to last much longer if he continued to spend like this. He asked the waiter when the sun's star would extinguish, but the waiter said he didn't know. This situation had been going on for 3 years now, so it would take at least a few more months to see the result. After all, the death of a sun star was not something that could be seen in a short time. Left with no choice, they could only stay here. The accommodation was also very expensive. A room cost 500 heaven-opening pills a day and a night, and there was no bargaining. However, there was an advantage to staying here, which was that they provided free food. Whether you ate or not, the price was still there. Originally, they wanted to get a room and squeeze in with the four of them. Anyway, they didn't need to sleep. They stayed here mainly to wait for the people from the Great Moon Province, and secondly, to see the situation of the sun star. If there was a chance, Yang Kai wouldn't mind getting involved. Unexpectedly, the waiter didn't agree. The waiter told Yang Kai that a room here could only accommodate 2 people at most, and he would have to get a new room if there were more. Since they were in other people's territory, they naturally had to abide by their rules. They had no choice but to get 2 rooms, one for each man, and one for Dayu, a girl. In total, they had to spend 1,000 heaven-opening pills a day. Sun had no idea about this number, but Lao Fong and Dayu felt their hearts bleed. They both tried to persuade Yang Kai to wait outside. Yang Kai didn't agree. Their strength was too low, and at least their safety was guaranteed if they stayed in the First-in. If they really stayed outside, no one knew what would happen. Now that there were people coming and going outside all day, who knew if they would encounter some evil people? The waiter led Yang Kai to the counter to get the room card, and then politely escorted the 4 of them into the inner courtyard. Before leaving, Yang Kai asked him to pay more attention to the news of the Great Moon Province, and to inform him if someone from the Great Moon Province came. The waiter agreed without hesitation. The 2 rooms were next to each other. In this way, if something really happened, it would be convenient for them to take care of each other. They agreed to meet once every 3 days, and then go to inquire about the news. Yang Kai and Lao Fong entered the room and looked around. The room was not big, with only a bed, a table and a chair. It was barely enough for 2 people, but it would be too crowded for 4 people. Lao Fong said, "Brother, you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor." The money for the room was paid for by Yang Kai, so Lao Fong was too embarrassed to compete with him, let alone compete. Yang Kai didn't bother to be polite with him. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the shadowless gauze, and silently refined it. The matter of the sun's star involved too many people, and all forces had gathered here. If he really wanted to get involved, it would be too difficult for him to do so with his current strength. Thus, the shadowless gauze was very important. Yang Kai had been refining it during the journey, but it seemed to be of a high grade, so refining it was a little troublesome, so he hadn't completely refined it until now. At this time, it was naturally more important to refine it quickly. At a critical moment, this thing might be able to save his life. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. At the appointed time, the 4 of them walked out of their rooms and met in the lobby. They chatted while inquiring about the news from all sides. There was nothing special. The people from the Great Moon State had not arrived yet, and the sun's star was still in a half-dead state. From time to time, it would erupt with dazzling light, and no one knew when the sun's fire would be extinguished. After eating and drinking for a while, they didn't need to pay. Anyway, it was all included in the room fee, so they went their separate ways. For the next 3 months, the 4 of them stayed in the First-in and had become regular customers here. The room price was 1,000 heaven-opening pills a day, so in 1 month it would be 30,000, so in 3 months it would be 90,000. Young Kai's wallet shrank by nearly half. Every 3 days they would meet, but after staying here for 3 months, they didn't get any information they wanted, which was really discouraging. However, they became familiar with the servants and the cashier at the counter. If they wanted to inquire about something, they could give them a discount. Young Kai also found that there was a mysterious landlady in the first inn. He had only seen her 3 times in 3 months. She was a charming woman, smiling all day long. Every time she came out of the backyard, she would go to the tables and say a few words to the guests, asking them how they ate and how they lived. She was a person who knew how to dance. There were all kinds of guests coming and going. When they saw the landlady's outstanding appearance, they would casually tease her. The landlady didn't get angry, and instead, she would talk and laugh with them. However, Young Kai saw with his own eyes a fellow who wanted to take advantage of the landlady. As a result, he was casually thrown out of the first inn by the landlady, and even the people from that faction were chased out. Moreover, they could no longer enter the first inn. Not only this first inn, but the entire first inn outside of this universe would not accept them. It was also at that time that Young Kai vaguely saw the landlady's strength. At the very least, she was a mid-rank heaven-opening pill. As for what mid-rank she was, Young Kai couldn't tell. Thinking about it, no matter how great the background behind the first inn was, for a branch to be opened here, there would definitely be a powerhouse overseeing it. Only then would they be able to deter some small fry. During these 3 months, although he hadn't obtained any information, Young Kai wasn't without any gains. The shadowless yarn had been completely refined, and now he was refining the 6 Harmonies Rui pouch. However, the 6 Harmonies Rui pouch from Elder Su was of a higher grade than the shadowless yarn, so refining it was naturally more difficult. Fortunately, in order to get Young Kai to bring him into the Qiqiao lands, Elder Su had specially taught him a refining method. Furthermore, Elder Su had also helped Young Kai refine it once, so Young Kai was able to quickly learn it. It wouldn't take long for him to completely refine it. Chapter 3899. One day, for months after he entered the first inn, Old Fong, who was meditating on the ground, suddenly heard Young Kai calling out to him. He quickly opened his eyes, but before he could ask what Young Kai wanted, he saw a black shadow looming over him. Old Fong was shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the black shadow seemed to have the effect of sealing the world, making him feel that he couldn't avoid it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, his vision turned dark and he entered a dark space. Old Fong blinked and suddenly realized that he had been sucked into Young Kai's bag. Recalling Young Kai's recent performance, he hurriedly called out, "Little brother, did you succeed in refining it?" Young Kai's voice came, "I can barely activate it." On the bed, Young Kai held the 6 Unity Wish bag in his hand, frowning slightly. Although this bag had been in his hands before, he could only open and close it, unable to activate its power. Now that he had refined it, he could barely use it to defend against enemies. This thing felt similar to the sealed world bead, both of which could be forcefully sucked in, and depending on the strength of the enemy, the cost was different. However, Young Kai was the master of the sealed world bead, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. In this regard, the wish bag was inferior to the sealed world bead. However, the wish bag didn't only have the ability to suck people in, it also had many restrictions and killing arrays that could be activated. This time, Young Kai used Old Fong as an experiment, so he didn't need to activate any of the restrictions and released him in the blink of an eye. Old Fong stared at the wish bag in Young Kai's hand with envy. What a good treasure. He had lived for many years, but he had never seen such a secret treasure. Young Kai didn't comment and stood up. "Let's go out and take a look." Together with Old Fong, Young Kai walked out of the backyard and into the lobby. Young Kai was startled. The lobby, which used to be extremely noisy, was now extremely quiet. The tables in the lobby were empty. Looking up, Young Kai saw the bookkeeper behind the counter working on his golden abacus. And in the corner of the hall, the manservant was dozing off on a stool. What's going on? Old Fong looked around in confusion. Young Kai was also baffled. He went straight to the manservant and patted him, saying, "Get up." The servant shivered and crawled up to take a look. Seeing that it was Young Kai, he said, "Ah, it's you." Saying this, he weakly lay back down. After working together for a few months, they had become familiar with each other. The manservant was no longer as enthusiastic as before and spoke much more casually. "Where are the people here? Why are they all gone?" Young Kai asked. The servant turned over and pointed at the door. "They've all gone out." Hearing this, Young Kai's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to the sun star? The reason why so many guests had been waiting at the first inn was because they were waiting for Sun Star. Now that they had all run out, it was obvious that something had happened. The manservant said, "Yes, it seems that the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished, so they are all rushing to try their luck." Suddenly, he sat up and looked at Young Kai, saying, "By the way, the people from the Great Moon Prefecture are also here. They are all at the Sun Star." Young Kai looked solemn and said to Old Fong, "Call Dai Yu and the others." "No need to call them." Dai Yu's voice came from behind. Young Kai turned his head and saw Dai Yu and Ah Sun coming out of the backyard. "I heard it. What should we do now?" Young Kai looked at Ah Sun and said, "Let's go find the people from the Great Moon Prefecture first. We'll make plans later." The fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, so it was imperative to explore the Sun Star. The four of them were too weak. If they could take shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Prefecture, they might have a chance. Naturally, no one had any objection to this and immediately set off. The manservant got up and shouted, "Do you want to keep the 2 rooms for you?" "Keep my ass. I'll never stay in this unscrupulous inn again." Young Kai didn't even look back. He had lived here for 4 months and spent more than 100,000 yuan on the room. If he hadn't made a fortune, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. No matter what the result was, Young Kai would never return to this shabby inn again. If he saw it in the future, he would take a detour. The manservant pointed at Young Kai's back and said, "Boy, if you have the guts to call this unscrupulous inn in front of the landlady, she will skin you alive." Young Kai was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had gone. They flew forward for a few days, but they didn't reach their destination. On the way, they met some people who were also on the way. All of them had powerful auras, which made the 4 of them frightened. But in this way, they were sure that they were going in the right direction. After flying for a few more days, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in front of them, illuminating more than half of the star field. At the same time, a scorching power rippled out. Even though they were far away, Young Kai could still feel the purity of this power. His heart warmed, knowing that the true sun gold in the solar star was not just a rumor. The reason why he was so enthusiastic about this matter was that he really wanted to join in on the fun and take the opportunity to see the foundation of the great forces outside this universe. Secondly, he wanted to help Ah Sun recognize her ancestors. Thirdly, and most importantly, he had now condensed the power of the wood element. From wood to fire, the next thing he needed to do was to condense the power of the fire element. However, because the power of the wood element was high, he had to look for high-grade heaven-opening materials. Otherwise, it would be a waste. However, high-grade heaven-opening materials were hard to come by, and the true sun gold would undoubtedly meet the requirements. The true sun gold had the word gold in its name, but it was not a metal material, but a genuine fire element material. The goal Young Kai set for himself was to reach the 7th-order heaven-opening realm at the very least. Only by reaching the 7th-order heaven-opening realm would he have the opportunity to use the heaven-opening pill to reach the peak of the 8th order, or even the 9th order in the future. Even the lowest grade of true sun gold was a 6th-order material, and if he was lucky, it was not impossible to find a 7th-order material. If not for this, with so many great forces coveting him, how could he have dared to wade into these muddy waters? As they were flying forward, a strong sense of oppression suddenly came from behind them. Everyone was startled and turned around to see a large ship rapidly approaching them, heading straight for the 4 of them. This ship was obviously an excellent flight-type artifact and was extremely fast. When everyone saw it, it was still quite a distance away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already halfway there, and by the time they recovered, it was already right in front of them. The ship did not slow down at all, as if it had not noticed the existence of the 4 of them, and simply continued forward. Young Kai's complexion changed dramatically and he shouted, "Scatter!" Although the 4 of them were quite strong and had all condensed their own Dao seals, if they were hit by this ship, they would not have a good end. As soon as these words were spoken, the four of them scattered to the sides. Almost at the same time, the ship sailed past them and disappeared into the distance. The four of them gathered again, Old Feng's expression extremely ugly. Which great force does this belong to? How ridiculous, they couldn't even see four living people, are they blind? Dayu smiled bitterly. All right, we're fine, they probably didn't put us in their eyes. They're too much of a bully, Old Feng said indignantly. Yang Kai sighed. If you don't want to be bullied, you can only become stronger first. Saying so, his brows suddenly furrowed as the ship in front of them suddenly turned around and began speeding towards them. Old Feng's face suddenly turned pale as he asked in a trembling voice. What are they doing? Did they hear what I said just now? Yang Kai said in a low voice, if the situation turns bad, run quickly. Although he did not know why the other party had returned, it was obviously nothing good. If they really fought, the four of them would definitely not be a match for the other party. If that happened, one of them would have to run away. Dayu and the others nodded solemnly. At this moment, the big ship stopped not far in front of the crowd, and on the bow deck, a tall figure appeared, looking down at Yang Kai and the others. This person seemed to be a young man in his late 20s, and in his arms were two stunning beauties. The two women were dressed quite impudently, exposing large areas of their snow-white skin. One on the left and one on the right of the young man. Their charming eyes were like silk, and their breaths were like orchids. Smiling, they followed the young man as he looked down below. Dayu and Ah-sun both blushed. The young man's eyes only swept over Yang Kai for a moment before turning to look at Ah-sun and Dayu, smiling slightly as he asked, are the two girls also going to Sunstar? The young man's smile was very hearty, and coupled with his good looks, he gave off a very clean and pure aura, but when she saw the two women in his arms, Dayu knew what kind of person he was. The reason why the ship had returned was probably because of this. She didn't want to answer, but the situation was better than her, so she could only nod for fear of angering the other party. Yes. The young man said, what a coincidence, this young master is also going there. Would the two of you like to come with me? The speed of this young master's flight-type artifact is not slow, much faster than flying like the two of you. Dayu squeezed out a smile and said, no need, I have companions, we just want to travel together. The young man glanced over at Yang Kai and Old Feng before chuckling, since that's the case, let's all come together, two more won't make any difference. Dayu suddenly felt awkward, regretting that she hadn't made things clear. Now that she was riding a tiger, it was impossible to get off. Although she didn't know which great force this young man came from, she knew he was definitely not someone she could provoke. If she really boarded this ship, her life or death would be at his mercy. Just as she didn't know how to refuse, Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. Thank you for your kindness, but my brother and sister are strangers to your excellency, so we won't bother your excellency any longer. Saying so, he called out to everyone, let's go. The young man's smile didn't falter as he stared at Yang Kai and said, if this young master doesn't speak, where do you think you're going? Yang Kai frowned and looked over. What does your excellency want? The young man sighed. There are always some ignorant people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. Generally speaking, such people don't live long. Yang Kai sneered softly. I don't know where your excellency is from, but we disciples of the Great Moon Province are not to be bullied. Chapter 3900. Yang Kai had done this kind of thing many times. Now that the four of them were alone, it would not do them any good if they really had a conflict with the other party. However, Yang Kai was not familiar with the nearby large territory, and did not know what kind of forces there were. He only knew that there was one Great Moon Prefecture, so he could only borrow its name for the time being. Anyway, Ah-sun had some connections with the Great Moon Prefecture, so he was not afraid of being exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai said it calmly, but Lao Feng and the others felt uneasy. The young man frowned when he heard this. Great Moon Prefecture? You're from the Great Moon Prefecture? Yes. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, looking calm. The young man's expression suddenly became a little tired. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a powerful force, his background was not very powerful, and was basically on par with that of the Great Moon Prefecture. When Yang Kai mentioned the Great Moon Prefecture's name, He was a little afraid of taking action. However, he was a little unwilling to leave just like that, as if he was afraid of the Great Moon Prefecture. While he was hesitating, an old man stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished. The matter over there is more important. It's better not to complicate things." The young man snorted, stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others, and then disappeared from the deck. After a short while, the big ship moved forward again, and in the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. Watching the big ship leave, Lao Feng and the others breathed a heavy sigh of relief. They finally felt relieved. Dayu glanced at Yang Kai and chuckled. "You're really good." She admired Yang Kai's ability to adapt. At that time, he could think of a way to get out of the situation. His reaction was extraordinarily fast. Yang Kai sighed and said, "Let's go. Be careful." Suddenly encountering such a group of people made the four of them more vigilant. They had not had much contact with people outside the universe before, so they did not know what the atmosphere here was like. Now, it seemed that there was no difference between the universe world and the universe world. Strength was respected. If one was strong enough, they could do whatever they wanted. If one was not strong enough, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Fortunately, nothing similar happened along the way. Although many flight-type artifacts flew past them, none of them seemed to be looking for trouble. Yang Kai estimated that everyone's attention was on the Sun Star. So few of them had the leisure to stir up trouble. As they moved forward, a huge star gradually came into view. It was a dark red star. Scorching energy lingered on the star, distorting the space around it. The sun was about to die, and it would no longer have its former glory. If that wasn't the case, who would dare to approach it? The further they went, the hotter it became. The four of them had no choice but to circulate their strength to resist the scorching heat. After flying for a few more days, they finally arrived at the periphery of the sun's star. From a distance, Yang Kai and the others saw a number of figures and flight-type artifacts hovering in the void. Obviously, these were the forces from the nearby large territory who had heard the news and wanted a piece of the pie. Among them, Yang Kai also saw some familiar faces, all of whom he had met in the first and before. The sun's star was huge, so the surrounding space was naturally huge as well. Although there were many people here, the distance between them was not close. Now that everyone was waiting for an opportunity, there was no conflict. Yang Kai and the others were weak and did not dare to get too close. Stopping far away, Yang Kai turned to Ah Sun and said, "The first-in servant said that the people from Great Moon Province are here, but how to find them depends on you. Did that senior mention any special signs in Great Moon Province?" Ah Sun shook her head. "No, he didn't." Yang Kai frowned. "Then when you saw that senior, was there anything special about his clothes? Look around and see if anyone here is wearing anything similar to that senior's." "Nothing special. It seems to be just ordinary clothes. He gave me the white jade fox and told me that if I ever went outside the universe, I could use it to find him." Yang Kai and Dayu exchanged a glance after hearing this, the latter saying, "This is a bit troublesome. Without any clues, how can we find so many people? We can't just ask them one by one." Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to ask them one by one, not only would it be a waste of time, but if he were to meet someone with a good temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be a complete waste of time. If he were to meet someone with a bad temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Let's look around first, maybe that senior is also here. If so, Ah Sun will definitely recognize him. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said. Ah Sun nodded. If I really see him, I will definitely recognize him. Then there was nothing more to say, and the four of them immediately began searching. Flying around the periphery of Sunstar, not daring to approach any of the great forces, they simply looked from afar and eliminated them one by one. After a few days, they found nothing. However, the four of them were able to see many strange flying artifacts. The great ship-like artifacts were the most common, but there were also palace-like artifacts, which were not surprising. The flowing time temple was an extraordinary artifact that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could use to fly after refining it. There were also people riding strange flying beasts. At first glance, These strange flying beasts were extremely powerful, and it was unknown how they were tamed. Old Fong and the others were extremely envious, all of them saying that if they could subdue such a spirit beast, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. After several days of fruitless searching, Sun couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Young Kai also felt that searching aimlessly like this was not a good idea, so after pondering for a moment he said, Sun, let me take a look at that white jade fox. Sun nodded and took out the white jade fox. Since passing through the second territory gate, there were many cracks on the white jade fox, as if it could collapse at any time. Moreover, no more fox phantoms appeared when he poured his strength into it. Holding the white jade fox, Young Kai carefully poured his strength into it. He could feel that the white jade fox was absorbing his strength, but there was not much change. Young Kai slowly shook his head and handed the white jade fox back to Sunday. Looking at the three of them, he said, Now there is only one way, ask them one by one. I don't think we need to ask too many people. There must be someone who knows the people of Great Moon Province and has seen them. As long as we ask these people, we will naturally know where the people of Great Moon Province are at this moment. Dayu nodded. That's the only way. Just as they were discussing, in a wing room of a large ship on the periphery of Sunstar, a bearded man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he let out a soft cry of surprise. In a flash, he came to the deck and looked somewhere in the void. Marshal Uncle Wei. On the deck, several people dressed as disciples all cupped their hands and saluted when they saw the man. The man surnamed Wei waved his hand, indicating that they should go about their business and continue looking in that direction. A woman came from behind and followed his gaze, asking curiously, Brother Wei, what are you looking at? The man surnamed Wei turned his head and glanced at her, grinning. Junior Sister Tao, do you remember that junior of mine I told you before? The woman surnamed Tao thought for a moment and seemed to remember something. Is it that person from the Qianquan world you came from? The man surnamed Wei nodded. The only surviving junior. The last time he went back, that world was already collapsing. Now that he thought about it, it should have already collapsed. That world no longer existed, and he and that junior were the final proof that that world once existed. What's wrong with her? Junior Sister Tao was puzzled. Why do you suddenly mention this? Brother Wei grinned. She's here. She's nearby. Junior Sister Tao covered her red lips with her hand. Really? How do you know? Brother Wei said. I just know. In any case, she's definitely here. Junior Sister Tao, take care of this place, I'll be right back. Saying so, he took a step forward and quickly flew off. On the other side, Yang Kai and the others had finished their discussion and were preparing to act when a burly figure suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai was shocked and stepped in front of everyone, vigilantly staring at the newcomer. This person had a full beard, brows like a lion's mane, and a nose like a hanging gall bladder. He was dressed in martial arts robes, and his exposed muscles were bulging. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Yang Kai sensed that this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his heart trembled, cupping his fists and Greetings, senior. Is there something you need? Brother Wei glanced at Yang Kai and chuckled before tilting his head and looking at Sun, who was behind Yang Kai. Little son, don't hide, I see you. Sun's body trembled as she jumped out from behind Yang Kai in surprise and joy, staring in front of her in disbelief. And after seeing the newcomer's face, she couldn't help calling out, Senior? Ha, you actually found me. You're really something. Senior Brother Wei laughed loudly, his beard trembling nonstop. He looked extremely happy. Sun's eyes suddenly turned red. All the grievances she had suffered recently came flooding back to her, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string. Brother Wei's face twitched when he saw this, and he said with a bitter expression, Why are you crying? Don't cry, did I scare you? It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he spoke, Sun burst into tears, lowered her head, opened her arms, and threw herself into Brother Wei's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, her tears instantly soaking his clothes. Senior Marshal Brother Wei's big hand froze in the air. He had never expected that his next meeting with Sun would be in such a situation. It made him feel very uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and said in a muffled voice, Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me who bullied you. I'll stand up for you. As he spoke, his bell-like eyes swept over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai and the others' skin tensed up, and Old Fong quickly waved his hand and said, Senior, please understand, we didn't bully Miss Ah-sun. We've been protecting her all this time. Brother Wei snorted. I don't think you would dare. Senior. Ah-sun choked. Home is gone. Chapter 3901. Senior Brother Wei suddenly realized that it wasn't that Ah-sun was bullied by someone, but that her home was gone. In an instant his expression darkened, and he patted Ah-sun's head. From now on, wherever I am, will be your home. Ah-sun buried her head in his arms again and cried loudly. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but feel emotional. The current situation of the astral boundary was not very optimistic. After Mo Sheng's torment, the entire astral boundary was in a mess, and only the world tree could repair it. What if he could not find the world tree? Would the astral boundary be completely destroyed, just like Ah-sun's homeland? At that time, many people would be displaced. This made him even more determined to find the world tree, and return to repair the astral boundary. After crying for a while, Ah-sun finally calmed down. She walked out of Brother Wei's arms with a red face, feeling embarrassed. She had lost control of her emotions, just now mainly because she had experienced so many dangers along the way. It was not easy to meet the last person from the same world as her, so she could not control her emotions. Now that she had calmed down, she felt even more embarrassed. Senior Brother Wei laughed heartily and patted Ah-sun's little head. You still know how to be shy. Good, it seems like you're living a good life. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and nodded. You're very good. Just now, when he had rushed over, Kai Yang had immediately stood in front of the others to block him. Even though he didn't know the strength of the other party, he was still able to act like this. This showed that this youth was a very responsible person, which gave Senior Brother Wei a very good impression of Kai Yang. Senior, you flatter me. Yang Kai said politely. Little son. Aren't you going to introduce your friends to me? Brother Wei looked down at Ah-sun. Ah-sun wiped her eyes and calmed down before introducing them one by one. Through her introduction, Yang Kai and the others learned that the burly man's name was Wei Kei, and they naturally bowed again. Wei Kei waved his hand generously. Don't be so polite. Since you're little son's friends, you're not outsiders. Come with me to a safe place first. It's up to you. Yang Kai and the others naturally had no objections. This time, they came with the intention of seeking shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Province. Wei Kei immediately led them to the station of the Great Moon Province. As he flew, he asked, Little son, how did you find this place? Didn't I ask you to take the token to find me in the Great Moon Province? He was very curious about this. If he hadn't sensed the aura of his token, he wouldn't have believed that Ah-sun could find this place. After all, this place was too far away from the Great Moon State. It's a long story. Ah-sun stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Wei Kei smiled and said, Then take your time. There's nothing important anyway. Ah-sun immediately told him what happened after she jumped out of the Qianquan world. Wei Kei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard that Ah-sun was taken to the Qiqiao land as a servant for more than half a year. Then he learned that the Qiqiao land had a great change, and that more than one Earth Protector Venerable had died, and Lord of Qiqiao was seriously injured. His face changed again. No wonder I didn't see anyone from the Qiqiao land this time. Something must have happened. If the Qiqiao land hadn't had a great change some time ago, and the fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, how could the Qiqiao land not participate? Although the Qiqiao land wasn't close to here, it wasn't too far either. And then, Wei Kei asked. Ah-sun glanced at Yang Kai and didn't mention the general's search for his family. She only said that after they escaped from the Qiqiao land, they activated the White Jade Fox, and went to the Great Moon Province under the fox's lead. Who knew that the fox lost its function after passing through 2 territory gates? Wei Kei's expression was a little awkward. Well, the situation is like this. I didn't expect you to bring so many friends with you. Haha. So when I was refining that fox, I made a mistake and made you suffer. Ah-sun shook her head and said, Senior, don't say that. If it weren't for the fox, we wouldn't have found this place. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, I still found you. I'm satisfied. That's right. Anyway, you and I met outside the Qianquan world. Stay in the Great Moon Province. As long as I don't die, I can guarantee your safety. Thank you, Senior. Sun pursed her lips and nodded, then looked at Yang Kai and the others. Wei Kei said, your friends, if you want, can stay in the Great Moon Province. I have some status in the Great Moon Province, so it's not difficult for me to take in a few people. Old Fong and Dai Yu were overjoyed when they heard this. Yang Kai also hurriedly said, thank you, Senior. While talking, they came in front of a big ship. Wei Kei led everyone directly to the deck, which was already full of people. The leader was a woman in a palace dress, looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had seen this big ship from a distance before, but they didn't see Wei Quebec. They guessed that he was in the cabin at that time and didn't show up, so they missed him. Fortunately, Wei Kei took the initiative to meet them later. Otherwise they would have to ask them one by one. Brother Wei, have you found them? The woman in the palace dress glanced at Yang Kai and the others, but she couldn't be sure who was Wei Kei's junior. Wei Kei reached out and pulled Sun in front of him. He laughed and said, come, greet your martial uncle Tao. Sun bowed obediently. Greetings, martial uncle Tao. Martial uncle Tao looked at Sun and smiled. What a beautiful little girl. What's your name? Sun. Sun lowered her head, a little embarrassed. You have a nice name. Martial uncle Tao nodded. You must have had a hard journey. You're home now. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell martial uncle Tao. Martial uncle Tao will stand up for you. Thank you, martial uncle Tao. Sun's eyes reddened again. She had been alone for so many years. Suddenly, someone cared for her so much. She couldn't help but feel like she was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. You little girl. Wei Kei felt a headache coming. Why do you cry so easily? Martial uncle Tao glared at Wei Kei. Haven't you heard that women are made of water? What's wrong with crying? She reached out and pulled Sun into her arms, patting her shoulder lightly. Wei Kei scratched his head. Is that so? He didn't quite understand, so he put his hands on his waist and looked around at the other disciples of Great Moon State on the deck. You little brats, listen up. From today onwards, little Sun is my personal disciple. She's also your little junior sister. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Do you hear me? If anyone dares to bully her, I'll skin them alive. A young man giggled. Martial Uncle Wei, what are you saying? Our little junior sister is so cute. We can't wait to dote on her, so why would we bully her? The group nodded vigorously. Wei Kei snorted. That better be the case. Martial Uncle Tao said. Brother, is your cultivation method suitable for little Sun? I can't imagine what such a delicate beauty will become after a few years of your training. Wei Kei blinked and said firmly, what's the point of cultivation method being suitable or not? It's fine as long as she can become stronger. He turned his head to look at the group of disciples. Am I right? The group of people led by the young man from before said in unison, Martial Uncle Wei is right. Martial Uncle Tao chuckled. It's useless to ask them. Who in Great Moon State dares to disagree with you? Brother, if you're not worried, how about this? I'll take little Sun as my disciple. I'll definitely teach her well when she cultivates with me in the future. You want to take her in? Wei Kei looked at his junior sister in astonishment. Martial Uncle Tao said, why, brother, are you reluctant to let her go? Wei Kei laughed. What's there to be reluctant about? It's all up to little Sun. He looked at Sun and said, little Sun, let me ask you, are you willing to cultivate with me or with your martial Uncle Tao? Sun raised her head to look at Wei Kei, and then at martial Uncle Tao. She lowered her head and said, Senior, you can decide. I have no objections. She was new here, so she didn't have any opinions. Martial Uncle Tao immediately said, then it's settled. I'll take little Sun as my disciple. The decision was made. Wei Kei immediately said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master. With that said, he gave Sun a push. Sun was quick to react and hurriedly bowed down. Disciple Asun greets master. Martial Uncle Tao accepted her bow and helped her up with a smile. This place is simple and crude. We'll talk about the apprenticeship ceremony when we return to Great Moon State. Let me give you a gift first. With that said, she reached out to take a jade hairpin from her hair and stuffed it into Asun's hand. This is a defensive artifact. Refine it well. It can save your life at a critical moment. Wei Kei's expression changed slightly. Why are you giving this away? It's too precious. No. Take it back and give her something else later. Martial Uncle Tao chuckled. I'm giving it to my own disciple. What does that have to do with you? Wei Kei was speechless. A group of Great Moon State disciples looked on enviously. Their junior sister had been fought over by two martial uncles as soon as she arrived. Now that she had become Martial Uncle Tao's disciple, she even received such a precious artifact as a gift. Which disciple present would receive such treatment? However, there was no point in being envious. Asun had a relationship with Martial Uncle Wei, and Martial Uncle Tao had been in love with Martial Uncle Wei for many years. However, Martial Uncle Wei was stupid and did not realize it. Martial Uncle Tao's actions were clearly an act of loving Asun's dog. It was not just the Great Moon State disciples who were envious. How could Old Fong and Daiyu not be envious? They had all escaped from the Qiqiao land, and had traveled side by side through the wind and rain. Now that they were here, Asun had suddenly become a hot commodity. However, even though they were envious, they were mostly happy. Although they had only known each other for a few months, Asun's pure personality was indeed likable. After taking in a disciple, Martial Uncle Tao was also in a good mood. She looked at Yang Kai and the others and asked, "These are?" Asun hurriedly said, "Master, they are my friends. It's all thanks to them that I was able to come all the way here." Chapter 3902. Since they are your friends, they are not outsiders. The woman surnamed Tao looked at Yang Kai and the others and nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Yang Kai and the others hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, senior." Wei Kei said, "They all have a hard life. Like little son, or they don't have a place to go. There is no other way out of this universe. I just promised them that if they are willing, they can stay in the Great Moon Prefecture in the future. Junior Martial Sister Tao, what do you think?" "Of course, it's up to you, brother." The woman surnamed Tao nodded. "I believe the chief will not refuse newcomers." "Then it's settled." Wei Kei chuckled and looked at Yang Kai and the others. "You must be tired after such a long journey. Go and rest first." He turned his head and ordered the smiling young man. "Boy Meng, arrange a few rooms for them." "Yes." The young man responded and beckoned to Yang Kai. "Please follow me." Yang Kai and the others had no objection and hurriedly followed. After crossing the deck and stepping into the cabin, the young man was very friendly and said as he walked forward, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Meng Hong. How do I address you?" Yang Kai and the others reported their names and said that they had seen Brother Meng before. Meng Hong said, "The one who led you here was one of the elders of Great Moon Province. I think you all know his name. The other one is Elder Tao Rongfang." He turned his head and said sneakily, "I'll tell you a secret. Elder Tao is interested in Elder Wei. Unfortunately, Elder Wei is a blockhead and hasn't noticed it yet." Women were more gossipy about this kind of thing. Daiyu was excited when she heard this and asked in surprise, "Elder Wei doesn't know anything?" Meng Hong sighed and said, "That's right. I really don't know how his brain works. Everyone in the Great Moon Prefecture knows about it, but he doesn't realize it. Sometimes, as disciples, we really want to pry open his head and see what's inside." These words made people want to laugh. Yang Kai said, "Brother Meng, aren't you afraid that Elder Wei will find trouble with you if he hears this?" No. Meng Hong waved his hand and said, "Elder Wei is very nice. Although he looks like a bear, he is actually very kind to us disciples. He has never beaten or scolded us. Among the 5 governors of the Great Moon Empire, Elder Wei is the most popular one. Many senior sisters and junior sisters want to marry him. Elder Wei is indeed a very good person." Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. Although he hadn't interacted with someone for a long time, sometimes, even a short period of time could allow one to clearly see a person's character and nature. Wei Kei gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Meng Hong smiled and said, "In fact, the other elders are also very good, and so is the chief. Anyway, our Great Moon Province is a very good place, and you may join us in the future. You will naturally know when the time comes." As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Meng Hong arranged accommodations for the three of them before leaving. Although the place was not very spacious, it was a single room anyway. Yang Kai looked around, sat cross-legged on the bed, and meditated to regulate his qi circulation. He had found the people of the Great Moon Province and successfully brought Ah Sun here. However, he was still a little hesitant about what to do next. The people from the Great Moon Prefecture gave him a good feeling. Judging from the situation, this force should be a very harmonious force. If he were to join it, he should be able to have a good cultivation environment. However, Yang Kai did not come to the outside world for cultivation. He had other important things to do. If he really joined the Great Moon Province, he would be branded with the Great Moon Province, and it would not be so easy for him to leave in the future. Moreover, the Great Moon Province was not very powerful outside the world, and the cultivation resources he could get were limited. Yang Kai had a high status and a big goal, so he could not let himself be bound. Thinking about it, Yang Kai simply stood up and went to the deck. This time, there were many people from the Great Moon Province. In addition to the two elders, there were more than a dozen other disciples, but at this time, the deck was empty. Standing on the side of the ship, Yang Kai held the side of the ship and looked at the sun star in the distance. Perhaps it was because the sun's fire was about to be extinguished, but the entire sun star had a dark red luster, like a large piece of red-hot iron. The scorching heat was constantly spreading in all directions, and even though the ship was isolated by a protective spirit array, Yang Kai could still feel the heat. "Junior brother Yang." A voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and looked, cupping his hands and saying, "Brother Meng." Meng Hong walked over and looked at the sun star in the distance. He smiled and said, "It's spectacular, isn't it? Let alone you, even I have never seen such a thing. This is the first time in my life. When I go back and tell the other junior brothers, they will definitely be jealous." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he could almost imagine that scene. "Senior brother Meng, it is rumored that this sun star may produce sun's true gold. Is that true?" Meng Hong's expression became serious. "There is no smoke without fire. Since everyone says so, it may be true. Some people say that sun true gold is at least a 6th grade fire element material. I don't know, I've never seen sun's true gold before, but if it really exists, its grade will definitely not be low." Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is junior brother Yang interested in sun's true gold?" "Brother Meng, are you not interested?" Yang Kai asked in return. "Of course I'm interested. Sun true gold, if I can get a piece, I'll be rich. However, there are too many people here this time. Even if there is one, I may not be able to get it. If I want to stand out among so many people, I must have a great opportunity. By the way, brother Meng, this Yang is new here and has no idea about the situation here. I don't know which forces are here. Can brother Meng explain a thing or two to me?" Meng Hong laughed. "Even if there aren't 100 forces here, there are at least 80. Even I don't know which province they are from, so how can I explain it to you?" Yang Kai did not expect this and was a little speechless. However, thinking about it, it was not strange. The world outside heaven and earth was too big. It was not like the star boundary where the various forces could be seen at a glance. Outside heaven and earth, if one did not have a strong memory and deep knowledge, one might not know how many forces there were. Of course, with the exception of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands, these 108 forces were all famous existences. It was difficult not to know them. Wait a moment. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to think of something and lowered his head to search his space ring. A moment later, he took out a jade slip and said, "There are many things recorded in this jade slip outside heaven and earth, including the division of the various forces and a lot of other information. If you have time, take a look at it. It will be good for you." Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, brother Meng." Although this thing was not worth much, it was what Yang Kai needed the most right now. "No need, go back and rest early. Once the sun's fire is completely extinguished, you'll be busy. At that time, you won't be able to rest even if you want to. Meng Hong patted him on the shoulder before turning and walking back to the cabin. Yang Kai did not stay on the deck for long. Not long after Meng Hong left, he returned to his room and took out the jade slip to carefully read it. The information recorded in this jade slip was very complicated, but it was not chaotic. The author should be a very knowledgeable person who had traveled to many large territory and recorded everything he knew in this jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were divided into several large chapters. The first chapter was an introduction to the various forces in the 3,000 worlds, starting with the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. Yang Kai saw the name of the 10,000 demon realm in this chapter. He did not know whether Mo Sheng was from the 10,000 demon realm or not, but if he really met someone from the 10,000 demon realm in the future, it would be best to be careful. To Yang Kai's surprise, the dragon race's dragon altar was also one of the 36 paradise. This stunned him for a long time, but on second thought, how bad could the place occupied by the dragon race be? It was not surprising that it was listed as a paradise. After looking at it for a while, he found that the forces outside this universe were similar to what Old Fong had said. They could be divided into 3 classes. The first class were the paradise, all of which were huge, and there was no lack of high-grade heaven splitters. The second class was like the Kikikyo land, which had mid-grade heaven splitters. The third class was like the Great Moon Province, which only had low-grade heaven splitters. Of course, they could be further divided, but overall, this was the situation. The chapter of forces not only introduced the various forces, but also recorded the symbol of each force in detail. Yang Kai searched for a while and found a symbol. The name of the corresponding force was the Restless Province. Recalling the symbol on the large ship on the way here, he immediately understood that the young man should be from the Restless Province. This Restless Province was similar to the Great Moon Province, a third-class force. There were no mid-grade heaven splitters, only low-grade heaven splitters. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the young man only came from a third-class force. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to escape. In the future, it was better to avoid using the tiger's skin as a banner. If he was not careful, he might blow his own trumpet. After the chapter of forces was the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Some of the strange birds and strange beasts outside this universe were similar to those in the star boundary, and some were completely different. However, those who could survive in the void were all extremely powerful. Ranked first was the giant god spirit. Yang Kai could not understand why the giant god spirit was classified in the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Ada looked like a giant at first glance. It had nothing to do with strange birds and strange beasts. However, Yang Kai could understand why it was ranked first. He had seen low-grade heaven splitters and mid-grade heaven splitters. Although he had not seen the power of high-grade heaven splitters, Yang Kai estimated that even high-grade heaven splitters might not be a match for Ada. It was recorded in the Jade Slip that the giant god spirit clan fed on dead Qiankuan worlds and wandered the starry sky. They had a gentle temperament and basically never fought with others. As long as you did not provoke them, nothing would happen. Chapter 3903. This was no different from what Yang Kai knew. Ada's temperament was really gentle, and he was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. All he knew was to eat and eat all day long. Thinking of Ada, he couldn't help but think of the star boundary. He didn't know how the star boundary was doing now. He had been out for almost a year, so the star boundary shouldn't have changed much. Moreover, with Ada guarding outside the star boundary, even if some powerful guys passed by, they wouldn't dare to approach. Therefore, on the whole, the star boundary was still safe. The only thing he needed to guard against was the sudden collapse of the star boundary, and Ada eating the star boundary. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find the Tree of World as soon as possible. After the giant gods, it was the dragon race. Yang Kai was amused when he saw this. It seemed that the dragon race was famous no matter where they went, whether it was in the star boundary or outside of the universe. Yang Kai also saw the record of Miemeng. His image was almost the same as the one he had seen before, and his ranking was not low either. There were indeed a lot of things recorded in the Jade Slip. Yang Kai was immediately engrossed in reading. He was like a tireless scholar, reading with great interest. After an unknown period of time, young Kai was suddenly alarmed by a violent shaking. Then, a terrifying burning force swept over. Even the protective formation of the ship couldn't isolate it. At this time, the whole ship creaked as if it couldn't bear the burden. It sounded extremely frightening. Young Kai was startled and quickly got up and flashed out. When he came to the deck, he saw that the people of the Great Moon Province had already come out. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were both making gestures, as if they were activating the restriction formation of the ship. However, at this moment, the restriction formation of the whole ship was on the verge of collapse. Even the hull of the ship had scorched marks, as if it had been burned by a scorching force. What's going on? Young Kai turned to look at Meng Hong, who was standing beside him. Meng Hong's face was burning. He suppressed his voice and said, "The sun's fire is about to be extinguished." Young Kai narrowed his eyes and followed his gaze. He saw that the sun's star, which had always been dark red, was now burning fiercely, like a huge ball of fire hanging in the air. However, the burning flames were extremely unstable. They would expand and contract at times. Every time they expanded, a scorching energy would sweep through the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. It was the final radiance of the setting sun. There was no need for anyone to explain anything, as Young Kai could see the problem at a glance. This violent eruption would likely exhaust the last of the sun star's power. And once the flames were extinguished, the sun fire on this sun star would be completely extinguished. At that time, there would be a fierce struggle between the two sides. "I can't hold on any longer, Brother Wei." Right at this moment, Tao Rongfang suddenly shouted. Wei Kei's face paled slightly as he shouted, "Retreat!" As soon as his voice fell, he changed his hand seal, and the ship immediately retreated at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they had retreated thousands of kilometers. Only after they had retreated far away did the scorching energy weaken slightly, and the creaking sound of the ship's hull gradually subsided. Young Kai turned his head and looked around. It wasn't just the Great Moon Province, but the other forces that had been gathered around the periphery of the sun's star reacted in the same way, quickly retreating. Only a few of them remained in place. The sun's fire erupted suddenly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the huge burning fireball slowly lost its vitality. The flames that could burn the void shrank back, and the scorching aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang glanced at each other. There was no need for any discussion at all. They immediately urged the ship to sail towards the sun's star. At the same time, the forces that had retreated also rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to arrive. Everyone knew that it was time to explore the sun's star and search for the sun true gold. On the deck, Wei Kei swept his gaze around and shouted, "Little brats, once we reach the sun's star, don't scatter, and don't stray too far from me and your martial Aunt Tao. No one knows if there's any danger up there, so if you want to live, be careful, understood?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Wei Kei nodded as he stared ahead solemnly. Although he and Tao Rongfang, two heaven-opening realm masters, would be there to support them in this exploration of the sun's star, if they really did encounter some kind of danger, they might not be able to protect so many people. However, compared to something like the sun true gold, any price was worth it. As they got closer, the pressure from the huge stars grew stronger and stronger. Although the sun's fire had already been extinguished, the scorching energy would not completely dissipate in a short time. The closer they got, the hotter it became. From time to time, specks of light would flicker from the sun's star. This was the last bit of the sun's fire. On the large ship, everyone stared ahead in a daze. This scene was not something that could be seen casually. After flying for a full 2 hours, the large ship finally arrived on the sun's star. The large ship stopped, and everyone jumped off. Taking a deep breath, they felt like flames were burning in their chests, and the pungent smell was somewhat unbearable, causing everyone to hold their breaths in fear. Wei Kei's hand seals changed, and the large ship shrank, turning into a palm-sized object that he put away into his robes. Young Kai, Old Fang, and the others squeezed into the crowd and looked around. All they saw was an empty space, with only the people from the Great Moon Prefecture. They did not know where the people from the other forces were. This was not strange. Although there were quite a few forces that had come this time, the sun star was simply too big. Everyone had chosen different places to settle down, so they naturally would not meet each other immediately. This also prevented the possibility of impulsiveness from the start. The ground was dark red, and from time to time, magma spurted out from the ground. The whole environment gave people a very dangerous feeling. After all, Tao Rongfang was a woman. Although she had also split open the sky, she had probably never participated in such a big event in her life. At this time, she had no idea what to do. Looking at Wei Kei, she asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Wei Kei stroked the beard on his chin and pondered for a while. Then he said, "Let's go and have a look. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to find a piece of sun genuine gold. Then we can go home immediately." He did not ask for much. As long as they could find a piece of sun genuine gold, they would have completed the task of this trip. After all, materials of at least the 6th grade were very valuable. If they really got their hands on it, they would naturally send it back to the headquarters of the Great Moon Prefecture as soon as possible. If they continued to stay, it was very likely to cause trouble. Since he had said so, Tao Rongfang had no objections. The two immediately led a group of disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture on the road. They did not have a target. Anyway, everyone was trying their luck, and no one had an advantage over the other. They released their divine senses to monitor the situation around them. Exploring in such an environment was undoubtedly a very exhausting task, because everyone was constantly urging their strength to resist the scorching heat. After exploring for more than half a day, they did not find anything. However, the person with the lowest strength in the group showed signs of being unable to hold on. Seeing this, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang could only let the disciple leave first and wait outside the sun star. Although the disciple was reluctant, he could only leave. As soon as the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture left, Wei Kei suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Tao Rongfang asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Something is coming," Wei Kei shouted. When the people of the Great Moon Prefecture heard this, they immediately secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. A moment later, as expected, something was coming towards them. What they saw was a ball of light flying towards them at lightning speed. Before the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture could see what it was, Wei Kei was the first to exclaim in surprise. "A 4th grade fire element talent," Wei Kei exclaimed with a look of surprise on his face. "A 4th grade fire element talent." As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Tao Rongfang. The brother and sister did not say a word, and immediately rushed towards the mass of light. Yang Kai observed and saw that the mass of light seemed to have a mind of its own. Before Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang could get close, it suddenly changed direction and dodged to the side, plunging into a pool of magma and disappearing without a trace. Wei Kei laughed. "You still want to run?" He was extremely fierce and chased after the mass of light, diving into the magma. Before disappearing, he ordered Tao Rongfang, "Junior sister, stay here." The disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were still outside. If the two of them, who were in the heaven-opening realm, chased after them, the safety of the disciples could not be guaranteed. Tao Rongfang frowned, clearly worried about Wei Kei's safety, but she still obediently stayed behind. Yang Kai and the others chased after them. Seeing Wei Kei rush into the magma, Meng Hong asked, "Marshal Uncle Wei will be fine, right?" Tao Rongfang said, "What can mere magma do to him? Be careful." "Yes." After standing in place for a short while, a figure suddenly soared into the sky from a magma mouth not far away. Everyone turned their heads to look. Who else could it be but Wei Kei? There were countless magma holes on the surface of the sun star. Magma surged inside, erupting from time to time. There were also some volcano-like existences. Now it seemed that these magma holes were connected underground. Otherwise, there was no reason for Wei Kei to come out from the other side. However, at this moment, Wei Kei's face was filled with joy. He held a transparent container in his hand, and inside it was a ball of golden flame. It was currently struggling left and right, but it could not break free from its restraints. Tao Rongfang happily went over and asked, "Brother, did you succeed?" Wei Kei nodded and said, "Sun's true fire." Tao Rongfang suddenly understood. No wonder it's 4th grade, so it's Sun's true fire. Wei Kei grinned. It's not surprising for Sun's true fire to be born on top of Sun's fire. It seems that our thoughts have been misled, and all our attention has been drawn to the Sun's true gold. Everyone wanted to find 6th grade Sun's true gold here, but wasn't the Sun's true fire born here also a precious treasure? Moreover, based on the current situation, there might be a lot of Sun's true fire here, or else it would not make sense for one to be collected so easily. Chapter 3904. Simply obtaining a portion of true sun flame was equivalent to picking up more than 100,000 heaven-opening pills for free. Wei Kei was grinning from ear to ear. Most importantly, for a force like the Great Moon Province, a portion of Grade 4 material represented more than just heaven-opening pills. With Grade 4 material, there was a chance to create a Grade 4 heaven-opening realm cultivator, increasing the overall strength of the Great Moon Province. As such, the value of materials above Grade 4 could not be calculated according to Dai Yu's previous method. Before Wei Kei's laughter had even died down, the sound of rushing wind could be heard from the distance. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. These 2 also gave off the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were both men wearing light blue robes. Their appearances were quite similar, and they should be related by blood. Behind the 2, a large group of cultivator appeared one after another. Clearly, they were from the same force as these 2 men, but these people were clearly not heaven-opening realm cultivators. They were like Yang Kai and the others, existences who had condensed Dao seals. As soon as the 2 men appeared, they stared at the true sun flame in Wei Kei's hand. Wei Kei put away the vessel with a flip of his hand and glanced at the newcomers. So it's the Gu brothers from the Still Wind Province. What business do you have? Great Moon Province's Wei Kei. One of the 2 leading brothers had a gloomy expression, clearly recognizing Wei Quebec. The other person chuckled. Brother Wei, you didn't handle this matter properly. Wei Kei frowned. What do you mean properly? I don't even know what you're talking about. That person said. Let me tell you, Brother Wei, that portion of true sun flame in your hand was first discovered by our Still Wind Province. However, there was an accident when we were collecting it, allowing it to escape. Who would have thought that Brother Wei would be able to pick it up so easily? Tao Rongfang said. What a joke. Guyan, you said that your Still Wine Province discovered it first. What proof do you have? The one called Guyan said. What proof do you need? The fact that we chased you all the way here is the best proof. If not for that, why would we have come here? Tao Rongfang snorted. That counts as proof? Wei Kei extended his hand to stop Tao Rongfang. He looked at the Gu brothers with a smile and said, the 2 of you, even if the true sun flame was first discovered by you, now that it has fallen into this Wei's hands, it is mine. This ownerless object will naturally belong to the capable. Could it be that the 2 of you still want to snatch it back? If that's the case, then it's fine. Let's set up a formation and have a battle here. The primordial fire of the sun will belong to whoever wins. What do you 2 think? Hearing this, the Gu brothers frowned and glanced at each other. One of them said, Brother Wei, there are a lot of big and small forces on this sun star. We've just started exploring and the benefits are still to come. There's no need for us to start a conflict, right? Then why are you talking nonsense? Wei Kei said arrogantly, patting his space ring. How about this? The true sun flame is right here. You can call out to it and see if it responds. If it responds, then it's yours, but if it doesn't, then it's mine. The man said, Brother Wei doesn't need to be so aggressive. If we really fight, we brothers aren't necessarily afraid of you. We just don't want others to take advantage of us. Although this thing is in your hands, us brothers have led a group of disciples for half a day. Even if we didn't contribute much, we still worked hard. Brother Wei, please see if you can share some of the benefits with us. We don't want the true sun flame. You want to share the benefits? Wei Kei laughed. In short, this thing is in my hands. If you want it, then come and take it. Raising his arms, he shouted. Little brats, someone wants to steal our things. What should we do? The group of disciples from Great Moon Province aggressively shouted in unison. Kill, kill, kill. Not only did they shout, but they also arranged themselves, each of their auras surging as they glared at Wei Kei fiercely. Yang Kai, Old Fong, and the others were all dumbfounded and could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, one was marked by the company one kept. Wei Kei's fierce appearance meant that the disciples he brought with him were also fierce. The faces of the Gu brothers on the other side suddenly darkened. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Guyan coldly snorted and said, "Wei Kei, just you wait, sooner or later I'll make you spit out everything you've earned." Waving his hand, he said, "Let's go." It wasn't that he was afraid of Great Moon Province. As he said, the strength of each side was almost the same, and both sides had 2 heaven splitters. If they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win or lose, but once a conflict broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. At that time, they would have to leave early and forget about obtaining any benefits here. Wei Kei had gone crazy, and they weren't willing to accompany him in his madness. The group of people from Stillwine Province quickly left. Wei Kei didn't say anything else. He waited until the people from Stillwine Province had disappeared before he mysteriously gave Tao Rongfang a meaningful glance. Tao Rongfang was puzzled and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Wei Kei pointed to the ground. "There's something down there." "There's more?" Tao Rongfang was surprised at first, but then she was overjoyed. "Sun's real fire?" Wei Kei nodded. "I saw it when I went down just now, but I didn't have time to collect it. I'll go down again. Junior sister, you take this group of brats and prepare to provide support, just in case." "Okay, brother, be careful," Tao Rongfang exhorted. "Don't worry." Wei Kei laughed and plunged into the magma, disappearing from sight. On the ground, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province quickly sealed off the surrounding dozens of miles under Tao Rongfang's arrangement. Each of them made hand seals and vaguely formed a formation. Yang Kai and the others had just arrived and weren't familiar with Great Moon Province's formation, so they naturally couldn't participate. But under Tao Rongfang's arrangement, the 4 of them each guarded a corner. Magma erupted from time to time, and huge bubbles exploded one after another, emitting an unpleasant smell. Everyone from Great Moon Province waited with bated breath. But after a long time, there was no movement from below. Tao Rongfang frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that Wei Kei should have encountered some kind of trouble down there. She wanted to go down and investigate, but she was worried about the disciples above. Without a heaven-opening realm master here, their safety couldn't be guaranteed. Just as she was feeling anxious, a large area of magma below suddenly surged, and a faint aura of power surged out. Tao Rongfang's expression turned solemn as she shouted, "Be careful." Before she finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly rushed out from one of the magma holes, wrapped in a scorching aura, and rushed to the side. Immediately after this ball of light, Wei Kei's figure soared into the sky as he roared, "Don't let it escape." As soon as the real fire of the sun rushed out, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province began to move, their hands changing hand seals as the power to seal the heavens and lock down the earth enveloped a large area. Tao Rongfang raised her slender jade-like palm, and lightly slapped towards the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun seemed to have a mind of its own as it slightly dodged the palm, passed by Tao Rongfang by a hair's breadth, and went straight to a disciple of Great Moon Province behind her. The disciple's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand to summon a mirror. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror, and hit the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun that was rushing over was immediately wrapped in the mysterious light, and suddenly stopped in midair. This mirror actually had the effect of freezing the body. Seeing this scene, the disciple of Great Moon Province breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could recover, the mysterious light wrapped around the real fire of the sun suddenly collapsed, and a flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world appeared in front of him in an instant, burning his face and causing his expression to change greatly. "Freeze!" At the critical moment, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, and the space principles fluctuated, and the real fire of the sun was frozen in midair for the second time. However, Yang Kai's expression was not relaxed at all. He vaguely felt that the real fire of the sun could break free at any time, so he shouted, "Senior Tao." Tao Rongfang had already flashed in front of the disciple, holding a transparent container in her hand, which looked similar to the one Wei Kei had taken out before. She covered the real fire of the sun with it. The light flashed and disappeared. Taking advantage of this moment, Tao Rongfang put the real fire of the sun into the container and cast a spell to seal it. Only then did she have the time to look back at the disciple and ask, "Are you okay?" The disciple of Great Moon Province's face was faintly pale. He was probably frightened by the scene just now. His eyes were unfocused as he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Martial Ant." Tao Rongfang nodded slightly. At this time, Wei Kei also flashed over and cursed. "Damn it, I almost let it escape. This thing has become a spirit." If it were not for the fact that the Great Moon Prefecture had made preparations beforehand, the true fire of the sun might have really escaped. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Wei Kei said, "Kid, you did well." Although the disciple of Great Moon Province would not die after being hit by the real fire of the sun, he would definitely be injured. It was also thanks to Yang Kai's strength at the last moment that the others could not save him in time. Yang Kai said politely, "Senior, you flatter me." Wei Kei said thoughtfully, "When you attacked just now, it seems that you comprehended the Tao of space?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He could not hide this. Since he had chosen to attack, he was not afraid of others knowing. "Amazing." Wei Kei's eyes lit up. "The Tao of space is profound and obscure. I have only heard of it and have never seen it before. This time, my knowledge has been broadened." Tao Rongfang also smiled happily. "Our Great Moon Province has picked up a treasure this time." She had already regarded Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province, so Yang Kai could not refute her. Wei Kei patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. One day, you can break through to the heaven-opening realm. The universe is so big that you can go anywhere." "Yes." Yang Kai responded respectfully. Wei Kei then looked at the disciple of Great Moon Province. "Brett, why don't you thank your junior brother Yang? You have no manners at all. Who taught you this?" The disciple of Great Moon Province seemed to have woken up from a dream. He came to Yang Kai and saluted respectfully. "Junior brother Yang, thank you for saving me just now. Brother, you are too polite. We should help each other. It is my duty." Yang Kai returned the salute. However, after this incident, Yang Kai found that the group of disciples of Great Moon Province looked at him with a much more cordial gaze and a sense of approval. It was no wonder. For the people of Great Moon Province, Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other. They had not gone through life and death together, so it was naturally difficult for them to approve of him. However, it was different now. Everyone's feelings were cultivated in this way. Chapter 3905. Take a look at what grade it is. Wei Kei looked at Tao Rongfang and asked. Tao Rongfang took out the sun's true fire from her space ring, looked at it seriously and said, "Same 4th grade." Wei Kei smiled happily, "Not bad." After only half a day, they had collected 2 4th grade fire attribute materials. And it was sun's true fire, which could be said to be a great harvest. If they collected a few more, they could go to the star market to find people to exchange for materials of other attributes, and then find a disciple with excellent aptitude from the disciples of the Great Moon Province. It was really possible to cultivate a 4th grade heaven-opening cultivator. If that really happened, the Great Moon State would also rise along with it. As if he had already seen this beautiful future, Wei Kei's bell-like eyes faintly glowed as he quickly said, "I understand. There is nothing to explore on the surface of this sun star, and all the good things are below. Junior sister Tao, let's split up. You take some people, and I will take some people. One will provide support above, and the other will search below. How about it?" Tao Rongfang wanted to give her body and mind to him, so how could she have any objections? Nodding, she said, "Let's do as Big Brother says." After the two finished discussing, Wei Kei took command and divided the dozen or so disciples of the Great Moon Province into 2 groups, one following him and the other following Tao Rongfang. Seeing the benefits, the group of people from the Great Moon Province was full of enthusiasm and immediately began to explore. There might be danger under the magma, so the 2 groups of people took turns to explore. As heaven-opening realm masters, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were naturally not afraid of the heat of the magma, but the group of disciples below was not strong enough. The time they stayed in the underground magma varied, but as long as they could control their speed, there would be no danger to their lives. Wei Kei told everyone to prioritize their own safety and to immediately inform him, and Tao Rongfang if they found anything. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. However, in the next few days, the Great Moon Province disciples found nothing. Although they searched very carefully, they did not find any trace of Sun's true fire. It had to be said that the first day was really a lucky day. During this period, they met people from other forces and found that everyone seemed to have the same idea, searching for opportunities hidden in the underground magma. When they met each other, they did not offend each other and lived in peace. Now that everyone's attention was on the Sun's true fire and the possible Sun true gold, no one was willing to easily get into conflict with others. After a few days, the Great Moon Province disciples finally opened again. A Sun's true fire was hidden in the magma was found. Tao Rongfang led a group of disciples led by a group, and spent a lot of effort to collect it. As time passed, the number of places that had not been explored decreased. Although the Sun's star was enormous, the number of forces that had come this time was not small. Everyone had come from different directions to explore the Sun's star. After a few days, they had basically explored more than half of the Sun's star. The remaining areas that had not been explored were rapidly shrinking. Wei Kei was a little anxious. In his mind, if he could collect 7 portions of Sun real fire this time, it would be considered complete. Only 7 portions of Sun real fire would be enough for the Great Moon Prefecture to go to the star market to exchange for enough materials, giving the Great Moon Prefecture a chance to create a level 4 heaven-opening realm expert. Now they only had 3, which was far from enough. After all, there were not many opportunities to collect level 4 heaven-opening materials. He had only encountered this once since he started cultivating. On this day, half of the disciples of the Great Moon Province, led by Wei Kei, dived into the magma to explore. Yang Kai was also one of them. Shuttling through the magma was a very strange experience. The temperature of the surrounding magma was frighteningly high, so anyone would have to constantly circulate their energy to protect themselves. Moreover, because of this special environment, their divine sense could not be released too far, so the range they could search was not very large. Therefore, before reaching the heaven-opening stage, one could not stay in the magma for too long. At most, one could stay in the magma for an hour. Once the hour was over, one would have to quickly go up to rest. These days, the disciples of the Great Moon Province divided the work and cooperated with each other. Under the magma, Yang Kai's figure swam unhurriedly as his divine sense scanned the surroundings, but he found nothing. To be honest, he was not very interested in the Sun's true fire, but since he had been assigned to Wei Kei, he could only go with the flow. It would be good if he could find something, but it did not matter if he could not. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Kai was about to go up when he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Under the magma, there was only a fiery red color. He could not see anything, but his divine sense had clearly sensed something. Did I really find it? Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. Since he had found it, he could not let it go. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Before he arrived, he had already activated his space principles, binding that part of the world. At the same time, he summoned the 6 directions Rui pouch and covered that area. For ordinary people of the Emperor realm, even Meng Hong and the others would find it difficult to collect the Sun's true fire on their own, unless they had a handy secret treasure, such as Du Rufing's heaven-trapping net. However, the disciples of the Great Moon Province obviously did not have this condition. So the last time they found the Sun's true fire, they had to force it to the surface and let the people above collect it. However, Yang Kai had the 6 directions Rui pouch, so he naturally did not need to do this. The 6 directions Rui pouch could even be forcibly collected by a heaven-opening cultivator, let alone a mere ball of Sun's true fire. Even though Yang Kai's current strength was not enough to fully activate its power, he could not erase the power of this secret treasure. He originally thought that he could easily collect the Sun's true fire, but who would have thought that when the 6 directions Rui pouch was summoned, Yang Kai would suddenly feel a powerful force coming from that direction. His space principles were actually broken free, and a ball of Sun's true fire hidden in the magma gave off a dazzling light and escaped underground. 5th grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When this Sun's true fire was quietly hidden in the magma, he did not notice it, but when it moved, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was wrong. This ball of sun's true fire was clearly different from the 3 he had collected from the Great Moon Province. Its fire attribute was much denser and purer, and it had undoubtedly surpassed the 4th grade. A 5th grade material was a good thing worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. Young Kai was not interested in a 4th grade material, but he was very interested in a 5th grade material. Seeing this ball of sun's true fire escape, how could Young Kai hesitate? His figure flickered and he immediately chased after it, his hand forming a claw as the space principles fiercely filled the air. The ball of sun's true fire paused for a moment, but it quickly broke free from the shackles of the space principles and continued to escape. Having failed twice, Young Kai was immediately enraged, and he naturally chased after it relentlessly. If it were anyone else, they would naturally hurry up and go up first. Otherwise, if they went too deep and exhausted too much energy, they would not be able to come up even if they wanted to, and might even die down there. However, Young Kai had the 6 directions Rui pouch and the sealed world bead, so he was not afraid of this. If it really did not work out, he could just hide in the sealed world bead and the 6 directions Rui pouch to recover for a while before taking action. As he fled and chased after it, he did not know where it had gone. After a short while on the ground, figures rushed out of the magma hole one after another. All of them had pale faces, and it was obvious that they had consumed a lot of energy. Wei Kei was the last to rush out. Tao Rongfang asked, "Nothing." Wei Kei shook his head, somewhat discouraged. "It seems that the situation is not what I expected." The first harvest made him think that this place was full of sun's true fire, but after several days he only found one. Only then did he realize that he had been too naive. Even on the Sun Star, sun's true fire was not something that could be casually produced. Tao Rongfang nodded. "Brother, take them to rest for a while. We'll look for another place." Wei Kei nodded. "That's the only way." A Sun suddenly looked around and said, "Where's Brother Yang?" She did not see Yang Kai's figure among the people who came out. With her reminder, everyone realized that one person was missing. Wei Kei frowned and looked at the disciples who had gone down with him before. "Did any of you see Yang Kai down there?" A female disciple said. "Martial uncle, I passed by junior brother Yang down there." Wei Kei asked, "How long has it been?" The female disciple thought for a moment and said, "About the time it takes to make a cup of tea." Wei Kei nodded. "Then it hasn't been that long. Let's." He wanted to say to wait a little longer as Yang Kai might come up soon, but when he saw the worried gazes of Ah-sun, Daiyu, and the others, he changed his words. "You wait here. I'll go down and look for him." Saying so, he dove down again. Old Fong and Daiyu looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Old Fong said, "I'll try and see if I can contact him." Saying so, he took out the communication device he usually used with Yang Kai and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Daiyu also tried, but there was still no response. After a while, Wei Kei came up from underground with an ugly expression. Daiyu hurriedly asked, "Senior Wei, did you find him?" In fact, there was no need to ask. If they had found him, Wei Kei would have taken him with him. Now that Wei Kei came up alone, it was clear that something was wrong. Wei Kei slowly shook his head. Daiyu's face paled. Old Fong was also anxious. How could we not find him? He went down with everyone. Ah-sun was on the verge of tears. She shook Tao Rongfang's arm and said, "Master, Brother Yang is a very good person. Please don't let anything happen to him." Tao Rongfang patted the back of her hand and comforted. "Don't worry, with me and your martial uncle Wei here, nothing will happen to Yang Kai." She looked up at Wei Kei and communicated with him with her divine sense for a while. Wei Kei gently nodded and said, "Boys, Yang Kai is missing. He might have encountered some trouble down there. I need you to come down with me again and search carefully." "As you command, martial uncle," everyone answered. Wei Kei said in a deep voice, "There might be dangers down there that we don't know about, so don't be too scattered. I want each of you to keep in touch with your brother at all times. If you find something wrong, immediately send me a message." Chapter 3906. Not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had escorted Ah-sun to Great Moon Province. The fact that he had comprehended the space principles made Wei Kei feel that he was a talent, and wanted to recruit him to Great Moon Province. During this time, he had been treating Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province. Now that something had happened to Yang Kai, even without Ah Sun's request, Wei Kei would not sit idly by and do nothing. As long as it was within his power, he would naturally search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. After the arrangements were made, the group once again went deep into the ground under Wei Kei's lead. But this time they were not searching for the sun's real fire, but for Yang Kai. Yang Kai's inexplicable disappearance undoubtedly meant that there might really be some unpredictable danger under the magma. So everyone was very careful, and did not dare to be too far away from the others. After an hour, everyone rushed out one by one, but nothing was found. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng looked at each other, but the latter did not say a word, and led another group of disciples to continue exploring. After a few more times, for hours had passed. All the disciples of Great Moon Province were pale with exhaustion, and only the two heaven-opening realm masters could still hold on. However, there was still no sign of Yang Kai, so there was no need to continue. Tao Rongfeng and Wei Kei looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. Seeing this, Dai said in a trembling voice, "Seniors, aren't you going to continue searching? Yang Kai is still down there." Wei Kei turned to look at her with a sad expression and sighed. It's been too long. With his strength, he couldn't have held on for so long. I'm afraid he's already dead. Dayu's already pale face instantly turned white. Her body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Although she knew that Wei Kei was right, she couldn't accept this result. The person who had created miracles time and time again in the Qiqiao land, the person who had given her the unsullied golden dew, the person who had led her out of the Qiqiao land, was gone just like that? Unable to accept this, she covered her red lips with her hands and began sobbing. Ah Sun's eyes were also red. She buried herself in Tao Rongfeng's arms and cried. At the side, Old Feng thumped his chest and stamped his feet. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Old brother, I pity you for dying at such a young age. The heavens don't have eyes. Why isn't the one in trouble Old Feng? Come back, Old Feng will replace you. Sadness filled the air, and the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also felt bad, especially a few female disciples, who wept silently. Wei Kei raised his hand and patted Dayu's shoulder. My condolences. We've done our best. Now we can only pray that he'll be blessed by the heavens. Even he didn't believe his own words. But what else could he do other than comfort her? They couldn't figure out what kind of danger was at the bottom of the magma that made a living person go in and never return. They had carefully searched many times before, but they didn't find any traces of danger. Dayu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, Senior, I still want to go down and look for him. He's not someone who's going to die so soon. Nonsense. Wei Kei glared at her. Don't you know your own situation? Hurry up and get some rest. But Wei Kei didn't wait for her to finish and said, I don't want to attack you, but if you insist on going down, I'll have to knock you out. Tao Rongfeng held Dayu's hand and said softly, Take a rest first. We'll talk later. Dayu pursed her red lips, tears rolling down her cheeks, and gently nodded. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A series of muffled thunderous rumbles rolled through the ground, and the entire solar star seemed to shake. Everyone from the Great Moon Prefecture was shocked. They turned their heads and looked around. The magma in the magma holes on the surface suddenly boiled up. Huge bubbles burst open one after another, and a dangerous aura filled the air. Wei Kei's expression changed and he shouted, Rise! While speaking, he pushed his strength and wrapped everyone up, soaring into the sky. At the same time, pillars of magma spewed out from the magma, like fire dragons were born. The scene was extremely terrifying. Everyone flew tens of thousands of feet high, and when they looked down, their faces turned pale. The sun's star below them seemed to have exploded, and countless huge cracks formed, forming gullies, and magma tumbled and surged, washing away everything. The rumbling sound was endless, shaking everyone's eardrums. A dazzling light came from a certain direction, and a disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture exclaimed, What is that? Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone's pupils constricted. They saw that on the horizon, the shadow of a huge palace had appeared, towering above the clouds. It was like a mirage, illusory and illusory. But even if it was just a phantom, they could still feel the majesty of the palace, as if it had traveled back hundreds of millions of years, crossing the river of history from an extremely distant era. There was actually a palace on the Sun Star, Wei Kei exclaimed. The Golden Crow Divine Palace. It was rumored that not only could the sun's true gold be found on the Sun Star, but it could also be the Golden Crow Divine Palace. The reason why the sun fire on the Sun Star was about to be extinguished was because the Golden Crow was about to die. But rumors were just rumors. Most people would believe that there was sun's true gold here. But 9 out of 10 people would not believe that there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here. And the remaining one would be skeptical. But at this moment, a palace had really appeared on the Sun's star. What other explanation could there be other than the Golden Crow Divine Palace? Tao Rongfeng's beautiful eyes also widened. The rumors are true? Wei Kei's expression changed, and he vaguely felt that the development of this matter was beyond his expectations. If it was only Sun's true gold, the forces in the nearby large territory could still control it and prevent the news from spreading, so that the benefits could only be kept in these large territory. But now that the rumored Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this news could no longer be suppressed. When the time came, the people of the 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands might come to investigate. When that time came, how could a third-tier force like the Great Moon Province get any benefits? Even those second-tier forces with mid-tier heaven splitters would have to stand aside. So if he wanted to get benefits, he had to do it as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to get the benefits before the news spread. As his thoughts changed, Wei Kei immediately made a decision. Meng Hong. Disciple is here. Meng Hong stepped forward. Take your junior brother and junior sister, and leave this place. Meng Hong was startled, but he immediately reacted and cupped his hands. Yes. Then we'll wait for the 2 uncle masters outside. Wei Kei shook his head. No, wait for me and your uncle Master Tao at the first inn. Then ask the first inn to send a message to the head and ask him and the other elders to come here quickly. Meng Hong said seriously. Disciple understands. After arranging this, Wei Kei turned to Tao Rongfeng and said, let's go. Then he turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew into the distance. Tao Rongfeng reminded Ah Sun, little son, go with brother Meng. Be careful. Ah Sun nodded. Master too. Tao Rongfeng didn't say anything else and chased after Wei Quebec. Once the 2 heaven splitters left, the disciples of the Great Moon Province immediately lost their sense of security. Everyone looked at Meng Hong, who said, You heard the 2 uncle masters' orders. Now that the Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this place will be in chaos. It's more important for us to go to the first inn. Follow me. Daiyu said, Brother Meng, I want to stay. Old Feng also stood up. I want to stay too. Ah Sun said, Me too. You. Meng Hong glared at the 3 of them and tried to put on the dignity of a brother. Didn't you hear what Uncle Masters said just now? Now that we don't have the protection of Uncle Masters, what if we run into some enemy? Daiyu lowered her head and looked down silent. Old Feng said, Brother Meng, calm down. We're not disciples of the Great Moon Province for the time being, so I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble with us. We just want to find Brother Yang again. At the very least, we want to see him alive or dead. Ah Sun nodded fiercely. Meng Hong's face darkened. Do we have to do this? Old Feng cupped his fists. Brother Meng, please forgive us. If it weren't for Brother Yang, we would still be suffering in the Kikikyo land. We owe him a debt of gratitude, and now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch. Meng Hong let out a long breath and struggled for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm afraid of you. He beckoned to a disciple. Junior brother Lu, go to the first inn and ask it to send a message to the headquarters. Be careful on the way. The disciple surnamed Lu cupped his fists and said, Yes. Then he immediately flew away. Meng Hong looked at everyone again and said, Rest for 2 hours. We'll search for another half a day. After half a day, whether we find anything or not, we must leave this place. Old Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Meng. Daiyu also hurriedly thanked him. Although she didn't want to trouble him, there was strength in numbers. At this time, they couldn't care too much. Meng Hong shook his head and sighed. All of you better remember this. If any one of you reveals even half a word about what happened today to the two martial uncles, don't call me senior martial brother anymore. He was going against Wei Kei's orders, so he was naturally afraid. The disciples hurriedly said, we won't, we definitely won't. Everyone landed again, and found a place to rest. Fortunately, the sun's star calmed down after the strange movement, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to find a place to rest. At the same time, in a secret passage deep underground, Yang Kai looked around blankly. He chased after the grade 5 Grand Sun primordial flame for a long time under the magma, and failed several times. Finally, he found a chance to collect the Grand Sun primordial flame with the Rui pouch. Before he could celebrate, he felt a strong force sucking him in. It was as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. When he came back to his senses, he was already here. There was such a place under the sun's star? What was this place? The secret passage was very spacious and not dark. It didn't look like it was naturally formed, but artificially modified. The walls and floor of the secret passage were covered with fiery red things, and the entire passage was filled with pure fire elemental energy. Chapter 3907. He was secretly shocked. The fire elemental energy here was much denser and purer than the fire elemental energy in the Seven Openings land. If the fire elemental energy in the Seven Openings land could be condensed to the first grade, then the fire elemental energy here could be condensed to the third grade. He didn't need any fire elemental materials. He could reach the third grade just by absorbing the fire elemental power here. This was simply shocking. If the forces outside knew about this, they would probably fight over it. Just think about it. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a rare and precious place for cultivation? But what was this place? How could there be such an existence under the sun star? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it for now. He looked around. The passage was very long, and he couldn't see the end of it. Yang Kai tried to activate the law of space and found that it wasn't obscure. In other words, the heaven and earth here weren't sealed. This made him feel relieved. As long as the heaven and earth weren't sealed, he could leave at any time. He wasn't afraid of being trapped here. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward. After walking for about a few hundred feet, he actually reached the end. There was a bronze door at the end. It looked extremely thick and heavy, blocking the way. Yang Kai raised his hand to push the door, but he couldn't move it even after using all his strength. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Although his current cultivation wasn't very high, because of the dragon vein, his strength was frighteningly strong. This bronze door didn't look special. Under his brute force, it didn't move at all. It was obvious that it wasn't something simple. He didn't dare to make too much of a commotion. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai went back the way he came and walked to the other side. After walking for a long time, this side also came to the end. What made Yang Kai speechless was that the situation here was exactly the same as the other side. There was also a bronze door blocking the way. If Yang Kai hadn't been sure that he was going in the right direction, he would have thought that he was going in circles. This passage was actually sealed from the front and back. It seemed that if he wanted to get out of here, he had to open the bronze door. He didn't know where the two doors led to. This made things a little difficult. After standing in place and muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai simply took out the Rui pouch and checked the contents of the pouch. There was a ball of scorching flames in the pouch that seemed to have a mind of its own. However, the Rui pouch was a treasure that could even store heaven-opening cultivators, so how could a ball of solar true fire escape its restraints? It was indeed the 5th grade Grand Sun primordial flame. Compared with the 3 portions of real fire of the sun collected by the Great Moon Prefecture before, this one in his hand was obviously richer and purer. Looking at this ball of real fire of the sun, Yang Kai felt much better. He had stayed in the first inn for nearly 4 months, and spent over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The grade 5 materials he had obtained this time were worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. He had made up for all of his previous expenses. He couldn't keep it in the Rui pouch all the time. This pouch had to be used to defend against enemies, so Yang Kai simply transferred the real fire of the sun to the sealed world bead, and suppressed it somewhere. After doing this, Yang Kai looked up at the bronze door in front of him, and his gaze slowly became firm. He had no choice but to come to this world. Firstly, he wanted to see a higher level of martial Tao. Secondly, it was for the world tree. No matter what the reason was, he needed a lot of financial support. Although he had gained something from this trip to the Sun Star, it was nothing compared to his future expenses. Therefore, no matter what, he had to gain as much as he could this time. He didn't know if he would have such an opportunity in the future. Behind the bronze door, there might be an incredible treasure. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and pushed his strength to the limit, thrusting it forward. The earth shook and the mountains shook, at the same time, on the ground, in front of an ancient hall. Figures flew over from all directions and landed in front of the hall, staring at the ancient palace in a daze. Golden Crow Divine Palace. It really is the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Exclamations came from the mouths of many heaven-opening realm masters, an abnormal flush appearing on their faces. Even these heaven-opening realm masters had never thought that the legend was actually true, and that the Golden Crow Divine Palace really existed on the Sun Star. Since there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, it meant that the other legend was not groundless. The Golden Crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Thinking that there might be the corpse of a powerful Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, many heaven-opening realm masters' hearts burned with excitement. That was the Golden Crow, one of the ancient demonic beasts, not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. Not to mention how many treasures this Golden Crow had collected in its life. Its corpse itself was a priceless treasure. And now, the Golden Crow Divine Palace was right in front of them, and the countless treasures inside seemed to be beckoning to them. Who wouldn't be tempted? The heaven-opening realm masters who had arrived first could not suppress the excitement in their hearts, and rushed into the Golden Crow Divine Palace in a flash. A slight move in one part would affect the whole body, and one figure after another rushed forward, striving to be the first to arrive. The gates of the Divine Palace were tightly shut, and although there were no signs of a restriction, it still blocked everyone's path. Just as the heaven-opening realm masters were about to forcefully break open the gates, two statues of strange three-legged birds on the left and right of the gates suddenly released dangerous auras. The eyes of the two strange three-legged birds spun nimbly, and with a cracking sound, their heads turned and aimed at the gates. Immediately after, they opened their mouths and spat out two thin threads of fire. The threads of fire were so thin that they could be ignored, and when they were spat out, they did not burn in the slightest. However, when the threads of fire were spat out, the chests of the heaven-opening realm masters gathered near the gates were instantly burned into a large hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the hole, but one could clearly see the wriggling of their internal organs. This change happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. Miserable cries immediately rang out, and the heaven-opening realm masters paled in fright and retreated. With a series of cracking sounds, the two statues of the strange birds seemed to come alive, shaking their wings as they walked down from their original positions. Overflowing evil qi swept out, and dazzling light blossomed from their pitch-black bodies like two miniature suns. When Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang arrived, they just happened to see the heaven-opening realm masters fighting the two Golden Crow statues, and they could not help but be shocked. Brother Zai. Wei Kei's gaze turned, and he saw a figure sitting cross-legged not far away. He hurriedly rushed over, and after landing, he saw the terrifying wound on the person's chest and abdomen, and his expression changed slightly. Brother Zai, what happened? Zai opened his eyes and raised his head, smiling bitterly. So it was Brother Wei. Brother Zai, you're wound. Zai's smile became even more bitter. I was careless, cough cough. As he spoke, blood foam seeped out of his mouth. The temperature of the blood foam was frighteningly high, as if it had been boiled. At the same time, his skin became extremely red, like a cooked crab. Careful. Golden Crow True Flame. Ziyi let out a loud cry and fell straight to the ground. His 7 orifices were overflowing with boiling blood. Brother Zai. Brother Zai. Wei Kei was shocked. He called out a few times, but there was no response. He's dead. Tao Rongfang, who had followed closely behind, was slightly pale. Wei Kei stretched out his hand, inspecting Zai's condition, and his expression could not help but change. He discovered that Zai's meridians had been incinerated, and there was a scorching energy rampaging through his body. Without the protection of his own strength, that scorching energy turned Zai's flesh into blood that flowed out of his 7 orifices, chest and abdomen. Wei Kei felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body turned cold. He was well aware of Zai's strength. Just like him, they were both at the 3rd stage of heaven opening. Although this kind of strength could not be considered very strong outside of the universe, it was not weak either. Now that he had died so miserably, it was clear that the Golden Crow Divine Palace was not easy to enter. Raising his head, he saw that outside the Divine Palace, a group of heaven-opening cultivators were locked in battle with 2 Golden Crow statues. Wei Kei was sure that the 2 Golden Crow statues were just statues, without any signs of life. However, he did not know what material they had been refined from, but they were extremely sturdy. There was likely a trace of the Golden Crow's divinity sealed within them. Otherwise they would not have been so powerful. "Brother, what should we do?" Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Kei said, "Wait and see." Although the 2 Golden Crow statues were not very agile, Wei Kei believed that as long as he was prepared, he would not be hurt by them. However, the Golden Crow True Fire was really frightening. Moreover, there were so many people besieging the 2 statues, including the 2 from the Great Moon Province. There were many people who had the same idea as them. They had all rushed here later and were watching from afar, showing no signs of interfering. This scene caused the heaven-opening cultivators who were fighting with the Golden Crow statues to curse in their hearts. However, at this moment, they could not leave, and could only grit their teeth and endure. At this moment, those who dared to come here were basically all heaven-opening cultivators. There was no trace of any cultivator below the heaven-opening stage. They probably had the same idea as Wei Kei, and had arranged for their disciples to be outside so that they would not be restrained when fighting with others. After fighting for a long time, another 2 heaven-opening cultivators were injured by the Golden Crow True Flame, and fled in a sorry state. However, the Golden Crow True Flame was truly ferocious. Although the 2 were not seriously injured, they were clearly covered in boiling blood. If they did not find a way to resolve the power of the Golden Crow True Flame in their bodies, their fate would be no different from Zai's. The group of heaven-opening cultivators groaned inwardly. They had come here first, but who would have thought that they would encounter these 2 gods of plague? If they had known earlier, they would not have come so quickly. However, the efforts of the heaven-opening cultivators were not in vain. After fighting for such a long time, the movements of the 2 Golden Crow statues were clearly not as nimble as before. The Golden Crow True Flame they spat out was also not as ferocious as before. Their eyes, which originally still had some spirituality, had become dull. Everyone understood that this was because the divinity in the statues had been worn down by the brand. No matter how powerful they were still inanimate objects. With so many heaven-opening cultivators attacking together, there would be a time when they would be destroyed. Chapter 3908. Seeing hope, everyone's attacks became even more ruthless. They all wanted to get rid of these 2 gods of plague as soon as possible, and then explore the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As time passed, the 2 Golden Crow statues became weaker and weaker. Even the Golden Crow True Fire they spat out was intermittent, as if they had already been exhausted. Everyone was overjoyed. Although the Golden Crow statues were refined exquisitely, they were actually not that powerful. The powerful part was the Golden Crow True Fire. But now that even the True Fire was about to run out, what was there to be afraid of? Just as the numerous heaven-opening experts were preparing to take down the Golden Crow statue in one go, a black shadow suddenly descended from above. That black shadow seemed to be a sleeve that had been enlarged countless times. It covered the sky and the sun, and its aura shook. Heaven and Earth sleeve. Wei Kei, who had been watching from the side, cried out in surprise. He immediately recognized the origin of this divine technique. The enlarged sleeve rolled up and down, and a surge of power swept away the heaven-opening experts, directly taking the 2 Golden Crow statues into the sleeve. A figure flashed, and an old man appeared out of thin air. His 2 wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a fat head and big ears, and his face was flushed. At this moment he was looking at his right sleeve with a smile. In that sleeve, 2 small Golden Crow statues could be vaguely seen moving left and right, but they couldn't get rid of the restraints. Needless to say, the one who had used the divine technique to take away the golden crow statues was this old man. The heaven-opening experts were startled for a moment before becoming furious and glaring at the old man. They had fought desperately for half a day, and were about to take care of the golden crow statues with great difficulty, but they had not expected that at the last moment, someone else would take the fruits of their labor. Who could tolerate such a thing? After all, these golden crow statues were pretty good treasures. However, after seeing the old man's face, everyone frowned. Although they were furious, they did not dare to say anything. Clearly, they were somewhat apprehensive of the old man's identity and strength. Tao Rongfang said in a low voice, "The people from the world's edge really came." Wei Kei's face was also solemn. "Only Hong Lao came. I don't know if the other two are here. If the other two are here, then it will be troublesome." While they were talking, another change occurred. Just as Hong Lao was feeling complacent, a golden line suddenly shot out from the void and quietly penetrated Hong Lao's sleeve. When the golden line returned, the golden crow statue that had been previously stored in Hong Lao's sleeve was pulled out. Hong Lao's face turned cold as he shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to steal from me?" As he spoke, his fat hand grabbed at the golden crow statue. In the void, a chuckle was heard. That chuckle was as pleasant as a silver bell, causing the pores of those who heard it to open up and feel extremely comfortable. Along with the laughter, a delicate figure appeared, her slender jade-like palm moving towards Hong Laoying. With a loud bang, a violent force rampaged. Hong Lao was slightly shaken and took a few steps back. The delicate figure used the rebound force to distance herself from Hong Lao in an instant. She leaned to the side and looked at Hong Lao with a smile. "Hong Lao, why are you so angry?" The change happened too quickly. Only now did everyone see the appearance of the person who attacked. Shockingly, it was a woman who was mature to the extreme. The space between her brows was filled with charm. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to drip water, and her entire body emitted boundless charm that seemed to be able to devour all gazes in the world. Hong Lao was originally angry, but when he saw this woman, his anger instantly disappeared. He forced a smile and said, "So it's Madame Lan from the first inn. My apologies for not recognizing you." He was sick of it. If anyone else dared to steal from him, he would not agree no matter what, but this woman was from the first inn. With the strength of the world's edge, there was no way he could challenge her. He knew that he would not be able to get back the golden crow statue that was taken away, but she still left one for him, giving him face. The lady boss smiled. "Hong Lao, this thing is fun. How about you give me one?" "It was taken away. How can I get it back?" Hong Lao grumbled in his heart, but he smiled and said, "It is this old man's honor that Madame Lan has taken a liking to it. If Madame Lan wants one, I can give this one to you as well." As he spoke, he shook his sleeves, looking very generous. The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear, looking very charming. She shook her head and said with a smile, "That's not necessary. I'll take one back and study it. Take it as a favor to Hong Lao. Later, if Hong Lao needs any information, feel free to come to the first inn. I'll give you one for free." Hong Lao smiled. "Madam, you're too polite. Since that's the case, I'll accept it." A piece of information in exchange for a golden crow statue. No one knew whether this was a loss or a gain. "Madam, are you also here to explore the Golden Crow Palace?" Hong Lao turned to look at the quaint palace and asked. The lady boss said, "Such a big thing happened here. Of course, I have to come and take a look. Isn't Hong Lao the same?" Hong Lao's eyebrows twitched. "Since that's the case, why don't you team up with me? We can take care of each other." There was really no way he could go against the first inn. Fortunately, the first inn was indeed honest when it came to doing business. If he could form an alliance with this Madame Lan, he would definitely be able to get a share of the profits if he really managed to get something good out of it. The lady boss played with a strand of hair in front of her chest and smiled gently. "Companionship, forget it. I'm more used to being alone. If Hong Lao wants to form a group, you can ask the others and see if they're willing." As she spoke, she glanced to the side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Them. Hong Lao frowned. Then he realized what she meant. He waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Come out." A violent force swept out. In the void, a few hidden figures appeared. There weren't many of them, only 3. One of them was a scholarly scholar who was gently fanning himself with a round fan in his hand. The other was a burly man who was dressed in black and had a steady gaze. The other was a young girl who was dressed in a green dress. He didn't know what method they used to hide in the dark. Not to mention those low-rank Kaitian, even people like Hong Lao didn't notice their existence. If it wasn't for the lady boss of the first in intentionally or unintentionally reminding him, Hong Lao wouldn't have noticed. He knew that Madame Lan was indeed much stronger than him. At the same time, he was resentful of these people's viciousness. They were hiding in the dark, obviously waiting for an opportunity to strike. I was wondering who it was. So it's you guys. Why? Do you want to take advantage of the situation? Hong Lao snorted coldly. He obviously recognized these 3 people. The burly man in black snorted coldly. His expression was unruly, but he still turned around and cupped his fists at the lady boss. So did the scholar. He smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. Madame Lan has good eyes. The young girl stomped her feet and pouted. Sister Lan, you're too meddlesome. Even though their whereabouts had been exposed by the lady boss, these 3 people didn't dare to complain. It was clear what kind of background the first-in had. Madame Lan covered her mouth and laughed. This has nothing to do with me. It's Hong Lao's own good eyes. There was no sincerity in her words, but no one dared to refute. Below, Wei Kei's face was bitter. Looking at the 3 people who had just appeared, he whispered, Zhangqi of the Land of Loathing, Ji Tianxing of the Blood Dragon Altar, Yuan Xiaoman of the Mirror Flower, Water Moon. This is going to be fun. Although there were many heaven-opening realm cultivators who had rushed here before, they were all at the lower ranks. Even if there was some difference in strength, it wouldn't be too great. However, of these people who had just appeared, which one of them wasn't at the middle ranks? Heaven's Edge, the Land of Loathing, the Blood Dragon Altar, and the Mirror Flower, Water Moon were all second-class forces. Not to mention the lady boss of the first-in, Madame Lan. I've seen Ji Tianxing and Yuan Xiaoman before. So that scholar is Zhangqi of the Land of Loathing? Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Kei nodded. This person looks gentle and refined, but his methods are extremely cruel. If junior sister encounters him in the future, you must be careful. I know. Tao Rongfang nodded lightly. As the 2 were talking, the scholar Zhangqi suddenly turned his head and glanced over. Tao Rongfang's expression changed slightly, knowing that Zhangqi had probably heard her conversation with her brother. She hurriedly lowered her head. Although she was also at the 3rd rank, she was still only at the lower ranks. The difference between the lower ranks and the middle ranks couldn't be measured. If she was really targeted, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Fortunately, Zhangqi only glanced over before withdrawing his gaze. Most likely, with the Golden Crow Divine Palace in front of him, he didn't have the mind to care about anything else. On the other side, although the Golden Crow statue was gone, none of the lower ranks dared to act rashly. At this moment, the middle ranks had already appeared, and the slightest carelessness could draw fire to themselves. Moreover, they had already encountered danger before even entering. If they really went in, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter? Naturally, they all had the intention of letting the strong lead the way. Hong Lao and the others also understood and coldly glanced down. Zhangqi said, waiting here isn't a solution. Why don't we go in and take a look? The black-robed man, Ji Tianxing, nodded. Naturally, we have to go in. Hong Lao looked left and right. Who's going first? Yuan Xiaoman pretended not to hear, and ran to Madame Lan's side to hold her arm, giggling as she said something. Madame Lan reached out and pinched her nose, causing Yuan Xiaoman to pout. After a long stalemate, Hong Lao said, how about this, we'll all take turns. This door doesn't look that easy to open, so whoever can open it will go first. Although the first to go in would be in danger, they might also find something good. The weak wanted to pick up scraps, while the strong were naturally more willing to be the first to go. Zhangqi and Ji Tianxing had no objections. Hong Lao turned to the lady boss and said, Madame Lan, how about you go first? Madame Lan smiled lightly. No need. You all go first. I'll talk to Xiaoman. Hong Lao saw this and said, then this old man will go first. As he spoke, His fat body floated to the front of the door. After observing it carefully for a while, he raised his hand and pressed on the door. Hundreds of pairs of eyes instantly stared at Hong Lao's movements. Asterisk creak. Asterisk with a series of sounds, the door slowly opened.